Sinwar, viewed as the mastermind of the October 7th massacre and likely living in Hamas's vast network of tunnels. For the first time, Israel now offering an extended ceasefire if Hamas releases the most vulnerable hostages, the women, children, elderly, and injured or sick. Israel says Hamas says it has only 33 hostages in that category. Hostage negotiators see some hope in proof-of-life videos released recently of 3 hostages, including Keith Siegel, originally from North Carolina.
I just can't believe it's still going on.
NBC's Raf Sanchez spoke to his daughter and wife Aviva, herself a hostage for 51 days.
I couldn't even get myself even to be strong enough to see it. It just takes me to those moments with Hamas that they threatened us, and all I can see is Keith's face.
The Siegels and other hostage families speaking out, adding to growing pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to make the hostages his top priority instead of defeating Hamas. Netanyahu is also pressing the U.S. to push back against potential arrest warrants from the International Criminal Court, accusing him and his military leaders of war crimes for their conduct of the war. The U.S. says the court does not have the legal authority to do that.
Our thanks to Andrea for that report. Donald Trump will be back in court today as his hush money trial resumes. Testimony is likely to continue with Gary Farrow, an executive for First Republic Bank. Farrow took the stand Friday, saying he helped former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen set up a bank account for the shell company used to pay Stormy Daniels. Daniels alleges she had an affair with Mr. Trump. Trump is accused of falsifying records to cover up that payment. He has denied the claims and any allegations of an affair. The Biden administration is planning on implementing new rules requiring all cars and trucks to come with better automatic emergency brake systems by the end of the decade. The rules will require cars to avoid contact at up to 62 miles per hour and automatically brake for pedestrians at up to 45 miles per hour. Cars must also be able to detect pedestrians in the dark. The Department of Transportation says the new rules could save 360 lives per year and prevent 24,000 injuries. Residents across the Midwest and South are now picking up the pieces after severe weather ravaged the region over the weekend. At least 5 people lost their lives and dozens others were injured. Here's NBC's Jay Gray.
Families in dozens of communities now sorting through the rubble, looking for anything they can salvage after several days of severe weather across the nation's heartland. A string of tornadoes, reports of 120 or more, battering the region from Texas through Iowa, some of the most severe damage in Oklahoma.
Just be advised, all of downtown Sulphur is destroyed.
The small town left in ruins. In the aftermath of the twisters, neighbors rushing out to help others trapped by debris, including a couple unable to escape their underground storm shelter.
If they would have been in there for a while, they would have been trapped. They probably would have drowned.
In other areas, it wasn't the wind, but the water causing the biggest problems. Too much rain, too fast, pushing creeks and streams past their limits and into neighborhoods, swallowing roadways and cars. Those dealing with the effects of the flooding and tornadoes now working on what comes next.
Acceptance, just planning the next steps, I guess. You know, just trying to put together what we can and move forward.
Down the path to a long and difficult recovery. Jay Gray, NBC News.
And more heavy rain battering Texas, the deluge causing floodwaters to rise across the southeastern part of the state. This car in Beaumont caught fire after it became submerged under an overpass. No word if anyone was in the car at the time. The National Weather Service issued multiple flash flood warnings as storm drains could not keep up with the ongoing downpours. In Houston, some areas saw as much as 8 inches of rain Sunday night, bringing traffic to a crawl. And the threat for severe weather isn't over. NBC's meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the latest system for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We've got a couple of things to note this morning. We've got a line of some showers and thunderstorms that's marching east. That stretches from the Great Lakes farther south across parts of the Tennessee Valley. And as far as that's concerned, it's going to work its way to the east here through the day today. We could likely see some heavy rain with this, especially across parts of the Adirondacks. That's where we'll see the flash flooding potential through our day today. We work a little farther to the west, and also today we're looking at a new front front. It's going to work across parts of the plains. This brings another chance for some strong to severe storms across this same section of the country. Basically from Iowa to Kansas is where we'll see those strongest of the storms. You can see there's an enhanced risk, and it does include places like Des Moines, Kansas City, Wichita, where we'll see all hazards, but specifically the large hail on the table for folks as we get into the later parts of your day today. By tomorrow, a new system develops, emerges out of the southern Rockies. That's going to bring us another round of some of these stronger storms late into the afternoon hours, and you guessed it, right across the center of the country. As we look ahead to tomorrow, Dodge City, Wichita, Concordia, and stretching down into parts of Texas are included in the potential for severe weather. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 82 degrees in Philadelphia today, dealing with some rain for Charleston with a high of 78 degrees. We'll see plenty of sunshine in the picture from Dallas to Shreveport and out towards Jackson. 87 degrees with some thunderstorms in the forecast for Houston. Nashville heads to the upper 70s. And let's look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Thank you, Angie. The Olympic flame has set sail and is headed to France. The torch leaving Greece this weekend aboard this ship, marking the final sprint of the preparations ahead of the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. The 11-day voyage will end in the city of Marseille, which will host the Olympic sailing competitions. An estimated 150,000 people are expected to attend a ceremony there, which will mark the start of a 68-day French torch relay towards Paris. Coming up, Chiefs superstar Travis Kelce inks a record deal with the team. But first, we're back in a minute with a shocking new study on renting versus buying a home.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back with the age-old question that so many people are asking in this tight housing market. Should you rent or buy a home? CNBC's Diana Olick has the details on a new report, and it just might surprise you.
Claire Murray has been renting for almost a decade. The 30-year-old pharmaceutical researcher says she can afford to buy a home, but isn't sure it's the right investment for her.
I have seen the economy change. I have seen the house market really balloon up in a way that kind of scares me from buying a home right now.
Home ownership has become so expensive that renting a home is now cheaper than buying one in all 50 of the largest U.S. cities, according to a new report from Bankrate.
Buying a home is pretty expensive due to high mortgage rates, high home prices, and there's also a lot of competition in the market because there is low inventory.
The monthly mortgage payment for a median-priced home, which is around $412,000, was $2,703 as of February of this year. That includes property taxes and insurance. Compare that to the national monthly rent of $1,979, which includes renter's insurance. That's a 37% gap between the two. In some cities, that gap is even wider, including San Francisco, Seattle, Salt Lake City, Austin, Denver, and Dallas. Cities with the smallest gaps, though still more expensive to own, include Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Cleveland, St. Louis, and Tampa. It's all giving today's renters a different take on the so-called dream of home ownership.
I think renting can also be a good financial decision, and I don't know if society's always viewed it that way.
While the math shows renting is cheaper, it doesn't factor home appreciation into the equation. Historically, home prices have gone up over time, making home ownership one of the best ways to build wealth.
Thanks to Diana for that report. Still to come, the Kelsey brothers reached new heights on the field and in the broadcast booth. And the season is over for the Lakers, but what about the careers of their biggest star? The epic playoff game and what LeBron had to say about it.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Tonight, was there any thought at all that, this could have been your last game with the Lakers?
I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
LeBron James isn't revealing anything about his future in the NBA, even after his Lakers were bounced from the playoffs on Monday night by the Denver Nuggets. Just like he did in last week's thrilling Game 2 comeback, Denver's Jamal Murray delivered a dagger for LA. The last-second jump shot from the guard, allowing the defending champs to punch their ticket for a second-round date with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Elsewhere in the Western Conference, sweeps week was still going strong. The top-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder easily took care of the New Orleans Pelicans in just 4 games. With the decisive series victory, the Thunder advanced to the second round of the playoffs for the first time since 2016. Other NBA action, the Celtics dismantled the Heat to take a 3-1 series lead. But back to LeBron. That speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Does. Silence was deafening. Where will he go? Maybe does he retire or does he go where Bronny goes? We don't know. We'll see.
I mean, just even the look on his face, you know, see the body language, he's like, I'm out.
He gets up and he bounces.
Yeah.
All right, well, now to the next great American dynasty, locking up one of its key pieces. On Monday, the Kansas City Chiefs announced that they signed star tight end Travis Kelce to a new deal. While the team didn't disclose the details of the extension, ESPN reported that the renewed deal for the 3-time Super Bowl champ is for 2 years and $34 million. It would make the KC legend the highest paid tight end in the NFL. Despite the record payday, though, Travis still has a ways to go if he wants to reach the net worth of his girlfriend. That's a hard comparison to make.
Yeah, and I think that's not even on the brain, right? He's got the momentum going with the Chiefs. The fans are so glad that he's staying put right there.
And Patrick Mahomes tweeted that he said, I told y'all I wasn't going to let him leave.
Yeah, so he's there to stay, at least for the 2 more years.
Exactly.
So while Travis Kelce is solidifying his legacy on the field, his brother is starting a new one. Sources confirmed to NBC Monday that Jason Kelce will join the crew of Monday Night Countdown on ESPN. The brothers have already found success in media with their new Heights podcasts. The legendary center for the Eagles announced his retirement in March after 13 seasons in Philly. He deserves all the success. He'll be great with his perspective. You know, he'll bring some of his antics.
Yes, he will. I mean, he has a great sports mind, but he has such a great personality too, and that'll shine through, of course, in his new role.
All right, so when we come back, why the FCC is finally making the call to find the nation's big 3 wireless companies, and how one Target store got the cutest employee for a day.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And here's what's making headlines this morning. The FCC is fining wireless carriers nearly $200 million for illegally selling customers real-time location data. The penalties impact Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, which will also be fined for the now defunct carrier Sprint that it purchased in 2020 when the investigation began. Paramount Global CEO Bob Bakish is stepping down as merger negotiations continue with Skydance Media. He will be replaced by 3 executives in what the company is calling the Office of the CEO. According to a new study, physical fitness in children and adolescents may help protect against anxiety, depression, and ADHD. The findings come as health experts look to combat the surge in mental health disorders in kids. A toddler who went viral for greeting Target shoppers got to work his dream job for the day. The store made Azai an honorary store greeter. Target also surprised him with a $500 gift card. Early today, we'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is 2 things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now to the massive international effort to save the northern white rhino. There are only 2 left in the entire world, but scientists are hoping they can save the species with IVF. Here's Megan Fitzgerald.
In this sprawling reserve in central Kenya are the world's last 2 remaining northern white rhinos. Najeen and her 24-year-old daughter Fatu, both infertile and kept under constant surveillance after their species was poached to extinction. But thousands of miles away in the Avantea lab in Cremona, Italy, a groundbreaking effort to try and save the northern white rhino through IVF. Silvia Caglioni, the only scientist in the world who's using eggs taken from Fatu and fertilizing it with sperm from now deceased northern whites to create embryos kept here on ice.
With the rhinos is different. We have to adapt the technique. The samples are very precious. It's really important not to lose them.
A process with no room for error. Caglioni starts by preparing the 7 rhino eggs that just arrived from Kenya, checking to ensure they're viable.
We have at least 1. That's something at least.
She then retrieves some of the frozen semen, carefully thawing it out before inspecting its quality. Then, the crucial moment.
So you're about to fertilize the egg right now?
Yes. That's the sperm. And I'm going to inject it.
That fertilized egg is stored here in this incubator for about 8 to 10 days. Now, if it becomes a viable embryo, it comes to this side of the room. Officials here say it's stored in this jug on liquid nitrogen. So we're talking minus 320 degrees. So far, Calione has created 30 embryos, meaning 30 chances of impregnating a surrogate rhino through IVF. It's a process that's worked. Last year, in another world first, a southern white rhino became pregnant by IVF, but the mother and the baby died from an infection. Scientist Thomas Hillebrand is leading the effort on the ground in Kenya and will be attempting the embryo transfer of the northern white rhino later this year.
We are very confident that the next embryo transfer, that will be an embryo transfer with a northern white rhino embryo. We believe that this approach could be used for other critical endangered animals.
If all 30 embryos result in successful pregnancies, scientists say the northern white rhino could start to repopulate on their own.
Our thanks to Megan for that report. Hope it all leads to some healthy baby rhinos. Thanks for being with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Charlotte in shock after a violent shootout. A fourth officer has died after gunfire broke out while a U.S. Marshals task force was serving a warrant. The North Carolina governor and President Biden both weighing in on the tragedy this morning. Breaking overnight, protesters take over a building on the campus of Columbia University. We're live with a dramatic escalation after the university began suspending students who refused to leave a pro-Palestinian encampment on campus. Former President Trump's hush money trial fires back up in just hours. Who's expected to take the stand today as we await a possible ruling on his alleged gag order violations? Slamming the brakes on pedestrian accidents, the big move by the Biden administration to save lives with new rules for automakers. Here comes the bride, all thanks to AI. Why more couples are choosing ChatGPT for something new when it comes to planning their wedding. It's the last day of April. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with breaking news this morning. 4 law enforcement officers have been shot and killed in Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a stunning loss for the community. One of the dead is a deputy U.S. Marshal, the other 3 local officers. They were serving a warrant at a residential address when the suspect opened fire. The suspected shooter also dead. The governor mourned the fallen and offered his support.
It's tough tonight, but I thought it was important for me to let them know on behalf of the people of North Carolina that they are not alone.
President Biden put out a statement late last night calling the fallen cops heroes while also calling for gun control. Michelle Bowden from our Charlotte affiliate has the full story.
Charlotte, this video streamed on Facebook Live, catching the terrifying moments as gunfire erupted. Officials confirm 8 officers were struck.
Today we lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
I asked somebody who was on the street what happened, and he said they're shooting. Somebody's shooting.
According to Charlotte police, a local task force, quote, comprised of officers from multiple agencies, was serving a warrant at a residence on Galway Drive when they were, quote, engaged by active gunfire from a subject. At least one shooting suspect was found deceased inside the house, and police say they are questioning 2 other occupants of that home.
They knew what they were going into and still held their own in an attempt to apprehend this suspect.
The mayor of Charlotte saying in a tweet she is, quote, deeply saddened. Local schools temporarily went into lockdown and many surrounding streets were closed, causing traffic delays throughout the city. According to a federal official, this is the 6th marshal to be killed since 2011.
Our thanks to Michelle Bowden for that report. Across the country, students are making a stand even as colleges draw a line in the sand over pro-Palestinian demonstrations. And a dramatic escalation overnight at Columbia University, where protesters entered a building on campus. Some demonstrators were seen breaking windows with hammers. It came after the school began suspending students who refused to leave the encampment. Let's get to Bree Jackson in D.C. for the latest on the tensions. And Bree, these protests have only continued to grow.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So we've seen these protests against the Israel-Hamas war spread like wildfire at college campuses across the country, even as more universities threaten academic consequences overnight. The demonstrators calling on their universities to divest from Israel and companies profiting from the war. At many of the schools, law enforcement have stepped in to break up the protest. So far, more than 1,000 people have been arrested since demonstrations began, including dozens at the University of Texas, where the state's governor said yesterday, quote, "No encampments will be allowed. Instead, arrests are being made." At Columbia, which has been the epicenter of the protest, school officials said the administration would not agree to divest and begin suspending students who refuse to leave the encampment. Now, we heard from both pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli students on campus yesterday.
They're willing to stay for as long as it takes. They've made an informed decision to remain. They've been informed of the potential risks, and many of them are staying despite those risks.
They don't understand what their Jewish peers are going through, that are afraid to go to campus and have been yelled at. And I don't think they understand how much of a dangerous precedent it sets for the future.
In a few hours, Congress is wading back into the issue. House Speaker Mike Johnson is planning to announce a crackdown today on what he says is anti-Semitism spreading through college campuses. Last week, he and a GOP delegation visited Columbia amid the protest. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you. Diplomatic pressure is increasing on Hamas to accept a ceasefire with Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described the current offer in stark terms.
Hamas has before it a proposal that is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel. And in this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas.
And a senior Arab diplomat at the talk said this could be the last chance for a deal. For the latest, let's go to Claudio Luongo, who's following developments for us. Good morning, Claudio. What is it in that Israeli offer that Blinken describes as so generous?
Good morning, Francis. Well, according to an Israeli official and an Arab diplomat that are familiar with the negotiations and spoke to NBC News, as part of the deal, Hamas is expected to release 33 hostages, all of them children, women, the elderly, and hostages who are in need of urgent medical attention in exchange of the release of Palestinian prisoners. Now, initially, there were talks about the release of 40 hostages, but Hamas made it clear that some of the hostages that meet that criteria that I just mentioned died during captivity. Now, but the most important point, or the crucial point in this negotiation seems to be the ceasefire, because Israel appears to be ready to agree to a 6-week truce, which is a major concession on the part of Israel. It's based on a U.S. proposal, but so far Hamas has always demanded a permanent ceasefire, so that would probably be the turning point in the deal. Now, the final decision from Hamas rests, all sources agree with that, with the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, who is believed to still be hiding in the underground network of tunnel dug by Hamas under Gaza. Francis?
Okay, Claudio Luongo for us. Claudio, thank you. Donald Trump will be back in court today as his hush money trial resumes. Testimony is likely to continue with Gary Farrow, an executive for the First Republic Bank. Farrow took the stand Friday, saying he helped former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen set up a bank account for the shell company used to pay Stormy Daniels. Daniels alleges she had an affair with Mr. Trump. Trump is accused of falsifying records to cover up that payment. He has denied the claims and any allegations of an affair. Meanwhile, there's another hearing on violations of his gag order set for Thursday, and we're still waiting for the judge's ruling on the first gag order hearing. Here in New York, a Monroe County District Attorney is apologizing after a body cam incident in which she appears to berate and harass a police officer who had stopped her for speeding. Sandra Dorley put out a video statement, and here's some of what she had to say.
If one of my assistant district attorneys had acted this way, I would have disciplined them, so I'm disciplining myself. I will take ethics training to remind myself that professionalism matters. I've been humbled by my own stupidity, and I am fully to blame. I will make this right. I ask for your forgiveness.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul condemned Dorley in a statement, saying it, quote, undermined her ability to hold others accountable for violating the law. NBC News has reached out to both Dorley and the police for comment. Turning to our nation's heartland, where a violent tornado outbreak across multiple states has leveled communities. More than 130 tornadoes were reported from Thursday to Sunday. The dangerous storms claiming at least 4 lives in Oklahoma and another in Iowa. Dozens more have been injured. Residents are now sifting through the rubble that is left of their homes and businesses. And the threat for the region remains this week, with more storms on the way. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman for a closer look on that. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, Francis. And unfortunately, some of those areas that already were hard hit last week and into the weekend will have another round of the potential for some strong to severe storms. We've also got a line of some showers and thunderstorms working from the Great Lakes to the Tennessee Valley and working their way east through the day today. We'll likely see some isolated flash flooding across parts of the Adirondacks and some rain for folks along the East Coast. But this is the next area that we're going to watch for that risk for severe storms later today. Iowa to Kansas is where we'll see that highest potential for those strongest of the storms. Notice, though, the biggest threat likely going to be the hail, 2 inches or larger. We'll see the potential for some strong straight line winds as well. Wind gusts could be up to 70 miles per hour, and we can't rule out a couple of isolated tornadoes. We're not done with the severe threat either as we get into tomorrow. Another system will develop emerging out of the Rockies, bringing the potential for scattered storms that really ramp up into the afternoon hours. You can see still parts of the central plains stretching to the southern plains at risk for seeing some of those strong storms tomorrow. All hazards on the table, hail, winds, as well as tornadoes for folks in this region. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 73 degrees today in New York City with mostly cloudy skies. We'll end up into the low 50s in Boston. Much warmer down through the southeast with 87 degrees on tap for Jacksonville and Orlando. Some showers and thunderstorms from Nashville to Atlanta stretching into Montgomery today. And that's Look at Your Forecast. Francis, back to you.
I appreciate that. Angie, thank you. Early Today is back in a minute with how Amazon is delivering your packages faster than ever, plus the new rules for automakers to help curb pedestrian accidents.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you've noticed your Amazon deliveries are getting to you faster, you're not alone. Amazon says that in the first quarter of the year, nearly 60% of Prime orders are getting to customers either the same day or the next day. That applies to the top 60 metro areas in the U.S. The company says it wants to make same or next day delivery the standard, with a plan to double that number of same day facilities in the U.S. over the next few years. Now to an NBC News exclusive. The Biden administration gearing up for a big upgrade to the automatic brakes found in so many new cars, and all of it aimed at cutting down on pedestrian accidents. Here's Tom Costello.
The video is hard to watch. 9-year-old Landon McKay thrown in the air after being hit in the crosswalk by what police say was an unlicensed driver.
I feel like it really could have been avoided if she was paying attention.
In the ER, Landon's injuries proved minor. In Washington, D.C., you have to look closely to see a woman in the crosswalk hit by a delivery van. She suffered serious injuries.
One of the big challenges we have right now is pedestrian fatalities.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing new automatic emergency brake, or AEB, standards for all cars and light trucks within 5 years to reduce the 43,000 people who die on Americans' roads each year. AEB works by using radar, video, or infrared sensors to scan for potential collisions. Most new cars already come with automatic braking, but the government is telling car makers they need to make the technology even better. A AAA study found current AEB prevents 85% of rear-end crashes under 30 miles per hour, but just 30% of crashes at 40 miles per hour. The new standards will require cars to avoid collisions at up to 62 miles per hour, automatically applying the brakes at up to 45 miles per hour for pedestrians, and able to see pedestrians in both daylight and darkness.
It's especially important because the data are showing us that about 75% of pedestrian and bicycle fatalities happen after dark.
The auto industry says automakers voluntarily committed to install AEB in new vehicles and have already met that commitment. The DOT hoping to save at least 360 lives and prevent 24,000 injuries a year.
We want to set a high standard for what it should be like for the future and have it be something that's in every car, not just one of the bells and whistles.
Hitting the accelerator on braking. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Still to come, be prepared for the first look at the new Lion King prequel. And it's the only day in Mean Girls lore bigger than October 3rd, celebrating 20 years of the teen classic comedy.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa
lion was born without a drop of nobility in his blood. A lion who would change our lives forever. Mufasa.
The life of Simba's father comes full circle in the first trailer for Disney's Mufasa, The Lion King. The prequel to the 2019 reimagining of the animated classic tells the tale of the cub who would be king. It also features returning cast members including Donald Glover and Beyonce as Simba and Nala, and also introduces Blue Ivy Carter as their daughter Kiara. The film hits theaters on December 20th, so, I mean, we should now pretty much expect that everywhere Beyonce goes, Blue Ivy is going to be following, whether it's on the stage, now it's on the screen, maybe on camera, you know, on the other side of the camera one
But
time
she
too.
delivers. I mean, her dancing during Beyonce's tour was incredible. We were all so excited. So this will be great. And comes out right before Christmas. So perfect to take the family. All right, a new promo for Jerry Seinfeld's Netflix movie Unfrosted sees the comedian come under attack from some heated Pop-Tart executives over allegations of copyright infringement. Despite this, Jerry still finds a way to take a jab at that other comedy show from the 90s.
Schmoopy, Jackie Childs, and Soup Nazi. My characters.
They're my characters now, Mr. Seinfeld. Tell me, how does it feel when people steal your ideas and then do whatever they want with them?
You mean like Friends?
The spot also features Pop-Tart flavored parodies of comedians in cars getting coffee and Seinfeld's own stand-up routines. Unfrosted pops onto Netflix this Friday. I love that the comedians in cars getting coffee parody is people in Pontiacs eating Pop-Tarts. So leave it to Jerry Seinfeld to come up with something so out of the box.
And I love that he's doing his thing because, you know, he's been very, very public in the press lately saying it's just so tough doing comedy, right?
Yeah.
You cancel culture, got to be PC, you know, so glad to see him doing it. All right, now to celebrating the most fetch movie of the last 20 years.
I'm sorry that people are so jealous of me, but I can't help it that I'm popular.
Mean Girls was released on this day in 2004. So the milestone comes just months after the film adaptation of the Broadway musical debuted at #1 at the box office. The new 4K anniversary release of the iconic comedy hits shelves today. Every single time this movie is on, like, playing in the background, you just have to keep it on, right?
You have to.
You know the lines, you know the scenes.
It's iconic.
Yeah.
And you know what's cool about it? It never gets old. Watching that scene just now, I laughed again.
Always will. All right, so right ahead, another streaming service is set to hike prices this summer. Plus, Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine are heading to Netflix. The big plans for their live-action series.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Streaming service Peacock, owned by our parent company, NBC Universal, will see a $2 price increase this summer. The premium plan will be raised to $7.99, while the Premium Plus will be bumped to $13.99 a month. A live-action Scooby-Doo series could soon be coming to Netflix. The streaming giant is working on a deal with a script-to-series commitment. Details are limited, but the series will be based on the 1969 cartoon. According to a poll by Talker Research, 92 minutes is the ideal average movie length. Only 2% of the 2,000 people surveyed felt that a movie should be longer than 2.5 hours. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many
Now
questions.
will never be questioned.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering.
All right, it just did too.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Here comes the bride with a little help from AI. NBC's Elwin Lopez looks at why ChatGPT is the hot new wedding accessory.
DIY weddings are all the rage, but now some couples are diving into AI for their big day.
I'm having it be like airy, almost like a flowy summer.
Maria Cortese and her fiance planning a beautiful Riverview ceremony in Poughkeepsie, New York. Hundreds of guests ready to celebrate the couple in August on a day that's come together thanks to ChatGPT.
I said, you know what? I'm just going to take a gander at this and I'm going to type in something for a wedding.
The program listing out detailed options for bridal bouquets, centerpieces, decorations, and so much more, eliminating the need and cost for a wedding planner.
Google's so generalized, right? When you're typing into ChatGPT, it's very specific as to what you're asking.
So we gave it a shot. tell me what is the best spot to get married in the United States?
The best spot to get married in the United States depends on personal preferences, but destinations like Hawaii, Napa Valley, and New York City are popular choices for their stunning scenery, romantic ambiance, and variety of venues.
And those save the dates, they came from AI too. Everything from the wording to the formatting. It even helps out with haggling prices with those vendors.
I ended up finding a photographer that did engagements, then bridal shower and photography for almost half of the price of what it would have just costed me to get a photographer to do the wedding on its own.
Maria says they're saving $5,000 to $10,000 by skipping out on a traditional planning service. According to bridal planning site Zola, in 2024, the average cost for a wedding is more than $30,000.
Who are you?
I'm the wedding planner. Even traditional wedding planners have started incorporating AI into their businesses.
I've actually used it to explain a few things, to be honest with you, to clients that don't understand necessarily what attrition is when you're working with a hotel room block. And it is a weird thing. So I used AI to help me explain it to people.
Katie Martin has been in the wedding business for decades. She still feels that there's no replacement for the real deal, especially on the big day.
It's the manpower, setting up the tables.
Even still, AI-planned weddings are taking off. More than half of couples who are engaged are now eyeing tools like ChatGPT to help them tie the knot. To dampen a bit of that wedding planning stress, a little help from AI could help them get to the altar and ultimately to those I-dos.
And our thanks to Ellen for that report. Also, AI planning the honeymoon and itinerary. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a good one.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, disruption and discipline at Columbia University. Chaos overnight as pro-Palestinian protesters storm and occupy a school building just hours after university officials began to suspend students who failed to leave an on-campus encampment.
The university has conducted itself with obstinacy and arrogance. Where we asked for amnesty, they gave us more discipline.
All this as the protests grow at colleges from coast to coast. Plus, Secretary of State Antony Blinken in the Middle East amid signs of progress toward a possible ceasefire. We'll have the latest. Tragedy in Charlotte. It's being called one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in years. This morning, a community and the country grieving the deaths of 4 officers shot and killed while serving an arrest warrant at a home. But we're learning about what happened. Also this morning, bracing for the worst, millions of people facing the threat of heavy rain, damaging hail, even tornadoes, just days after severe weather ripped through several states. We're tracking the conditions and the areas that could get hit the hardest. And little words, big business. She's living proof that a little positivity goes a long way. In our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll introduce you to the founder of a jewelry company whose wearable affirmations have gotten a lot of high-profile attention.
Looking forward to that conversation. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with those escalating tensions between Columbia University administrators and pro-Palestinian demonstrators on campus.
Overnight, students were seen smashing windows and occupying an academic building on campus. It comes just hours after the university began suspending students for failing to vacate the encampment yesterday. Administrators have yet to say how many students have been suspended. NBC News correspondent Bree Jackson joins us from Washington with the latest on these protests all across the country. Bree, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, Savannah. So in an email this morning, Columbia University is urging its students to avoid coming to the main campus there, saying the safety of every single member of its community is paramount. Now, this as protests at colleges and universities continue to grow, even as more schools threaten academic consequences. A dramatic escalation overnight at Columbia University, where protesters entered a building on campus. Some demonstrators were seen breaking windows as others attempted to barricade themselves inside. Students are taking a stand at colleges and universities nationwide. They're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and for schools to cut financial ties with Israel.
We demand divestment. We will not be moved unless by force.
On some campuses, police have arrested dozens of demonstrators. At Columbia University, which has become the epicenter of the movement, school officials have turned to suspending students.
So many of the students feel like our voices weren't being heard. We'd have protests, we'd have marches, we'd have petitions.
The growing calls for action come as $9 billion in aid makes its way to Gaza as part of the $95 billion package Congress passed last week. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is in the Middle East, pressing for Israel to do more to protect civilians and for Hamas to release hostages.
Hamas has before it a proposal that is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel. And in this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas.
As ceasefire talks continue, so do protests. And here on Capitol Hill, later today, House Speaker Mike Johnson is set to make an announcement cracking down on what he says is anti-Semitism spreading through college campuses. His office also says there's going to be a new effort that would include wide-ranging investigations focused on holding administrators accountable for failing to keep students safe. Back to you.
All right, Bree Jackson. Bree, thank you.
Well, this morning, Hamas officials are considering the latest ceasefire hostage proposal, as you heard, after talks with mediators ended in Egypt late last night. NBC News has learned that Israel is waiting for Hamas's response before sending its own team of negotiators to Cairo.
The talks come as Secretary Blinken continues his own diplomatic push for a ceasefire in Gaza while touring the Middle East. Secretary Blinken is meeting with the King of Jordan this morning before heading to Israel later tonight. Efforts to reach a truce are growing more urgent. Health officials in Gaza say at least 40 Palestinians were killed in Israeli airstrikes yesterday. The enclave remains on the brink of famine as Israel prepares for a full-scale assault on Rafah.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now. Monica, good morning. So yesterday, President Biden spoke with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt who are mediating these talks. What was his message to them? Does he believe there is room for optimism on a deal here?
Well, that is certainly the hope in the Biden administration this morning, and they are pushing on all fronts, diplomatic and, of course, political. And we know that with Secretary Blinken there, they're trying to use all of that kind of power to see if it's possible to get to a deal. But the president, specifically in his phone calls yesterday with those key leaders in the region and in these talks, really did ask them to exert every single effort possible to get to a deal that would result in a 6-week pause in the fighting in exchange for the release of at least an initial wave of hostages and then potentially a second one, depending on what the terms are. But really, we've been in this place so many times, Savannah and Joe, in the last couple of weeks and months where it seems like a deal could be on the brink. But the final details, the final pieces of this puzzle that need to come together are so delicate and so specific. And that is often the most difficult part. So many are viewing this as a sort of now or never week. It's really critical because there's the potential looming invasion of Rafah, which Israel is pledging to do now with or without a hostage deal that is adding to the timing of all of this. So the president really trying to use every lever he has available to try to see if this can get done.
So, Monica, Secretary Blinken in Jordan today before heading to Israel later. Right now, what do we expect his message to Israeli officials to be?
And you saw a little bit of a preview there where he did call this deal extremely generous. And he really did say that the only thing stopping this deal currently is Hamas, because Israel has made certain concessions, things that they had asked for in original rounds, they've now compromised on. And so the U.S. is effectively saying this is the best deal you're going to get. And the moment to do it is now, because the need for the humanitarian aid that needs to get into Gaza is simply getting worse by the day. And so they're continuing to appeal, of course, to the countries that are involved in these talks on that front as well, saying, of course, any kind of a temporary ceasefire would allow for so much more aid to get in through countries who have been helping, like Jordan, and that's part of the conversation today.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much.
Let's talk more about this with Gershon Baskin. He is the Middle East Director at the International Communities Organization and has taken part in hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas. We appreciate having you on this morning. So the U.S. is putting pressure on Hamas to try and accept this latest ceasefire hostage proposal. But here's the big question. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, would he accept it? You've got right-wing hardliners in his governments who are against the deal. They're threatening to quit if he agrees to a truce. So do you think Netanyahu would risk the collapse of his government for the sake of this hostage deal?
That is the million-dollar question, no doubt about it. But the Israelis have given a positive answer to Egypt and to the Americans on the offer that's on the table. It's important to note that there has been extreme pressure on Netanyahu from the United States and from Egypt not to lead into the incursion into Rafah and to accept a deal that would bring at least some of the hostages home. The head of Egyptian Central Intelligence was here in Israel for 3 days with his team. They stayed overnight here for 3 days. This is unprecedented. And now everyone is applying the same pressure on Hamas to say yes to the deal, and we're waiting for their answer. If there is a yes, both sides have made significant compromises on things that were just a week ago non-starters. For Israel, having to compromise on allowing the free movement of displaced Palestinians from the south of the Gaza Strip to the north of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas making compromises on their demands that this be the final end to the war, including an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. We're shooting for a break now, a 6-week ceasefire that the Egyptians believe will be long enough to extend the negotiations and perhaps lead to a permanent end to the war.
So we actually just heard from Netanyahu this morning that Israel will enter Rafah with or without a ceasefire hostage deal as these negotiations are ongoing. Do you think that harms chances for a truce? And do you think the Biden administration could do more to pressure Israel against conducting that operation?
I think there's extreme pressure on Israel not to do it, both from the United States and other allies and from Egypt and the Saudis and others. But a threat isn't worth anything if you don't intend to use it. So the threat is on the table, and it is aimed to threaten Hamas that this is what Israel will do. Obviously, if there is a deal, if Hamas agrees and the Israeli team goes to Cairo and they negotiate the details and the logistics of the first part of the deal, then the Rafah incursion will be put aside. It won't be completely removed from the table unless all the hostages are returned, 133 of them. We don't know how many of them are alive and how many of them are not. But that is ultimately what Israel needs to have happen, is to get all the hostages out of Gaza.
Gershon, in the last few weeks, we've seen several proof-of-life videos that appear to show Hamas hostages. As someone who's been involved with this before, is this a signal that Hamas is looking to make a deal?
It seems to be, yes. They are using it to put pressure on Israeli society, on the families of the hostages, who after each one of these videos have appeared have raised up their level of activism on the streets, protesting in front of the Prime Minister's home and office, in front of the Ministry of Defense. Whenever the cabinet is meeting, they are there, and these protests are getting bigger and louder. They are effective. Of course, there are so many of the hostages that we don't know what their fate is, but everyone that we do see is alive, even if they look really bad and they're under duress and they're certainly not being taken care of. It is a sign of life, and is important to the families to see this. So they are very valuable. They're very important, I think, to both sides.
All right, Gershon Baskin, as always, we appreciate you sharing your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, a new week of testimony in former President Trump's hush money trial is set to resume today here in New York.
Last week, the jury heard from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. The focus of his testimony was the so-called catch and kill arrangement to suppress negative stories about Mr. Trump, especially about his alleged affairs. This morning, Mr. Trump will be back in a lower Manhattan courtroom where testimony will continue from the banker for his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, who will get into the financial details of the case.
For more, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is downtown outside the courthouse, and we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Sabella here in studio with us. Good morning to both of you. So, Vaughn, I'll start with you. And what Joe just mentioned, we've been hearing from this banker who worked with Michael Cohen. His testimony is set to resume today. Tell us who he is and how he figures into the prosecution's case.
Right. Gary Farrow is part of the bigger story, connecting all of these pieces together, right from the beginning of the masterminding of the alleged scheme between Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and David Pecker at the National Enquirer to buy up these negative stories, these alleged affairs that Donald Trump had from the likes of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, to the actual execution of it. And that's where Gary Farrow, who is a former banker for First Republic, comes into the picture. And on Friday afternoon, just before the they let out for the weekend, he began testifying about setting up 2 different bank accounts for Michael Cohen, that they had a very close relationship where Michael Cohen would either come in or place a phone call. And in October, back when the Stormy Daniels arrangement was coming to fruition, he testified that Michael Cohen came in and set up 2 different accounts. And at one point, there is also documented evidence that is being presented to this jury that pertains to these accounts. And there was one email that was entered into the record in which Farrow sent to a member of his team, quote, "Need an account open for Mike Cohen immediately. He wants no address on the checks. Calling you now to discuss." It showed the urgency to which they were setting up this account. We expect him to come back this morning to begin taking the stand again before he faces cross-examination from the defense.
Yvonne, after Farrow, the next marquee witnesses, some big names: Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, Hope Hicks. Do we know when we're going to hear from those people?
No, not at this point in time. At this point, the District Attorney's Office has been giving the defense team for Donald Trump a heads up about who the singular next witnesses that could come forward. But they usually are not giving that until hours before, if not a day before. So at this point in time, it's up in the air. We could see potentially Stormy Daniels next, or Karen McDougal, or former Trump aide Hope Hicks. Again, we're looking at this trial lasting anywhere from, 4 to 6 more weeks here. So there's still plenty of time for those witnesses to come forward.
Danny, let's bring you in here. So one of those marquee witnesses, as Joe just mentioned, Michael Cohen, but we do know there are some credibility issues here, right? I mean, he was convicted for lying to Congress as well as tax fraud. Walk us through how he plays into the prosecution's case and if that's an issue at all.
Yeah, Michael Cohen's credibility issues may end up being not as big a deal as everyone is making them out to be, because as long as the people, the state of New York, as long as they establish all the different documents, you have a witness like David Pecker who lines up testimony with what Michael Cohen is going to testify about. I mean, don't get me wrong, Michael Cohen does have credibility issues. And in addition to credibility issues, he has motive issues. That's going to be explored as well. He has a motive to get Donald Trump, and you better believe the defense is going to hit him hard on that issue, that this is some kind of revenge plot. I believe that was the title of one of his books, I think. So this is something that Michael Cohen, he's mostly going to be authenticating documents, laying foundations. And yes, the defense can potshot at him about his credibility. But if the people do this right, it won't make that much of a difference. And they've already gotten out in front of it on their end, saying, yeah, we know our guy has credibility issues. That's the way to handle it.
Let's talk about the gag order. We have another hearing on this set for this week. We had the one last week, and we still don't really have a decision from the judge on that. Why is that?
Look, gag orders are pretty rare to begin with, but rolling gag orders where you're like, it seems like we're going to be in a situation where it's like, okay, let's just do every Tuesday for the gag order, or the every Thursday. And now we have a second hearing and we don't even know the result of the first hearing. It's an interesting position because, at least as to his first decision, Justice Merchan's going to have to draw some lines and decide what is violative and what is not. And then that, of course, will govern the future gag order violation hearings. And I suspect we're going to have more than just the one that is currently scheduled. This seems to be something that's going to be happening every week.
Danny Ceballos, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you both very much for being with us.
The city of Charlotte is grieving this morning after 4 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty while serving a warrant yesterday.
It is one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. We've learned the warrant was for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Chief Johnny Jennings says a U.S. Marshals fugitive task force approached the suspect, and the suspect opened fire on them with a high-powered rifle. The task force returned fire, and the suspect was killed, but then they were met with additional gunfire that came from inside the house. 2 people inside the house were detained as persons of interest. 4 other officers were injured. Jennings is calling it a tragic day for the city.
Today's an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today we lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, where does the investigation stand this morning? Have investigators released any new information about the suspect?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. They have not officially named the suspect, although there are reports out there naming him, and they have said that he had a lengthy criminal history. Felon in possession of a firearm is a serious charge, but it's not murder, for example, but it just underscores that law enforcement officers never know what they're going into when they go to serve a warrant. It's such a dangerous thing, and it has resulted so often in tragedy, guys.
What are we learning about the officers who were killed?
Yeah, again, those names are starting to trickle out. We know that one local police officer who died after being treated in the hospital was the father of a 3-year-old and left a wife and child. Others have not yet been identified. So we know that there was one U.S. Marshal who was killed, and then 2 members of the Marshal's task force who turned out to be state correctional officers, and then that 4th local Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer.
Ken, put this in perspective for us, not just how big of a loss this is for that community, but really for law enforcement officers nationwide.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's viewed as a national tragedy. There were, until this point, 51 officers killed nationally in the line of duty. So Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a statement. President Biden issued a statement noting that these are officers who rushed into harm's way and who made the ultimate sacrifice. Every police officer, every law enforcement officer and their families are thinking about those men today.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the severe weather causing widespread damage to the middle of the country. People are picking up the pieces this morning after a massive tornado ravaged parts of Oklahoma. There's a further risk of more severe storms today for parts of the Midwest. Meteorologist Angie Lassman will have more on today's forecast in just a moment. But first, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest from Oklahoma.
Hey guys, good morning. We're getting a closer look at even more devastation here in Sulphur, Oklahoma. Take a look at this truck. The windshield blasted in. You've got debris hanging off the side of it, and just look at this truck. It's just mangled metal now, and over here we've got piles of bricks. I'm trying to be careful where I step because we've got bricks on the ground, we've got wood, we've got shards of glass, shattered glass all over the place, and just look at what's left of this structure. Just the mangled metal, the cables, the wooden beams, and again, just all of these bricks scattered around here. We're getting some more information about at least one of the people who lost their life here in Sulphur. The fire chief yesterday saying that he knew the individual who died here in this small city. He referred to her as a hometown girl. We're also learning more about the storms that have happened across this region. The National Weather Service has now said that one of the tornadoes in Oklahoma, not the one here, but one of the other tornadoes in Oklahoma is now an EF4, so even stronger than previously thought, with winds gusting up to 170 miles per hour. And again, we're just looking at the aftermath of these storms, and there is the potential for more tough weather in this community in the days ahead, guys. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
Yeah, and as Jesse mentioned, another round of severe weather could be in store for millions of Americans.
Yeah, Angie Lassman is with us to track the severe weather for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. A busy couple of days for us as we gear up for, yes, exactly what you just said, more severe weather. We've also got a line of some showers and thunderstorms that's working its way to the east, stretching from the Great Lakes down to parts of the Tennessee Valley. This is eventually going to work into parts of the East Coast and leave folks with little rain to contend with today. But we've got to also see the potential for some flash flooding, specifically across parts of the Adirondacks in the interior Northeast. Moving a little farther to the west, though, across the midsection of the country, spots that you just heard Jesse talking about, that's where we're going to see the potential for some of these stronger storms again today. This highest risk is going to stretch from Iowa down into portions of Kansas and Oklahoma. You can see there is an enhanced risk centered right over Kansas City to Des Moines. We're looking at all hazards, 8 million people included in this. So the hail, the strong straight line, the strong wind gusts, we could see straight line winds potentially here as we get through the afternoon hours, and a couple of tornadoes. But this is the area that we're watching for the largest of that hail. We're talking 2 inches or larger. So something to watch here as we get into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. And then we see our next system emerge out of the Rockies. This one's going to bring us one more round of some of these stronger storms, and again, centered across the middle of the country. This is likely to intensify here as we get into the later afternoon hours of your day tomorrow. But it does encompass 3 million people, a good chunk of the middle of the country, and once again, some of those same areas that were under that severe weather potential last week and saw some devastating conditions, and then are under that severe weather potential today and even into tomorrow. You can see Concordia, Wichita, Kansas City, stretching down to Midland, all included in that, with the chance to see some large hail, some of those strong wind gusts up to 75 95 miles per hour and even a couple of those strong tornadoes. That's tomorrow. And on top of that, we've got some heavy rain that we're going to watch as well. Those hourly rainfall rates will likely be quite impressive, 1 to maybe 2 inches of rain per hour. Omaha, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and stretching as far south as Austin, all included in that slight risk of some flash flooding as we gear up for a couple of inches of rain. We could see 1 to 2 inches for the more widespread areas, but upwards of 3, even as high as 5 inches of rain is possible for those localized amounts. So on top of the potential to see the strong storms that bring all of those same hazards, the hail, the winds, and the tornadoes, we've also got the chance to see some of the flooding concerns. Only a few flood alerts are up right now, but we'll likely see that start to advance and start to expand here as we get into your day tomorrow with all of that rain working through. As we look ahead to the end of the work week, we've got nice conditions along the East Coast, but that same system will march its way a little farther to the east, and that flood risk is going to be centered across parts of the south. So the southeast stretching up into parts of the Great Lakes, that's where we'll see some of that rain. We could even pick up a little bit of snow across parts of the northern Rockies. We'll see plenty of sunshine for our friends as we round out the work week on the West Coast, and then we gear up for some more rain. West Coast and the East Coast and even the middle of the country looks a little unsettled for us here for Saturday. That storm risk will be something we'll keep an eye on for parts of the southern plains. Plenty of heat to contend with across the desert. And as we finish up our weekend, we're looking mild but wet for the East Coast. We'll still be dealing with some of those showers and thunderstorms that we'll have to watch across parts of the plains, and that stretches all the way up into the Northeast. If you're looking for a little bit of sunshine, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, the northern plains, that's where we'll see nicer conditions. Temperature-wise, will be quite warm along the Gulf Coast with highs into those mid to even upper 80s. We could see a couple of 90s across the Sunshine State. Plenty of warmth for folks across the desert Southwest, too. And you guessed it, a little bit more of that snow and rain that we'll have to contend with across parts of the Cascades, the Rockies. Out west, we'll see that. So some unsettled conditions, guys, over the next couple of days. But specifically today and tomorrow is our greatest risk for some of those strong storms. The severe storms that we saw were so damaging across much of that same region Friday and Saturday. So we'll be watching closely those same areas today.
All right. Thank you so much, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, the upside of downsizing. New research showing the benefits of having less stuff, why it could be key to improving your well-being.
Up first after the break, royal return. King Charles resuming his public duties amid his cancer battle. We're going to take you to London for the latest on his recovery. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Welcome back. Britain's King Charles is resuming his royal duties today after he was diagnosed and started treatment for an unspecified form of cancer back in February.
Yeah, here's the king this morning, accompanied by Queen Camilla as they visit a cancer center in London to meet with medical specialists and patients. In a statement from Buckingham Palace, the king's medical team says they're, quote, very encouraged by his recovery so far.
Joining us now is NBC royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, always good to have you with us. So Buckingham Palace said the king's treatment program will continue, but after making that first public appearance during Easter, tell us what this means for the king now to be returning to the public eye.
This really is deeply significant. And I think if you look at King Charles's face on that visit, and some other pictures have just been released from inside the hospital, the cancer ward where he was meeting people, men and women undergoing chemotherapy, I think he looked absolutely thrilled to be out and about again. We know he's a workaholic. We know he will have been champing at the bit and begging his doctors to let him out. But I think he also looked really quite emotional. There was a very nice reaction towards him, and he knows that the public really are willing him on and have much more than I think ever before in his life been sending him a lot of genuine good wishes and love and affection. And I think he's a very sentimental man. That's one of the things people don't really understand about him. And I think he is really appreciating that outpouring.
Buckingham Palace didn't reveal any further details on the king's treatment or how it will continue, but they do say this is just the start of a number of public engagements. Tell us what we do know about what's coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah. So as you said, we do know that he is continuing to undergo cancer treatment. I believe that he's having weekly treatment, mostly at home. You know, the medics are coming to him rather than him going to the medics. I think that's understandable. This, as you said, was the first public event when he was indoors with people, because, of course, we know that anybody that's might be immunosuppressant, that there is a danger to pick up other bugs and so on. So the doctors are trying to reduce that. We've got garden parties coming up at Buckingham Palace over the summer. We've got Ascot, horse racing, which is Royal Ascot, and always you'd expect to see the monarch there. We know that the Japanese Emperor and Empress are due to come over in June, and that the king is very much hoping that he will be able to host them. So I think we expect to see more of him, but it will be on a week-by-week basis whereby the doctors will say yes or no to him.
As we know, of course, the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, is also dealing with a cancer diagnosis. I recognize it's always hard to ask questions about her because they're understandably so private about this. But what could this mean for what we see from Kate going forward? Do you think we're going to learn anything new about either of their diagnoses and what's happening with their treatment anytime soon?
I personally don't think we're going to know what specific cancer either or both of them are suffering with until they're given the all clear. I think that will be the moment where they will say, this is now behind me. You know, that's what we all hope will happen sooner rather than later. And this was what I was undergoing. But of course, the situations are very different, even though they look like, you know, one's a future queen, one's a current king. Actually, that is different. One is head of state. One has, you know, I'm not being unkind, he's a man in his 70s. His reign is going to be a lot shorter, certainly, than his mother's, and shorter than most of his predecessors. So this is a man in a hurry. He doesn't want to be confined to quarters. He wants to be out and about. And I think by him choosing to go to a cancer centre today, he wasn't retreating from his cancer. He was almost leaning into his cancer. He was trying to say to people, yes, I have cancer, so do millions of you. We'll get through this together. And I think that is a very modern approach, that we have never, ever been told that a previous monarch has cancer, even though retrospectively we found out his grandfather had cancer. His grandfather didn't even know he had cancer, but his doctors did. We believe that the Queen was suffering with bone cancer, but that has never been confirmed. The Queen Mother, we now know, had cancer twice. But again, that was never revealed at the time. So this is, although it might seem not such a big deal to tell people you've got cancer, because of course a president would have to, this is a big deal for a king. Whereas Kate has very young children, we know that that was one of the main reasons why William and Kate didn't want to reveal her cancer, and she wants to keep it private.
All right. Daisy McAndrew, thanks so much for your time this morning. We always appreciate it.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Let's get more international news now. Rescue efforts are underway after torrential rain and flash flooding killed dozens in a Kenyan village.
NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. Well, that's right. Nearly 50 people were killed so far there in Kenya. Now, according to a Red Cross official, flash floods and a landslide sent a deluge of muddy water through a Kenyan village called Mai Mahiu. Now, it's about 37 miles from the capital, Nairobi. Homes were swept away as people slept. Rescue efforts are still underway now, but officials fear that the death toll might keep climbing. Let's travel over to Scotland now, where the country's First Minister, Humza Yousaf, has resigned. His chaotic departure comes at a shock, as he wasn't even a year into his role. Just last week, Yousaf broke off his power-sharing agreement with the Green Party. The controversial move put Yousaf in a tough spot over the last 5 or so days. His resignation now throwing Scotland's pro-independence party into unexpected turmoil. Yousaf was both the First Minister and the first person of colour to lead Scotland. And we end our tour of the world in Mexico, where a shopper got what seems like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of a deal. A typo on Cartier's website incorrectly priced a pair of gold and diamond earrings that usually go for about $13,000. But one day, on sale for $13. With inflation these days, I'm not sure you can even buy eggs for that cheap, let alone diamonds. But a lucky shopper bought the earrings, kicking off a month-long dispute with the jeweler, who reportedly tried to cancel the order and offered to compensate the buyer with a bottle of champagne and leather accessories instead. But the bargain hunter wasn't having it. Well, you expect that. Now, the shopper originally told the New York Times that he took the case to Mexico's Federal Consumer. But he won. So he managed to keep that ring for a 99% diamond discount.
Back wow. To you guys. Lucky. Oh, my gosh.
$13 for $13,000 earrings. All right.
Pretty cool. Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, a tropical vacation, now a nightmare for one American family.
Critical date for all of us. My fate is likely the fate of others as well.
When we come back, more on the tough law that landed a tourist behind bars over what he calls an accident that could happen to almost anyone.
And we are in our sad but productive era. Why a specific lyric from Taylor Swift's new album is striking a chord with so many people. Get ready for it. Our weekly mental health check-in is next on Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the story of how a law meant to crack down on crime in a Caribbean paradise is now leading to the arrest of unwitting American vacationers. Turks and Caicos enacted a tough law against bringing ammunition onto the islands. And as NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports, many of the accused say it was all an accident.
On the islands of Turks and Caicos, the number of Americans detained for possession of ammunition continues to climb.
I'm not going to be able to talk to you in prison. I love you. Goodbye.
Jerry Ann Wenrick's husband, Tyler, has been behind bars for more than a week after authorities uncovered 2 rounds of ammunition in the paramedics' luggage as he tried to leave the island.
It was an accident. Like, our airport didn't catch it and the cruise ship didn't catch it.
Turks and Caicos confirming they're prosecuting 4 men for violating a recent law meant to crack down on gun violence that carries a 12-year mandatory minimum sentence. That includes Michael Lee Evans, a 72-year-old retired Texas teacher, and Ryan Watson, a father of 2 who was traveling with his wife.
I never recall putting that ammunition in that bag, but somehow they ended up in there.
Like, take me to this roller coaster.
The thought of our kids not having either one of us for potentially 12 years was very scary and heart-wrenching.
Valerie Watson has since been released, and the couple says they carried the bag on the plane, but TSA missed the ammunition. TSA telling NBC News it's working on an algorithm to more effectively and efficiently detect such items. But an oversight occurred that the agency is addressing internally. The other suspects appear to have checked their bags, like Brian Hagerich, whose trial starts Friday.
Probably the most critical date for all of us. My fate is likely the fate of others as well.
While that remains up in the air, the U.S. government continues to warn travelers to check their bags. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, it is time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we are kicking things off with some new research that breaks down the very real benefits of exercise for kids.
Plus, a song lyric from Taylor Swift's new album striking a chord with Gen Z and millennial women who are feeling the pressure to do it all.
We, as you can see, have got our friend Dr. George James here. He's a psychologist and licensed marriage and family therapist. Thanks for being with us as always, Dr. James. Good morning. So let's jump right in. We've talked, of course, a lot about the impact exercise has on adults, how that can make you healthier, but not so much about kids. But we do have a new study. This was conducted by researchers out of Taiwan. It found that physical fitness can protect kids specifically against anxiety, depression, and attention difficulties. Maybe that's not a surprise, but maybe it's tougher. We've seen a lot of screen time increase. So what can families do to get their kids moving in this digital age?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Joy. Of course, this study just makes sense as we have talked about it for adults, and we know that that's one of the treatment recommendations that I share often is that increased physical activity can make us feel better. And I would imagine that it increases a level of confidence for our young folks as well, just knowing that they're able to do things. And so sometimes we just might have to go and do it with them, go outside and be active with them, or maybe involve them in certain sports, or maybe with their school, but be helping them to just do things a little bit more, from push-ups to running to just being engaged can help them to be a little bit better physically and in their mental health.
All right, let's talk about minimalism, the idea that less can truly be more. Some psychologists say downsized living can increase happiness and well-being, improve our relationships. So first, what exactly makes someone a minimalist? And for people who aren't really interested in fully committing to that lifestyle, are there smaller, minimal things you can do to experience the benefits?
I love how you put smaller, minimal things there. For lots of people, it's recognizing that sometimes we can have a lot of things, a lot of stuff, sometimes to keep up with our neighbors or the Joneses or the Kardashians or whoever it is. And then sometimes that can just be overwhelming. Sometimes it can increase clutter and impact our mental well-being. And so for those who practice being a minimalist, they are maybe thrifters or maybe willing to get rid of those things, and they have more autonomy, competence, mental space, awareness, and even feeling more positive. And so these are some of the benefits that can happen by just getting rid of some things and being okay with less, and it can clear your mind even more.
Very cool. All right, let's talk about this Taylor Swift lyric. This is from her new album, of course, The Tortured Poets Department, on a song called I Can Do It With a Broken Heart. She says, I cry a lot, but I am so productive. It's an art. It's resonating with a lot of women who are working online. Tell us, how can we get things done, but also try to care for our mental health in the process?
Yes, Savannah, this should be my homework every time to listen to Taylor Swift or some amazing artist and to be able to comment on it. And, you know, what the song does is talks about the duality that so many women experience, that I have to show up at home, at work, in the community, and I have to do so much. But sometimes I'm not cared for, or people don't see that I'm dealing with a lot. And that there's lots of studies that women are doing so much more now at home and at work, but also not having enough time to take care of themselves or having others that are looking care for them. And I think this song by Taylor Swift highlights that so many women are doing this. So kudos to Taylor for doing that. And maybe we all can take something out of this song to say that we need to pay attention to women, and women can do more for themselves and their mental health.
Savannah sang that song so Dr. James didn't have to.
There you go. Dr. And then I apologize
right.
to everyone
Good.
listening. Dr. George James, thank you so much. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Coming up, she turned little words into a big movement with a jewelry line aimed at spreading positivity.
Up next on our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll sit down with the founder of Little Words Project about how she turned her wearable affirmations into a multi-billion-dollar company. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Back now with some money news, starting with a big leadership shakeup over at Paramount Global. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other news that affects your wallet. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The CEO of Paramount Global is stepping down. Bob Bakish's departure comes as the company is inching forward in merger talks with Skydance Media. Bakish has led Paramount since the end of 2019 and was CEO of Viacom before its merger with CBS. He will be replaced for now by a trio of executives. His relationship with Sherry Redstone, that's Paramount's controlling shareholder, had reportedly become contentious in recent months. The FCC is fining AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Verizon nearly $200 million for allegedly sharing customers' location data illegally with other companies without their consent. The FCC found the mobile provider sold the data to aggregators who resold it to third-party service providers. AT&T and Verizon say they plan to appeal the fines. And Netflix is taking a ride in the Mystery Machine. The Hollywood Reporter says the streaming giant is close to a deal for a live-action series based on Scooby-Doo. The project has a so-called script-to-series commitment, meaning if the script is well-received, it will go straight into production. It would be produced by Greg Berlanti, who is behind the Netflix hits You and the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, Joe.
Ruh-roh. That's
that was
my
very
Scooby-Doo
good.
impression. All right. Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you so much. Now to the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Adriana Carrig is the founder of Little Words Project, a jewelry company with major star power. The signature bracelet started as a way for Carrig to express herself, and now the brand has grown into a multi-million-dollar company that aims to spread positivity. Here's her story.
Little Words Project began with a simple mission: to spread a little kindness in the world. Founder Adriana Carrig made the bracelets as an outlet after dealing with years of bullying. She felt if a young woman could just look down at her wrist and read a positive word, she might feel stronger. In college, she gifted them to her sorority sisters to inspire and remind them of their worth. Those positive affirmations helped lay the foundation for the successful multi-million-dollar jewelry company, which has 14 storefronts across the U.S. and partnerships with major retailers like Nordstrom, Target, and Urban Outfitters. Little Words Project's Nice Nation now reaching celebrity status, with the likes of Lance Bass, Alicia Keys, and perhaps most famously Taylor Swift spotted sporting a stack of the super popular bracelets. Paying kindness forward one bracelet at a time. Adriana Carrig is a woman who means business. And she is here with us this morning, founder of Little Words Project, of course. Adriana, thank you so much for being here. Good morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
I love these bracelets. I'm so excited and so excited to get to talk to you about them. So first, let's just rewind. I was in a sorority and you just giving these to your sorority sisters. Tell me when this first started for you. Were you like making these in a dorm room? Like what was this like in the beginning?
Pretty much exactly. That was it. Yeah, I started this back in college, a version of it, I should say. At the time, they were called Warm Fuzzies, which luckily we have moved away from that title. But they were all about spreading that kindness and positivity. I had grown up dealing with a lifetime of bullying, and I really wanted to create something that brought kindness to the world. And what better place to do that than in a college sorority? And it really did. It brought sisterhood to this group of women, and it made me feel like this was something that could be brought to the masses eventually.
And what type of message did you want to send on them? Because they don't just say, you know, anything. It's not like just your best friend's name or something like that. They say really specific things.
Yeah, well, listen, it could be your best friend's name. It could be your children's name. It could be something custom to you that when you look down, the idea is it's meant to get you through difficulty. So whatever that means to you, we want to be able to provide you that product, that vehicle to do that. But yeah, messages of strength and love and courage and hope, all of these things make such a huge difference when you look down and see that positive affirmation right on your wrist.
So I love that it was something that you were just doing naturally, almost like a craft initially, right?
Yeah.
That you're doing, you're passing out to friends.
Yep.
When and how were you like, okay, I'm going to turn this into an actual business?
Yeah. So I had done a version of it, like I said, in college. It was that crafty experience that we all are used to and know all about, especially with the rise of the friendship bracelet.
Oh, yeah.
But this is not your average friendship bracelet, right? So once I realized that there was something to the traceability of it. So the idea about Little Words is that you're supposed to wear your word for as long as you need it, and then one day take it off your wrist and pass it on to someone who needs it more. And the best part is that each one comes with a code on the back of the tag that is unique to your bracelet. So it's every bracelet is a one of one in that respect. You take that code, you connect it to our website, and then when you do pass it along, you can actually track and see where it goes. So that, once I literally had like one of those aha out of bed moments in the middle of the night where I thought of that idea, and that's when I knew that this could be something that had staying power.
And what was it like getting it off the ground?
Hard. It was really hard. It's still hard. It's probably the hardest job I've ever had. And you know, it's been a lot of intentional grinding, hard work to just put one foot in front of the next, especially when you're creating something that's not like this revolutionary product or concept, right? At the end of the day, it is this friendship bracelet, which is extremely ubiquitous, right? But we have made it different. We've made it special, and we've brought it to market, 11 years ago. So it's been a long time that this product has been in the works.
Okay, so now, though, like you're saying, I mean, friendship bracelets have had a moment.
Yes.
A certain Taylor Swift.
A certain Taylor Swift moment.
Definitely brought that to the forefront.
Yep.
What has that moment been like for you, having been in this business already? And what was it like to see when you see it on someone like Taylor Swift?
It's amazing. And I will say, of all the people, to be a brand adjacent to, Taylor Swift is not someone I am upset about, right? Especially, I mean, all of our wonderful celebrity fans have really just taken it to the next level for us. And it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing to see the brand resonate so much with people who have been through so much in their own lives, right? And want to promote this concept of paying forward positivity. It's a special thing, and I'm very grateful.
And your fans, I love this, Nice Nation.
Yes, we call ourselves Nice Nation. Yeah, I mean, the original concept was about creating community and building that community that I always sought as a young woman who was bullied, and making sure that people understood that you can you can go further if you're kind. And ultimately, that's what we really wanted to make sure. That was the message we wanted to send across. And so Nice Nation is the name of that community. We've got a Facebook group, and all you got to do to be a part of it is connect your bracelet.
There you go.
So we make it really easy to get in and sit at the table with us, if you will.
We only have a few seconds left here, but we love to ask people in this segment for advice that they would give maybe to a young woman who's watching, especially if it's like this, where it's something, a passion of yours, and you want to turn it into a business.
Yeah, I mean, I started my business as a side hustle. I was working a full-time job at the time, and so if I had stopped to think about all of the things that could go wrong if I took this leap, I probably wouldn't have taken the leap. So my answer is always, make like Nike and just do it. Just do it. Don't stop yourself. You can make every reason in the book to not do something. But if you believe in yourself and you trust that anything is possible when you trust yourself, then yeah, anything really is possible.
There
so
you go.
Go for it.
Nice Nation. Adriana, thank you so much.
Thank
Great to
you
have
for
you with
having
us
me.
on Women Who Miss Us. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nice Nation. We need more of that. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, not your average Amazon return, how a curious cat from California ended up on an unexpected adventure hundreds of miles from home. Her family did to get her back. Don't pause your devices. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Okay, you know we love a good animal story around here, and we've got the unexpected journey of a beloved pet and the Amazon return that one couple will never forget.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more on her perfect ending.
If every cat has 9 lives, little Galena surely relied on every single one.
She loves to play in boxes.
But nearly 3 weeks ago, Galena found herself in a rather hairy situation when she decided to take refuge here, the very box her parents, Utah couple Matt and Carrie Clark, were using to return a few items to Amazon. They taped the box shut and took it back, all before realizing Galena was nowhere to be found.
She just mysteriously disappeared. So we put tons of flyers up. We contacted friends and family to help us search.
Turns out Galena's great adventure took her much farther from home. Tucked in her box, she made the more than 600-mile journey from Salt Lake City, Utah to Riverside, California, where she then spent 6 days in an Amazon packaging facility, unbeknownst to anyone. No food, no water. All the makings of a catastrophic shipping blunder, if not for Amazon employee Brandy Hunter, a self-proclaimed cat lady. She tracked down the Clarks, thanks to Galena's microchip, then treated her new feline friend to a little TLC and a trip to the vet, where she was reunited with a very relieved pair of cat parents. Call it the perfect ending for a very curious cat. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
So I've owned cats, and if I ever put one in a box, I would know it. Instantly. There would be no doubt.
Right.
A cat was in the box.
I am shocked. It must be
a good sleeper, that one.
Yeah, chill cat. Exactly.
All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for starting your Tuesday with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, stunning scenes at Columbia University where pro-Palestinian demonstrators have stormed and occupied a building. We're on the ground with the very latest as the chaos on university campuses nationwide reaches new heights. Tragedy strikes North Carolina. Officials say 4 law enforcement officers are dead. 4 others have been shot. Heavy gunfire broke out while the officers were serving a warrant in Charlotte. The unanswered questions this morning over what went wrong. We'll also have more on the officers killed in the line of duty in one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. We're tracking those severe storms barreling east this morning. Millions across the South and Midwest still in the path of some wild and dangerous weather. Our Angie Lastman is watching it all as we get a jaw-dropping new look at one tornado's trail of destruction in Nebraska. Plus, a swing and a miss later in the hour, the major changes that could be coming to the MLB's controversial new uniforms after months of big league backlash from fans and players. We've been talking about it for several weeks now, and more to come in that chapter. We're going to begin with the nationwide campus demonstrations against the war in Gaza. Students now in at least 13 states across more than 17 campuses have been arrested as police continue to clash with protesters.
This morning, administrators at Columbia University are urging students to avoid campus after a group of protesters took over an academic building overnight. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
Tensions here at Columbia reaching a fever pitch. Columbia public safety officials issuing an advisory to students and faculty, letting them know that access to campus today will be mostly restricted. It comes as that 2 p.m. deadline for that voluntary disbursement of the encampment here on campus came and went. Students saying they will not be leaving. All this as those campus clashes with police continue nationwide.
Overnight, campus protests escalating.
demonstrators occupying a building at Columbia University, smashing windows, barring the doors, and unfurling banners, including one reading Intifada, after protesters circled the campus earlier in the night. The unrest coming just hours after the university started suspending students who refused to leave an encampment after a deadline had passed.
These repulsive scare tactics mean nothing compared to the deaths of over 34,000 Palestinians.
Some faculty also on site, linking arms in front of the demonstrators. A growing number of universities are cracking down on pro-Palestinian protests spreading across college campuses. Overnight, at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, clashes between police and protesters on campus leading to arrests. And at UCLA in the early hours of the morning, authorities in tactical gear moving in during confrontations between dueling demonstrators. Earlier in the day, the students storming through a building and waving the Palestinian flag. Some Jewish students frustrated.
I have wholeheartedly always supported the right to freedom of protest and the freedom of speech, but when that starts to impede upon our right to education, be able to freely walk on campus, that's where I have an issue.
State troopers also in riot gear at the University of Texas Austin, detaining demonstrators, even carrying this person out by their hands, and at one point, students surrounding police who say they use pepper spray to disperse the crowd. The university says it believes a majority of the protesters are not affiliated with the school. And as the protests continue to spread, the University of Florida taking a firm stance this morning. In a statement following arrests, the school saying the University of Florida is not a daycare and we do not treat protesters like children. They knew the rules, they broke the rules, and they'll face the consequences. As schools across the country struggle to deal with protests overtaking campuses. Back here at Columbia, the university also letting faculty and students know that access to other buildings on campus here may be restricted. And while negotiations here between organizers and the university may have failed for now over at Northwestern in Illinois, their organizers and officials saying they've come to some agreement, all meant to limit the scope of these protests, including funding for Palestinian students and faculty, as well as more information and additional transparency over specific investments. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you so much.
Now, Congress could be cracking down on campus protests by taking a closer look at allegations of anti-Semitism among students and faculty.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to announce a widespread probe into the safety of students on campus and what universities are doing to stop the spread of anti-Jewish hate.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with more on this. Ali, good morning. So I guess some people might be wondering, what actually can Congress do about this? So what more do we know about this investigation into anti-Semitism on campus? And do we know who's going to be at the center of these probes?
Well, we know that universities who have been already up on Capitol Hill since the end of last year are likely to be the centers of the probe, though what we've watched so far is just the Speaker, Mike Johnson, say that he's going to be expanding an already existing House probe from the House Education Committee. That's been going on since the end of last year. And the reason I say that the universities who have already been up on Capitol Hill, I'm talking about University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, even just in the last few weeks, the president of Columbia University herself, all of them have sat before the Education Committee, intense hearings. Some of those hearings at the end of the year even led to the resignations and firings of some of those university presidents after controversial testimony that they gave. That all sparked an inquiry from the House Education Committee. Now that inquiry is going to be backed by Speaker Johnson and encompass the full House, meaning that they'll have more depth and breadth to do their investigating, to request files and other documents from these universities. But again, that's already been happening from this one House committee.
So Johnson also, of course, visited the Columbia University campus last week. We were just playing some of that video. Remind us of his response to these latest protests. What did he say about the students demonstrating, and does it give us any insight into us seeing this announcement now?
Well, it gives us insight, Savannah, into the ways that House Republicans are willing to make this one of their central issues in an election year. Most of the business, and I say most because there's a few key items that Congress still has to accomplish this year, but most of their legislative business is actually dispensed with, which allows the House Republican majority to once again focus on things that could be expedient to them in the upcoming 2024 election. We certainly know that Gaza and calls for a ceasefire are something of a problem for President Biden Biden and Democrats. It's something I hear a lot about from operatives. Republicans could be both seeking to capitalize on it while also then adhering to their foreign policy and pro-Israel roots by expanding this probe and even potentially trying to get federal funding to some of these universities halted. There's a lot of rules governing that. We're not sure in what legislative form that would take, but that's certainly one of the ideas that we've heard from the speaker in the ensuing days after he went to Columbia's campus and in the face of boos effectively said, go back to class to the people who were protesting.
Allie, the House is also expected to vote on the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act this week. What exactly is that? How is it addressing some of what we're seeing in the protests?
So again, this is legislation that is in response to not just the ongoing situation in Israel, but the situation that we're now seeing across the country as we watch these university protests continue to expand. What this is also meant to be, though, Joe, is legislation that not just spotlights anti-Semitism and curbing it, the House effectively saying we want to continue calling this out, but at the same time, it puts some Democratic members who have taken a pro-Gaza stance in a really difficult political position, especially again, the concerns that I've heard from Democratic operatives as we head closer to November, but then also the ways that this can be allowed in campaign ads going forward, even in House seats. Because remember, guys, we talk all the time about how this is a House with very tight margins. Only 1 or 2 defections on the Republican side effectively make it an even House. That's why every single House seat matters. And it's why votes like this can become problematic for embattled Democratic members whose districts may not like what they're seeing in these college campuses. And they definitely want their Congress people to take more pro-Israel stances.
All right, Allie Vitale, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Hamas is considering the latest proposal on the table for a ceasefire deal in Gaza as Secretary Blinken pushes for a truce while touring the Middle East. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will enter the southern city of Rafah with or without a hostage deal. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hi, Raf, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. There is a real sense of urgency right now about getting a ceasefire deal over the line, a feeling that this may be the last chance for an agreement. And that is why this morning we are seeing a major diplomatic push from the Biden administration.
This morning, U.S. leaders racing against time. Secretary Blinken just arriving in Jordan, while overnight President Biden calling the rulers of both Egypt and Qatar. The goal, a deal to free the hostages after more than 200 days in captivity and to stop the fighting before Israel launches its ground offensive in Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinian civilians are sheltering and airstrikes are already raining down. The current proposal would see Hamas free 33 hostages, Israeli and Arab officials tell NBC News. In exchange, Israel would agree to a 40-day ceasefire and the release of potentially thousands of Palestinian prisoners.
In this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas. They have to decide, and they have to decide quickly.
Hamas leaders say they're studying the proposal, while in Tel Aviv, protesters demanding Israel's government make a deal. The intensified protests sparked by this hostage video showing 46-year-old Omri Miran and 64-year-old American Keith Siegel. Keith's wife, Aviva, who was herself held captive for 51 days, tells us she can't bring herself to watch it.
It just takes me to those moments with Hamas, that they threatened us.
You and Keith were in Gaza together, and then you came out, he stayed behind. What was the last thing you said to each other in Gaza?
That he must be strong for me, and I'll be strong for him. And we hugged, and then I left him. And it's very difficult for me to think about Keith there alone without me.
Hopes a deal could end the agony for this family and so many others.
And so many families in both Israel and Gaza hoping for a deal. Now, the U.S. says the offer to Hamas on the table right now is, quote, incredibly generous. Hamas negotiators were in Cairo yesterday studying it. But this morning, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is taking a hard line. He says Israel will move ahead with an attack on Rafah with or without a hostage deal. Savannah.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Cleanup efforts are continuing this morning after weekend storms. Tornadoes ravaged the nation's midsection, leaving many people to pick up the pieces. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Sulphur, Oklahoma, with the latest on the storms. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We're getting yet another look at the devastation here in the small city. Take a look at what's left of this truck. The windshield bashed in here and across the sidewalk, which is littered with bricks and shards of glass. We've got what's left of this building. Piles of wood, of wire, of mangled metal, and again, more piles of bricks. All of this as we're also getting a new look at one of the storms as it unfolded.
Should we get away from the windows?
This morning, a jaw-dropping look at the raw power of a tornado captured from the engine of a freight train in Nebraska over the weekend. The conductor and engineer ducking for cover as a twister tore in front of their locomotive. It was just one of more than 130 tornadoes reported in recent days across multiple states, including a devastating EF4 twister that touched down in Oklahoma. And this morning, we're learning more about one of the victims from elsewhere in the state.
We lost a hometown girl on Saturday night.
In hard-hit Sulphur, Oklahoma, the fire chief says he knew the person who died here.
Went to school with her, and very, very big part of this community. She's just a blessing to everybody, and we're going to miss her.
Others narrowly escaping the destructive storm. Shay Patrick says her cousin was trapped with her 2-year-old son in this home, but eventually made it to safety.
This is my whole life, and it's just gone, and it happened just like that.
In the city's nearby downtown, some business owners picking up what's left of their livelihoods.
That door is supposed to come out, not in. It's a steel door.
A steel door.
With uprooted trees, shattered glass, and mangled buildings still dotting the landscape, Sulphur's cleanup continues.
They will rebuild even stronger. They'll be even stronger than they were before.
And back here in Sulphur, Oklahoma, there's marginal risk for more severe weather, potentially as early as late this afternoon, and all of that coming potentially, Joe, as we still got a lot of cleanup ahead for the people here. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you.
And the threat for severe weather continues. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking some of that trouble this morning. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We started off our work week with much quieter conditions compared to what the weekend brought us, but now we're transitioning back into that potential for some severe weather. We've got some rain that we're going to deal with across the Great Lakes and parts of the Tennessee Valley and moving east over the next couple of hours, but the severe potential is really going to be focused once again across the center of the country. We'll show you that here in a moment. There's that quick moving system that's going to bring a little bit of rain to folks in this region. We'll see interior northeast, see the potential for some isolated flash flooding, so heads up for folks there through the day today. Meanwhile, there's that system that we're going to be watching here through the day today. This is what we're going to see spark up some of these stronger storms later into the afternoon and evening hours, specifically from Minnesota stretching down to Texas and into Oklahoma. You can see Kansas City, Des Moines, right in the enhanced risk for this activity here as we get into the afternoon hours. All hazards on the table, but we're specifically worried about the large hail, 2 inches or larger, plus those straight line winds. And on top of that, we can't rule out some of these isolated tornadoes. Again, it stretches as far north as Minnesota and as far south as Oklahoma as far as the risk for that larger hail. But we'll see that big area included in all of that here as we get into the afternoon hours to see the potential for some of those stronger storms. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we see another system that develops over the Rockies. This same kind of pattern persists for us, and it sparks up, you guessed it, those afternoon thunderstorms that will likely present us with a chance for some strong to severe storms across the same region that we've been dealing with this for the extended period. So enhanced risk is to be centered for Dodge City, Wichita, Concordia, but as far south as Midland, you'll see that slight risk for some of these stronger storms. And this is going to be something places like Kansas City, Dallas, Amarillo, you'll still have the chance to see some of those severe thunderstorms, but the risk will be mainly the large hail. We'll see those strong winds, 70, 75 miles per hour or larger, or higher rather, and of course those strong tornadoes, can't rule those out. On top of that, the rain chances will be pretty good. We'll see those hourly rainfall rates anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches, and that's quite an expansive area from Austin to Omaha, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and Dallas all included in that. So we will watch for the flash flooding risk as we gear up for anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain for a more widespread area, but we could see isolated amounts up to 5 inches. So we'll be watching for that. And how about those temperatures? Along the East Coast, we've been dealing with really warm conditions. Yesterday, for a lot of folks, we saw record-breaking highs. We're still going to see the 80s hugging the coast, but we'll start to see some cooler air working behind that first front that I showed you that's bringing a little bit of that rain to folks across the Northeast. Here's the deal as far as temperatures go today. We'll end up into the upper 80s. Charleston heads to the mid-70s. You can see those 40s, 50s, and 60s. We'll end up with some cooler air coming in off the Atlantic as we get into the interior portions of the Northeast. So that'll be something to keep a close eye on. 50 degrees for Boston today. A bit of a different story than what we dealt with across that region yesterday. 66 degrees in New York, so not quite as warm either there for folks. Hartford will end up into the low 60s. So some cooler conditions, a little closer to normal in some spots. But boy, what a big drop we saw. It'll be 21 degrees cooler than what we saw in New York yesterday. So wow. Big difference. Hope you guys brought a jacket for the early morning hours. We've got upper 70s on tap tomorrow for Indianapolis. Mid 80s stick with us for folks across Paducah, Louisville, Springfield. You'll head to the low 80s. Chicago ends up into the upper 70s. So some of these temperatures still starting off warmer than normal for May, but we've got kind of a mixed bag with cooler air filtering in along the East Coast.
Little tease yesterday.
Just a little.
Oh,
I made the
nice.
most of it. I was tanning in Central Park.
You mentioned the change.
not doubt that.
Last night we ate outdoors. We were like,
Yeah, drop.
It's cold.
Yeah.
Angie, why didn't you rain for a minute there? Yeah.
Thank you, Angie.
Of course.
Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We're going to take you to Lower Manhattan with what we're expecting to hear from Michael Cohen's former banker when former President Trump's hush money trial resumes today.
But first, it's being called the deadliest attack on law enforcement in recent memory. What we know this morning about that violent shootout in Charlotte, North Carolina that left 4 officers dead. Stay with us. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This morning, officials in Charlotte are searching for answers after one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. A fugitive task force was attempting to serve a warrant, taking heavy gunfire, killing 3 members of the task force and a responding officer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Charlotte with the latest.
Here in this quiet residential neighborhood of Charlotte, the police chief says this is a vivid reminder that when members of the law enforcement community put on their uniform, there is no guarantee they'll be returning at the end of the day. The fugitive task force consists of multiple agencies. Of those members, 8 were shot, 4 were killed, trying to just serve an arrest warrant and retrieve a weapon from someone who should have never had one in the first place.
In Charlotte this morning, a deep sense of loss following one of the worst attacks on law enforcement in recent memory.
And of course, we got shots fired.
A shootout taking the lives of 4 law enforcement officers and leaving 4 others wounded. Overnight, Charlotte Mecklenburg's police chief announcing one of his own officers, Joshua Iyer, died as a result of that attack, leaving behind a wife and 3-year-old son.
We'll always be indebted to Officer Iyer for his bravery and his sacrifice for this profession.
Police say the shooting erupted outside of this home. Captured in chilling detail on a live stream. Members of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force attempting to serve a warrant on a convicted felon wanted for firearms possession quickly found themselves taking on heavy gunfire.
Officers returned gunfire and struck the victim, who was later pronounced deceased in the front yard of the residence.
The chief says a second person then fired on the officers from inside the home.
Target down. Additional shots from inside the house.
Video taken by a neighbor shows law enforcement, including SWAT teams, descending on the scene as residents looked on in shock.
I heard like gunshots, and then that's when the police were telling everybody to stay in their house.
After a 3-hour standoff, police cleared the home, finding a woman and a 17-year-old inside.
They were both brought to the police station as persons of interest.
Authorities say the other victims include a deputy with the U.S. Marshals and 2 members of the state's Department of Correction, identified overnight as Sam Peloche and Alden Elliott, both 14-year veterans of the department.
We lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
Charlotte's mayor fighting back tears.
And the most that I can ask of our community is that we honor and respect them.
As far as what we know about the suspect, police just said he had a high-powered rifle. They didn't specify what kind or how he obtained it. Overnight, President Biden issuing a statement saying that for family members who received this phone call, losing someone in law enforcement, it's like taking a piece of their soul away. He says that we have to do more to protect the law enforcement community. In Charlotte, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Well, NBC News analyst Jim Kavanaugh joins us now. He's a retired special agent in charge for the ATF. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So what are some of the key details law enforcement may be looking to find out after a tragic event like this?
Well, they're going to analyze the whole situation, obviously, to see how it unfolded. And you're going to have a possible criminal case, Savannah, against persons inside the house who were shooting and probably responsible for the multiple murder of officers. The way it really unfolded was they went to make an arrest of the subject for felon in possession and fleeing, eluding the police. And he was killed in the front lawn of the home while shooting at the officers, and they returned fire. When they then approached him, after he was down, they took rifle fire from inside the house. So that was pretty deadly. And then responding officers, that one Charlotte Mecklenburg officer, uniformed officer who was killed, he was a responding officer to that shooting. So the person inside the house, you know, was shooting at responding officers, which he shot 4 other officers. So we had 4 dead and 4 wounded. Just a real sad day for the Fugitive Task Force and all law enforcement across the country.
Jim, what can you tell us about the U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force? I mean, what type of work do they do? It's pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah, I had many agents on all these task forces, the Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and we work with them extensively. They're super. It's a super operation. The U.S. Marshal Service is, the unsung heroes, really, of law enforcement. They do so much dangerous work, chasing down escaped federal prisoners, federal fugitives. But they formed these Fugitive Task Force a number of years ago and brought all the law enforcement together to do just that job, to chase down fugitives and wanted people. And who's on it is the federal agencies and the state agencies and the local agencies in an area. So here you have the corrections officers from North Carolina, you have Charlotte-Mecklenburg officers, you have other federal agents on the task force, and as many as 70 agencies are participating in this one fugitive task force. So they can go out across their area, which here it's the Carolinas, and pick up various fugitives and have the time to track them down and find them, which keeps us all so much safer. It's a great unit, really, great unit.
So, Jim, serving warrants, we know that can be dangerous. How does law enforcement train for that situation, especially when it's taking place in a residential area as it was here?
Yeah, great question, Savannah. I was always of the mindset, and being a negotiator and the way I did things as a uniformed officer, I always wanted to do things easy. So I always wanted to catch them away from their house, while they were buying beer at the market, because then, maybe they could hit you with a 12-pack of beer, or they might have a handgun, but they weren't carrying a machine gun or a rifle, which we, might suspect they're involved in, especially in ATF. We were all after armed people and people with bombs and guns. So, we tried to manipulate how we would arrest them, where we would pick them up to try to be safe. But there's no real safe place ever, because they can always pull out a gun and shoot if they want to. And it looks like the Fugitive Task Force won the gun battle initially. And it was the second shooter or shooters who wreaked the carnage on them when they approached the initial suspect.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, as always, we so appreciate your analysis here.
International news now. New this morning, a man with a sword was arrested after attacking several people in London.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. Early this morning, a man drove a car into a house in East London. Then he got out and he attacked several members of the public, including 2 officers, with a sword. Now, Metropolitan Police in London said several people have been stabbed, but didn't specify how many and what their medical conditions are, even though now they say that at least one of the victims, a 13-year-old boy, has been killed. Now, the police confirmed that a 36-year-old man was arrested at the scene and is now in custody. The motive of the attack is still unclear, and the police said they will provide more information as soon as they can. Let's go to Southeast Asia now, where a weeks-long heat wave and record-high temperatures led to urgent health warnings throughout the region. On Monday, in the Philippines, all public schools were closed and millions of students across the country were told to stay home. Authorities in Cambodia warned that temperatures could reach 109 degrees this week there, the highest temperature in 170 years. And Myanmar also warned of record-high temperatures after several towns in the country last week were on the list of the hottest spots worldwide. And let's end this tour of the world in Britain, where a mysterious Roman artifact is going on public display for the first time. The object is one of only 33 similar items found in Britain and was discovered during an amateur dig in the summer of 2023. Experts believe that these 12-sided objects were possibly linked to Roman rituals or religion, but there are no reference to them in ancient books. Well, if you ask me, that looks like an early ancient version of Rubik's Cube.
That's pretty cool.
I might actually be able to finish that one. All right. Thank you, Claudio.
Thanks. Much more to come. Oh, you got him. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including a brewing legal showdown between Hunter Biden and Fox News.
But first, what we can expect to hear later this morning in court when a banker who worked with former President Trump's attorney Michael Cohen takes the witness stand in the former president's hush money trial. We'll take you outside that Manhattan courtroom next.
the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
After an off day on Monday, testimony is set to resume today in the hush money criminal trial of former President Donald Trump here in New York.
Attorney Michael Cohen's former banker, Gary Farrow, is expected to be first on the stand. Prosecutors are aiming to use Farrow's testimony to confirm documents related to alleged hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels.
For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Vaughn, good morning. So it's been a few days since court has been in session. Bring us up to speed on the big takeaways from the first week of testimony.
Right. Last week was the first big week of testimony from number one witness, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, who began to tell the story of the alleged hush money payment scheme, the catch and kill effort to buy up the stories of the likes of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, who alleged sexual relations with Donald Trump in the past, all ahead of his 2016 campaign. But then on Friday, we saw two additional witnesses, one who was the former executive assistant to the Trump Organization for Donald Trump, who was the one who provided the evidence that she, for Donald Trump, had contact information for Karen McDougal as well as Stormy Daniels, and had testified that she had believed that she had even seen Stormy Daniels at Trump Tower once. But then you also had Gary Farrow, that former First Republic banker who worked with Michael Cohen to set up multiple bank accounts and was at the heart of, in October 2016, the effort to transfer $130,000 to an attorney representing Stormy Daniels. As you said, Gary Farrow, that former banker, is expected to take the stand again here this morning.
And what piece of this puzzle is he for the prosecution? What are they hoping to use Gary Farrow to show?
Right. He's one of those witnesses that is not alleged to have engaged in any wrongdoing himself, but he is somebody who is able to authenticate not only those accounts, but also his own emails that he had exchanged with other members of his banking team about Michael Cohen. For instance, there was one email that he had sent in October 2016 as those discussions were going about how best to pay Stormy Daniels, in which he emailed one of his team members saying that he had just received a phone call from Michael Cohen, that he needed checks to be set up without an address on them, and he needed to be done ASAP. It just shows the urgency that he was working under on behalf of his client, Michael Cohen. Again, it's not clear, even at this point in time, whether he was aware of exactly what that money himself was going to be used for, but it showed the quickness and swiftness of which he was moving to support Michael Cohen, allegedly on behalf of Donald Trump.
So the former presidents, former attorneys, former banker. Yeah. Got it. All right. Vaughn, this is an abbreviated week. We didn't have court yesterday. Reminder, tomorrow's Wednesday. We won't have court on Wednesdays. So what can we expect in the courtroom this week? Do we have an idea of who might take the stand?
We don't know who the next witnesses are up. So we could potentially see Karen McDougal, who is the former Playboy model who alleged an affair with Donald Trump for about 10 months. We could see Hope Hicks, the former Trump aide. We could even potentially see Stormy Daniels herself. We don't expect Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former personal lawyer, who is the one who is in the middle of this, who was the one that paid $130,000 to the Stormy Daniels attorney in October 2016. We don't expect him until the end of this. So there's a litany of witnesses, and we could have people like the former banker, or, you know, some are a former accountant, or even somebody who can explain the financing and how this works. So there's a plethora number of witnesses that could come forward here with not only today or either on Thursday or Friday, guys.
Yep, all the formers. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Thanks, Vaughn. Now to a potential legal showdown between President Biden's son and Fox News.
Lawyers for Hunter Biden say they are planning to sue the network. According to a letter sent to Fox and obtained by NBC News, the lawsuit is set to be filed imminently.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick, who has covered Hunter Biden extensively. Sarah, good morning. You actually also obtained this letter. What exactly is being alleged here, and has Fox News responded?
Good morning. Yes, the letter is a stunning document. Hunter's lawyers are alleging that Fox News engaged in a conspiracy to defame Hunter Biden by painting him in a false light. A major focus of the letter is Fox News' extensive coverage of those bribery allegations related to Hunter and his father, Joe Biden, which we now know were based on information from an FBI informant that has been indicted for providing that false information to the FBI. The letter also alleges that Fox used Biden's image for commercial purposes, and also that they unlawfully published hacked, intimate images of him, an interesting application of copyright law. Fox just responded to our request for comment this morning. They say that their coverage is protected under the First Amendment, that Hunter Biden is a public figure, and they believe that their coverage has been accurate. Of course, that's going to be up for a judge to decide.
So, Sarah, this new threat of litigation comes about a year after Fox News agreed to pay almost $800 million to Dominion Voting Systems, settling defamation claims related to Fox's airing of election fraud claims in the 2020 election. Hunter Biden's legal team is saying that decision may have been partially inspired this lawsuit. Is that right?
Absolutely. The Dominion lawsuit is interesting because although it was such a huge judgment, it covered a relatively short period of time and a relatively small number of on-air claims. Hunter Biden, meanwhile, has been the subject of coverage for years and years. And there are, so many really extensive allegations that Fox has made, in a variety of different mediums. Media Matters, an independent group, has tracked how many mentions, and they found that there were over 13,000 mentions of Hunter Biden just since January 2023. But what we know is that the indictment of Alexander Smirnov earlier this year is what pushed the plan into action. Hunter's attorney told me that those revelations, quote, basically closed the loop on the conspiracy. Joe?
Do we have any idea when this lawsuit could be filed and what comes next here, Sarah?
So the Hunter team has been preparing for this for over a year, and they said in the letter that they anticipate litigation imminently. But we know that these cases, specifically defamation cases, are extremely difficult. They are complex, and there's a huge volume of information here that would need to go back and forth in discovery. And keep in mind, they haven't actually filed the suit yet. So I think we'll be following this for a very long time. Savannah.
All right, Sarah, great reporting. Thanks for joining us.
Coming up, it is an age-old question that has been on a lot of Americans' minds lately. Is it cheaper to rent or buy, especially in a big city like New York?
Oh, yeah. After the break, we'll dig into some pretty surprising new numbers that show you can actually save some cash by signing that lease. That is next on Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. We talk a lot about this here, screen time. It's a concern, of course, for millions of parents, whether that's teens scrolling on social media, kids playing video games, or even just young kids watching TV.
A new guide that's out this morning looks to help parents with that issue and giving advice on how to manage the amount of time their kids spent in front of screens at different ages.
Yeah, here with us now to share this important new guidance is Dr. Jenny Radeski. She's a pediatrician and co-director of the American Academy of Pediatrics Center of Excellence on Social Media and Youth Mental Health. Yep. What a title that is at a time like this. Exactly what we need. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Radeski. Good morning, and thank you for bringing us this new guide. So I know it kind of comes down to 5 C's, which I think is helpful for people to remember, but tell us the big takeaways here.
Yeah, so we knew that this is feeling really, really hard for parents right now, and they wanted some easy to remember guidance that goes beyond the just 2-hour rule of screen time.
Right.
That doesn't reflect updated evidence. So the 5 C's are child, content, calm, crowding out, and communication. These are all based on what both can help you set healthy digital habits with kids if you're just starting to introduce technology, or if you want to roll it back because you feel like things are overwhelming in your household. We have strategies in our handouts you can find on the aap.org website to really think about how do I do this in a way that's not just going to lead to more arguments with my kids and it's going to be sustained. It's not just going to be, all right, we try to reduce screens for one day and then it all comes rushing back in.
Of course, every age group is different. So let's walk through advice for different age groups. And let's start with infants, because you really have to kind of build a foundation here, right?
Totally. In infancy, kids can't learn from screens yet. So it's really about the parents setting their own boundaries around technology. When we as parents use tech, we talk to our kids less. We're less attached to them emotionally, right? So infancy, you're adjusting to parenthood. You should be thinking about how do I carve out time to play and talk with my kids. That's the foundation of emotional health in kids, and really avoid just having them sit in front of YouTube or the TV.
Okay, let's move up to school-age kids. One, maybe they are learning, or maybe that's how a lot of times it's being explained on those tablets. What do you do then?
So preschool age, kids can learn from media, but it needs to be educational. It needs to be like PBS Kids or Sesame Street, stuff that's really designed to teach kids, not to make money off of kids through ad impressions, right? So keeping things educational. Another big thing you're doing when you're a young kid is learning how to calm down your big emotions. So we're telling families avoid using screens for that calming purpose, because it leads to more difficulties over time.
I see that happen so often where parents just kind of put a screen in front of their kids.
It's so tempting.
Yeah.
Parenting is hard, but we want families to have non-screen strategies to calm your brains and your body down. That's such an important life skill. Starts in infancy, goes through adulthood.
Let's move to teenagers, which can be the toughest thing. You're talking about kids getting smartphones. Of course, you're dealing with social media. What can you do to make sure your kids are safe, their mental health is as good as humanly possible?
Right. So here's our tips. Starting in school age, kids are starting to be more logical. They can talk to you about technology more, keep monitoring their content, and that it's not crowding out other activities. Once they're teens, it's normal for them to want to just connect with other kids, figure out their identity. They're going to want to do that through phones and through social media. Our tips are keep lines of communication open so you can be really connecting with your kids and understanding their experience, not judging them, not being panicky. Number 2 is set some norms about boundaries. It doesn't need to come into the bedroom. You can put it down and take a break from it and just have time for your own solitude or dinner time conversation. We're encouraging kids to be honest about their age, not starting social media accounts when they're not supposed to under 13, because that is linked with more negative experiences in kids. And getting a smartphone does not equal getting social media, right? So there should be ongoing conversations between parents and kids about what are you ready for, what drama are other kids experiencing when they do get these phones, and helping them build some insight so they can be more savvy digital citizens.
Maybe even if the app say you can be 13, maybe a conversation in your own home about what that real right age is, especially based on friends and that kind of thing.
I think what kids are telling us through the Center of Excellence is we don't want to feel controlled. We don't want to just be talked down to and have our parents take our phones away and have rules. So that's really why we're framing this around talk to your kids, understand them. If you meet them where they are, you'll be much more likely to help them control their time on screens, get a good night's sleep, and be, have a more regulated relationship with it.
Dr. Jenny Radesky, thank you so much for sharing this with us and coming by to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
That was great.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get to some money news, starting with a headline that hits a little close to home. NBC bidding big time for NBA broadcast rights.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yep. So NBC Universal reportedly plans to offer $2.5 billion a year for a package of NBA games. The Wall Street Journal says TNT, which is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, has paid an average of $1.2 billion under its current deal. But it failed to reach a new agreement with the league before an exclusive negotiating window expired last week. TNT and Warner began airing NBA games in 1984, while Disney's ESPN started broadcasting games in 2002. When NBC lost the rights, that was when NBC lost the rights. Now, Disney is expected to pay an average of $2.6 billion a year to renew its deal. Meanwhile, Peacock is raising prices ahead of the Summer Olympics. The streaming service owned by NBC Universal and Comcast will increase the monthly fee for new subscribers by $2 on July 18th. So that pushes the ad-supported tier to $7.99 a month and the ad-free tier to $13.99. Now, the annual plan goes up $20 to $79.99 for the ad-supported tier and $139.99 for no ads. The increase goes into effect for existing subscribers on August 17th. And Elon Musk has cut 2 senior Tesla executives and plans to lay off several hundred employees. The information reports Musk is frustrated by falling sales. The 2 executives run Tesla's supercharger and new products units. Tesla's public policy team will also be dissolved. Earlier this month, the company announced the layoffs of more than 10% of the workforce, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, next up here, a new study suggests it's better to rent than to buy a home in all 50 of the largest metro areas in the U.S.
Yeah, according to the analysis from Bankrate, nationally, the typical home costs nearly 37% more to buy than to rent on a monthly basis.
Bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So I think, first of all, I always thought, oh, gosh, you want to buy a home.
Exactly.
It's better than renting.
Exactly.
You got this 37%, which is a pretty big number. In some places, it's even more, right?
Yeah, it's really incredible. So typical rent is about $1,900 a month. A typical monthly mortgage, $2,700. And it gets really ugly out west. When you look out west at San Francisco, for example, typical rent, $3,000. A mortgage, $8,500. Wow. San Jose, Austin, Seattle. I mean, those big cities out west, you have this very wide gap between what people would pay for a mortgage and what they're paying for rent. And so it does, in those places, it makes sense to say, you know what? I am just going to keep throwing my money at the landlord because I don't have the insurance rates, I don't have the mortgage rates, I don't have the upkeep, and I can start to build and pad my bottom line for when I do buy it down the road.
Is there anywhere where it does make more sense to be buying?
So there are some towns where you have that gap between rent and mortgage is very narrow. One of them is Buffalo, New York, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philly, Cleveland. Those are the places I think it makes more sense to make sure you're getting yourself ready for homeownership and investing in a long-term purchase of a home. Remember, a lot of American wealth for the typical family comes from a real estate purchase. These are these big assets that get more valuable over time, that you're really investing in something. That's what makes it so frustrating that right now the economics are all messed up, and so it's not a great time to be a first-time home buyer.
Yeah, I mean, home ownership is the dream for millions of Americans.
Right.
It's not going to stay like this, right? We expect things to turn around. What can you do now to make sure you're ready for
Yeah, 4 out of 5 Americans say the American dream is buying a home. So what you need to do is start saving for that down payment. You know, the rule of thumb is you need 20% for a down payment. The more you have for a down payment, the less of the home you're financing with those high interest rates, right? But the typical, I think the average is like 14% is what the down payment is. Clean up your credit score. Go to annualcreditreport.com. Make sure there aren't any mistakes so you have a high credit score. The higher the credit score, the lower the mortgage rate. You can also hunt around for FHA, USDA, and Veterans Administration deals where if you qualify, those mortgage rates are much, much lower, and in some cases, you only need a little bit of a down payment. So there are programs meant to help people get into homeownership. But again, right now, just with so little inventory on the market, record high home prices, and the highest mortgage rates since 2000, the math just doesn't make sense. I usually say, don't just throw your money away. You should be buying. But actually, you're not throwing your money away. Just hold on.
Right. I love that. All right, Christine, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Coming up, swing and a miss.
Yeah, after the break, could a big change be on deck for those controversial MLB uniforms that have both fans and players crying foul? More on that. And yes, we'll have even more baseball puns after this.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. Welcome back. We've got some news on the Kelce brothers for you. So Travis Kelce just signed a contract extension for 2 more years with the Kansas City Chiefs, worth more than $17 million a year. That makes him the highest paid tight end in the league. Meanwhile, Travis's older brother, Jason Kelce, is heading from the football field to the broadcast world. The newly retired Eagles star, who's known for his fun personality, well, that's one way of putting it, will be joining ESPN's Monday Night Countdown pregame broadcast show. So lots more of both Jason and Travis. There you go, Joe.
Known for his fun personality.
Yeah, and
there
his
you go.
shirtless antics.
I think that's in his resume. All right. Staying with sports, the MLB is now addressing the ongoing controversy surrounding this season's new uniforms. There are multiple reports that the Major League Baseball Players Association sent a memo to players outlining changes that Nike is expected to make by next season after months of pushback and commentary from fans and players. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from L.A. with the latest on all this. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We got our hands on that memo from the Players Association, and let me tell you, the boys this summer are throwing some serious heat at Nike. After changes to the uniforms left them sweat-stained and ripped right down the seams at times, the Players Association is now saying this has been entirely a Nike issue and laying out plans to fix the flaws.
Here's the payoff.
After months of backlash, changes may be on deck for uniforms that have been anything but a home run.
He rips his pants.
The Major League Baseball Players Association telling the league's players in a memo obtained by NBC News that Nike is expected to address frustrations with its new MLB unis no later than the start of next season. The association writes, Nike was innovating something that didn't need to be innovated.
This is a memo from the Players Union to the players. It is not from Nike.
Nike has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, but has said in the past they'll continue to work to address player uniforms. Among the apparent solutions outlined, addressing the ongoing sweat stain issues seeping through Nike's Vapor Premier jersey, returning to larger lettering on the backs of jerseys, and bringing back tailoring options for pants and past stitching standards to prevent blowouts.
I think we're seeing here that enough outrage, even if it's mostly online, can impact change here. It can make a company as large as Nike say, okay, we're getting pretty widely blasted for this.
While the initial reaction to the new uniform wasn't all negative,
somehow this feels even more authentic than the ones that we've been wearing.
there were plenty of critics. Before the season even started, Philadelphia Phillies star Trey Turner telling the Associated Press, "I know everyone hates them. We all liked what we had."
The jerseys are different. They're designed to be performance wear as opposed to what has traditionally been worn.
And as the Players Association now writes, this has been entirely a Nike issue. They're standing by the uniform's manufacturer, Fanatics, writing in the memo that the sportswear giant has been making the uniforms for the last 8 years without issue.
They were messing with something that probably didn't need to be changed.
If the players like them, cool. If they don't like them, then change them.
Fans of America's favorite pastime, hoping any tweaks wind up being a huge hit.
One pitch. There's a drive in the deep right field.
So we also reached out to Fanatics and the Players Association, and no one's offering comment on this most recent memo. But keep in mind, Nike is just 4 years into a 10-year, $1 billion deal to be the league's official uniform supplier. So even if it's not until the start of next season, this memo suggests the players and fans' uproar has been heard loud and clear, and the pressure is on Nike to make the changes, guys.
All right, we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, Kaylee, thank you so much. I don't know why this story is so funny to me. It's like, we're like, that's not going to do.
Hey, guys. Just getting back to the old ones, maybe. Is that an option still?
They innovated on something that didn't need to be innovated on. Just so funny, some of it, like how it's like so see-through, the pockets and stuff. It's like, why would
some interesting commentary on all of that. So, by the way, I didn't tell you, we're getting new uniforms here at NBC News Now. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Good.
We'll see.
Yours will be pink on Wednesdays?
Yes. Exactly. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, disruption and discipline at Columbia University. Chaos overnight as pro-Palestinian protesters storm and occupy a school building just hours after university officials began to suspend students who failed to leave an on-campus encampment.
The university has conducted itself with obstinacy and arrogance. Where we asked for amnesty, they gave us more discipline.
All this as the protests grow at colleges from coast to coast. Plus, Secretary of State Antony Blinken in the Middle East amid signs of progress toward a possible ceasefire. We'll have the latest. Tragedy in Charlotte. It's being called one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in years. This morning, a community and the country grieving the deaths of 4 officers shot and killed while serving an arrest warrant at a home. But we're learning about what happened. Also this morning, bracing for the worst, millions of people facing the threat of heavy rain, damaging hail, even tornadoes, just days after severe weather ripped through several states. We're tracking the conditions and the areas that could get hit the hardest. And little words, big business. She's living proof that a little positivity goes a long way. In our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll introduce you to the founder of a jewelry company whose wearable affirmations have gotten a lot of high-profile attention.
Looking forward to that conversation. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with those escalating tensions between Columbia University administrators and pro-Palestinian demonstrators on campus.
Overnight, students were seen smashing windows and occupying an academic building on campus. It comes just hours after the university began suspending students for failing to vacate the encampment yesterday. Administrators have yet to say how many students have been suspended. NBC News correspondent Bree Jackson joins us from Washington with the latest on these protests all across the country. Bree, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, Savannah. So in an email this morning, Columbia University is urging its students to avoid coming to the main campus there, saying the safety of every single member of its community is paramount. Now, this as protests at colleges and universities continue to grow, even as more schools threaten academic consequences. A dramatic escalation overnight at Columbia University, where protesters entered a building on campus. Some demonstrators were seen breaking windows as others attempted to barricade themselves inside. Students are taking a stand at colleges and universities nationwide. They're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and for schools to cut financial ties with Israel.
We demand divestment. We will not be moved unless by force.
On some campuses, police have arrested dozens of demonstrators. At Columbia University, which has become the epicenter of the movement, school officials have turned to suspending students.
So many of the students feel like our voices weren't being heard. We'd have protests, we'd have marches, we'd have petitions.
The growing calls for action come as $9 billion in aid makes its way to Gaza as part of the $95 billion package Congress passed last week. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is in the Middle East, pressing for Israel to do more to protect civilians and for Hamas to release hostages.
Hamas has before it a proposal that is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel. And in this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas.
As ceasefire talks continue, so do protests. And here on Capitol Hill, later today, House Speaker Mike Johnson is set to make an announcement cracking down on what he says is anti-Semitism spreading through college campuses. His office also says there's going to be a new effort that would include wide-ranging investigations focused on holding administrators accountable for failing to keep students safe. Back to you.
All right, Bree Jackson. Bree, thank you.
Well, this morning, Hamas officials are considering the latest ceasefire hostage proposal, as you heard, after talks with mediators ended in Egypt late last night. NBC News has learned that Israel is waiting for Hamas's response before sending its own team of negotiators to Cairo.
The talks come as Secretary Blinken continues his own diplomatic push for a ceasefire in Gaza while touring the Middle East. Secretary Blinken is meeting with the King of Jordan this morning before heading to Israel later tonight. Efforts to reach a truce are growing more urgent. Health officials in Gaza say at least 40 Palestinians were killed in Israeli airstrikes yesterday. The enclave remains on the brink of famine as Israel prepares for a full-scale assault on Rafah.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now. Monica, good morning. So yesterday, President Biden spoke with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt who are mediating these talks. What was his message to them? Does he believe there is room for optimism on a deal here?
Well, that is certainly the hope in the Biden administration this morning, and they are pushing on all fronts, diplomatic and, of course, political. And we know that with Secretary Blinken there, they're trying to use all of that kind of power to see if it's possible to get to a deal. But the president specifically in his phone calls yesterday with those key leaders in the region and in these talks really did ask them to exert every single effort possible to get to a deal that would result in a 6-week pause in the fighting in exchange for the release of at least an initial wave of hostages and then potentially a second one, depending on what the terms are. But really, we've been in this place so many times, Savannah and Joe, in the last couple of weeks and months where it seems like a deal could be on the brink. But the final details, the final pieces of this puzzle that need to come together are so delicate and so specific. And that is often the most difficult part. So many are viewing this as a sort of now or never week. It's really critical because there's the potential looming invasion of Rafah, which Israel is pledging to do now with or without a hostage deal that is adding to the timing of all of this. So the president really trying to use every lever he has available to try to see if this can get done.
So, Monica, Secretary Blinken in Jordan today before heading to Israel later. Right now, what do we expect his message to Israeli officials to be?
And you saw a little bit of a preview there where he did call this deal extremely generous, and he really did say that the only thing stopping this deal currently is Hamas, because Israel has made certain concessions, things that they had asked for in original rounds, they've now compromised on. And so the U.S. is effectively saying this is the best deal you're going to get. And the moment to do it is now, because the need for the humanitarian aid that needs to get into Gaza is simply getting worse by the day. And so they're continuing to appeal, of course, to the countries that are involved in these talks on that front as well, saying, of course, any kind of a temporary ceasefire would allow for so much more aid to get in through countries who have been helping, like Jordan, and that's part of the conversation today.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much.
Let's talk more about this with Gershon Baskin. He is the Middle East director at the International Communities Organization and has taken part in hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas. We appreciate having you on this morning. So the U.S. is putting pressure on Hamas to try and accept this latest ceasefire hostage proposal. But here's the big question. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, would he accept it? You've got right-wing hardliners in his governments who are against the deal. They're threatening to quit if he agrees to a truce. So do you think Netanyahu would risk the collapse of his government for the sake of this hostage deal?
That is the million-dollar question, no doubt about it. But the Israelis have given a positive answer to Egypt and to the Americans on the offer that's on the table. It's important to note that there has been extreme pressure on Netanyahu from the United States and from Egypt not to lead into the incursion into Rafah and to accept a deal that would bring at least some of the hostages home. The head of Egyptian Central Intelligence was here in Israel for 3 days with his team. They stayed overnight here for 3 days. This is unprecedented. And now everyone is applying the same pressure on Hamas to say yes to the deal, and we're waiting for their answer. If there is a yes, both sides have made significant compromises on things that were just a week ago non-starters. For Israel, having to compromise on allowing the free movement of displaced Palestinians from the south of the Gaza Strip to the north of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas making compromises on their demands that this be the final end to the war, including an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. We're shooting for a break now, a 6-week ceasefire that the Egyptians believe will be long enough to extend the negotiations and perhaps lead to a permanent end to the war.
So we actually just heard from Netanyahu this morning that Israel will enter Rafah with or without a ceasefire hostage deal as these negotiations are ongoing. Do you think that harms chances for a truce? And do you think the Biden administration could do more to pressure Israel against conducting that operation?
I think there's extreme pressure on Israel not to do it, both from the United States and other allies and from Egypt and the Saudis and others. But a threat isn't worth anything if you don't intend to use it. So the threat is on the table, and it is aimed to threaten Hamas that this is what Israel will do. Obviously, if there is a deal, if Hamas agrees and the Israeli team goes to Cairo and they negotiate the details and the logistics of the first part of the deal, then the Rafah incursion will be put aside. It won't be completely removed from the table unless all the hostages are returned, 133 of them. We don't know how many of them are alive and how many of them are not. But that is ultimately what Israel needs to have happen, is to get all the hostages out of Gaza.
Gershon, in the last few weeks, we've seen several proof-of-life videos that appear to show Hamas hostages. As someone who's been involved with this before, is this a signal that Hamas is looking to make a deal?
It seems to be, yes. They are using it to put pressure on Israeli society, on the families of the hostages, who after each one of these videos have appeared have raised up their level of activism on the streets, protesting in front of the Prime Minister's home and office, in front of the Ministry of Defense. Whenever the cabinet is meeting, they are there, and these protests are getting bigger and louder. They are effective. Of course, there are so many of the hostages that we don't know what their fate is, but everyone that we do see is alive, even if they look really bad and they're under duress and they're certainly not being taken care of. It is a sign of life, and is important to the families to see this. So they are very valuable. They're very important, I think, to both sides.
All right, Gershon Baskin, as always, we appreciate you sharing your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, a new week of testimony in former President Trump's hush money trial is set to resume today here in New York.
Last week, the jury heard from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. The focus of his testimony was the so-called catch and kill arrangement to suppress negative stories about Mr. Trump, especially about his alleged affairs. This morning, Mr. Trump will be back in a lower Manhattan courtroom where testimony will continue from the banker for his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, who will get into the financial details of the case.
For more, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is downtown outside the courthouse, and we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savella's here in studio with us. Good morning to both of you. So, Vaughn, I'll start with you. And what Joe just mentioned, we've been hearing from this banker who worked with Michael Cohen. His testimony is set to resume today. Tell us who he is and how he figures into the prosecution's case.
Right. Gary Farrow is part of the bigger story, connecting all of these pieces together, right from the beginning of the masterminding of the alleged scheme between Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and David Pecker at the National Enquirer to buy up these negative stories, these alleged affairs that Donald Trump had from the likes of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, to the actual execution of it. And that's where Gary Farrow, who is a former banker for First Republic, comes into the picture. And on Friday afternoon, just before they let out for the weekend, he began testifying about setting up two different bank accounts for Michael Cohen, that they had a very close relationship where Michael Cohen would either come in or place a phone call. And in October, back when the Stormy Daniels arrangement was coming to fruition, he testified that Michael Cohen came in and set up two different accounts. And at one point, there is also documented evidence that is being presented to this jury that pertains to these accounts. And there was one email that was entered into the record in which Farrow sent to a member of his team, quote, "Need an account open for Mike Cohen immediately. He wants no address on the checks. Calling you now to discuss." It showed the urgency to which they were setting up this account. We expect him to come back this morning to begin taking the stand again before he faces cross-examination from the defense.
Yvonne, after Farrow, the next marquee witnesses, some big names: Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, Hope Hicks. Do we know when we're going to hear from those people?
No, not at this point in time. At this point, the District Attorney's Office has been giving the defense team for Donald Trump a heads up about who the singular next witnesses that could come forward. But they usually are not giving that until hours before, if not a day before. So at this point in time, it's up in the air. We could see potentially Stormy Daniels next, or Karen McDougal, or former Trump aide Hope Hicks. Again, we're looking at this trial lasting anywhere from, 4 to 6 more weeks here. So there's still plenty of time for those witnesses to come forward.
Danny, let's bring you in here. So one of those marquee witnesses, as Joe just mentioned, Michael Cohen, but we do know there are some credibility issues here, right? I mean, he was convicted for lying to Congress as well as tax fraud. Walk us through how he plays into the prosecution's case and if that's an issue at all.
Yeah, Michael Cohen's credibility issues may end up being not as big a deal as everyone is making them out to be, because as long as the people, the state of New York, as long as they establish all the different documents, you have a witness like David Pecker who lines up testimony with what Michael Cohen is going to testify about. I mean, don't get me wrong, Michael Cohen does have credibility issues. And in addition to credibility issues, he has motive issues. That's going to be explored as well. He has a motive to get Donald Trump. And you better believe the defense is going to hit him hard on that issue, that this is some kind of revenge plot. I believe that was the title of one of his books, I think. So this is something that Michael Cohen, he's mostly going to be authenticating documents, laying foundations. And yes, the defense can potshot at him about his credibility. But if the people do this right, it won't make that much of a difference. And they've already gotten out in front of it on their end, saying, yeah, we know our guy has credibility issues. That's the way to handle it.
Let's talk about the gag order. We have another hearing on this set for this week. We had the one last week, and we still don't really have a decision from the judge on that. Why is that?
Look, gag orders are pretty rare to begin with, but rolling gag orders where you're like, it seems like we're going to be in a situation where it's like, okay, let's just do every Tuesday for the gag order, or the every Thursday. And now we have a second hearing and we don't even know the result of the first hearing. It's an interesting position because, at least as to his first decision, Justice Merchan's going to have to draw some lines and decide what is violative and what is not. And then that, of course, will govern the future gag order violation hearings. And I suspect we're going to have more than just the one that is currently scheduled. This seems to be something that's going to be happening every week.
Danny Savella's, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you both very much for being with us.
The city of Charlotte is grieving this morning after 4 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty while serving a warrant yesterday.
It is one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. We've learned the warrant was for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Chief Johnny Jennings says a U.S. Marshals fugitive task force approached the suspect, and the suspect opened fire on them with a high-powered rifle. The task force returned fire, and the suspect was killed, but then they were met with additional gunfire that came from inside the house. 2 people inside the house were detained as persons of interest. 4 other officers were injured. Jennings is calling it a tragic day for the city.
Today's an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today we lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. So, Ken, where does the investigation stand this morning? Have investigators released any new information about the suspect?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. They have not officially named the suspect, although there are reports out there naming him, and they have said that he had a lengthy criminal history. Felon in possession of a firearm is a serious charge, but it's not murder, for example, but it just underscores that law enforcement officers never know what they're going into when they go to serve a warrant. It's such a dangerous thing, and it has resulted so often in tragedy, guys.
What are we learning about the officers who were killed?
Yeah, again, those names are starting to trickle out. We know that one local police officer who died after being treated in the hospital was the father of a 3-year-old and left a wife and child. Others have not yet been identified. So we know that there was 1 U.S. Marshal who was killed, and then 2 members of the Marshals Task Force who turned out to be state correctional officers, and then that 4th local Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer.
Ken, put this in perspective for us, not just how big of a loss this is for that community, but really for law enforcement officers nationwide.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's viewed as a national tragedy. There were, until this point, 51 officers killed nationally in the line of duty. So Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a statement. President Biden issued a statement noting that these are officers who rushed into harm's way and who made the ultimate sacrifice. Every police officer, every law enforcement officer and their families are thinking about those men today.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the severe weather causing widespread damage to the middle of the country. People are picking up the pieces this morning after a massive tornado ravaged parts of Oklahoma. There's a further risk of more severe storms today for parts of the Midwest. Meteorologist Angie Lassman will have more on today's forecast in just a moment. But first, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest from Oklahoma.
Hey guys, good morning. We're getting a closer look at even more devastation here in Sulphur, Oklahoma. Take a look at this truck. The windshield blasted in. You've got debris hanging off the side of it, and just look at this truck. It's just mangled metal now, and over here we've got piles of bricks. I'm trying to be careful where I step because we've got bricks on the ground, we've got wood, we've got shards of glass, shattered glass all over the place, and just look at what's left of this structure. Just the mangled metal, the cables, the wooden beams, and again, just all of these bricks scattered around here. We're getting some more information about at least one of the people who lost their life here in Sulphur. The fire chief yesterday saying that he knew the individual who died here in this small city. He referred to her as a hometown girl. We're also learning more about the storms that have happened across this region. The National Weather Service has now said that one of the tornadoes in Oklahoma, not the one here, but one of the other tornadoes in Oklahoma is now an EF4, so even stronger than previously thought, with winds gusting up to 170 miles per hour. And again, we're just looking at the aftermath of these storms, and there is the potential for more tough weather in this community in the days ahead, guys. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
Yeah, and as Jesse mentioned, another round of severe weather could be in store for millions of Americans.
Yeah, Angie Lassman is with us to track the severe weather for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. A busy couple of days for us as we gear up for, yes, exactly what you just said, more severe weather. We've also got a line of some showers and thunderstorms that's working its way to the east, stretching from the Great Lakes down to parts of the Tennessee Valley. This is eventually potentially going to work into parts of the East Coast and leave folks with little rain to contend with today. But we could also see the potential for some flash flooding, specifically across parts of the Adirondacks in the interior Northeast. Moving a little farther to the west, though, across the midsection of the country, spots that you just heard Jesse talking about, that's where we're going to see the potential for some of these stronger storms again today. This highest risk is going to stretch from Iowa down into portions of Kansas and Oklahoma. You can see there is an enhanced risk centered right over Kansas City to Des Moines. We're looking at all hazards, 8 million people included in this. So the hail, the strong straight line, the strong wind gusts, we could see straight line winds potentially here as we get through the afternoon hours, and a couple of tornadoes. But this is the area that we're watching for the largest of that hail. We're talking 2 inches or larger. So something to watch here as we get into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. And then we see our next system emerge out of the Rockies. This one's going to bring us one more round of some of these stronger storms, and again, centered across the middle of the country. This is likely to intensify here as we get into the later afternoon hours of your day tomorrow. But it does encompass 3 million people, a good chunk of the middle of the country, and once again, some of those same areas that were under that severe weather potential last week and saw some devastating conditions, and then are under that severe weather potential today and even into tomorrow. You can see Concordia, Wichita, Kansas City, stretching down to Midland, all included in that, with the chance to see some large hail, some of those strong wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, and even a couple of those strong tornadoes. That's tomorrow. And on top of that, we've got some heavy rain that we're going to watch as well. Those hourly rainfall rates will likely be quite impressive, 1 to maybe 2 inches of rain per hour. Omaha, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and stretching as far south as Austin, all included in that slight risk of some flash flooding as we gear up for a couple of inches of rain. We could see 1 to 2 inches for the more widespread areas, but upwards of 3 and even as high as 5 inches of rain is possible for those localized amounts. So on top of the potential to see the strong storms that bring all of those same hazards, the hail, the winds, and the tornadoes, we've also got the chance to see some of the flooding concerns. Only a few flood alerts are up right now, but we'll likely see that start to advance and start to expand here as we get into your day tomorrow with all of that rain working through. As we look ahead to the end of the work week, we've got nice conditions along the East Coast, but that same system will march its way a little farther to the east, and that flood risk is going to be centered across parts of the south. So the southeast stretching up into parts of the Great Lakes. That's where we'll see some of that rain. We could even pick up a little bit of snow across parts of the northern Rockies. We'll see plenty of sunshine for our friends as we round out the work week on the West Coast, and then we gear up for some more rain. West Coast and the East Coast and even the middle of the country looks a little unsettled for us here for Saturday. That storm risk will be something we'll keep an eye on for parts of the southern plains. Plenty of heat to contend with across the desert. And as we finish up our weekend, we're looking mild but wet for the East Coast. We'll still be dealing with some of those showers and thunderstorms that we'll have to watch across parts of the plains, and that stretches all the way up into the Northeast. If you're looking for a little bit of sunshine, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, the northern plains, that's where we'll see nicer conditions. Temperature-wise, will be quite warm along the Gulf Coast with highs into those mid to even upper 80s. We could see a couple of 90s across the Sunshine State. Plenty of warmth for folks across the desert Southwest, too. And you guessed it, a little bit more of that snow and rain that we'll have to contend with across parts of the Cascades, the Rockies. Out west, we'll see that. So some unsettled conditions, guys, over the next couple of days. But specifically today and tomorrow is our greatest risk for some of those strong storms. The severe storms that we saw were so damaging across much of that same region Friday and Saturday. So we'll be watching closely those same areas today.
All right. Thank you so much, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, the upside of downsizing. New research showing the benefits of having less stuff, why it could be key to improving your well-being.
Up first after the break, royal return. King Charles resuming his public duties amid his cancer battle. We're going to take you to London for the latest on his recovery. Stay with us.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. Britain's King Charles is resuming his royal duties today after he was diagnosed and started treatment for an unspecified form of cancer back in February.
Yeah, here's the king this morning, accompanied by Queen Camilla as they visit a cancer center in London to meet with medical specialists and patients. In a statement from Buckingham Palace, the king's medical team says they're, quote, very encouraged by his recovery so far.
Joining us now is NBC royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, always good to have you with us. So Buckingham Palace said the king's treatment program will continue, but after making that first public appearance during Easter, tell us what this means for the king now to be returning to the public eye.
This really is deeply significant. And I think if you look at King Charles's face on that visit, and some other pictures have just been released from inside the hospital, the cancer ward where he was meeting people, men and women undergoing chemotherapy, I think he looked absolutely thrilled to be out and about again. We know he's a workaholic. We know he will have been champing at the bit and begging his doctors to let him out. But I think he also looked really quite emotional. There was a very nice reaction towards him, and he knows that the public really are willing him on and have much more than I think ever before in his life, been sending him a lot of genuine good wishes and love and affection. And I think he's a very sentimental man. That's one of the things people don't really understand about him. And I think he is really appreciating that outpouring.
Buckingham Palace didn't reveal any further details on the king's treatment or how it will continue, but they do say this is just the start of a number of public engagements. Tell us what we do know about what's coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah. So as you said, we do know that he is continuing to undergo cancer treatment. I believe that he's having weekly treatment, mostly at home. You know, the medics are coming to him rather than him going to the medics. I think that's understandable. This, as you said, was the first public event when he was indoors with people, because, of course, we know that anybody that's might be immunosuppressant, that there is a danger to pick up other bugs and so on. So the doctors are trying to reduce that. We've got garden parties coming up at Buckingham Palace over the summer we've got Ascot, horse racing, which is Royal Ascot, and always you'd expect to see the monarch there. We know that the Japanese Emperor and Empress are due to come over in June, and that the King is very much hoping that he will be able to host them. So I think we expect to see more of him, but it will be on a week-by-week basis, whereby the doctors will say yes or no to him.
As we know, of course, the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, is also dealing with a cancer diagnosis. I recognize it's always hard to ask questions about her because they're understandably so private about this, but what could this mean for what we see from Kate going forward? Do you think we're going to learn anything new about either of their diagnoses and what's happening with their treatment anytime soon?
I personally don't think we're going to know what specific cancer either or both of them are suffering with until they're given the all clear. I think that will be the moment where they will say, this is now behind me. You know, that's what we all hope will happen sooner rather than later. And this was what I was undergoing. But of course, the situations are very different, even though they look like, you know, one's a future queen, one's a current king. Actually, that is different. One is head of state. One has, you know, I'm not being unkind, he's a man in his 70s. His reign is going to be a lot shorter, certainly, than his mother's, and shorter than most of his predecessors. So this is a man in a hurry. He doesn't want to be confined to quarters. He wants to be out and about. And I think by him choosing to go to a cancer centre today, he wasn't retreating from his cancer. He was almost leaning into his cancer. He was trying to say to people, yes, I have cancer, so do millions of you. We'll get through this together. And I think that is a very modern approach, that we have never, ever been told that a previous monarch has cancer, even though retrospectively we found out his grandfather had cancer. His grandfather didn't even know he had cancer, but his doctors did. We believe that the Queen was suffering with bone cancer, but that has never been confirmed. The Queen Mother, we now know, had cancer twice. But again, that was never revealed at the time. So this is, although it might seem not such a big deal to tell people you've got cancer, because of course a president would have to, this is a big deal for a king. Whereas Kate has very young children, we know that that was one of the main reasons why William and Kate didn't want to reveal her cancer, and she wants to keep it private.
All right. Daisy McAndrew, thanks so much for your time this morning. We always appreciate it.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Coming up, a tropical vacation, now a nightmare for one American family.
Critical date for all of us. My fate is likely the fate of others as well.
When we come back, more on the tough law that landed a tourist behind bars over what he calls an accident that could happen to almost anyone.
And we are in our sad but productive era. Why a specific lyric from Taylor Swift's new album is striking a chord with so many people. Get ready for it. Our weekly mental health check-in is next on Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We're back now with the story of how a law meant to crack down on crime in a Caribbean paradise is now leading to the arrest of unwitting American vacationers. Turks and Caicos enacted a tough law against bringing ammunition onto the islands. And as NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports, many of the accused say it was all an accident.
On the islands of Turks and Caicos, the number of Americans detained for possession of ammunition continues to climb.
I'm not going to be able to talk to you in prison. I love you. Goodbye.
Jerry Ann Wenrick's husband, Tyler, has been behind bars for more than a week after authorities uncovered 2 rounds of ammunition in the paramedics' luggage as he tried to leave the island.
It was an accident. Like, our airport didn't catch it and the cruise ship didn't catch it.
Turks and Caicos confirming they're prosecuting 4 men for violating a recent law meant to crack down on gun violence that carries a 12-year mandatory minimum sentence. That includes Michael Lee Evans, a 72-year-old retired Texas teacher, and Ryan Watson, a father of 2 who was traveling with his wife.
I never recall putting that ammunition in that bag, but somehow they ended up in there.
Like, take me through this roller coaster.
The thought of our kids not having either one of us for potentially 12 years was very scary and heart-wrenching.
Valerie Watson has since been released, and the couple says they carried the bag on the plane, but TSA missed the ammunition. TSA telling NBC News it's working on an algorithm to more effectively and efficiently detect such items, but an oversight occurred that the agency is addressing internally. The other suspects appear to have checked their bags, like Brian Hagerich, whose trial starts Friday.
Probably the most critical date for all of us. My fate is likely the fate of others as well.
While that remains up in the air, the U.S. government continues to warn travelers to check their bags. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, it is time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we are kicking things off with some new research that breaks down the very real benefits of exercise for kids.
Plus, a song lyric from Taylor Swift's new album striking a chord with Gen Z and millennial women who are feeling the pressure to do it all.
We, as you can see, have got our friend Dr. George James here. He's a psychologist and licensed marriage and family therapist. Thanks for being with us as always, Dr. James. Good morning. So let's jump right in. We've talked, of course, a lot about the impact exercise has on adults, how that can make you healthier, but not so much about kids. But we do have a new study. This was conducted by researchers out of Taiwan. It found that physical fitness can protect kids specifically against anxiety, depression, and attention difficulties. Maybe that's not a surprise, but maybe it's tougher. We've seen a lot of screen time increase. So what can families do to get their kids moving in this digital age?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Joy. Of course, this study just makes sense as we have talked about it for adults, and we know that that's one of the treatment recommendations that I share often is that increased physical activity can make us feel better. And I would imagine that it increases a level of confidence for our young folks as well, just knowing that they're able to do things. And so sometimes we just might have to go and do it with them, go outside and be active with them, or maybe involve them in certain sports, or maybe with their school, but be helping them to just do things a little bit more, from push-ups to running to just being engaged. Can help them to be a little bit better physically and in their mental health.
All right, let's talk about minimalism, the idea that less can truly be more. Some psychologists say downsized living can increase happiness and well-being, improve our relationships. So first, what exactly makes someone a minimalist? And for people who aren't really interested in fully committing to that lifestyle, are there smaller, minimal things you can do to experience the benefits?
I love how you put smaller, minimal things there. For lots of people, it's recognizing that sometimes we can have a lot of things, a lot of stuff, sometimes to keep up with our neighbors or the Joneses or the Kardashians or whoever it is. And that sometimes that can just be overwhelming. Sometimes it can increase clutter and impact our mental well-being. And so for those who practice being a minimalist, they are maybe thrifters or maybe willing to get rid of those things, and they have more autonomy, competence, mental space, awareness, and even feeling more positive. And so these are some of the benefits that can happen by just getting rid of some things and being okay with less, and it can clear your mind even more.
Very cool. All right, let's talk about this Taylor Swift lyric. This is from her new album, of course, The Tortured Poets Department, on a song called I Can Do It With a Broken Heart. She says, I cry a lot, but I am so productive. It's an art. It's resonating with a lot of women who are working online. Tell us, how can we get things done, but also try to care for our mental health in the process?
Yes, Savannah, this should be my homework every time to listen to Taylor Swift or some amazing artist and to be able to comment on it. And, you know, what this song does is talks about the duality that so many women experience, that I have to show up at home, at work, in the community, and I have to do so much. But sometimes I'm not cared for, or people don't see that I'm dealing with a lot. And that there's lots of studies that women are doing so much more now at home and at work, but also not having enough time to take care of themselves or having others that are looking care for them. And I think this song by Taylor Swift highlights that so many women are doing this. So kudos to Taylor for doing that. And maybe we all can take something out of this song to say that we need to pay attention to women, and women can do more for themselves and their mental health.
Savannah sang that song so Dr. James didn't have to.
There you go, Doctor. And then I apologize to everyone listening. Dr. George James, thank you so much. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Coming up, she turned little words into a big movement with a jewelry line aimed at spreading positivity.
Up next on our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll sit down with the founder of Little Words Project about how she turned her wearable affirmations into a multi-billion-dollar company. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Back now with some money news, starting with a big leadership shakeup over at Paramount Global. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other news that affects your wallet. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, the CEO of Paramount Global is stepping down. Bob Bakish's departure comes as the company is inching forward in merger talks with Skydance Media. Bakish has led Paramount since the end of 2019 and was CEO of Viacom before its merger with CBS. He will be replaced for now by a trio of executives. His relationship with Sherry Redstone, that's Paramount's controlling shareholder, had reportedly become contentious in recent months. The FCC is fining AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile and Verizon nearly $200 million for allegedly sharing customers' location data illegally with other companies without their consent. The FCC found the mobile provider sold the data to aggregators who resold it to third-party service providers. AT&T and Verizon say they plan to appeal the fines. And Netflix is taking a ride in the Mystery Machine. The Hollywood Reporter says the streaming giant is close to a deal for a live-action series based on Scooby-Doo. The project has a so-called script-to-series commitment, meaning if the script is well-received, it will go straight into production. It would be produced by Greg Berlanti, who is behind the Netflix hits You and the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, Joe.
Ruh-roh.
That was
my
very
Scooby-Doo
good.
impression. All right. Thanks, Savannah.
Very good.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank you so much. Now to the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Adriana Carrig is the founder of Little Words Project, a jewelry company with major star power. The signature bracelet started as a way for Carrig to express herself, and now the brand has grown into a multi-million-dollar company that aims to spread positivity. Here's her story.
Little Words Project began with a simple mission: to spread a little kindness in the world. Founder Adriana Carrig made the bracelets as an outlet after dealing with years of bullying. She felt if a young woman could just look down at her wrist and read a positive word, she might feel stronger. In college, she gifted them to her sorority sisters to inspire and remind them of their worth. Those positive affirmations helped lay the foundation for the successful multi-million-dollar jewelry company, which has 14 storefronts across the U.S. and partnerships with major retailers like Nordstrom, Target, and Urban Outfitters. Little Words Project's Nice Nation now reaching celebrity status, with the likes of Lance Bass, Alicia Keys, and perhaps most famously Taylor Swift spotted sporting a stack of the super popular bracelets. Paying kindness forward one bracelet at a time. Adriana Carrig is a woman who means business.
And she is here with us this morning, founder of Little Words Project, of course. Adriana, thank you so much for being here. Good morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
I love these bracelets. I'm so excited and so excited to get to talk to you about them. So first, let's just rewind. I was in a sorority, and you just giving these to your sorority sisters. Tell me when this first started for you. Were you like making these in a dorm room? Like, what was this like in the beginning?
Pretty much exactly. That was it. Yeah, I started this back in college, a version of it, I should say. At the time, they were called Warm Fuzzies, which luckily we have moved away from that title. But they were all about spreading that kindness and positivity. I had grown up dealing with a lifetime of bullying, and I really wanted to create something that brought kindness to the world. And what better place to do that than in a college sorority? And it really did. It brought sisterhood to this group of women, and it made me feel like this was something that could be brought to the masses eventually.
And what type of message did you want to send on them? Because they don't just say, you know, anything. It's not like just your best friend's name or something like that. They say really specific things.
Yeah, well, listen, it could be your best friend's name. It could be your children's name. It could be something custom to you that when you look down, the idea is it's meant to get you through difficulty. So whatever that means to you, we want to be able to provide you that product, that vehicle to do that. But yeah, messages of strength and love and courage and hope, all of these things make such a huge difference when you look down and see that positive affirmation right on your wrist.
So I love that it was something that you were just doing naturally, almost like a craft initially, right?
Yeah.
That you're doing, you're passing out to friends.
Yep.
When and how were you like, okay, I'm going to turn this into an actual business?
Yeah. So I had done a version of it, like I said, in college. It was that crafty experience that we all are used to and know all about, especially with the rise of the friendship bracelet.
Oh, yeah.
But this is not your average friendship bracelet, right? So once I realized that there was something to the traceability of it. So the idea about Little Words is that you're supposed to wear your word for as long as you need it, and then one day take it off your wrist and pass it on to someone who needs it more. And the best part is that each one comes with a code on the back of the tag that is unique to your bracelet. So it's every bracelet is a one of one in that respect. You take that code, you connect it to our website, and then when you do pass it along, you can actually track and see where it goes. So that, once I literally had like one of those aha out of bed moments in the middle of the night where I thought of that idea, and that's when I knew that this could be something that had staying power.
And what was it like getting it off the ground?
Hard. It was really hard. It's still hard. It's probably the hardest job I've ever had. And you know, it's been a lot of intentional grinding, hard work to just put one foot in front of the next, especially when you're creating something that's not like this revolutionary product or concept, right? At the end of the day, it is this friendship bracelet, which is extremely ubiquitous, right? But we have made it different. We've made it special, and we've brought it to market, 11 years ago. So it's been a long time that this product has been in the works.
Okay, so now, though, like you're saying, I mean, friendship bracelets have had a moment.
Yes.
A certain Taylor Swift.
A certain Taylor Swift moment.
Definitely brought that to the forefront.
Yep.
What has that moment been like for you, having been in this business already? And what was it like to see when you see it on someone like Taylor Swift?
It's amazing. And I will say, of all the people, to be brand adjacent to Taylor Swift is not someone I am upset about, right? Especially, I mean, all of our wonderful celebrity fans have really just taken it to the next level for us. And it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing to see the brand resonate so much with people who have been through so much in their own lives, right? And want to promote this concept of paying forward positivity. It's a special thing, and I'm very grateful.
And your fans, I love this, Nice Nation.
Yes, we call ourselves Nice Nation. Yeah, I mean, the original concept was about creating community and building that community that I always sought as a young woman who was bullied, and making sure that people understood that you can you can go further if you're kind. And ultimately, that's what we really wanted to make sure. That was the message we wanted to send across. And so Nice Nation is the name of that community. We've got a Facebook group, and all you got to do to be a part of it is connect your bracelet.
There you go.
So we make it really easy to get in and sit at the table with us, if you will.
We only have a few seconds left here, but we love to ask people in this segment for advice that they would give maybe to a young woman who's watching, especially if it's like this, where it's something, a passion of yours, and you want to turn it into a business.
Yeah, I mean, I started my business as a side hustle. I was working a full-time job at the time, and so if I had stopped to think about all of the things that could go wrong if I took this leap, I probably wouldn't have taken the leap. So my answer is always, make like Nike and just do it. Just do it. Don't stop yourself. You can make every reason in the book to not do something. But if you believe in yourself and you trust that anything is possible when you trust yourself, then yeah, anything really is possible.
There you go.
Go for it.
Nice Nation. Adriana, thank you so much. Great to have you with us
me.
on Women Who Miss Us. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nice Nation. We need more of that. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, not your average Amazon return. How a curious cat from California ended up on an unexpected adventure hundreds of miles from home. Her family did to get her back. Don't pause your devices. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Okay, you know we love a good animal story around here, and we've got the unexpected journey of a beloved pet and the Amazon return that one couple will never forget.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more on her perfect ending.
If every cat has 9 lives, little Galena surely relied on every single one.
She loves to play in boxes.
But nearly 3 weeks ago, Galena found herself in a rather hairy situation when she decided to take refuge here, the very box her parents, Utah couple Matt and Carrie Clark, were using to return a few items to Amazon. They taped the box shut and took it back, all before realizing Galena was nowhere to be found.
She just mysteriously disappeared. So we put tons of flyers up. We contacted friends and family to help us search.
Turns out Galena's great adventure took her much farther from home. Tucked in her box, she made the more than 600-mile journey from Salt Lake City, Utah to Riverside, California, where she then spent 6 days in an Amazon packaging facility, unbeknownst to anyone. No food, no water. All the makings of a catastrophic shipping blunder, if not for Amazon employee Brandy Hunter, a self-proclaimed cat lady. She tracked down the Clarks, thanks to Galena's microchip, then treated her new feline friend to a little TLC and a trip to the vet, where she was reunited with a very relieved pair of cat parents. Call it the perfect ending for a very curious cat. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
So I've owned cats, and if I ever put one in a box, I would know it. Instantly. There would be no doubt.
Right.
A cat was in the box.
I am shocked. Must be
a good sleeper, that one.
Yeah, chill cat, exactly.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. morning. Thanks for starting your Tuesday with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, stunning scenes at Columbia University where pro-Palestinian demonstrators have stormed and occupied a building. We're on the ground with the very latest as the chaos on university campuses nationwide reaches new heights. Tragedy strikes North Carolina. Officials say 4 law enforcement officers are dead. 4 others have been shot. Heavy gunfire broke out while the officers were serving a warrant in Charlotte. The unanswered questions this morning over what went wrong. We'll also have more on the officers killed in the line of duty in one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. We're tracking those severe storms barreling east this morning. Millions across the South and Midwest still in the path of some wild and dangerous weather. Our Angie Lastman is watching it all as we get a jaw-dropping new look at one tornado's trail of destruction in Nebraska. Plus, a swing and a miss later in the hour, the major changes that could be coming to the MLB's controversial new uniforms after months of big league backlash from fans and players. We've been talking about it for several weeks now, and more to come in that chapter. We're going to begin with the nationwide campus demonstrations against the war in Gaza. Students now in at least 13 states across more than 17 campuses have been arrested as police continue to clash with protesters.
This morning, administrators at Columbia University are urging students to avoid campus after a group of protesters took over an academic building overnight. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
Tensions here at Columbia reaching a fever pitch. Columbia public safety officials issuing an advisory to students and faculty, letting them know that access to campus today will be mostly restricted. It comes as that 2 p.m. deadline for that voluntary disbursement of the encampment here on campus came and went. Students saying they will not be leaving. All this as those campus clashes with police continue nationwide.
Overnight, campus protests escalating. Demonstrators occupying a building at Columbia University, smashing windows, barring the doors, and unfurling banners, including one reading Intifada. After protesters circled the campus earlier in the night, the unrest coming just hours after the university started suspending students who refused to leave an encampment after a deadline had passed.
These repulsive scare tactics mean nothing compared to the deaths of over 34,000 Palestinians.
Some faculty also on site, linking arms in front of the demonstrators. A growing number of universities are cracking down on pro-Palestinian protests spreading across college campuses. Overnight, at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, clashes between police and protesters on campus leading to arrests. And at UCLA in the early hours of the morning, authorities in tactical gear moving in during confrontations between dueling demonstrators. Earlier in the day, the students storming through a building and waving the Palestinian flag. Some Jewish students frustrated.
I have wholeheartedly always supported the right to freedom of protest and the freedom of speech, but when that starts to impede upon our right to education, be able to freely walk on campus, that's where I have an issue.
State troopers also in riot gear at the University of Texas Austin, detaining demonstrators, even carrying this person out by their hands. And at one point, students surrounding police who say they use pepper spray to disperse the crowd. The university says it believes a majority of the protesters are not affiliated with the school. And as the protests continue to spread, the University of Florida taking a firm stance this morning. In a statement following arrests, the school saying the University of Florida is not a daycare and we do not treat protesters like children. They knew the rules, they broke the rules, and they'll face the consequences. As schools across the country struggle to deal with protests overtaking campuses.
Back here at Columbia, the university also letting faculty and students know that access to other buildings on campus here may be restricted. And while negotiations here between organizers and the university may have failed for now, over at Northwestern in Illinois, their organizers and officials saying they've come to some agreement, all meant to limit the scope of these protests, including funding for Palestinian students and faculty, as well as more information and additional transparency over specific investments. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you so much.
Now, Congress could be cracking down on campus protests by taking a closer look at allegations of anti-Semitism among students and faculty.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to announce a widespread probe into the safety of students on campus and what universities are doing to stop the spread of anti-Jewish hate.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with more on this. Ali, good morning. So I guess some people might be wondering, what actually can Congress do about this? So what more do we know about this investigation into anti-Semitism on campus? And do we know who's going to be at the center of these probes?
Well, we know that universities who have been already up on Capitol Hill since the end of last year are likely to be the centers of the probe, though what we've watched so far is just the Speaker, Mike Johnson, say that he's going to be expanding an already existing House probe from the House Education Committee. That's been going on since the end of last year. And the reason I say that the universities who have already been up on Capitol Hill, I'm talking about University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, even just in the last few weeks, the president of Columbia University herself, all of them have sat before the Education Committee, intense hearings. Some of those hearings at the end of the year even led to the resignations and firings of some of those university presidents after controversial testimony that they gave. That all sparked an inquiry from the House Education Committee. Now that inquiry is going to be backed by Speaker Johnson and encompass the full House, meaning that they'll have more depth and breadth to do their investigating, to request files and other documents from these universities. But again, that's already been happening from this one House committee.
So Johnson also, of course, visited the Columbia University campus last week. We were just playing some of that video. Remind us of his response to these latest protests. What did he say about the students demonstrating, and does it give us any insight into us seeing this announcement now?
Well, it gives us insight, Savannah, into the ways that House Republicans are willing to make this one of their central issues in an election year. Most of the business, and I say most because there's a few key items that Congress still has to accomplish this year, but most of their legislative business is actually dispensed with, which allows the House Republican majority to once again focus on things that could be expedient to them in the upcoming 2024 election. We certainly know that Gaza and calls for a ceasefire are something of a problem for President Biden and Democrats. It's something I hear a lot about from operatives. Republicans could be both seeking to capitalize on it while also then adhering to their foreign policy and pro-Israel roots by expanding this probe and even potentially trying to get federal funding to some of these universities halted. There's a lot of rules governing that. We're not sure in what legislative form that would take, but that's certainly one of the ideas that we've heard from the Speaker in the ensuing days after he went to Columbia's campus and in the face of boos effectively said, go back to class to the people who were protesting.
Ali, the House is also expected to vote on the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act this week. What exactly is that? How is it addressing some of what we're seeing in the protests?
So again, this is legislation that is in response to not just the ongoing situation in Israel, but the situation that we're now seeing across the country as we watch these university protests continue to expand. What this is also meant to be, though, Joe, is legislation that not just spotlights anti-Semitism and curbing it, the House effectively saying we want to continue calling this out, but at the same time, it puts some Democratic members who have taken a pro-Gaza stance in a really difficult political position, especially again, the concerns that I've heard from Democratic operatives as we head closer to November, but then also the ways that this can be allowed in campaign ads going forward, even in House seats. Because remember, guys, we talk all the time about how this is a House with very tight margins. Only one or two defections on the Republican side effectively make it an even House. That's why every single House seat matters. And it's why votes like this can become problematic for embattled Democratic members whose districts may not like what they're seeing in these college campuses, and they definitely want their Congress people to take more pro-Israel stances.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Hamas is considering the latest proposal on the table for a ceasefire deal in Gaza as Secretary Blinken pushes for a truce while touring the Middle East. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will enter the southern city of Rafah with or without a hostage deal. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hi, Raf, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. There is a real sense of urgency right now about getting a ceasefire deal over the line, a feeling that this may be the last chance for an agreement, and that is why this morning we are seeing a major diplomatic push from the Biden administration.
This morning, U.S. leaders racing against time. Secretary Blinken just arriving in Jordan, while overnight, President Biden calling the rulers of both Egypt and Qatar. The goal, a deal to free the hostages after more than 200 days in captivity, and to stop the fighting before Israel launches its ground offensive in Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinian civilians are sheltering, and airstrikes are already raining down. The current proposal would see Hamas free 33 hostages, Israeli and Arab officials tell NBC News. In exchange, Israel would agree to a 40-day ceasefire and the release of potentially thousands of Palestinian prisoners.
In this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas. They have to decide, and they have to decide quickly.
Hamas leaders say they're studying the proposal, while in Tel Aviv, protesters demanding Israel's government make a deal. The intensified protests sparked by this hostage video showing 46-year-old Omri Miran and 64-year-old American Keith Siegel. Keith's wife, Aviva, who was herself held captive for 51 days, tells us she can't bring herself to watch it.
It just takes me to those moments with Hamas, that they threatened us.
You and Keith were in Gaza together, and then you came out, he stayed behind. What was the last thing you said to each other in Gaza?
That he must be strong for me, and I'll be strong for him. And we hugged, and then I left him. And it's very difficult for me to think about Keith there alone without me.
Hopes a deal could end the agony for this family and so many others.
And so many families in both Israel and Gaza hoping for a deal. Now, the U.S. says the offer to Hamas on the table right now is, quote, incredibly generous. Hamas negotiators were in Cairo yesterday studying it. But this morning, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is taking a hard line. He says Israel will move ahead with an attack on Rafah with or without a hostage deal. Savannah.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Cleanup efforts are continuing this morning after weekend storms. Tornadoes ravaged the nation's midsection, leaving many people to pick up the pieces. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Sulphur, Oklahoma, with the latest on the storms. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We're getting yet another look at the devastation here in this small city. Take a look at what's left of this truck. The windshield bashed in here and across the sidewalk, which is littered with bricks and shards of glass. We've got what's left of this building. Piles of wood, of wire, of mangled metal, and again, more piles of bricks. All of this as we're also getting a new look at one of the storms as it unfolded.
Should we get away from the windows?
This morning, a jaw-dropping look at the raw power of a tornado captured from the engine of a freight train in Nebraska over the weekend. The conductor and engineer ducking for cover as a twister tore in front of their locomotive. It was just one of more than 130 tornadoes reported in recent days across multiple states, including a devastating EF4 twister that touched down in Oklahoma. And this morning, we're learning more about one of the victims from elsewhere in the state.
We lost a hometown girl on Saturday night.
In hard-hit Sulphur, Oklahoma, the fire chief says he knew the person who died here.
Went to school with her, and very, very big part of this community. She's just a blessing to everybody, and we're going to miss her.
Others narrowly escaping the destructive storm. Shay Patrick says her cousin was trapped with her 2-year-old son in this home, but eventually made it to safety.
This is my whole life, and it's just gone, and it happened just like that.
In the city's nearby downtown, some business owners picking up what's left of their livelihoods.
That door is supposed to come out, not in. It's a steel door.
A steel door.
With uprooted trees, shattered glass, and mangled buildings still dotting the landscape, Sulphur's cleanup continues.
They will rebuild even stronger. They'll be even stronger than they were before.
And back here in Sulphur, Oklahoma, there's marginal risk for more severe weather, potentially as early as late this afternoon, and all of that coming potentially, Joe, as we still got a lot of cleanup ahead for the people here. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you.
And the threat for severe weather continues. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking some of that trouble this morning. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We started off our work week with much quieter conditions compared to what the weekend brought us, but now we're transitioning back into that potential for some severe weather. We've got some rain that we're going to deal with across the Great Lakes and parts of the Tennessee Valley and moving east over the next couple of hours, but the severe potential is really going to be focused once again across the center of the country. We'll show you that here in a moment. There's that quick moving system that's going to bring a little bit of rain to folks in this region. We'll see interior northeast, see the potential for some isolated flash flooding, so a heads up for folks there through the day today. Meanwhile, there's that system that we're going to be watching here through the day today. This is what we're going to see spark up some of these stronger storms later into the afternoon and evening hours, specifically from Minnesota stretching down to Texas and into Oklahoma. You can see Kansas City, Des Moines, right in the enhanced risk for this activity here as we get into the afternoon hours. All hazards on the table, but we're specifically worried about the large hail, 2 inches or larger, plus those straight line winds. And on top of that, we can't rule out some of these isolated tornadoes. Again, it stretches as far north as Minnesota and as far south as Oklahoma as far as the risk for that larger hail. But we'll see that big area included in all of that here as we get into the afternoon hours to see the potential for some of those stronger storms. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we see another system that develops over the Rockies. This same kind of pattern persists for us, and it sparks up, you guessed it, those afternoon thunderstorms that will likely present us with the chance for some strong to severe storms across the same region that we've been dealing with this for the extended period. So enhanced risk is to be centered for Dodge City, Wichita, Concordia, but as far south as Midland, you'll see that slight risk for some of these stronger storms. And this is going to be something places like Kansas City, Dallas, Amarillo, you'll still have the chance to see some of those severe thunderstorms, but the risk will be mainly the large hail. We'll see those strong winds, 70, 75 miles per hour or larger, or higher rather, and of course those strong tornadoes, can't rule those out. On top of that, the rain chances will be pretty good. We'll see those hourly rainfall rates anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches, and that's quite an expansive area from Austin to Omaha, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and Dallas all included in that, so we will watch for the flash flooding risk as we gear up for anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain for a more widespread area, but we could see isolated amounts up to 5 inches, so we'll be watching for that. And how about those temperatures? Along the East Coast, we've been dealing with really warm conditions. Yesterday, for a lot of folks, we saw record-breaking highs. We're still going to see the 80s hugging the coast, but we'll start to see some cooler air working behind that first front that I showed you that's bringing a little bit of that rain to folks across the Northeast. Here's the deal as far as temperatures go today. We'll end up into the upper 80s. Charleston heads to the mid-70s. You can see those 40s, 50s, and 60s. We'll end up with some cooler air coming in off the Atlantic as we get into the interior portions of the Northeast. So that'll be something to keep a close eye on. 50 degrees for Boston today. A bit of a different story than what we dealt with across that region yesterday. 66 degrees in New York, so not quite as warm either there for folks. Hartford will end up into the low 60s. So some cooler conditions, a little closer to normal in some spots, but boy, what a big drop we saw. It'll be 21 degrees cooler than what we saw in New York yesterday. So wow, big difference. Hope you guys brought a jacket for the early morning hours. We've got upper 70s on tap tomorrow for Indianapolis, mid 80s. Stick with us for folks across Paducah, Louisville, Springfield. You'll head to the low 80s. Chicago ends up into the upper 70s. So some of these temperatures still starting off warmer than normal for May, but we've got kind of a mixed bag with cooler air filtering in along the East Coast.
A little tease yesterday.
Just a little.
Oh,
I made the
nice.
most of it. I was tanning in Central Park.
You mentioned the
do not
change.
doubt that.
Last night we ate outdoors. And we're like,
Yeah, drop.
It's cold.
Yeah. Angie, why didn't you rain for a minute there? Yeah.
Thank you, Angie.
Of course.
Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We're going to take you to Lower Manhattan with what we're expecting to hear from Michael Cohen's former banker when former President Trump's hush money trial resumes today.
But first, it's being called the deadliest attack on law enforcement in recent memory. What we know this morning about that violent shootout in Charlotte, North Carolina that left 4 officers dead. Stay with us. That's next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This morning, officials in Charlotte are searching for answers after one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. A fugitive task force was attempting to serve a warrant, taking heavy gunfire, killing 3 members of the task force and a responding officer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Charlotte with the latest.
Here in this quiet residential neighborhood of Charlotte, the police chief says this is a vivid reminder that when members of the law enforcement community put on their uniform, there is no guarantee they'll be returning at the end of the day. The fugitive task force consists of multiple agencies. Of those members, 8 were shot, 4 were killed, trying to just serve an arrest warrant and retrieve a weapon from someone who should have never had one in the first place.
In Charlotte this morning, a deep sense of loss following one of the worst attacks on law enforcement in recent memory.
And of course, we got shots fired.
A shootout taking the lives of 4 law enforcement officers and leaving 4 others wounded. Overnight, Charlotte-Mecklenburg's police chief announcing one of his own officers, Joshua Iyer, died as a result of that attack, leaving behind a wife and 3-year-old son.
We'll always be indebted to Officer Iyer for his bravery and his sacrifice for this profession.
Police say the shooting erupted outside of his home. Captured in chilling detail on a live stream. Members of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force attempting to serve a warrant on a convicted felon wanted for firearms possession. Quickly found themselves taking on heavy gunfire.
Officers returned gunfire and struck the victim, who was later pronounced deceased in the front yard of the residence.
The chief says a second person then fired on the officers from inside the home.
Heard it down. Additional shots from inside the house.
Video taken by a neighbor shows law enforcement, including SWAT teams, descending on the scene as residents looked on in shock.
I heard like gunshots, and then that's when the police were telling everybody to stay in their house.
After a 3-hour standoff, police cleared the home, finding a woman and a 17-year-old inside.
They were both brought to the police station as persons of interest.
Authorities say the other victims include a deputy with the U.S. Marshals and 2 members of the state's Department of Correction, identified overnight as Sam Peloche and Alden Elliott, both 14-year veterans of the department.
We lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
Charlotte's mayor fighting back tears.
And the most that I can ask of our community is that we honor and respect them.
As far as what we know about the suspect, police just said he had a high-powered rifle. They didn't specify what kind or how he obtained it. Overnight, President Biden issuing a statement saying that for family members who received this phone call, losing someone in law enforcement, it's like taking a piece of their soul away. He says that we have to do more to protect the law enforcement community. In Charlotte, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Well, NBC News analyst Jim Kavanaugh joins us now. He's a retired special agent in charge for the ATF. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So what are some of the key details law enforcement may be looking to find out after a tragic event like this?
Well, they're going to analyze the whole situation, obviously, to see how it unfolded. And you're going to have a possible criminal case, Savannah, against persons inside the house who were shooting and probably responsible for the multiple murder of officers. The way it really unfolded was they went to make an arrest of the subject for felon in possession and fleeing and eluding the police. And he was killed in the front lawn of the home while shooting at the officers, and they returned fire. When they then approached him, after he was down, they took rifle fire from inside the house. So that was pretty deadly. And then responding officers, that one Charlotte Mecklenburg officer, uniformed officer who was killed, he was a responding officer to that shooting. So the person inside the house, you know, was shooting at responding officers, which he shot 4 other officers. So we had 4 dead and 4 wounded. It's a real sad day for the Fugitive Task Force and all law enforcement across the country.
Jim, what can you tell us about the U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force? I mean, what type of work do they do? It's pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah, you know, I had many agents on all these task forces, the Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and we work with them extensively. They're super. It's a super operation. The U.S. Marshal Service is, you know, the unsung heroes, really, of law enforcement. They do so much dangerous work, chasing down escaped federal prisoners, federal fugitives. But they formed these Fugitive Task Force a number of years ago and brought all the law enforcement together to do just that job, to chase down fugitives and wanted people. And who's on it is the federal agencies and the state agencies and the local agencies in an area. So here you have the corrections officers from North Carolina, you have Charlotte Mecklenburg officers, you have other federal agents on the task force, and, you know, as many as 70 agencies are participating in this one fugitive task force. So they can go out across their area, which here it's the Carolinas, and pick up various fugitives and, you know, have the time to track them down and find them, which keeps us all so much safer. It's a great unit, really, great unit.
So, Jim, serving warrants, we know that can be dangerous. How does law enforcement train for that situation, especially when it's taking place in a residential area as it was here?
Yeah, great question, Savannah. You know, I was always of the mindset, and being a negotiator and the way I did things as a uniformed officer, I always wanted to do things easy. So I always wanted to catch them away from their house, you know, while they were buying beer at the market, you know, because then, you know, maybe they could hit you with a 12-pack of beer, or they might have a handgun, but they weren't carrying a machine gun or a rifle, which we, you know, might suspect they're involved in, especially in ATF. We were all after armed people and people with bombs and guns. So, you know, we tried to manipulate how we would arrest them, where we would pick them up to try to be safe. But there's no real safe place ever, because they can always pull out a gun and shoot if they want to. And it looks like the Fugitive Task Force won the gun battle initially. And it was the second shooter or shooters who wreaked the carnage on them when they approached the initial suspect.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, as always, we so appreciate your analysis here.
International news now. New this morning, a man with a sword was arrested after attacking several people in London.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. Early this morning, a man drove a car into a house in East London. Then he got out and he attacked several members of the public, including 2 officers, with a sword. Now, Metropolitan Police in London said several people have been stabbed, but didn't specify how many and what their medical conditions are, even though now they say that at least one of the victims, a 13-year-old boy, has been killed. Now, the police confirmed that a 36-year-old man was arrested at the scene and is now in custody. The motive of the attack is still unclear, and the police said they will provide more information as soon as they can. Let's go to Southeast Asia now, where a weeks-long heat wave and record-high temperatures led to urgent health warnings throughout the region. On Monday, in the Philippines, all public schools were closed and millions of students across the country were told to stay home. Authorities in Cambodia warned that temperatures could reach 109 degrees this week there, the highest temperature in 170 years. And Myanmar also warned of record-high temperatures after several towns in the country last week were on the list of the hottest spots worldwide. And let's end this tour of the world in Britain, where a mysterious Roman artifact is going on public display for the first time. The object is one of only 33 similar items found in Britain and was discovered during an amateur dig in the summer of 2023. Experts believe that these 12-sided objects were possibly linked to Roman rituals or religion, but there are no reference to them in ancient books. Well, if you ask me, that looks like an early ancient version of Rubik's Cube.
That's pretty cool.
I might actually be able to finish that one. All right. Thank you, Claudia.
Thanks. Much more to come. You got him. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including a brewing legal showdown between Hunter Biden and Fox News.
But first, what we can expect to hear later this morning in court when a banker who worked with former President Trump's attorney Michael Cohen takes the witness stand in the former president's hush money trial. We'll take you outside that Manhattan courtroom next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
After an off day on Monday, testimony is set to resume today in the hush money criminal trial of former President Donald Trump here in New York.
Attorney Michael Cohen's former banker, Gary Farrow, is expected to be first on the stand. Prosecutors are aiming to use Farrow's testimony to confirm documents related to alleged hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels.
For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Vaughn, good morning. So it's been a few days since court has been in session. Bring us up to speed on the big takeaways from the first week of testimony.
Right. Last week was the first big week of testimony from number one witness, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, who began to tell the story of the alleged hush money payment scheme, the catch and kill effort to buy up the stories of the likes of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, who alleged sexual relations with Donald Trump in the past, all ahead of his 2016 campaign. But then on Friday, we saw two additional witnesses, one who was the former executive assistant to the Trump Organization for Donald Trump, who was the one who provided the evidence that she, for Donald Trump, had contact information for Karen McDougal as well as Stormy Daniels, and had testified that she had believed that she had even seen Stormy Daniels at Trump Tower once. But then you also had Gary Farrow, that former First Republic banker who worked with Michael Cohen to set up multiple bank accounts and was at the heart of, in October 2016, the effort to transfer $130,000 to an attorney representing Stormy Daniels. As you said, Gary Farrow, that former banker, is expected to take the stand again here this morning.
And what piece of this puzzle is he for the prosecution? What are they hoping to use Gary Farrow to show?
Right. He's one of those witnesses that is not alleged to have engaged in any wrongdoing himself, but he is somebody who is able to authenticate not only those accounts, but also his own emails that he had exchanged with other members of his banking team about Michael Cohen. For instance, there was one email that he had sent in October 2016 as those discussions were going about how best to pay Stormy Daniels, in which he emailed one of his team members saying that he had just received a phone call from Michael Cohen, and that he needed checks to be set up without an address on them, and he needed this to be done ASAP. It just shows the urgency that he was working under on behalf of his client, Michael Cohen. Again, it's not clear, even at this point in time, whether he was aware of exactly what that money himself was going to be used for, but it showed the quickness and swiftness of which he was moving to support Michael Cohen, allegedly on behalf of Donald Trump.
So the former presidents, former attorneys, former banker. Yeah. Got it. All right. Vaughn, this is an abbreviated week. We didn't have court yesterday. Reminder, tomorrow's Wednesday. We won't have court on Wednesdays. So what can we expect in the courtroom this week? Do we have an idea of who might take the stand?
We don't know who the next witnesses are up. So we could potentially see Karen McDougal, who is the former Playboy model who alleged an affair with Donald Trump for about 10 months. We could see Hope Hicks, the former Trump aide. We could even potentially see Stormy Daniels herself. We don't expect Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former personal lawyer, who is the one who is in the middle of this, who was the one that paid $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' attorney in October 2016. We don't expect him until the end of this. So there's a litany of witnesses, and we could have people like the former banker, or, you know, some are a former accountant, or even somebody who can explain the financing and how this works. So there's a plethora number of witnesses that could come forward here with not only today or either on Thursday or Friday, guys.
Yep, all the formers. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Thanks, Vaughn. Now to a potential legal showdown between President Biden's son and Fox News.
Lawyers for Hunter Biden say they are planning to sue the network. According to a letter sent to Fox and obtained by NBC News, the lawsuit is set to be filed imminently.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick, who has covered Hunter Biden extensively. Sarah, good morning. You actually also obtained this letter. What exactly is being alleged here, and has Fox News responded?
Good morning. Yes, the letter is a stunning document. Hunter's lawyers are alleging that Fox News engaged in a conspiracy to defame Hunter Biden by painting him in a false light. A major focus of the letter is Fox News' extensive coverage of those bribery allegations related to Hunter and his father, Joe Biden, which we now know were based on information from an FBI informant that has been indicted for providing that false information to the FBI. The letter also alleges that Fox used Biden's image for commercial purposes, and also that they unlawfully published hacked, intimate images of him, an interesting application of copyright law. Fox just responded to our request for comment this morning. They say that their coverage is protected under the First Amendment, that Hunter Biden is a public figure, and they believe that their coverage has been accurate. Of course, that's going to be up for a judge to decide.
So, Sarah, this new threat of litigation comes about a year after Fox News agreed to pay almost $800 million to Dominion Voting Systems, settling defamation claims related to Fox's airing of election fraud claims in the 2020 election. Hunter Biden's legal team is saying that decision may have been partially inspired this lawsuit. Is that right?
Absolutely. The Dominion lawsuit is interesting because although it was such a huge judgment, it covered a relatively short.
We're coming on with some breaking news in the New York hush money trial involving former President Donald Trump. Presiding Judge Juan Merchan found Mr. Trump in contempt for 9 violations of his gag order, fined him $9,000. Now, in the gag order, Trump was barred from, quote, making or directing others to make public statements about known or reasonably foreseeable witnesses concerning their potential participation in the investigation or in this criminal proceeding. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now with the very latest. So, Rahema, walk us through this ruling from Judge Merchan and what it means for the former president.
Joe, what this means is that the former president has been told very specifically by the court that this is not allowed. These kinds of posts, which you point out leading into me, that were, according to the prosecution, making disparaging remarks about witnesses or potential witnesses, was a violation of the gag order. What the judge has also gone so far as to say that he is ordering that the Trump team take down those posts. By 2:15 this afternoon, they have to be gone. So the prosecution was able to get what it was looking for since last week, and that was an allegation that the former president had violated 10 times this gag order that said you cannot say disparaging remarks about potential witnesses. That order came out just this morning, and as I say, and you point out, of the 10, 9 of them have been found in violation of the gag order, each one $1,000 a fine, that's $9,000, and the posts have to be taken down by 2:15 this afternoon. Joe?
So, Rahema, as part of Judge Merchan's decision, he says, quote, the court will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders. I understand he's even threatening jail time here. I mean, given what we've seen from Trump so far, could this change his behavior, what he says moving forward? Do we have any idea at all how he's reacting to this?
We don't know exactly how the former president is reacting, but we do know that the prosecution has to be somewhat pleased with what the judge has finally said, because they have been asking for several times for there to be a decision in reference to this allegation of a violation of the gag order. I think I want to put up for you a full screen of what Judge Merchan has said. He said the defendant is hereby warned that the court will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders, and that if necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, it will impose an incarceratory punishment. That's pretty severe. How would the court go about doing that? It's not clear, but the judge is making it very clear. It will consider, and it might impose, incarceration as form of a punishment to force the former president to stop making these kinds of remarks, which he has determined now are in violation of the gag order. Joe?
And Rahema, we have to keep in mind all this stems from a gag order hearing that took place last week. I understand there's already another hearing on this issue scheduled for later this week, right?
Yeah, in fact, that's scheduled for Thursday, as we know of right now. And that's a consideration of 4 other allegations from the prosecution that allegedly Donald Trump has violated the gag order again. So that will be a separate hearing coming up later this week. The judge, as of last week, at the end of court on Friday, he said that was going to happen on Thursday. Now, in reference to all of this, how is the judge perceiving the arguments from the defense? He had said earlier, when the defense was trying to argue that these were just reposts coming from his client and they should not be a violation, the judge had told him, and I quote here, reading, Judge Merchan had previously told Donald Trump's attorney, Blanchard, that, quote, you are losing all credibility. What went wrong for the defense here, and what were the big factors that led to the ruling? Again, the judge is saying all credibility as far as the defense is trying to present as an argument for why their client should not be fined for allegations of violating the gag order. Previously, the judge has said it's not credible with me, essentially what the judge has said. Joe?
All right. And a reminder, no court tomorrow on Wednesday. Rahema Ellis, thank you for bringing us these details on this breaking news.
Radesky. She's a pediatrician and co-director of the American Academy of Pediatrics Center of Excellence on Social Media and Youth Mental Health. What a title that is at a time like this. Exactly what we need. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Radesky. Good morning, and thank you for bringing us this new guide. So I know it kind of comes down to 5 C's, which I think is helpful for people to remember, but tell us the big takeaways here.
Yeah, so we knew that this is feeling really, really hard for parents right now, and they wanted some easy to remember guidance that goes beyond the just 2-hour rule of screen time,
right,
that doesn't reflect updated evidence. So the 5 C's are child, content, calm, crowding out, and communication. These are all based on what both can help you set healthy digital habits with kids if you're just starting to introduce technology, or if you want to roll it back because you feel like things are overwhelming in your household. We have strategies in our handouts you can find on the aap.org website to really think about, how do I do this in a way that's not just going to lead to more arguments with my kids, and it's going to be sustained. It's not just going to be, all right, we try to reduce screens for one day and then it all comes rushing back in.
Of course, every age group is different. So let's walk through advice for different age groups. And let's start with infants, because you really have to kind of build a foundation here, right?
Totally. In infancy, kids can't learn from screens yet. So it's really about the parents setting their own boundaries around technology. When we as parents use tech, we talk to our kids less. We're less attached to them emotionally, right? So infancy, you're adjusting to parenthood. You should be thinking about, how do I carve out time to play and talk with my kids? That's the foundation of emotional health in kids, and really avoid just having them sit in front of YouTube or the TV.
Okay, let's move up to school-age kids. One, maybe they are learning, or maybe that's how a lot of times it's being explained on those tablets. What do you do then?
So preschool age, kids can learn from media, but it needs to be educational. It needs to be like PBS Kids or Sesame Street, stuff that's really designed to teach kids, not to make money off of kids through ad impressions, right? So keeping things educational. Another big thing you're doing when you're a young kid is learning how to calm down your big emotions. So we're telling families, avoid using screens for that calming purpose, because it leads to more difficulties over time.
I see that happen so often where parents just kind of put a screen in front of their kids.
It's so tempting. Parenting is hard, but we want families to have non-screen strategies to calm your brains and your body down. That's such an important life skill. Starts in infancy, goes through adulthood.
Let's move to teenagers, which can be the toughest thing. You're talking about kids getting smartphones. Of course, you're dealing with social media. What can you do to make sure your kids are safe, their mental health is as good as humanly possible?
Right. So here's our tips. Starting in school age, kids are starting to be more logical. They can talk to you about technology more, keep monitoring their content, and that it's not crowding out other activities. Once they're teens, it's normal for them to want to just connect with other kids, figure out their identity. They're going to want to do that through phones and through social media. Our tips are, keep lines of communication open so you can be really connecting with your kids and understanding their experience, not judging them, not being panicky. Number 2 is set some norms about boundaries. It doesn't need to come into the bedroom. You can put it down and take a break from it and just have time for your own solitude or dinner time conversation. We're encouraging kids to be honest about their age, not starting social media accounts when they're not supposed to under 13, because that is linked with more negative experiences in kids. And getting a smartphone does not equal getting social media, right? So there should be ongoing conversations between parents and kids about, what are you ready for? What drama are other kids experiencing when they do get these phones, and helping them build some insight so they can be more savvy digital citizens.
Maybe even if the apps say you can be 13, maybe a conversation in your own home about what that real right age is, especially based on friends and that kind of thing.
I think what kids are telling us through the Center of Excellence is, we don't want to feel controlled. We don't want to just be talked down to and have our parents take our phones away and have rules. So that's really why we're framing this around, talk to your kids, understand them. If you meet them where they are, you'll be much more likely to help them control their time on screens, get a good night's sleep, and have a more regulated relationship with it.
Dr. Jenny Radesky, thank you so much for sharing this with us and coming by to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
That was great.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get to some money news, starting with a headline that hits a little close to home. NBC bidding big time for NBA broadcast rights.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Hanau has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yep. So NBC Universal reportedly plans to offer $2.5 billion a year for a package of NBA games. The Wall Street Journal says TNT, which is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, has paid an average of $1.2 billion under its current deal. but it failed to reach a new agreement with the league before an exclusive negotiating window expired last week. TNT and Warner began airing NBA games in 1984, while Disney's ESPN started broadcasting games in 2002. When NBC lost the rights, that was when NBC lost the rights. Now, Disney is expected to pay an average of $2.6 billion a year to renew its deal. Meanwhile, Peacock is raising prices ahead of the Summer Olympics. The streaming service owned by NBC Universal and Comcast will increase the monthly fee for new subscribers by $2 on July 18th. So that pushes the ad-supported tier to $7.99 a month and the ad-free tier to $13.99. Now, the annual plan goes up $20 to $79.99 for the ad-supported tier and $139.99 for no ads. The increase goes into effect for existing subscribers on August 17th. And Elon Musk has cut 2 senior Tesla executives and plans to lay off several hundred employees. The information reports Musk is frustrated by falling sales. The 2 executives run Tesla's supercharger and new products units. Tesla's public policy team will also be dissolved. Earlier this month, the company announced the layoffs of more than 10% of the workforce, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, next up here, a new study suggests it's better to rent than to buy a home in all 50 of the largest metro areas in the U.S.
Yeah, according to the analysis from Bankrate, nationally, the typical home costs nearly 37% more to buy than to rent on a monthly basis.
Let's bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So I think, first of all, I always thought, oh, gosh, you want to buy a home.
Exactly.
It's better than renting.
Exactly.
You got this 37%, which is a pretty big number. In some places, it's even more, right?
Yeah, it's really incredible. So typical rent is about $1,900 a month. A typical monthly mortgage, $2,700. And it gets really ugly out west. When you look out west at San Francisco, for example, typical rent, $3,000. A mortgage, $8,500. Wow. San Jose, Austin, Seattle. I mean, those big cities out west, you have this very wide gap between what people would pay for a mortgage and what they're paying for rent. And so it does, in those places, it makes sense to say, you know what? I am just going to keep throwing my money at the landlord because I don't have the insurance rates, I don't have the mortgage rates, I don't have the upkeep, and I can start to build and pad my bottom line for when I do buy down the road.
Is there anywhere where it does make more sense to be buying?
So there are some towns where you have that gap between rent and mortgage is very narrow. One of them is Buffalo, New York, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philly, Cleveland. Those are the places I think it makes more sense to make sure you're getting yourself ready for homeownership and investing in a long-term purchase of a home. Remember, a lot of American wealth for the typical family comes from a real estate purchase. These are these big assets that get more valuable over time, that you're really investing in something. That's what makes it so frustrating that right now the economics are all messed up, and so it's not a great time to be a first-time home buyer.
Yeah, I mean, home ownership is the dream for millions of Americans.
Right.
It's not going to stay like this, right? We expect things to turn around. What can you do now to make sure you're ready for it?
Yeah, 4 out of 5 Americans say the American dream is buying a home. So what you need to do is start saving for that down payment. You know, the rule of thumb is you need 20% for a down payment. The more you have for a down payment, the less of the home you're financing with those high interest rates, right? But the typical, I think the average is like 14% is what the down payment is. Clean up your credit score. Go to annualcreditreport.com. Make sure there aren't any mistakes so you have a high credit score. The higher the credit score, the lower the mortgage rate. You can also hunt around for FHA, USDA, and Veterans Administration deals where if you qualify, those mortgage rates are much, much lower, and in some cases, you only need a little bit of a down payment. So there are programs meant to help people get into homeownership. But again, right now, just with so little inventory on the market, record high home prices, and the highest mortgage rates since 2000, the math just doesn't make sense. I usually say, don't just throw your money away. You should be buying. But actually, you're not throwing your money away. Just hold on.
Right. I love that. All right, Christine, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Coming up, swing and a miss.
Yeah, after the break, could a big change be on deck for those controversial MLB uniforms that have both fans and players crying foul? More on that. And yes, we'll have even more baseball puns after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We've got some news on the Kelce brothers for you. So Travis Kelce just signed a contract extension for 2 more years with the Kansas City Chiefs, worth more than $17 million a year. That makes him the highest paid tight end in the league. Meanwhile, Travis's older brother, Jason Kelce, is heading from the football field to the broadcast world. The newly retired Eagles star, who's known for his fun personality, well, that's one way of putting it, will be joining ESPN's Monday Night Countdown pregame broadcast show. So lots more of both Jason and Travis. There you go, Joe.
Known for his fun personality.
Yeah, and
there
his
you go.
shirtless antics.
I think that's in his resume. All right. Staying with sports, the MLB is now addressing the ongoing controversy surrounding this season's new uniforms. There are multiple reports that the Major League Baseball Players Association sent a memo to players outlining changes that Nike is expected to make by next season after months of pushback and commentary from fans and players. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from L.A. with the latest on all this. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We got our hands on that memo from the Players Association, and let me tell you, the boys this summer are throwing some serious heat at Nike. After changes to the uniforms left them sweat-stained and ripped right down the seams at times, the Players Association is now saying this has been entirely a Nike issue and laying out plans to fix the flaws.
Here's the payoff.
After months of backlash, changes may be on deck for uniforms that have been anything but a home run.
He rips his pants.
The Major League Baseball Players Association telling the league's players in a memo obtained by NBC News that Nike is expected to address frustrations with its new MLB unis no later than the start of next season. The association writes, Nike was innovating something that didn't need to be innovated.
This is a memo from the Players Union to the players. It is not from Nike.
Nike has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, but has said in the past they'll continue to work to address player uniforms. Among the apparent solutions outlined, addressing the ongoing sweat stain issues seeping through Nike's Vapor Premier jersey, returning to larger lettering on the backs of jerseys, and bringing back tailoring options for pants and past stitching standards to prevent blowouts.
I think we're seeing here that enough outrage, even if it's mostly online, can impact change here, can make a company as large as Nike say, okay, we're getting pretty widely blasted for this.
While the initial reaction to the new uniform wasn't all negative,
somehow this feels even more authentic than the ones that we've been wearing.
There were plenty of critics. Before the season even started, Philadelphia Phillies star Trey Turner telling the Associated Press, I know everyone hates them. We all liked what we had.
The jerseys are different. They're designed to be performance wear as opposed to what has traditionally been worn.
And as the Players Association now writes, this has been entirely a Nike issue. They're standing by the uniform's manufacturer, Fanatics, writing in the memo that the sportswear giant has been making the uniforms for the last 8 years without issue.
They were messing with something that probably didn't need to be changed.
If the players like them, cool. If they don't like them, then change them.
Fans of America's favorite pastime hoping any tweaks wind up being a huge hit.
One pitch. There's a drive in the deep right field.
So we also reached out to Fanatics and the Players Association, and no one's offering comment on this most recent memo. But keep in mind, Nike is just 4 years into a 10-year, $1 billion deal to be the league's official uniform supplier. So even if it's not until the start of next season, this memo suggests the players and fans' uproar has been heard loud and clear, and the pressure is on Nike to make the changes, guys.
All right, we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, Kaylee, thank you so much. I don't know why this story is so funny to me. It's like, we're like, that's not going to do.
I guess. Just getting back to the old ones, maybe. Is that an option still?
They innovated on something that didn't need to be innovated on. Just so funny, some of it, like how it's like so see-through, the pockets and stuff. It's like, why would
some interesting commentary on all of that. So, by the way, I didn't tell you, we're getting new uniforms here at NBC News Now. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Good.
We'll see.
Yours will be pink on Wednesdays?
Yes. Exactly. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for starting your Tuesday with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, stunning scenes at Columbia University where pro-Palestinian demonstrators have stormed and occupied a building. We're on the ground with the very latest as the chaos on university campuses nationwide reaches new heights. Tragedy strikes North Carolina. Officials say 4 law enforcement officers are dead. 4 others have been shot. Heavy gunfire broke out while the officers were serving a warrant in Charlotte. The unanswered questions this morning over what went wrong. We'll also have more on the officers killed in the line of duty in one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. We're tracking those severe storms barreling east this morning. Millions across the South and Midwest still in the path of some wild and dangerous weather. Our Angie Lastman is watching it all as we get a jaw-dropping new look at one tornado's trail of destruction in Nebraska. Plus, a swing and a miss later in the hour, the major changes that could be coming to the MLB's controversial new uniforms after months of big league backlash from fans and players. We've been talking about it for several weeks now, and more to come in that chapter. We're going to begin with the nationwide campus demonstrations against the war in Gaza. Students now in at least 13 states across more than 17 campuses have been arrested as police continue to clash with protesters.
This morning, administrators at Columbia University are urging students to avoid campus after a group of protesters took over an academic building overnight. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
Tensions here at Columbia reaching a fever pitch. Columbia public safety officials issuing an advisory to students and faculty, letting them know that access to campus today will be mostly restricted. It comes as that 2 p.m. deadline for that voluntary disbursement of the encampment here on campus came and went. Students saying they will not be leaving. All this as those campus clashes with police continue nationwide. Overnight, campus protests escalating. Demonstrators occupying a building at Columbia University, smashing windows, barring the doors, and unfurling banners, including one reading Intifada. After protesters circled the campus earlier in the night, the unrest coming just hours after the university started suspending students who refused to leave an encampment after a deadline had passed.
These repulsive scare tactics mean nothing compared to the deaths of over 34,000 Palestinians.
Some faculty also on site, linking arms in front of the demonstrators. A growing number of universities are cracking down on pro-Palestinian protests spreading across college campuses. Overnight, at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, clashes between police and protesters on campus leading to arrests. And at UCLA in the early hours of the morning, authorities in tactical gear moving in during confrontations between dueling demonstrators. Earlier in the day, the students storming through a building and waving the Palestinian flag. Some Jewish students frustrated.
I have wholeheartedly always supported the right to freedom of protest and the freedom of speech, but when that starts to impede upon our right to education, be able to freely walk on campus, that's where I have an issue.
State troopers also in riot gear at the University of Texas Austin, detaining demonstrators, even carrying this person out by their hands. And at one point, students surrounding police who say they use pepper spray to disperse the crowd. The university says it believes a majority of the protesters are not affiliated with the school. And as the protests continue to spread, the University of Florida taking a firm stance this morning. In a statement following arrests, the school saying the University of Florida is not a daycare and we do not treat protesters like children. They knew the rules, they broke the rules, and they'll face the consequences. As schools across the country struggle to deal with protests overtaking campuses. Back here at Columbia, the university also letting faculty and students know that access to other buildings on campus here may be restricted. And while negotiations here between organizers and the university may have failed for now, over at Northwestern in Illinois, their organizers and officials saying they've come to some agreement, all meant to limit the scope of these protests, including funding for Palestinian students and faculty, as well as more information and additional transparency over specific investments. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you so much.
Now, Congress could be cracking down on campus protests by taking a closer look at allegations of anti-Semitism among students and faculty.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to announce a widespread probe into the safety of students on campus and what universities are doing to stop the spread of anti-Jewish hate.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with more on this. Ali, good morning. So I guess some people might be wondering, what actually can Congress do about this? So what more do we know about this investigation into anti-Semitism on campus? And do we know who's going to be at the center of these probes?
Well, we know that universities who have been already up on Capitol Hill since the end of last year are likely to be the centers of the probe, though what we've watched so far is just the Speaker, Mike Johnson, say that he's going to be expanding an already existing House probe from the House Education Committee. That's been going on since the end of last year. And the reason I say that the universities who have already been up on Capitol Hill, I'm talking about University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, even just in the last few weeks, the president of Columbia University herself, all of them have sat before the Education Committee, intense hearings. Some of those hearings at the end of the year even led to the resignations and firings of some of those university presidents after controversial testimony that they gave. That all sparked an inquiry from the House Education Committee. Now that inquiry is going to be backed by Speaker Johnson and encompass the full House, meaning that they'll have more depth and breadth to do their investigating, to request files and other documents from these universities. But again, that's already been happening from this one House committee.
So Johnson also, of course, visited the Columbia University campus last week. We were just playing some of that video. Remind us of his response to these latest protests. What did he say about the students demonstrating, and does it give us any insight into us seeing this announcement now?
Well, it gives us insight, Savannah, into the ways that House Republicans are willing to make this one of their central issues in an election year. Most of the business, and I say most because there's a few key items that Congress still has to accomplish this year, but most of their legislative business is actually dispensed with, which allows the House Republican majority to once again focus on things that could be expedient to them in the upcoming 2024 election. We certainly know that Gaza and calls for a ceasefire are something of a problem for President Biden and Democrats. It's something I hear a lot about from operatives. Republicans could be both seeking to capitalize on it while also then adhering to their foreign policy and pro-Israel roots by expanding this probe and even potentially trying to get federal funding to some of these universities halted. There's a lot of rules governing that. We're not sure in what legislative form that would take, but that's certainly one of the ideas that we've heard from the Speaker in the ensuing days after he went to Columbia's campus and in the face of boos effectively said, go back to class to the people who were protesting.
Ali, the House is also expected to vote on the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act this week. What exactly is that? How is it addressing some of what we're seeing in the protests?
So again, this is legislation that is in response to not just the ongoing situation in Israel, but the situation that we're now seeing across the country as we watch these university protests continue to expand. What this is also meant to be, though, Joe, is legislation that not just spotlights anti-Semitism and curbing it, the House effectively saying we want to continue calling this out, but at the same time, it puts some Democratic members who have taken a pro-Gaza stance in a really difficult political position, especially again, the concerns that I've heard from Democratic operatives as we head closer to November, but then also the ways that this can be allowed in campaign ads going forward, even in House seats. Because remember, guys, we talk all the time about how this is a House with very tight margins. Only 1 or 2 defections on the Republican side effectively make it an even House. That's why every single House seat matters. And it's why votes like this can become problematic for embattled Democratic members whose districts may not like what they're seeing in these college campuses, and they definitely want their Congress people to take more pro-Israel stances.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Hamas is considering the latest proposal on the table for a ceasefire deal in Gaza as Secretary Blinken pushes for a truce while touring the Middle East. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will enter the southern city of Rafah with or without a hostage deal. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hi, Raf, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. There is a real sense of urgency right now about getting a ceasefire deal over the line, a feeling that this may be the last chance for an agreement. And that is why this morning we are seeing a major diplomatic push from the Biden administration.
This morning, U.S. leaders racing against time. Secretary Blinken just arriving in Jordan, while overnight President Biden calling the rulers of both Egypt and Qatar. The goal, a deal to free the hostages after more than 200 days in captivity, and to stop the fighting before Israel launches its ground offensive in Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinian civilians are sheltering, and airstrikes are already raining down. The current proposal would see Hamas free 33 hostages, Israeli and Arab officials tell NBC News. In exchange, Israel would agree to a 40-day ceasefire and the release of potentially thousands of Palestinian prisoners.
In this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas. They have to decide, and they have to decide quickly.
Hamas leaders say they're studying the proposal, while in Tel Aviv, protesters demanding Israel's government make a deal. The intensified protests sparked by this hostage video showing 46-year-old Omri Miran and 64-year-old American Keith Siegel. Keith's wife, Aviva, who was herself held captive for 51 days, tells us she can't bring herself to watch it.
It just takes me to those moments with Hamas, that they threatened us.
You and Keith were in Gaza together, and then you came out, he stayed behind. What was the last thing you said to each other in Gaza?
That he must be strong for me, and I'll be strong for him. And we hugged, and then I left him. And it's very difficult for me to think about Keith there alone without me.
Hopes a deal could end the agony for this family and so many others.
And so many families in both Israel and Gaza hoping for a deal. Now, the U.S. says the offer to Hamas on the table right now is, quote, incredibly generous. Hamas negotiators were in Cairo yesterday studying it. But this morning, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is taking a hard line. He says Israel will move ahead with an attack on Rafah with or without a hostage deal. Savannah.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Cleanup efforts are continuing this morning after weekend storms. Tornadoes ravaged the nation's midsection, leaving many people to pick up the pieces. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Sulphur, Oklahoma, with the latest on the storms. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We're getting yet another look at the devastation here in this small city. Take a look at what's left of this truck. The windshield bashed in here and across the sidewalk, which is littered with bricks and shards of glass. We've got what's left of this building. Piles of wood, of wire, of mangled metal, and again, more piles of bricks. All of this as we're also getting a new look at one of the storms as it unfolded.
Should we get away from the windows?
This morning, a jaw-dropping look at the raw power of a tornado captured from the engine of a freight train in Nebraska over the weekend. The conductor and engineer ducking for cover as a twister tore in front of their locomotive. It was just one of more than 130 tornadoes reported in recent days across multiple states, including a devastating EF4 twister that touched down in Oklahoma. And this morning, we're learning more about one of the victims from elsewhere in the state.
We lost a hometown girl on Saturday night.
In hard-hit Sulphur, Oklahoma, the fire chief says he knew the person who died here.
Went to school with her, and very, very big part of this community. She's just a blessing to everybody, and we're going to miss her.
Others narrowly escaping the destructive storm. Shay Patrick says her cousin was trapped with her 2-year-old son in this home, but eventually made it to safety.
This is my whole life, and it's just gone, and it happened just like that.
In the city's nearby downtown, some business owners picking up what's left of their livelihoods.
That door is supposed to come out, not in. It's a steel door.
A steel door.
With uprooted trees, shattered glass, and mangled buildings still dotting the landscape, Sulphur's cleanup continues.
They will rebuild even stronger. They'll be even stronger than they were before.
And back here in Sulphur, Oklahoma, there's marginal risk for more severe weather, potentially as early as late this afternoon, and all of that coming potentially, Joe, as we still got a lot of cleanup ahead for the people here. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you.
And the threat for severe weather continues. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking some of that trouble this morning. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We started off our work week with much quieter conditions compared to what the weekend brought us, but now we're transitioning back into that potential for some severe weather. We've got some rain that we're going to deal with across the Great Lakes and parts of the Tennessee Valley and moving east over the next couple of hours, but the severe potential is really going to be focused once again across the center of the country. We'll show you that here in a moment. There's that quick moving system that's going to bring a little bit of rain to folks in this region. We'll see interior northeast, see the potential for some isolated flash flooding, so heads up for folks there through the day today. Meanwhile, there's that system that we're going to be watching here through the day today. This is what we're going to see spark up some of these stronger storms later into the afternoon and evening hours, specifically from Minnesota stretching down to Texas and into Oklahoma. You can see Kansas City, Des Moines right in the enhanced risk for this activity here as we get into the afternoon hours. All hazards on the table, but we're specifically worried about the large hail, 2 inches or larger, plus those straight line winds. And on top of that, we can't rule out some of these isolated tornadoes. Again, it stretches as far north as Minnesota and as far south as Oklahoma as far as the risk for that larger hail. But we'll see that big area included in all of that here as we get into the afternoon hours to see the potential for some of those stronger storms. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we see another system that develops over the Rockies. This same kind of pattern persists for us, and it sparks up, you guessed it, those afternoon thunderstorms that will likely present us with the chance for some strong to severe storms across the same region that we've been dealing with this for the extended period. So enhanced risk is to be centered for Dodge City, Wichita, Concordia, but as far south as Midland, you'll see that slight risk for some of these stronger storms. And this is going to be something places like Kansas City, Dallas, Amarillo, you'll still have the chance to see some of those severe thunderstorms, but the risk will be mainly the large hail. We'll see those strong winds, 70, 75 miles per hour or larger, or higher rather, and of course those strong tornadoes, can't rule those out. On top of that, the rain chances will be pretty good. We'll see those hourly rainfall rates anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches, and that's quite an expansive area from Austin to Omaha, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and Dallas all included in that. So we will watch for the flash flooding risk as we gear up for anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain for a more widespread area, but we could see isolated amounts up to 5 inches, so we'll be watching for that. And how about those temperatures along the East Coast? We've been dealing with really warm conditions. Yesterday, for a lot of folks, we saw record-breaking highs. We're still going to see the 80s hugging the coast, but we'll start to see some cooler air working behind that first front that I showed you that's bringing a little bit of that rain to folks across the Northeast. Here's the deal as far as temperatures go today. We'll end up into the upper 80s. Charleston heads to the mid-70s. You can see those 40s, 50s, and 60s. We'll end up with some cooler air coming in off the Atlantic as we get get into the interior portions of the Northeast. So that'll be something to keep a close eye on. 50 degrees for Boston today. A bit of a different story than what we dealt with across that region yesterday. 66 degrees in New York, so not quite as warm either there for folks. Hartford will end up into the low 60s. So some cooler conditions, a little closer to normal in some spots. But boy, what a big drop we saw. It'll be 21 degrees cooler than what we saw in New York yesterday. So wow. Big difference. Hope you guys brought a jacket for the early morning hours. We've got upper 70s on tap tomorrow for Indianapolis, mid 80s. Stick with us for folks across Paducah, Louisville, Springfield. You'll head to the low 80s. Chicago ends up into the upper 70s. So some of these temperatures still starting off warmer than normal for May, but we've got kind of a mixed bag with cooler air filtering in along the East Coast.
Little tease yesterday.
Just a little.
Oh,
I made the most of it. I was tanning in Central Park.
You mentioned the change.
Not doubt that.
Last night we ate outdoors. Drop. It's cold.
Yeah. Angie, why didn't you rain for a minute there? Yeah.
Thank you, Angie.
Of course.
Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We're going to take you to Lower Manhattan with what we're expecting to hear from Michael Cohen's former banker when former President Trump's hush money trial resumes today.
But first, it's being called the deadliest attack on law enforcement in recent memory. What we know this morning about that violent shootout in Charlotte, North Carolina, that left 4 officers dead. Stay with us. That's next.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This morning, officials in Charlotte are searching for answers after one of the deadliest attacks on law enforcement in recent years. A fugitive task force was attempting to serve a warrant, taking heavy gunfire, killing 3 members of the task force and a responding officer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Charlotte with the latest.
Here in this quiet residential neighborhood of Charlotte, the police chief says this is a vivid reminder that when members of the law enforcement community put on their uniform, there is no guarantee they'll be returning at the end of the day. The Fugitive Task Force consists of multiple agencies. Of those members, 8 were shot, 4 were killed, trying to just serve an arrest warrant and retrieve a weapon from someone who should have never had one in the first place.
In Charlotte this morning, a deep sense of loss following one of the worst attacks on law enforcement in recent memory.
And of course, we got shots fired.
A shootout taking the lives of 4 law enforcement officers and leaving 4 others wounded. Overnight, Charlotte-Mecklenburg's police chief announcing one of his own officers, Joshua Iyer, died as a result of that attack, leaving behind a wife and 3-year-old son.
We'll always be indebted to Officer Iyer for his bravery and his sacrifice for this profession.
Police say the shooting erupted outside of his home, captured in chilling detail on a live stream. Members of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force attempting to serve a warrant on a convicted felon wanted for firearms possession quickly found themselves taking on heavy gunfire.
Officers returned gunfire and struck the victim, who was later pronounced deceased in the front yard of the residence.
The chief says a second person then fired on the officers from inside the home.
Target down. Additional shots from inside the house.
Video taken by a neighbor shows law enforcement, including SWAT teams, descending on the scene as residents looked on in shock.
I heard like gunshots, and then that's when the police were telling everybody to stay in their house.
After a 3-hour standoff, police cleared the home, finding a woman and a 17-year-old inside.
They were both brought to the police station as persons of interest.
Authorities say the other victims include a deputy with the U.S. Marshals and 2 members of the state's Department of Correction, identified overnight as Sam Peloche and Alden Elliott, both 14-year veterans of the department.
We lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe.
Charlotte's mayor fighting back tears.
And the most that I can ask of our community is that we honor and respect them.
As far as what we know about the suspect, police just said he had a high-powered rifle. They didn't specify what kind or how he obtained it. Overnight, President Biden issuing a statement saying that for family members who received this phone call, losing someone in law enforcement, it's like taking a piece of their soul away. He says that we have to do more to protect the law enforcement community. In Charlotte, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Well, NBC News analyst Jim Kavanaugh joins us now. He's a retired special agent in charge for the ATF. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So what are some of the key details law enforcement may be looking to find out after a tragic event like this?
Well, they're going to analyze the whole situation, obviously, to see how it unfolded. And you're going to have a possible criminal case, Savannah, against persons inside the house who were shooting and probably responsible for the multiple murder of officers. The way it really unfolded was they went to make an arrest of the subject for felon in possession and fleeing and eluding the police. And he was killed in the front lawn of the home while shooting at the officers, and they returned fire. When they then approached him, after he was down, they took rifle fire from inside the house. So that was pretty deadly. And then responding officers, that one Charlotte-Mecklenburg officer, uniformed officer who was killed, he was a responding officer to that shooting. So the person inside the house, you know, was shooting at responding officers, which he shot 4 other officers. So we had 4 dead and 4 wounded. It's a real sad day for the Fugitive Task Force and all law enforcement across the country.
Jim, what can you tell us about the U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force? I mean, what type of work do they do? It's pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah, you know, I had many agents on all these task forces, the Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and we work with them extensively. They're super. It's a super operation. The U.S. Marshal Service is, you know, the unsung heroes, really, of law enforcement. They do so much dangerous work, chasing down escaped federal prisoners, federal fugitives. But they formed these Fugitive Task Force a number of years ago and brought all the law enforcement together to do just that job, to chase down fugitives and wanted people. And who's on it is the federal agencies and the state agencies and the local agencies in an area. So here you have the corrections officers from North Carolina, you have Charlotte Mecklenburg officers, you have other federal agents on the task force, and as many as 70 agencies participating in this one fugitive task force. So they can go out across their area, which here it's the Carolinas, and pick up various fugitives and have the time to track them down and find them, which keeps us all so much safer. It's a great unit, really, great unit.
So, Jim, serving warrants, we know that can be dangerous. How does law enforcement train for that situation, especially when it's taking place in a residential area as it was here?
Yeah, great question, Savannah. I was always of the mindset, and being a negotiator and the way I did things as a uniformed officer, I always wanted to do things easy. So I always wanted to catch them away from their house, while they were buying beer at the market, because then, maybe they could hit you with a 12-pack of beer, or they might have a handgun, but they weren't carrying a machine gun or a rifle, which we, might suspect they're involved in, especially in ATF. We were all after armed people and people with bombs and guns. So, we tried to manipulate how we would arrest them, where we would pick them up to try to be safe. But there's no real safe place ever, because they can always pull out a gun and shoot if they want to. And it looks like the fugitive task force won the gun battle initially. And it was the second shooter or shooters who wreaked carnage on them when they approached the initial suspect.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, as always, we so appreciate your analysis here.
International news now. New this morning, a man with a sword was arrested after attacking several people in London.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. Early this morning, a man drove a car into a house in East London. Then he got out and he attacked several members of the public, including 2 officers, with a sword. Now, Metropolitan Police in London said several people have been stabbed, but didn't specify how many and what their medical conditions are, even though now they say that at least one of the victims, a 13-year-old boy, has been killed. Now, the police confirmed that a 36-year-old man was arrested at the scene and is now in custody. The motive of the attack is still unclear, and the police said they will provide more information as soon as they can. Let's go to Southeast Asia now, where a weeks-long heat wave and record-high temperatures led to urgent health warnings throughout the region. On Monday, in the Philippines, all public schools were closed and millions of students across the country were told to stay home. Authorities in Cambodia warned that temperatures could reach 109 degrees this week there, the highest temperature in 170 years. And Myanmar also warned of record-high temperatures after several towns in the country last week were on the list of the hottest spots worldwide. And let's end this tour of the world in Britain, where a mysterious Roman artifact is going on public display for the first time. The object is one of only 33 similar items found in Britain and was discovered during an amateur dig in the summer of 2023. Experts believe that these 12-sided objects were possibly linked to Roman rituals or religion, but there are no reference to them in ancient books. Well, if you ask me, that looks like an early ancient version of Rubik's Cube.
That's pretty cool.
I might actually be able to finish that one. Thank you, Claudia.
Thanks. Much more to come. You got him. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including a brewing legal showdown between Hunter Biden and Fox News.
But first, what we can expect to hear later this morning in court when a banker who worked with former President Trump's attorney Michael Cohen takes the witness stand in the former president's hush money trial. We'll take you outside that Manhattan courtroom next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just made too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are coming on with some breaking news in the New York hush money trial involving former President Donald Trump. Presiding Judge Juan Merchan found Mr. Trump in contempt for 9 violations of his gag order and fined him $9,000. Trump is barred from making any attacks on jurors and witnesses. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now with more on this. So, Rahima, walk us through this ruling from Judge Merchan and what it means for the former president.
Joe, Judge Merchan has found for the prosecution that the defense and former President Donald Trump violated, as you point out, 9 of the 10 posts. He said that there were 9 of 10 violations of this gag order where the former president was not allowed to make remarks or any kind of attacks on witnesses or potential witnesses. What the judge has done, he has said there will be a $1,000 fine for each of the violations. There were 10. He found 9 of them were in violation, so that's $9,000. And the judge has said by 2:15 this afternoon that those posts have to be removed from Donald Trump's website and his Truth social media site. What does this mean in terms of whether or not he's going to actually do that? I think the court is going to be watching very intently to see if he does follow the orders of the court, and that is to remove these posts, these 9 posts that he has found were in violation of the gag order, and to not continue to violate that gag order. Joe?
So, Rahima, as part of Judge Merchan's decision, he says that, quote, the court will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders, even threatening jail time at this point. I mean, given what we've seen from Trump so far, I know we don't have a reaction to this decision yet this morning, but how could this change what we see from Trump going forward?
We don't know yet, Joe, to tell you the truth. That's yet to be determined. There had been talk at some point of perhaps the defense attorney would be handling his Truth Social messages and reposts and things of that nature, but it's not really clear. One of the things we do know, we had a full screen of this from Judge Merchan on the contempt order. He wrote, the defendant is hereby warned that the court will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders, and that if necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, it will pose an incarceratory punishment. He's saying that he would put Donald Trump behind bars, if you will, if there continues to be violations of the gag order. It remains to be seen, Joe, exactly how that would be imposed. Joe?
And real quick, Rahima, remind us what we can expect ahead this week. No court tomorrow, right?
That's correct. No court tomorrow. And in fact, on Thursday, the judge had said last week, he said on this Thursday coming up, that he would hold yet another hearing on the prosecution's request for the judge to point out that for the judge to note, according to the prosecution, there have been 4 more violations of the gag order. Last week, the judge said that he would hold a hearing on this week, and that would come up on Thursday. It'll be very interesting to see how the judge rules on those 4 questions of whether or not there's been yet more in terms of violations of the gag order coming from the former president. Joe?
This gag order could continue to be an issue throughout this trial. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much.
Now to a potential legal showdown between President Biden's son and Fox News.
Lawyers for Hunter Biden say they are planning to sue the network. According to a letter sent to Fox and obtained by NBC News, the lawsuit is set to be filed imminently.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick, who has covered Hunter Biden extensively. Sarah, good morning. You actually also obtained this letter. What exactly is being alleged here, and has Fox News responded?
Good morning. Yes, the letter is a stunning document. Hunter's lawyers are alleging that Fox News engaged in a conspiracy to defame Hunter Biden by painting him in a false light. A major focus of the letter is Fox News' extensive coverage of those bribery allegations related to Hunter and his father, Joe Biden, which we now know were based on information from an FBI informant that has been indicted for providing that false information to the FBI. The letter also alleges that Fox used Biden's image for commercial purposes, and also that they unlawfully published hacked, intimate images of him, an interesting application of copyright law. Fox just responded to our request for comment this morning. They say that their coverage is protected under the First Amendment, that Hunter Biden is a public figure, and they believe that their coverage has been accurate. Of course, that's going to be up for a judge to decide.
So, Sarah, this new threat of litigation comes about a year after Fox News agreed to pay almost $800 million to Dominion Voting Systems, settling defamation claims related to Fox's airing of election fraud claims in the 2020 election. Hunter Biden's legal team is saying that decision may have been partially inspired this lawsuit. Is that right?
Absolutely. The Dominion lawsuit is interesting because although it was such a huge judgment, it covered a relatively short period of time and a relatively small number of on-air claims. Hunter Biden, meanwhile, has been the subject of coverage for years and years. And there are, so many really extensive allegations that Fox has made, in a variety of different mediums. Media Matters, an independent group, has tracked how many mentions, and they found that there were over 13,000 mentions of Hunter Biden just since January 2023. But what we know is that the indictment of Alexander Smirnov earlier this year is what pushed the plan into action. Hunter's attorney told me that those revelations, quote, basically closed the loop on the conspiracy. Joe?
Do we have any idea when this lawsuit could be filed and what comes next here, Sarah?
So the Hunter team has been preparing for this for over a year, and they said in the letter that they anticipate litigation imminently. But we know that these cases, specifically defamation cases, are extremely difficult. They are complex, and there's a huge volume of information here that would need to go back and forth in discovery. And keep in mind, they haven't actually filed the suit yet. So I think we'll be following this for a very long time. Savannah.
All right, Sarah, great reporting. Thanks for joining us.
Coming up, it is an age-old question that has been on a lot of Americans' minds lately. Is it cheaper to rent or buy, especially in a big city like New York?
Oh, yeah. After the break, we'll dig into some pretty surprising new numbers that show you can actually save some cash by signing that lease. That is next on Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. We talk a lot about this here, screen time. It's a concern, of course, for millions of parents, whether that's teens scrolling on social media, kids playing video games, or even just young kids watching TV.
A new guide this morning, that's out this morning, looks to help parents with that issue and giving advice on how to manage the amount of time their kids spent in front of screens at different ages.
Yeah, here with us now to share this important new guidance is Dr. Jenny Radesky. She's a pediatrician and co-director of the American Academy of Pediatrics Center of Excellence on Social Media and Youth Mental Health. Yep. What a title that is at a time like this. Exactly what we need. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Radesky. Good morning, and thank you for bringing us this new guide. So I know it kind of comes down to 5 C's, which I think is helpful for people to remember, but tell us the big takeaways here.
Yeah, so we knew that this is feeling really, really hard for parents right now, and they wanted some easy to remember guidance that goes beyond the just 2-hour rule of screen time.
Right.
That, that doesn't reflect updated evidence. So the 5 C's are child, content, calm, crowding out, and communication. These are all based on what both can help you set healthy digital habits with kids if you're just starting to introduce technology, or if you want to roll it back because you feel like things are overwhelming in your household. We have strategies in our handouts you can find on the aap.org website to really think about, how do I do this in a way that's not just going to lead to more arguments with my kids, and it's going to be sustained. It's not just going to be, all right, we try to reduce screens for one day and then it all comes rushing back in.
Of course, every age group is different. So let's walk through advice for different age groups, and let's start with infants, because you really have to kind of build a foundation here, right?
Totally. In infancy, kids can't learn from screens yet, so it's really about the parents setting their own boundaries around technology. When we as parents use tech, we talk to our kids less, we're less attached to them emotionally, right? So infancy, you're adjusting to parenthood. You should be thinking about, how do I carve out time to play and talk with my kids? That's the foundation of emotional health in kids, and really avoid just having them sit in front of YouTube or the TV.
Okay, let's move up to school-age kids. One, maybe they are learning, or maybe that's how a lot of times it's being explained on those tablets. What do you do then?
So preschool age, kids can learn from media, but it needs to be educational. It needs to be like PBS Kids or Sesame Street, stuff that's really designed to teach kids, not to make money off of kids through ad impressions, right? So keeping things educational. Another big thing you're doing when you're a young kid is learning how to calm down your big emotions. So we're telling families, avoid using screens for that calming purpose, because it leads to more difficulties over time.
I see that happen so often, where parents just kind of put a screen in front of their kids.
It's so tempting.
Yeah.
Parenting is hard, but we want families to have non-screen strategies to calm your brains and your body down. That's such an important life skill. Starts in infancy, goes through adulthood.
Let's move to teenagers, which can be the toughest thing. You're talking about kids getting smartphones. Of course, you're dealing with social media. What can you do to make sure your kids are safe, their mental health is as good as humanly possible?
Right. So here's our tips. Starting in school age, kids are starting to be more logical. They can talk to you about technology more, keep monitoring their content, and that it's not crowding out other activities. Once they're teens, it's normal for them to want to just connect with other kids, figure out their identity. They're going to want to do that through phones and through social media. Our tips are, keep lines of communication open so you can be really connecting with your kids and understanding their experience, not judging them, not being panicky. Number 2 is set some norms about boundaries. It doesn't need to come into the bedroom. You can put it down and take a break from it and just have time for your own solitude or dinner time conversation. We're encouraging kids to be honest about their age, not starting social media accounts when they're not supposed to, under 13, because that is linked with more negative experiences in kids. And, you know, getting a smartphone does not equal getting social media, right? So there should be ongoing conversations between parents and kids about what are you ready for, what drama are other kids experiencing when they do get these phones, and helping them build some insight so they can be more savvy digital citizens.
Maybe even if the apps say you can be 13, maybe a conversation in your own home about what that real right age is, especially based on friends and that kind of thing.
I think what kids are telling us through the Center of Excellence is we don't want to feel controlled. We don't want to just be talked down to and have our parents take our phones away and have rules. So that's really why we're framing this around talk to your kids, understand them. If you meet them where they are, you'll be much more likely to help them control their time on screens, get a good night's sleep, and be, you know, have a more regulated relationship with it.
Dr. Jenny Radesky, thank you so much for sharing this with us and coming by to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
That was great.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get to some money news, starting with a headline that hits a little close to home. NBC bidding big time for NBA broadcast rights.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yep. So NBC Universal reportedly plans to offer $2.5 billion a year for a package of NBA games. The Wall Street Journal says TNT, which is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, has paid an average of $1.2 billion under its current deal. But it failed to reach a new agreement with the league before an exclusive negotiating window expired last week. TNT and Warner began airing NBA games in 1984, while Disney's ESPN started broadcasting games in 2002. When NBC lost the rights, that was when NBC lost the rights. Now, Disney is expected to pay an average of $2.6 billion a year to renew its deal. Meanwhile, Peacock is raising prices ahead of the Summer Olympics. The streaming service owned by NBC Universal and Comcast will increase the monthly fee for new subscribers by $2 on July 18th. So that pushes the ad-supported tier to $7.99 a month and the ad-free tier to $13.99. Now, the annual plan goes up $20 to $79.99 for the ad-supported tier and $139.99 for no ads. The increase goes into effect for existing subscribers on August 17th. And Elon Musk has cut 2 senior Tesla executives and plans to lay off several hundred employees. The information reports Musk is frustrated by falling sales. The 2 executives run Tesla's supercharger and new products units. Tesla's public policy team will also be dissolved. Earlier this month, the company announced the layoffs of more than 10% of the workforce, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, next up here, a new study suggests it's better to rent than to buy a home in all 50 of the largest metro areas in the U.S.
Yeah, according to the analysis from Bankrate, nationally, the typical home costs nearly 37% more to buy than to rent on a monthly basis.
Bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So I think, first of all, I always thought, oh, gosh, you want to buy a home.
Exactly.
It's better than renting.
Exactly.
You got this 37%, which is a pretty big number. In some places, it's even more, right?
Yeah, it's really incredible. So typical rent is about $1,900 a month. A typical monthly mortgage, $2,700. And it gets really ugly out west. When you look out west at San Francisco, for example, typical rent, $3,000. A mortgage, $8,500. Wow. San Jose, Austin, Seattle. I mean, those big cities out west, you have this very wide gap between what people would pay for a mortgage and what they're paying for rent. And so it does, in those places, it makes sense to say, you know what? I am just going to keep throwing my money at the landlord because I don't have the insurance rates, I don't have the mortgage rates, I don't have the upkeep, and I can start to build and pad my bottom line for when I do buy it down the road.
Is there anywhere where it does make more sense to be buying?
So there are some towns where you have that gap between rent and mortgage is very narrow. One of them is Buffalo, New York, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philly, Cleveland. Those are the places I think it makes more sense to make sure you're getting yourself ready for homeownership and investing in a long-term purchase of a home. Remember, a lot of American wealth for the typical family comes from a real estate purchase. These are these big assets they get more valuable over time, that you're really investing in something. That's what makes it so frustrating that right now the economics are all messed up, and so it's not a great time to be a first-time home buyer.
Yeah, I mean, home ownership is the dream for millions of Americans.
Right.
It's not going to stay like this, right? We expect things to turn around. What can you do now to make sure you're ready for
Yeah, 4 out of 5 Americans say the American dream is buying a home. So what you need to do is start saving for that down payment. You know, the rule of thumb is you need 20% for a down payment. The more you have for a down payment, the less of the home you're financing with those high interest rates, right? But the typical, I think the average is like 14% is what the down payment is. Clean up your credit score. Go to annualcreditreport.com. Make sure there aren't any mistakes so you have a high credit score. The higher the credit score, the lower the mortgage rate. You can also hunt around for FHA, USDA, and Veterans Administration deals where if you qualify, those mortgage rates are much, much lower, and in some cases, you only need a little bit of a down payment. So there are programs meant to help people get into homeownership. But again, right now, just with so little inventory on the market, record high home prices, and the highest mortgage rates since 2000, the math just doesn't make sense. I usually say, don't just throw your money away. You should be buying. But actually, you're not throwing your money away. Just hold on.
Right. I love that. All right, Christine, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Coming up, swing and a miss.
Yeah, after the break, could a big change be on deck for those controversial MLB uniforms that have both fans and players crying foul? More on that. And yes, we'll have even more baseball puns after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
and what matters here at home.
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. We've got some news on the Kelce brothers for you. So Travis Kelce just signed a contract extension for 2 more years with the Kansas City Chiefs, worth more than $17 million a year. That makes him the highest paid tight end in the league. Meanwhile, Travis's older brother, Jason Kelce, is heading from the football field to the broadcast world. The newly retired Eagles star, who's known for his fun personality, well, that's one way of putting it, will be joining ESPN's Monday Night Countdown pregame broadcast show. So lots more of both Jason and Travis. There you go, Joe.
Known for his fun personality.
Yeah, and
there
his
you go.
shirtless antics.
I think that's in his resume. All right. Staying with sports, the MLB is now addressing the ongoing controversy surrounding this season's new uniforms. There are multiple reports that the Major League Baseball Players Association sent a memo to players outlining changes that Nike is expected to make by next season after months of pushback and commentary from fans and players. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from L.A. with the latest on all this. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We got our hands on that memo from the Players Association, and let me tell you, the boys this summer are throwing some serious heat at Nike. After changes to the uniforms left them sweat-stained and ripped right down the seams at times, the Players Association is now saying this has been entirely a Nike issue and laying out plans to fix the flaws.
Here's the payoff.
After months of backlash, changes may be on deck for uniforms that have been anything but a home run.
He rips his pants.
The Major League Baseball Players Association telling the league's players in a memo obtained by NBC News that Nike is expected to address frustrations with its new MLB unis no later than the start of next season. The association writes, Nike was innovating something that didn't need to be innovated.
This is a memo from the Players Union to the players. It is not from Nike.
Nike has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, but has said in the past they'll continue to work to address player uniforms. Among the apparent solutions outlined, addressing the ongoing sweat stain issues seeping through Nike's Vapor Premier jersey, returning to larger lettering on the backs of jerseys, and bringing back tailoring options for pants and past stitching standards to prevent blowouts.
I think we're seeing here that enough outrage, even if it's mostly online, can impact change here. It can make a company as large as Nike say, okay, we're getting pretty widely blasted for this.
While the initial reaction to the new uniform wasn't all negative,
somehow this feels even more authentic than the ones that we've been wearing.
There were plenty of critics. Before the season even started, Philadelphia Phillies star Trey Turner telling the Associated Press, I know everyone hates them. We all liked what we had.
The jerseys are different. They're designed to be performance wear as opposed to what has traditionally been worn.
And as the Players Association now writes, this has been entirely a Nike issue. They're standing by the uniform's manufacturer, Fanatics, writing in the memo that the sportswear giant has been making the uniforms for the last 8 years without issue.
They were messing with something that probably didn't need to be changed.
If the players like them, cool. If they don't like them, then change them.
Fans of America's favorite pastime, hoping any tweaks wind up being a huge hit.
One pitch. There's a drive in the deep right field.
So we also reached out to Fanatics and the Players Association, and no one's offering comment on this most recent memo. But keep in mind, Nike is just 4 years into a 10-year, $1 billion deal to be the league's official uniform supplier. So even if it's not until the start of next season, this memo suggests the players and fans' uproar has been heard loud and clear, and the pressure is on Nike to make the changes, guys.
All right, we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, Kaylee, thank you so much. I don't know why this story is so funny to me. It's like, we're like, that's not going to do.
I guess. Just getting back to the old ones, maybe. Is that an option still?
They innovated on something that didn't need to be innovated on. Just so funny, some of it, like how it's like so see-through, the pockets and stuff. It's like, why would
some interesting commentary on all of that. So, by the way, I didn't tell you, we're getting new uniforms here at NBC News now. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Good.
We'll see.
Yours will be pink on Wednesdays?
Yes, exactly. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now.
Everyone, so happy you could be with us today. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, April 30th, escalating tensions, pro-Palestinian demonstrators at Columbia University now occupying a building on campus. The growing number of protests nationwide as school officials struggle to gain control.
And selling secrets. A former National Security Agency worker was sentenced to more than 2 decades in prison. More on how he sold classified information to someone he thought was a Russian official.
Digital wellness, new guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents navigate social media with their kids. The 5 questions to ask before allowing any screen time.
Mental magic, the start of spring. It can be the perfect excuse to take stock of your mental health and do some decluttering. How physical activity can actually be the key to kickstarting a positive mindset.
Oh, definitely. That mind-body connection, right?
Speed walking in.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Tuesday. We're going to start with the dramatic scenes on college campuses right now as some schools struggle to get pro-Palestinian demonstrations under control. Now, just today, police appeared to break up a protest at the University of North Carolina's Chapel Hill. We're told authorities also cleared encampments at UConn and Yale. In New York City, protesters at Columbia are now occupying a historic building at the school. You see here, this video shows people smashing windows and barricading themselves inside.
All of this came after university officials say they began suspending students who refused to leave the encampment there on campus. Now, across the country, demonstrations are still spreading to more colleges. These right there on your screen, these were all the scenes yesterday. We're talking UT Austin, the University of Utah, UCLA. And according to the latest count from NBC News, there are now encampments on at least 45 campuses nationwide. So far, more than 1,100 have been arrested since those protests first broke out. Following it all, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, she's back outside Columbia's main campus here in Manhattan. You're there, Antonia, really what has been the center, the epicenter of these protests. And campus is essentially locked down right now. There's really only one way in and one way out. What are students telling you? I mean, are they listening to university officials, and are they staying away?
Well, Morgan, in a lot of cases, they do not have a choice, because if you are not part of or living in one of the buildings as part of this central campus, you can't get in there. All in-person activities have been canceled, and you can't go to the dining halls that are in certain areas, and you can't access classrooms or offices, even if you're faculty. I've spoken to several faculty members who say they can't even get some of their belongings out of their offices today. And so, as you mentioned, there's this one gate behind me here, and Hamilton Hall over there is where all these protesters are right now stationed. Students were shocked by some of this, but then when you speak to other people who have been watching these protests more closely in recent months, in other ways, Morgan, they say that, well, after the 2 p.m. deadline was missed, for hours, it just felt like this campus was bound to see an escalation, whether that was going to be the NYPD entering last night or it was going to be a new move by the protesters. So that's what we saw unfold at about 12:30 a.m. yesterday, or last night. They entered, they used metal gates, they used all kinds of furniture and zip ties, and they say they plan to stay there for an indefinite amount of time.
Well, Antonia, now we're getting a group of more than 1,000 alumni who've sent a letter to Columbia saying enough is enough, that they need to restore safety on campus. What are university officials saying about just how they're going to get this situation under control, especially with graduation ceremonies right around the corner?
Well, Vicki, a lot of questions are still up in the air, frankly. The university has made very clear that safety is paramount. That is a major reason why they locked this campus down and are restricting access, even to media. We don't even have a window today, as we normally do, to get in there, to do reporting, to observe what's actually happening there. They've completely restricted this central space. And they've also made very clear they want to hold commencement as usual, especially because this senior class is the class of 2020 from high school. They lost out on that opportunity. But how all of this is really going to unfold in the coming days remains to be seen, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, thank you very much. Morgan?
Now to a tragic story, Vicki. We now know the identity of the alleged gunman who was killed in a shootout that left 4 law enforcement officers dead in Charlotte. Now, police just gave a news conference and confirmed the suspect to be 39-year-old Terry Clark Hughes Jr. Hughes was a convicted felon who was wanted for possession of a firearm. Investigators say he opened fire when a U.S. Marshals task force came to arrest him. These are the fallen officers.
Do we take cover?
You can hear the shots ringing out and see police there ducking behind cars in this harrowing video. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is live on the ground for us right now in Charlotte, North Carolina. Tremaine, this is tough, right? Police originally thought there might have been 2 shooters. Now they think it was just 1. What are the latest details in the investigation, and what more can you tell us about those 4 officers who were killed?
Morgan, as you know, in situations like this, the chaos, the concern, the fear, there are often more questions than answers, especially early in the investigation. But police do believe that while there were 2 bursts of gunfire, it's still unclear whether it was 1 or 2 shooters. Certainly, that suspect was taken down and immobilized. Police in that press conference said that they're trying to determine exactly when he went down, and then if any more gunfire was thrown at officers after he was already down. Again, more questions than answers. But Chief Jennings did give us a little more details about what was recovered from the scene after the shooting, including 2 weapons, an AR-15 and a .40 caliber. Here's Chief Jennings.
Probably well over 100 rounds of gunfire, or of projectiles and casings that will be collected. But what I will say is that we did recover so far on the scene an AR-15 rifle, a .40 caliber handgun, and also additional magazines and ammo.
Certainly this is the stuff of the investigation, but more than anything else, these officers, the leadership are mourning officers they're calling heroes who are rushing into danger, not away from it, Morgan.
Yeah, absolutely, heroes. Tremaine, what do we know about the 2 women who were inside the house when that shooting was happening?
That's right. You have the shooter who was killed in the shootout. Then you had 2 women inside, one described as a minor, 17 years old, and another described simply as an older woman who they did say had a relationship with this location. They belonged to be there. They were all there together, but it's still unclear whether they were involved or not. That's still part of the investigation. But the police chief did say that they're not looking for any other suspects. Anyone involved in this case, in the shooting, was in that house at the time of the shooting. Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee on the ground there in Charlotte. Tremaine, as always, thank you.
A former NSA employee is facing nearly 22 years in prison for selling classified information to an undercover FBI agent who thought he was a Russian official. The U.S. district judge leading the case said Jerry Dalkey's actions were as close to treason as you can get. The 32-year-old pleaded not guilty to espionage charges last fall. We have with us NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And so, Ken, walk us through what exactly happened here and what kind of information was Dalkey trying to sell?
Vicky, prosecutors say Dalkey had just left his job at the National Security Agency when he began exchanging emails in 2022 with an FBI agent who was posing as a Russian spy. They say he was motivated to share information by, quote, curiosity for secrets and a desire to cause change. The NSA, by the way, is the Pentagon's super secret hacking and digital spy agency. Now, prosecutors say Dalkey told the agent he wanted to, quote, help balance the scales of the world while also tending to his own needs. Dalkey sent the agent excerpts from some sensitive documents he had in his possession as a demonstration of his access, and then he told the agent he would sell everything he had for $85,000 payable in cryptocurrency. In September 2023, the FBI agent, posing as a Russian, instructed Dalkey to go to a train station in Denver and send documents over a secure connection. He did that, and moments later, FBI agents swooped in and arrested him, Vicky.
You know, Ken, we were just looking at some details there on screen about him. He's 32 years old. What else have you learned about Dalkey? How long was he working for the NSA?
Yeah, he was an Army veteran with a background in cybersecurity who had declared bankruptcy, interestingly, in 2017. Unclear how he got a security clearance after that. He worked as a civilian NSA information system security designer, very briefly, actually, in June and July of 2022. And he left after telling superiors that he had to attend to a family illness and so needed to return to Colorado. But he planned to come back. Court records say he told the man he thought was his Russian handler that he would have access to more classified documents when he returned to his job. Worth pointing out that Attorney General Merrick Garland said that this sentence, quote, demonstrates that those who seek to betray our country will be held accountable for their crimes. Vicky.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you.
Well, switching gears, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Walmart is launching a new grocery brand as more deal-hungry consumers turn to the retailer amid high inflation. Now, it's called Better Goods, and it will include more items inspired by trends and priced at around $5 on average.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, Walmart already the largest grocer in the U.S. by revenue. So what does this new brand look like? How will it help business and consumers?
Hey, Vicki and Morgan. So it's called the Better Goods brand, and it will offer items from frozen foods to dairy and snacks. Many of those items will be plant-based, like oat milk-based ice cream, or they'll have certain ingredients removed. Think gluten-free chicken nuggets. The new line is part of Walmart's efforts to retain shoppers seeking new flavors and lower prices. Meanwhile, Nike has settled its trademark lawsuit against Japanese fashion brand A Bathing Ape, also known as Bape, for copying its shoe designs. The lawsuit claimed that some of Bape's shoes were near verbatim copies of Nike's iconic sneakers, including the Air Force One and the Dunk. As part of the settlement, Bape will redesign some of its shoes and discontinue others. And finally, Dave & Buster's will allow customers to bet on its arcade games. Loyalty members age 18 and older will be able to make real money wagers on games with friends through the Dave & Buster's app. It is expected to launch in a few months. Guys, you can bet on anything these days.
So you can bet on the app for what's happening physically in the arcade?
On skee ball and like if people are shooting hoops, right? Deirdre, is that how it's going to work?
Yeah, I wonder if it'll even work for like the more random ones, but we'll have to see as it rolls out.
Yeah, wow. All right. Betting on everything.
Yeah, all right. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks.
Well, sleeping past an alarm, that can rattle a lot of us, and it is a feeling that many iPhone users have experienced recently. Coming up, we're going to dive into what is causing issues with Apple's alarm clock and how the company is working to fix it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A rude awakening for Apple after iPhone users have been taking to social media complaining that their alarm clock app simply is not working. They're blaming one feature in particular. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada explains how the company is trying to resolve the glitch.
Hey there, well, this is what nightmares are made of. Millions of Americans use iPhones to wake them up, but more people on social media are swapping stories and sounding off on the widely popular Clock app, trying to pinpoint why it's not going off. Now, Apple is responding to what could be called a rude awakening.
The nightmare of sleeping past an alarm is now becoming a reality for some iPhone users.
This has probably been the third or fourth day in a row that my alarm clock has not gone off.
Across social media, upset oversleepers sharing their experiences with alarm failures, forcing them to miss class, work, and even school pickups. And as videos clock in millions of views, it turns out some can relate.
I've noticed for the past week or so, my alarm just wasn't waking me up.
What's been going on with the Apple alarm clocks lately?
Apple says it is aware of an issue causing some iPhone alarms to not play the expected sound and said the company is working on a fix. In the meantime, many sounding off on the attention aware feature.
Okay, I do some Googling. This is a thing. This is a thing. You need to turn off something related to attention.
According to Apple, the setting allows the iPhone to check whether a user is paying attention and will lower the sound of alerts if the user is looking at the device.
Some people have said that turning off an attention aware feature has helped solve this problem. Maybe it is sensing that there's a face or something, and so you're not hearing that alarm sound.
To turn off the function, go into the iPhone settings, hit Face ID and passcode, and scroll down to the attention aware setting to disable it.
I have a mental alarm. I set my head for 6:45 and I get up.
For those without a mental alarm, Apple just offered a breakdown of the app, noting do not disturb, the ring silent switch, and silent mode don't affect the alarm sound, urging users to double-check sound settings under Sound and Haptics and each alarm that is set. And if you're using standby settings, make sure to keep your phone stationary. But of course, who can sleep on the old-fashioned physical alarm clock that's guaranteed to make some noise?
There are a number of apps you can use. The Alarmy app, for instance, that will actually have you do math problems or take a photo of a specific part of your home to shut it off. Some so-called wake-up light bulbs will mimic the sunrise. And studies show waking up to a song that you can hum or sing along to is linked to lower levels of grogginess. Back to you.
Emily, thank you. I like that idea of waking up to a song. All right, well, the Biden administration ordering increased safety measures for all new vehicles on the road. Cars and trucks will now be required to have automatic braking technology. It is aimed at reducing pedestrian collisions. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has more on the new standard for safety.
The video is hard to watch. 9-year-old Landon McKay thrown in the air after being hit in the crosswalk by what police say was an unlicensed driver.
I feel like it really could have been avoided if she was paying attention.
In the ER, Landon's injuries proved minor. In Washington, D.C., you have to look closely to see a woman in the crosswalk hit by a delivery van. She suffered serious injuries.
One of the big challenges we have right now is pedestrian fatalities.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing new automatic emergency brake, or AEB, standards for all cars and light trucks within 5 years to reduce the 43,000 people who die on Americans' roads each year. AEB works by using radar, video, or infrared sensors to scan for potential collisions. Most new cars already come with automatic braking, but the government is telling car makers they need to make the technology even better. A AAA study found current AEB prevents 85% of rear-end crashes under 30 miles per hour, but just 30% of crashes at 40 miles per hour. The new standards will require cars to avoid collisions at up to 62 miles per hour, automatically applying the brakes at up to 45 miles per hour for pedestrians, and able to see pedestrians in both daylight and darkness.
It's especially important because the data are showing us that about 75% of pedestrian and bicycle fatalities happen after dark.
The auto industry says automakers voluntarily committed to install AEB in new vehicles and have already met that commitment. The DOT hoping to save at least 360 lives and prevent 24,000 injuries a year.
We want to set a high standard for what it should be like for the future and have it be something that's in every car, not just one of the bells and whistles.
Hitting the accelerator on braking. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Later on this hour, spring cleaning your workout routine. We'll talk about ways you can declutter your mind and body this season and also improve your mood all year round. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some homeowners may be surprised to find out that their home is being photographed without their permission. And those pictures, they can end up costing you when it comes to insurance.
Yeah, Susan Hogan with NBC News Washington reveals how some companies are using drones to determine whether property is too risky to cover.
High above your neighborhood, all along main streets and back roads. Nearly every building in the United States is being photographed, either by satellite or drones. Aerial imagery used by some insurance companies to keep an eye on their policyholders.
So it felt kind of icky, and it felt just kind of like somebody's watching you.
Someone was watching and taking pictures of Elizabeth's roof. Turns out it was her insurance company, Nationwide. She found this out after getting an email from them alerting her that they utilized a third party that obtains imagery data. And based on this image, they had concerns that may increase the chance for a loss on the property, noticing natural discoloration and streaking. And the remedy? Repair or replace the roof in order to retain Nationwide.
I had a panic attack.
Elizabeth says she was floored to know her policy could be revoked because of a grainy image she didn't even know was being taken.
And when we moved in, we knew that we were going to have to replace the roof within, a few years. Was it something that I planned on doing in the next 3 months? No.
I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, we've really seen the use of drones and aerial photography and satellite imagery come into the insurance space.
Sean Kevlin with the Insurance Information Institute and Industry Association says aerial imagery was originally used during catastrophic events when humans were unable to reach certain areas destroyed by severe weather. It was not only safer, but faster to pay claims. Today, he says, drones and satellites are being used for normal maintenance of policies by many insurance companies. Insurers looking for underwriting hazards like yard debris, damaged roofs, undeclared trampolines, or swimming pools.
I would say the technology, as much as it might be jarring to a consumer to understand that the insurer is monitoring a house, to have a safer roof, to make sure that that first line of defense of your home is better protected, I'd say that's a win-win for the consumer.
Max altitude reached. The use of drone or satellite imagery is legal to a point. We contacted the insurance divisions in both Maryland and Virginia, and they tell us that drones can be used to collect information on our property. But how insurance companies actually use this information, well, that is up for debate. However, the Maryland Insurance Administration says there can be issues if drone imaging relies on technology such as artificial intelligence instead of human eyes to make decisions on potential risks. That's why most states say insurers should rely on more than one source of information to determine risk. Drones aren't allowed in D.C. United Policyholders, a nonprofit that provides resources to consumers, says it's seen a dramatic increase in reports from consumers who've been dropped by their insurers on the basis of an aerial image, which they say could be out of date or inaccurate. Elizabeth says this image of her roof is over a year old. She knows this because it doesn't show the trampoline in her backyard, which they installed a year ago. News 4 reached out to Nationwide about Elizabeth's case. They didn't respond. Elizabeth ended up hiring a company to inspect her roof, and luckily, they found only a broken shingle and some bolts that needed to be sealed. She's hoping her insurance company will accept it.
I'll be sending the letter off to them and hoping that they approve that, because I'm not paying for those repairs if I still need to get a new roof.
Wow. That was Susan Hogan with NBC News Washington reporting. Can you imagine if that was your home?
Really eye-opening and good for homeowners to know that they can appeal and fight back and get their own inspections. Yeah, absolutely. Susan, thank you for that story. Up next, Florida's 6-week abortion ban will take effect tomorrow. How clinics in the state are dealing with the last-minute rush of patients. Stay with us. A lot of news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. And you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do it wherever you stream, including all these places you see on your TV, Fire TV, Local Now, Android TV, of course, Roku, Plex, Xumo. Your news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to Hallie Jackson now will never be questioned.
Welcome back, where it is 12:30 out on Long Island, New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Former President Donald Trump is being held in contempt after violating a gag order in his hush money case. Judge Juan Merchan handed down a $9,000 fine and warned that future violations could mean jail time. The judge also ordered Trump to take down social media posts he shared on his platform, Truth Social, by this afternoon.
One 13-year-old boy is dead and 4 others injured following a sword attack in London earlier today. Police were called to the scene after reports of a vehicle being driven into a house and several people stabbed. A 36-year-old man was arrested at the scene, and authorities say this does not appear to be a targeted attack.
And French actor Gérard Depardieu will face a trial for sexual assault allegations. As we reported yesterday, the Life of Pi actor was taken into custody after presenting himself at a Paris police station. The 75-year-old is being accused by 2 women for assaulting them on movie sets. Depardieu has been investigated for a number of sexual abuse allegations in the past, which he has denied.
Florida clinics are facing increased demand just as the state is set to tighten its abortion policy.
Starting tomorrow, doctors there will not be allowed to perform the procedure after 6 weeks, with just a few exceptions. The 15-week ban that is currently in place will no longer apply. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from outside an abortion clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. So, Marissa, it is good to see you. Are these Florida clinics, what's happening here in terms of patients who need care before this ban takes effect?
Well, what we're already seeing is we are seeing clinics beginning the process of starting to turn patients away. And this is because the 6-week abortion ban goes into effect tomorrow. But currently, the way things stand with the legality of abortions in Florida today, as they stand, it's a 15-week ban. But there's a 2-visit requirement. So you have the consultation and then a 24-hour waiting period before the next day. At soonest, you're able to either get the medication or get the procedure. So what that means is anyone who is showing up who is 6 weeks or more, or even 1 day away from being 6 weeks, they are being turned away today because of that 6-week ban tomorrow. So as you mentioned, we're outside of an abortion clinic in Jacksonville right now. And yesterday we had a chance to sit with an abortion clinic director in Fort Pierce, Florida. And here's what she was telling us she's been seeing over the last days and several weeks.
A lot of girls don't know that this is happening.
You were getting phone calls from people that had no idea.
No idea. No idea.
What did they say when you told them?
Are you kidding me? That's what they're saying. Are you kidding me? And patients who are already, 10 or 12 weeks, and we couldn't get them in on Saturday for their first part to come back today, they have to go out of state.
Another thing that has been really striking is the clinics that I've been speaking to, whether it's the directors, the employees, telling me how many women they've spoken to who didn't even know that they were 6 weeks or further along. Women saying that they thought they were 4 weeks along and only finding out after that consultation that they were, in fact, beyond the 6-week mark. So, here in Jacksonville, I want to point out, when you look at the map, the proximity to other states with stricter abortion laws. And so people have been traveling from places like Mississippi, like Louisiana, coming here today. There's been a rush over the last several weeks. Abortion clinics, they say, have been working through lunches, working longer hours to try to accommodate all of the people that they can while they can, Vicki and Morgan.
Speaking of that, Marissa, I mean, in just 7 months from now, Florida voters, they're going to actually have a chance to undo the 6-week ban at the ballot box. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, we actually found out that they would have the chance to do that on the same day that we found out there would be a 6-week ban. So on April 1st, just about 1 month ago, the Florida Supreme Court released their decision simultaneously saying that there would be a 6-week ban going into effect on May 1st, but also saying that Florida voters would have the chance to overturn that, if you will. So Amendment 4 is on the ballot in November here in Florida. And what that means is that Florida voters can decide whether or not to pass this protection for abortion rights all the way up until, quote, viability. That's roughly 24 weeks. But I'll point something out quickly, Vicki and Morgan. The threshold here in the state of Florida is much higher than in other states that we've seen with abortion on the ballot. It's more than just a majority. It is 60% or higher.
Yeah.
Vicki and Morgan.
Fascinating. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra on the ground there in Jacksonville. Marissa, thank you.
Morgan, get this. Today, half of all children get their first smartphone before they turn 11. And a majority of parents say technology is taking away from family time. But devices are now part of our kids' daily lives, which makes screen time tough to manage. To help parents find the best fit and approach for their families, the American Academy of Pediatrics is out today with new tips to navigate all forms of media. With us now, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Dr. Azar, the new guidance centers around the 5 C's, 5 questions parents should ask themselves. Walk us through the 5 C's.
Yeah, that's right. And the AAP basically says, Vicki, that this isn't supposed to be another checklist for parents, but rather kind of a framework to think about your child and your child's use of social media. So the first one is your child. You want to be intentional about the content that they are looking at. For example, if your child has ADHD, you might be more cautious about things that are going to be overstimulating. If they have a musical talent, on the other hand, they may actually benefit from certain content. Then thinking about content, you want to think about the quality of that, especially for our young children, unrealistic expectations expectations of beauty and things like that. Calm is the third C. That means we do not want the devices to be their coping mechanism. We need to teach children how to calm themselves. And then crowding out stands for, are they using social media rather than going on a walk or doing things with the family or cooking or so it's basically crowding out those other activities. And then finally, communication. We talk about this, Vic, all the time with our kids. Talk to your children about their social media use.
Yeah, you and I talk about teens, but let's talk about the first youngest age groups, right? Up to 18 months old, then toddlers, preschools, 2 to 4 years old. We're seeing a lot of people on social media that are directing their videos towards these kids, but that's when kids get really attached to screen time.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, Vicki, infancy to 18 months, it's almost a never to use kind of situation. I think exceptions would be FaceTiming relatives and things like that could certainly, and maybe there's a place for some educational content at that young age. But between 2 and 4, you really want to be using educational programs. You want to set a consistent time, a consistent media schedule, and you want to avoid using for calming emotions. Remember, this is the time when children are learning how to regulate their emotions. They need to be able to do that without the assistive devices.
Yeah, really important because sometimes the screen is the easy way out and it's tough for us parents. That was great advice. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
You bet.
Well, Vicki, overseas, King Charles officially returned to his royal duties today. The British monarch took a significant step back earlier this year after announcing his cancer diagnosis. Now, Buckingham Palace says the king was undergoing treatment but did not specify what type of cancer he was battling. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins me now live from London. Josh, look, the king visited a cancer treatment charity. How did it go? How was he received? How did he feel sort of getting back on the public trail?
Well, Morgan, this was a really tender moment when you think about the typical emotional distance that there is between the monarch, the King of England, and his subjects. You know, cancer doesn't work that way. It treats everybody equal. And King Charles was able to relate to these patients at this specialist cancer hospital he visited, really as a fellow patient. One of the patients told him about the symptoms from their treatment they were experiencing, the exhaustion and the mouth ulcers. And he was able to relate as someone who's also been undergoing cancer treatment. He also talked more than we've heard really in the past about what he described as the shock of getting that initial cancer diagnosis. And this was really a personal and intimate moment as the king returns to public life in a way, but also as one who has now been touched by this disease that affects so many of our families.
You know, Josh, I mean, is the king still currently receiving treatment, though?
He is. In fact, the king mentioned during his visit today that he had his most recent treatment this afternoon. And so we don't know all of the details about what kinds of treatment he's under now. As the palace has not disclosed what kind of cancer he even has, but we know that treatment is ongoing and that while doctors feel that he is better enough and in a stable enough place to be able to resume public duties, be out and about, not just greeting people on the street, but in fact in a hospital, they are also saying that he's going to take it slow as he gradually returns to public duties, and they're not really committing to any particular event as they make sure that he's really up for what lies ahead in the coming days and weeks.
All right, from our London bureau, NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you.
All right, well, spring cleaning season is underway, and in addition to decluttering your physical spaces, we're also looking for some ways to declutter your mind, too.
Yes, very important. Research shows that working out can actually help reduce feelings of anxiety and depression and ultimately improve your mood overall. One recent study from the British Journal of Sports Medicine said that physical activity should be a mainstay approach for your mental health treatment. So joining us now to discuss is certified personal trainer and Today Show fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour. Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thanks for being here, guys.
Yeah, and tomorrow is the first of the month. Obviously, it's a good time to think about resetting and decluttering. How does physical fitness help us declutter our minds?
Yeah, you know, we really want to spring clean our fitness routine, and the first step is to think about the things that you've been doing that haven't been working. So if you've said you're going to wake up and go for a walk first thing in the morning, but you're not, if you said you're going to get that gym membership, but you haven't been, you know, just like you would spring clean your house, spring clean those thoughts too and those goals and set new ones. can. So if we can look to exercise, if we can look to those feel-good endorphins as a way to really improve our moods, reduce anxiety, reduce feelings of depression, and boost your confidence so that you feel like you're doing something good for yourself, that's a great initiative to focus on as we kick off a new month tomorrow.
That confidence is so key.
It is. We always hear people say, look, I'm so overwhelmed with my kids, with my work, with my schooling, whatever else you have going on. How do you carve out that time? How do you get started with a habit that you're likely to keep?
Yeah, you know, we have over 750,000 people in our Start Today community, guys, and they're in this because you can start with literally just 5 minutes a day.
Right.
We do say, you know, start with 20 minutes, but if 5 minutes is all you can bear right now, start with 5 minutes. The point is just to start today and then notice how you start to become addicted to that movement and you want to do it more. The second thing is to be a little bit easier on yourself. So ditch that all or nothing mentality that says, oh my gosh, I can't do an hour, so I'm not going to do it at all. Or, oh, it's going to rain once I start my walk. Well, just turn around and come back inside. At least you went through the motions and got out there. So slow and steady really does win the race. And once you feel how good your body feels and also your mind, that makes you want to come back for more.
We can all find 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And I love sort of getting rid of that just black and white, you know, thinking. But we always talk about endorphins, like finding those ever elusive endorphins to help us physically feel better. How hard do you have to actually work out to get that?
I know.
When do they come?
Yeah, right. When do they come? I mean, people talk about the runner's high all the time, you know, which I have experienced, but I don't enjoy running. So I don't get a runner's high when I'm walking. But when I am walking, I do feel those feel-good endorphins kick in. I'm not kidding, within 5 minutes.
Wow.
So if you exercise, and again, if you just carve out a little bit of time, you're going to start to feel chemically in your brain and hormonally, your body and your mind is changing. So I would say for people that are, you know, experienced exercisers, 20 minutes, I would say, would be the magic number. But if you are someone who's sedentary, looking to get off the couch, or maybe you're seated all day at work, even it's flowing.
And listen, 5 minutes is like 1 or 2 songs, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're also talking to the woman who has a treadmill in her office that she is like, I mean, she stays moving. She is literally the gold.
That's how I find my 5 minutes, is during that meeting, let me just do a little pitter patter.
I love that. And blasting your favorite song, too, can also help with those endorphins.
I have not heard the Taylor Swift album come from her office. That I have not yet seen.
Not yet. All right, personal trainer and Today Show fitness contributor Steph Mansour, thank you so much. It's great to see you.
You too.
Well, teaching your kids how to cope with mental health issues, that can be pretty tough. But when is it actually time to consider bringing in professional help? We're going to discuss all the resources that parents have that they can turn to in just a moment. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, kids' mental health is in crisis across the U.S., according to the experts at the American Psychological Association. But there is a gap in the kids who need help and the ones who are actually receiving it.
That's right. A study by the University of Michigan Medical School shows that less than half of kids actually get any kind of treatment for their mental health. And one reason is because some parents simply don't know how to tell if help is actually needed. So author, speaker, and psychologist Dr. Eileen Kennedy Moore is here to help us answer that. Dr. Kennedy Moore, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. This is such an important topic. And I think a lot of times parents don't seek help because they think, oh, it's not that bad. But if it's not that bad, a little bit of help could make a big difference.
Yeah.
If a child is having symptoms and they're getting worse rather than better and they're lasting a while, go find a mental health professional because it really can make a huge difference.
I love that. And, you know, when you're talking to kids, you call yourself Dr. Friend-tastic. Why is that naming convention even important?
Well, I don't do that so much in my practice, but I have a podcast called Kids Ask Dr. Friend-tastic. And I started this because I was seeing so many kids who are just struggling with friendships and the ordinary conflicts and bumps and bruises of getting along with people. So it's 5 minutes, comes out every week, and each episode features an audio recording of a question from a child about friendship, and then I try to say something practical and thought-provoking.
Oh, I love that. Going back to the kids' mental health aspect of this, sometimes kids are whiny, sometimes they're anxious, sometimes they're having a bad day. What tells you that it is something deeper that you might want to explore with a professional?
If it's continuing, if it's interfering with the child's functioning or interfering with the family. I see a lot of families where everybody's on eggshells, hoping that we're not going to set off the kid. And that's a sign that that child really needs help. We always want to reach first for empathy when we're talking to a child. And we can never go wrong by just acknowledging their feelings. You're worried that a bad guy is going to come in at night. But we don't want to just stop there. We also have to help the child develop coping strategies or new ways of thinking about the situation. Children's fears tend to grow along with their imagination. So sometimes it helps to ask, if they're afraid of the bad guy, how many times in the last year has a bad guy come into your bedroom? You know, not so often. Do you know anybody personally who's had that happen? No. And that helps them to get more of a scale of what is likely. And then we wanted to give them a plan. So, for instance, if they're afraid of something imaginary, who's in charge of their imagination? They are. Blink your eyes and change the story, maybe to something funny. So if it's a monster, what if you pull out the plug on the monster and all the air blows out and it just ends up in a lump on your floor? That's not real, but neither is the monster. And we can laugh about it together. Laughter is incompatible with anxiety.
I love that. I also love the example you gave because a lot of times you're dealing with anticipatory anxiety, right?
Exactly.
Kids are imagining something that has not come to pass and they're already feeling pent up and anxious. What can we as parents do to sort of minimize and reset ourselves so that we're giving that sort of good, calm energy to our kids?
Exactly. So the formula is empathy plus confidence. So we want to acknowledge this is scary for you, going to the birthday party. You don't know that many kids at the thing. But we also have to express confidence that our kids are going to be able to handle this, even though they're scared. Avoidance makes anxiety grow.
Right.
So we want to, especially when our kids are doubting themselves, we need to be really behind them. You can do this. And maybe we'll give them a game plan. So with the birthday party, you might say, okay, so here's what you're going to do. When you get there, you look for the pile of the presents, then you look for the kid and you say happy birthday.
So you're
and
telling them what to expect.
Exactly.
This is great. What's the name of the podcast again?
Kids Ask Dr. Friend-tastic.
Perfect. Author, speaker, and psychologist Dr. Eileen Kennedy Moore. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. That was...
leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, and a group in the Washington, D.C. area says it's found a unique form of physical therapy that's having a pretty big impact on patients.
Here's Today co-host Craig Melvin with the growing effort to stop the progression of the disease.
When you watch Vivek Puri enter a climbing gym, you'd be forgiven if you wondered whether he can scale those walls. Wonder not.
Does the wall give you some sort of freedom?
Yeah, it does. Getting on the wall and being able to do a hard route when I had to use the cane to get there it's not just freedom, it's liberating.
What's the highest that you've climbed?
65 feet.
50-year-old Vivek was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease 11 years ago, a day after his third child was born.
When you got the diagnosis, what did you think?
Well, my reaction at first was I started crying, pull myself together, and I had a baby to attend to. And it was, in a way, the best distraction you can think of.
Not long after, a physical therapist gave Vivek a tip. Join a small local climbing group started by John Lesson, a retired anesthesiologist diagnosed with Parkinson's at age 38.
What made you think that this was a good idea?
Well, you're literally in a padded room, so you're safe. You're roped in, and it's good for balance and big movements and grip strength, and you got your full body to do it.
But it took a few phone calls.
There you go. Keep using your feet.
Before he found an instructor willing to take him on.
When you got that initial call, what did you think?
I was excited.
Really?
I think I responded to him probably immediately and was, yeah, of course.
No reservations, no hesitation?
No.
Exercise is critical in slowing the progression of Parkinson's. And John and Molly Kupka felt they landed on the perfect workout.
Often they would tell people with Parkinson's, oh, you should go do yoga, and then you should run or bike, and then you should do that. And I'm like, or you could just climb. Left hand. No, don't hesitate. You do cardio, it has strength, and it has the big movements and small movements and fine motor movements.
The small group jokingly call themselves the Shaky Six, but now some 80 climbers participate in sessions organized by Molly's nonprofit, Upending Parkinson's, helped by a band of volunteers spread across 3 Sport Rock climbing gyms in the D.C. area. 68-year-old Teresa Bennett finds climbing not only slows her progression of Parkinson's.
1, 2, 3, go!
You crazy people.
It improves some symptoms.
Before you started rock climbing, I understand you had trouble carrying a cup of coffee.
Yes, I would be like this.
Yeah, tremors.
Tremors.
Yeah.
Now I can walk.
No problem. And you think it's...
Yes, definitely.
Because of the rock climbing?
Oh, yeah. My fingers are stronger.
And they say if they stop climbing, they feel the difference.
I haven't climbed in 2 weeks, which is very unusual for me. And my meds, I've actually had to take more meds.
Right hand, put it up.
Molly is now not only a rock climbing instructor, but a researcher currently working alongside academics on her second study of the benefits of climbing for Parkinson's.
How cool would it be if insurance covered this? That would be ideal.
Benefits that extend beyond just the physical.
There's kind of a sense of community and a sense where I can be physically however I am, symptomatically, and not think twice about how I'm perceived by others.
A community changing the lives of climbers and volunteers alike.
What do you get out of it?
It's fun. Go for it. They always say when you do service, you feel good, and it's almost like you get as much out of it. I mean, it's true. More out of it. Sometimes I think that I'm luckier than they are. I had like 10 of them at my wedding. They're my friends and family now.
Kudos to the Shaky Six, and that was Today co-host Craig Melvin reporting. And a special thanks as well to Central Rock Gym here in New York for hosting NBC for that story. All right, well, the Kelsey brothers, they're moving on up. A source has confirmed to NBC News that Jason Kelsey, the recently retired Philadelphia Eagles center, will be joining the Monday Night Countdown team on ESPN. The Chiefs announced that Travis Kelsey is set to make $34 million over the next 2 seasons. So that'll make him the highest paid tight end in the NFL. A lot of Kelsey news there. Stay with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is 2 things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment
I apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, April 30th. Campus crackdown. More colleges starting to break up pro-Palestinian encampments. Protesters at Columbia now taking over a building. We'll tell you how school officials are trying to gain control.
Tragedy in North Carolina. New details about the mass shooting that left 4 law enforcement officers dead. What we are learning about the suspect and what authorities say they found at the scene.
Ozempic personality. Some users are raising new concerns about the potential side effects of popular weight loss drugs. How they say it's impacting both their physical and their mental health.
Living with ADHD, millions of Americans are diagnosed with the disorder, and many of them go untreated. We're going to hear from an expert who is working to break down some of the most common misperceptions.
So glad you could be with us this Tuesday, and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start with a push to get campus protests under control as pro-Palestinian demonstrations spread to even more colleges. In fact, just today, officials at multiple schools say they cleared out encampments, including at UNC Chapel Hill, at UConn, and at Yale. We're told dozens of people were also arrested just this morning at Cal Poly Humboldt in Northern California. Meanwhile, right here in New York City, at the epicenter, Columbia's campus is essentially closed after a group of protesters protesters stormed a historic building there last night and then barricaded themselves inside.
The White House is now weighing in on the chaos, saying in a statement, forcibly taking over buildings is not peaceful, it is wrong. Next hour, House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to announce new measures aimed at keeping students safe. It is unclear, though, exactly what his plan entails. This move comes after he visited Columbia last week. According to the latest tally from NBC News, there are encampments now on nearly 50 campuses across the country, and more than 1,200 people have been arrested since the protests first broke out. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live outside Columbia University here in Manhattan. So, George, that protest started last night after school officials began suspending students who refused to leave the encampment. Tactically speaking, what are the options school officials have now to get this situation under control?
Nice to meet you. Thanks for
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, what all they've been able to do is really threaten disciplinary action, which we have seen by threatening those suspensions of those students and enacting them for those that did not leave the encampment during that 2 p.m. deadline yesterday. Beyond that, it's really anyone's guess at this point. So obviously the question here is they've taken over one of the buildings here, historic Hamilton Hall here at Columbia. Does that mean police involvement will happen? And the answer is no. The NYPD very clear that unless Columbia calls them to take action, they will not step foot on that campus. So what you are seeing out here and have been seeing is the police presence outside of the gates. And right now, because of the situation and how it's unfolding, there's only one way in, one way out of campus, and that is right here behind me at Amsterdam and 116th. And only right now, students with IDs and some faculty, essential personnel is what they're saying, but no one else. So what you're seeing is a backlog, and what we have seen this morning is a lot of people trying to go to campus and have their IDs be rejected. Very tumultuous situation. Meanwhile, we're hearing about 200 or so students are in Hamilton Hall right now. They're actually putting up more banners outside some of the windows here. What their long-term plan is remains to be seen, but obviously a very tense situation unfolding as you continue to have those clashes with police and police activity at some of those other college campuses. But here, again, no sign that that's going to happen, guys.
Oh, we do know, George, that the campus is pretty much, shut down at this point. But give us a sense of what it's like there for the students who are trying to just get into the building, or trying to go to class, go to their dorms.
Yeah, I can tell you it's very frustrating. We've been talking to students all morning, many of them who say this has gone too far. Others saying they support the protesters. Others saying they just want to know if their commencement is going to happen on May 15th or so here at Columbia, or if it's going to have to be relocated to another location. Keep in mind that there are still finals for many of these students going on, so not being able to go to campus, interact with faculty, it is a very frustrating time for them. Many of them seeing, of course, the images that are playing out of some of the campuses from coast to coast where police are breaking down some of the encampments, some of the crackdown that we've been reporting on, but that doesn't seem to be happening here. It's sort of much a stalemate between university officials and the protesters. Of course, again, things now escalating with the occupation of Hamilton Hall here. So very tense situation that we're monitoring minute by minute, really.
Yeah, tense and fluid. NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thanks.
Morgan, police just revealed new details in the shootout that killed 4 law enforcement officers in Charlotte. They have identified the suspect as 39-year-old Terry Clark Hughes, Jr. He was a convicted felon who was wanted for possession of a firearm. Investigators say he opened fire when a U.S. Marshals task force came to arrest him. Take a look. These are the 4 fallen officers.
Do we take cover?
You can hear the gunfire there in that harrowing video. The police chief says an AR-15 was recovered at the scene and more than 100 shots were fired. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is live in Charlotte, North Carolina for us. Tremaine, police say they found more than just that AR-15 rifle. Tell us the very latest on this investigation and more about these 4 law enforcement officers.
Vicky, that's right. So they recovered the AR-15, a high-powered rifle, but they also found a handgun, a .40 caliber handgun. And so initially, police were unclear whether it was one shooter or 2, but now they know there were at least 2 weapons they believe to have been used in this shooting. Now, when it comes to these officers, it's easy for folks to take police officers for granted, but leadership says that these guys were actually true heroes who are rushing towards the danger and not away from it. That includes Samuel Peloche and William Elliott, who are both with the State Department of Corrections, Joshua Iyer, who was a Charlotte police officer, and Thomas Weekley, who was a deputy U.S. Marshal. Now, the chief in a press conference earlier here in Charlotte, almost in tears, recalled recently when he shook Iyer's hand to congratulate him for getting Officer of the Month. And now he has to wish his family and his friends and loved ones, they're mourning this great loss. And they kept saying that, they're heroes, certainly, and this community is certainly reeling and in pain, but it's also a national tragedy, Vicki. And so in this community that, has been shaken by this, there are multiple departments, again, part of that fugitive task force that were all working together, are now all mourning together, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee with this just tragic story all around. Tremaine, thank you.
A former National Security Agency employee is facing nearly 22 years in prison for selling classified information to an undercover FBI agent posing as a Russian official. The U.S. District Judge leading the case said Jared Dalkey's actions were as close to treason as one can get. The 32-year-old pleaded guilty to espionage last fall. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us with more. Ken, why? Why did he try to sell these national secrets?
Morgan, prosecutors say Dalkey had just left his job at the NSA when he began exchanging emails in 2022 with an FBI agent posing as a Russian spy. His motive, they say, was, quote, curiosity for secrets and a desire to cause change. They say Dalkey told the undercover FBI agent he wanted to, quote, help balance the scales of the world while also tending to my own needs, financial needs, he meant. The NSA, by the way, is the Pentagon's super secret hacking and digital spy agency, so full of secrets. And Dalkey sent the agents excerpts of some sensitive documents in his possession as a demonstration of his access. He told the agent he would sell everything he had for $85,000 payable in cryptocurrency. And so in September 2023, the FBI agent posing as the Russian instructed Dalkey to go to a train station in Denver and send documents over a secure connection. Dalkey did that, and moments later, FBI agents swooped in and arrested him, Morgan.
Wow. All right. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian there in our D.C. bureau. Ken, thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. 8 major U.S. newspapers are hitting OpenAI and Microsoft with a lawsuit for copyright infringement. The suit accuses the tech companies of using millions of articles to train their AI products without permission.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, this is really interesting because this is also the second time that a publication has sued these companies for copyright infringement, with the New York Times filing a pretty similar lawsuit back in December. Take us through what the newspapers are actually claiming happened.
All right, so Morgan, Vicki, this is where it gets interesting because you need these papers and inputs to train large language models. So as you mentioned, the newspapers say that OpenAI's ChatGPT and Microsoft's Copilot AI systems used millions of copyrighted articles without permission to do so to train that AI technology. They also accuse those bots of removing the attribution, such as the journalists' names and titles, all when using their work in answers to those user questions when asking AI. Now, the papers in the suit include the New York Daily News, the Chicago Tribune, the Orlando Sentinel, and other prominent daily regional type publications. Meanwhile, on the streaming video side, Peacock is raising prices just in time for the Summer Olympics. The streaming service, which is, of course, owned by our parent company, NBC Universal and Comcast, will increase the monthly fee for new subscribers by $2 on July 18th. That pushes the ad-supported tier to $7.99 a month and the ad-free tier to $13.99. Existing subscribers will see the increase take effect, ladies, on August 17th. But it is a popular event all over the world, but streaming is going to be a big part of it this year for sure.
Streaming. It is here. All right.
Right here.
Yeah,
right literally.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Well, have you heard of Ozempic personality? We're talking to a doctor next about what this means and what this new concern is about the mental health impacts of taking weight loss drugs. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some users of popular weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy, they're taking to social media to share their experiences with side effects like anxiety and even depression. They're dubbing it Ozempic personality.
Yeah, doctors say the link between these drugs and mood changes needs more research, but it is leading some people to worry about how to balance their physical and mental health.
My anxiety is through the freaking roof.
It's the latest side effect that's giving some patients pause.
I absolutely, for months now, have been feeling depressed.
They say popular diabetes drugs, which are also used for weight loss, such as Ozempic and Mounjaro, are leading to mood changes and depression in what's been dubbed Ozempic personality. Some users complain they don't feel like themselves, their joy dulled.
I used to be a really positive, bubbly, like sunshine person, and over the last year and a half, I've kind of lost that.
Since being prescribed Ozempic, Sydney Foster has lost 90 pounds. She says it's her mental health that's now weighing her down.
Is this making you rethink your relationship with this drug that you're using for weight loss?
It has been. I know I don't want to have the same mindset forever. If it just means staying skinny, that's not what I want.
These injections include the ingredient semaglutide, which regulates hunger and makes you feel full. But experts say its effect on mood needs more research.
There has not been any link directly with the drug and any known personality disorder or any known psychiatric condition. But it would not be impossible to see a range of responses, including a change in personality.
After receiving 175 reports from Ozempic and Wegovy patients experiencing suicidal thoughts, an FDA study found no link between the drugs and suicide, though the administration added it could not rule out that a small risk may exist, and it's continuing to study the issue. What's more, while Wegovy, which is approved for chronic weight management, lists depression as a possible side effect, Ozempic, which is used to treat type 2 diabetes, does not. Novo Nordisk, the company behind both drugs, says it collaborates closely with the FDA to monitor the safety of all its medicines. This latest complaint adding to a growing list from some patients.
My biggest side effect was nausea.
Health and wellness store GNC announcing its locations will now have a dedicated section of items that may help address more common side effects, like products that support GI health, muscle mass and bone density, and nutrition. And while doctors say the relationship between mood changes and the drugs needs to be studied, they're hopeful their benefits outweigh potential hazards.
I am not worried about it when I weigh the risk of obesity, diabetes, and all the other health conditions against the use of this drug.
So Dr. Patel there saying she believes that the benefits outweigh the risks. Lilly, the maker of Mounjaro, told us, quote, patient safety is Lilly's top priority and users should contact a health care provider if they are experiencing any side effects.
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions, I think, about these drugs and how they impact us both mentally and socially. So let's go ahead and bring in our NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, this is an interesting topic, as you can see. Quite a talker. I mean, what can you do if you are on these drugs and you are feeling sort of a change to your mood?
Absolutely. Thank you both for platforming this issue. This is really important. I really think that if you're going to start this category of medications, there's so much we don't know, as Vicky in your package, as you pointed out, that we need to be thinking about providing people that are going to start these expensive medications, be on them for at least a year, providing them access to mental health support and making sure that they've had that intake. Because what we've seen is that this class of weight loss drugs does impact your reward center in your brain. The activities and things that you like to do that you derive pleasure from, well, we're seeing that maybe we're actually interrupting that pleasure reward center in your brain. And so that's things that you previously enjoyed, maybe you don't enjoy doing them anymore. How will people derive pleasure if they've been on these medications for a period of time? We don't have a way to proactively deal with that. We're learning in real time. So we do need to make sure that we have holistic care, holistic support for patients on these medications.
Dr. Gupta, aside from the potential effects that the medicine has on your body, let's talk about socially the effects. The fact that you're drastically changing your appearance, you're losing this weight, maybe the activities that you used to partake in with your friends and your social circle have changed because you're not going out to eat as much. That can lead to these mood changes too, right? Walk us through that and how you can sort of combat that or be prepared for it if you're on one of these medicines.
Absolutely. So I think people do need to, Vicki, exactly. We need to prepare patients because we're not having these proactive conversations with patients starting these medications that they may exhibit social isolation. They may not want to go out. They may not want to go out and even want to eat at a restaurant, which is something that they may have otherwise previously done a lot of. Anxiety, depression, there is that clear link that we're seeing. To your point, there's been large studies saying that there is not a correlation with suicidal ideation, but there is still a link, we think, with the onset of anxiety and potentially even depression. So that's where we need to make sure we have that holistic support. On the flip side, this is what Dr. Patel brought up, cardiometabolic health is improving. So people should expect that they're going to feel physically better. And we do hope that also improves production of endogenous hormones that are going to make you feel a lot better. I'll lastly just say, guys, we haven't talked enough about what do we do here proactively. We haven't talked enough about deprescribing these medications. Everybody is talking about prescribing and access. What we can see here is that potentially, and maybe even to avert some of these mental health impacts, some people only need a year of these medications. And I say only, but maybe we don't need to be on these medications lifelong. We talk so much about access and prescribing, not enough about deprescribing. That might allow us to get the best benefits of these meds while averting the risks.
That is a very interesting point. Listen, I feel guilty keeping you away from your patients. I can clearly see you are at work. So thank you, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. As always, we appreciate you and your expertise.
He's a multitasker.
I love it.
All right, coming up, a high-tech way to save money, how a bride-to-be used artificial intelligence to save thousands on her wedding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some homeowners may be surprised to find out that their home is being photographed without their permission. And those pictures, they can end up costing you when it comes to insurance.
Yeah, Susan Hogan with NBC News Washington reveals how some companies are using drones to determine whether property is too risky to cover.
High above your neighborhood, all along main streets and back roads. Nearly every building in the United States is being photographed, either by satellite or drones. Aerial imagery used by some insurance companies to keep an eye on their policyholders.
So it felt kind of icky, and it felt just kind of like somebody's watching you.
Someone was watching and taking pictures of Elizabeth's roof. Turns out it was her insurance company, Nationwide. She found this out after getting an email from them alerting her that they utilized a third party that obtains imagery data. And based on this image, they had concerns that may increase the chance for a loss on the property, noticing natural discoloration and streaking. And the remedy? Repair or replace the roof in order to retain Nationwide.
I had a panic attack.
Elizabeth says she was floored to know her policy could be revoked because of a grainy image she didn't even know was being taken.
And when we moved in, we knew that we were going to have to replace the roof within, a few years. Was it something that I planned on doing in the next 3 months? No.
I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, we've really seen the use of drones and aerial photography and satellite imagery come into the insurance space.
Sean Kevlin with the Insurance Information Institute and Industry Association says aerial imagery was originally used during catastrophic events when humans were unable to reach certain areas destroyed by severe weather. It was not only safer, but faster to pay claims. Today, he says, drones and satellites are being used for normal maintenance of policies by many insurance companies. Insurers looking for underwriting hazards like yard debris, damaged roofs, undeclared trampolines, or swimming pools.
I would say the technology, as much as it might be jarring to a consumer to understand that the insurer is monitoring a house, to have a safer roof, to make sure that that first line of defense of your home is better protected, I'd say that's a win-win for the consumer.
Max altitude reached. The use of drone or satellite imagery is legal to a point. We contacted the insurance divisions in both Maryland and Virginia, and they tell us that drones can be used to collect information on our property. But how insurance companies actually use this information, well, that is up for debate. However, the Maryland Insurance Administration says there can be issues if drone imaging relies on technology such as artificial intelligence instead of human eyes to make decisions on potential risks. That's why most states say insurers should rely on more than one source of information to determine risk. Drones aren't allowed in D.C. United Policyholders, a nonprofit that provides resources to consumers, says it's seen a dramatic increase in reports from consumers who've been dropped by their insurers on the basis of an aerial image, which they say could be out of date or inaccurate. Elizabeth says this image of her roof is over a year old. She knows this because it doesn't show the trampoline in her backyard, which they installed a year ago. News 4 reached out to Nationwide about Elizabeth's case. They didn't respond. Elizabeth ended up hiring a company to inspect her roof, and luckily, they found only a broken shingle and some bolts that needed to be sealed. She's hoping her insurance company will accept it.
I'll be sending the letter off to them and hoping that they approve that, because I'm not paying for those repairs if I still need to get a new roof.
Wow, that was Susan Hogan with NBC News Washington reporting. Can you imagine if that was your home?
Really eye-opening and good for homeowners to know that they can appeal and fight back and get their own inspections. Yeah, absolutely. Susan, thank you for that story. Up next, Florida's 6-week abortion ban will take effect tomorrow. How clinics in the state are dealing with the last-minute rush of patients. Stay with us. A lot of news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do it wherever you stream, including all these places you see on your TV, Fire TV, Local Now, Android TV, of course, Roku, Plex, Xumo. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Dallas, Texas, and 1:30 in Richmond, Virginia. I'm Vicki Wynn.
So glad you could be with us again. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. We are learning more about one of the winners of this month's $1.3 billion Powerball jackpot. 46-year-old Chang Sapin is an immigrant from Laos who has been battling cancer for 8 years. Now, he says the prize money will go towards helping him pay for a good doctor and for providing for his family. He says he put his numbers under his pillow and then prayed that he would win so that he would be able to leave his family with something if he died. He plans to split the jackpot evenly with a friend that he bought a bunch of tickets with, giving them $422 million each.
Come on. What a great story.
Man, what a hero.
Truly.
What a friend.
Yeah, exactly. And the judge presiding over Donald Trump's hush money case is threatening the former president with jail time after finding him in criminal contempt in court today. Judge Juan Merchan ruled Trump violated a gag order against attacks on jurors and witnesses 9 times in a series of posts on Truth Social. Trump faces a $9,000 fine for these violations. Lawyers for the former president say he did not willfully violate the order and was responding to a, quote, barrage of political attacks.
And experts now say that women should start getting mammograms starting at age 40, according to new guidance issued just today by the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force. It's a considerable drop in age from the prior recommendations, which said women should start getting screened for breast cancer no later than age 50. Officials say the change is in response to rising cancer rates among women in their 40s and evidence that earlier mammograms can help save lives. We'll have a little bit more on that tomorrow for you guys. Yeah. Well, listen, today King Charles officially returned to his royal duties months after taking a significant step back because of his cancer diagnosis. Buckingham Palace said the king has been undergoing treatment, but he didn't specify what type of cancer he was battling.
NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London. So, Josh, the king visited a cancer treatment charity. How did that go? And what's he saying more about his diagnosis now?
Well, you and Morgan were just talking about the importance of early detection for cancer. That really was the core of King Charles's message today as he visited this specialist hospital in London, really greeting these fellow patients as an equal, as a fellow cancer survivor and patient who is still undergoing cancer treatment. He talked about the shock of his own diagnosis. He heard from some of these patients about their own symptoms as they are going through treatment. And as far as how is this affecting UK society, it really is increasing awareness about this disease. In fact, the NHS, the National Health Service here, says the day after King Charles disclosed his diagnosis, visits to their website for information about early testing for cancer jumped by 50%.
And, you know, next week, Josh, marks a year since his coronation. How will he sort of honor that milestone in the midst of all this?
Yeah, that's a big question right now. The palace has frankly said nothing about what King Charles will do to mark the anniversary of his coronation less than a week from now. And part of that is because even though they are talking very optimistically about the fact that he's doing better, that he's able to return to public duties now, they're not really committing to anything specific on the calendar because they know his health could change. There may be things that he's not up for or that doctors don't want him to participate in. And so right now, whether he will do anything public to mark that one-year anniversary of his coronation is an open question.
All right, NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman for us. Josh, thank you.
In less than 24 hours, Florida will go from having a 15-week ban on abortions to a 6-week ban. There will be exceptions for rape, incest, and the mother's health.
Well, right now, clinics in the state, they're seeing a last-minute surge of patients hoping to receive medical care before that new policy takes effect. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from just outside of an abortion clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. Marissa, you're in an important part of the state. I know you've been speaking to women as well as providers there. How do they feel about this 6-week ban?
There is such a range of emotions, Morgan and Vicki, and I will also add, in addition to all of the emotions they're feeling, they're also exhausted. They're talking about they're putting in extra hours, working overtime. Some of them describe anywhere between double, if not triple, the amount of appointments they would have had even this time last month. So we have spoken to several different abortion clinics around the state, but we had a chance to visit one yesterday in Fort Pierce, Florida. We're here in Jacksonville, Florida, and what all of them have said is that today is the day that they're actually already beginning the process of having to turn patients away. That's because the way the law stands in Florida as it is, you have to have 2 appointments. The first is a consultation, then you have to wait 24 hours for the actual procedure to get the medication itself. And so if you were to go in for your consultation today and you are 1 day shy or 1 day shy of 6 weeks, or you are 6 weeks and over, you would not be able to get approved. They would have to send you elsewhere. And so we spoke to clinics and we spoke to people who work and volunteer at these clinics. You're going to hear from one. She's an escort at an abortion care clinic in Fort Pierce about the range of emotions she's feeling continuing to do her job this week.
How delighted I was when Roe v. Wade passed. And I was just so relieved because I knew what young women went through, and women died seeking the unsafe abortions. And so to think it's been recalled that women no longer have that right to make that safe decision is, I think, heartbreaking.
Something that's also been really striking, talking to people who work at abortion care clinics, is the amount of women they say that they work with that don't even know that they are further along than 6 weeks. The women come in thinking that they're 4 weeks along, and it isn't until they get their ultrasound that they find out they're much further, that they actually are far beyond 6 weeks. And so we've, as I mentioned, spoken to abortion care clinic directors at places like Jacksonville. And one thing, you mentioned the proximity. Jacksonville is a place that in the last year, they have seen women coming from across the border from other states, Louisiana, Mississippi. And the last week, they've been rushing to squeeze in as many appointments as they can, especially for those women that now are living in what will be, come tomorrow, an abortion care desert, guys.
Marissa, this could all change in November because abortion is going to be on the ballot in Florida. What's the measure that voters will be considering there?
Yeah, that was interesting because it was April 1st that the Florida Supreme Court released their decisions that not only said that there would be a 6-week abortion ban taking effect tomorrow, May 1st, we also found out on the very same day that Amendment 4 would in fact be something that Florida voters could vote on. So Amendment 4, if it passed, would protect abortion rights all the way up until what's called viability. That's roughly 24 weeks here in this state. And so it is kind of an interesting dynamic that on one hand, we do have the 6-week abortion ban going into effect tomorrow, but Florida voters could potentially overturn it. But Vicki and Morgan, I want to point something out. It is more than just the simple majority that we've seen in other states. It requires 60% or more to pass here in November.
All right, really important distinction there. NBC News correspondent Marissa Paraforce there on the ground outside that abortion clinic there in Jacksonville, Florida. Marissa, thank you.
Well, Nike is addressing some quality issues with its Major League Baseball uniforms. After months of pushback from fans and players, the MLB Players Association outlined improvements the company will make ahead of next season. Here's NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung with the changes we'll all see.
After months of backlash, changes may be on deck for uniforms that have been anything but a home run.
He rips his pants.
The Major League Baseball Players Association telling the league's players in a memo obtained by NBC News that Nike is expected to address frustrations with its new MLB unis no later than the start of next season. The association writes, Nike was innovating something that didn't need to be innovated.
This is a memo from the Players Union to the players. It is not from Nike.
Nike has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, but has said in the past they'll continue to work to address player uniforms. Among the apparent solutions outlined, addressing the ongoing sweat stain issues seeping through Nike's Vapor Premier jersey, returning to larger lettering on the backs of jerseys, and bringing back tailoring options for pants and past stitching standards to prevent blowouts.
I think we're seeing here that enough outrage, even if it's mostly online, can impact change here. It can make a company as large as Nike say, okay, we're getting pretty widely blasted for this.
While the initial reaction to the new uniform wasn't all negative,
somehow this feels even more authentic than the ones that we've been wearing.
There were plenty of critics. Before the season even started, Philadelphia Phillies star Trey Turner telling the Associated Press, I know everyone hates them. We all liked what we had.
The jerseys are different. They're designed to be performance wear as opposed to what has traditionally been worn.
And as the Players Association now writes, this has been entirely a Nike issue. They're standing by the uniforms manufacturer, Fanatics, writing in the memo that the sportswear giant has been making the uniforms for the last 8 years without issue.
They were messing with something that probably didn't need to be changed.
If the players like them, cool. If they don't like them, then change them.
Fans of America's favorite pastime hoping any tweaks wind up being a huge hit.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
All right, well, you have likely heard about using apps to help find a date, but what about using AI to plan your wedding? Well, it turns out this technology can actually help couples with their big day, from finding vendors to cutting costs of pricey planning services. NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez spoke to one bride who saved thousands of dollars just by using ChatGPT.
DIY weddings are all the rage, but now some couples are diving into AI for their big day.
I'm having it be like airy, almost like a flowy summer.
Maria Cortese and her fiance planning a beautiful Riverview ceremony in Poughkeepsie, New York. Hundreds of guests ready to celebrate the couple in August on a day that's come together thanks to ChatGPT.
I said, you know what? I'm just going to take a gander at this and I'm going to type in something for a wedding.
The program listing out detailed options for bridal bouquets, centerpieces, decorations, and so much more, eliminating the need and cost for a wedding planner.
Google's so generalized, right? When you're typing into ChatGPT, it's very specific as to what you're asking.
And those save the dates, they came from AI too. Everything from the wording to the formatting. It even helps out with haggling prices with those vendors.
I ended up finding a photographer that did engagements, then bridal shower and photography for almost half of the price of what it would have just costed me to get a photographer to do the wedding on its own.
Maria says they're saving $5,000 to $10,000 by skipping out on a traditional planning service. According to bridal planning site Zola, in 2024, the average cost for a wedding is more than $30,000.
Who are you?
I'm the wedding planner. Even traditional wedding planners have started incorporating AI into their businesses.
I've actually used it to explain a few things, to be honest with you, to clients that don't understand necessarily what attrition is when you're working with a hotel room block. And it is a weird thing. So I used AI and to help me explain it to people.
Katie Martin has been in the wedding business for decades. She still feels that there's no replacement for the real deal, especially on the big day.
It's the manpower, setting up the tables, making sure the table numbers are right, making sure the chair counts are right. And honestly, we're peace of mind a lot of times where we know the person so well by the time they get to their wedding that if I see them nervous about anything, I can fix it.
Even still, AI-planned weddings are taking off. More than half of couples who are engaged are now eyeing tools like ChatGPT to help them tie the knot. To dampen a bit of that wedding planning stress, a little help from AI could help them get to the altar and ultimately to those I do's.
That was NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez reporting.
Stay with us, family. YouTuber and social media superstar Penn Holderness joins us on set next. Why he calls his ADHD the superpower that helped him win the amazing race. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, we have a treat for you. Tomorrow marks the start of Mental Health Awareness Month, and today we're going to highlight a new book out about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is more commonly known as ADHD.
Now, the book is called ADHD is Awesome, a guide to mostly thriving with ADHD, and it was written by the oldest couple to ever win the Amazing Race, Penn Holderness and his wife, Kim. Penn joins us now along with Dr. Marcy Caldwell, a clinical psychologist and the owner and director of the Center for ADHD. Thank you so much for joining us. I think this is a really interesting topic, and a lot of people aren't aware how many adults around them have ADHD. I know, Penn, you talked about how you actually thought this sort of gave you a leg up in winning the Amazing Race. How?
Okay, so there's something called hyperfocus that you can have when you have ADHD. And look, we have trouble focusing from time to time, like, you know, picking our clothes up, putting the toilet seat down, doing all these other things. But if there's something that you really care about when you have ADHD, your mind becomes kind of like tunnel vision.
You're in it.
And you can focus on and knock one specific task out of the park. And that's really all the Amazing Race was. It was one specific task after another, and there was $1 million at the end. So
it helped you.
We cared about it, and people with ADHD do well at things that we care about.
That you're invested in.
Yes.
Dr. Caldwell, let me bring you into the conversation. There are a lot of misconceptions about this. Paris Hilton actually wrote about having ADHD in her book recently. How can you tell if you have it, and what are some of the misperceptions people have?
Yeah, so I think historically we've thought a lot about kind of hyperactive little boys climbing all over the furniture, right? And the truth is it looks different in different people. A recent study out of the University of Wisconsin shows that actually very few people outgrow ADHD, and instead it tends to kind of wax and wane throughout life.
That's really interesting. I mean, I know, Penn, you talked about how this book was written for people who have ADHD. What is it that you want other people to take away? And even people who don't have ADHD, what can they take away?
Well, people who don't have it, thank you, wherever you are, for supporting us. People who do have it, there's a lot of shame and a lot of confusion because it's a misrepresented diagnosis. I mean, an attention deficit. We actually have an abundance of attention, right? We just don't know where to focus it. So I'm hoping that they know that if you do a little bit of work and put some systems in place to, you know, keep from leaving the toilet seat up and leaving your keys everywhere.
Right.
What's left is a fairly unique brain that can be really innovative and creative.
Absolutely, especially into adulthood. These numbers are really staggering, Dr. Caldwell. About 10 million adults in the U.S. are living with ADHD, but 9 million of them are untreated. They don't have these coping mechanisms, the things that you talk about here in your book. What do people need to know if they suspect maybe this is something I am struggling with, but I've never been diagnosed?
Yeah, so ADHD can, as I said, look very different in different ways and in different people. And so it's really important that you get an appropriate diagnosis from somebody, a specialist who really understands ADHD and who can kind of walk you through those first initial steps, which are often the most overwhelming.
What are some of the most common things you might notice? Like, is it the fact that you are forgetful or you're doing things that drive people around you crazy? What would you notice?
Yeah, the most common symptoms that we see are distractibility, having a hard time getting started and completing tasks, as well as big and overwhelming emotions often.
And that can look differently for an adult, right? I mean, that presents pretty differently than a child.
Yeah, in kids, we see more hyperactivity, more impulsivity, more difficulty regulating both their emotions and their actions. Adults are more able to compensate and kind of keep things under wraps.
Quick shout out to your wife, Kim, who has been a supporter for you. What do folks who are living with an adult who has ADHD need to know and need to do?
Well, Kim will tell you this. Once you learn more about what's going on inside a person with ADHD's brain, the easier it is to give them a little bit of grace. I'm not saying it's an excuse, but an explanation helps you understand, right? Helps them be accepting, but then we got to get to work. Those of us with ADHD have to commit to do some work.
That's wonderful.
Really good.
Author Penn Holderness and Dr. Marcy Caldwell, thank you both so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, and a group in the Washington, D.C. area says it's found a unique form of physical therapy that's having a pretty big impact on patients.
Here's Today co-host Craig Melvin with the growing effort to stop the progression of the disease.
When you watch Vivek Puri enter a climbing gym, you'd be forgiven if you wondered whether he can scale those walls. Wonder not.
Does the wall give you some sort of freedom?
Yeah, it does. Getting on the wall and being able to do a hard route when I had to use the cane to get there it's not just freedom, it's liberating.
What's the highest that you've climbed?
65 feet.
50-year-old Vivek was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease 11 years ago, a day after his third child was born.
When you got the diagnosis, what did you think?
Well, my reaction at first was I started crying, pull myself together, and I had a baby to attend to. And it was, in a way, the best distraction you can think of.
Not long after, a physical therapist gave Vivek a tip. Join a small local climbing group started by John Lesson, a retired anesthesiologist diagnosed with Parkinson's at age 38.
What made you think that this was a good idea?
Well, you're literally in a padded room, so you're safe. You're roped in, and it's good for balance and big movements and grip strength, and you got your full body to do it.
But it took a few phone calls.
There you go. Keep using your feet.
Before he found an instructor willing to take him on.
When you got that initial call, what did you think?
I was excited.
Really?
I think I responded to him probably immediately and was, yeah, of course.
No reservations, no hesitation?
No.
Exercise is critical in slowing the progression of Parkinson's. And John and Molly Kupka felt they landed on the perfect workout.
Often they would tell people with Parkinson's, oh, you should go do yoga, and then you should run or bike, and then you should do that. And I'm like, or you could just climb. Left hand. No, don't hesitate. You do cardio, it has strength, and it has the big movements and small movements and fine motor movements.
The small group jokingly call themselves the Shaky Six, but now some 80 climbers participate in sessions organized by Molly's nonprofit, Upending Parkinson's, helped by a band of volunteers spread across 3 sport rock climbing gyms in the D.C. area. 68-year-old Teresa Bennett finds climbing not only slows her progression of Parkinson's.
1, 2, 3, go! You crazy people.
It improves some symptoms.
Before you started rock climbing, I understand you had trouble carrying a cup of coffee.
Yes, I would be like this.
Yeah, tremors.
Tremors.
Yeah.
Now I can walk.
No problem. And you think it's
Yes, definitely.
because of the rock climbing?
Oh yeah, my fingers are stronger.
And they say if they stop climbing, they feel the difference.
I haven't climbed in 2 weeks, which is very unusual for me. And my meds, I've actually had to take more meds.
Right hand, put it up.
Molly is now not only a rock climbing instructor, but a researcher currently working alongside academics on her second study of the benefits of climbing for Parkinson's.
How cool would it be if insurance covered this? That would be ideal.
Benefits that extend beyond just the physical.
There's kind of a sense of community and a sense where I can be physically however I am, symptomatically, and not think twice about how I'm perceived by others.
A community changing the lives of climbers and volunteers alike.
What do you get out of it?
It's fun. They always say when you do service, you feel good and it's almost like you get as much out of it. I mean, it's true. More out of it. Sometimes I think that I'm luckier than they are. I had like 10 of them at my wedding. They're my friends and family now.
Kudos to the Shaky Six, and that was today co-host Craig Melvin reporting. And a special thanks as well to Central Rock Gym here in New York for hosting NBC for that story. All right, well, the Kelce brothers, they're moving on up. A source has confirmed to NBC News that Jason Kelce, the recently retired Philadelphia Eagles center, will be joining the Monday Night Countdown team on ESPN. The Chiefs announced that Travis Kelce is set to make $34 million over the next 2 seasons. So that'll make him the highest paid tight end in the NFL. A lot of Kelce news there. Stay with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zincle Asamoah is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024. Confrontations on campus, violence and arrests at universities across the country, protesters taking over a Columbia University building and chaining themselves inside. What can be done to calm things down? In contempt, the judge in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial fines him thousands of dollars for making comments about witnesses and the jury, and warned Mr. Trump he could be put in jail if he violates the gag order again. All that as new witnesses testify inside the courtroom. Abortion ban countdown. In less than 24 hours, one of the strictest abortion bans in the country will go into effect. What it means for women seeking reproductive care in Florida. And is it time to get help? Children deal with a lot, but how do you know as a parent when it's time for them to see a psychologist or get therapy? We'll talk to a child psychologist about the signs all parents need to watch out for. That's going to be an interesting conversation coming up. But we do begin once again this hour with campus protests now hitting a new level. Protesters at Columbia University are now occupying a main hall on campus. That was protesters breaking glass doors to get into the building early this morning. It is the same hall that protesters occupied during a rally back in 1968. The school now says students inside the building face expulsion. The White House releasing a statement today saying, in part, President Biden respects the right of free expression, but protests must be peaceful and lawful. Forcibly taking over buildings is not peaceful. It is wrong, unquote. As the education secretary told Congress this morning that federal dollars could be at stake if schools don't take action. More than 1,100 people nationwide have been arrested during these protests now. That includes nearly 80 people at the University of Texas at Austin just yesterday. Police also arresting several demonstrators at UNC Chapel Hill this morning. The University of Florida says 9 people, including 6 students, were arrested on the Gainesville campus yesterday. The school says the students have been suspended. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is at Columbia University once again, and NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is with us at the University of Texas at Austin. Antonia, I'll start with you. There's so much going on across the country, but this is a tense situation at Columbia. What are leaders there saying about this occupied building, and is anything being done to get the students out of there?
Well, Kate, we actually got an updated statement from Columbia administration, and they have condemned what's happening inside the building and lamented the fact that students have brought it to this point. They say that now the students who are inside of Hamilton Hall are going to be facing expulsion. What we've heard from students are a range of reactions. Some students shocked and horrified by what they've seen. Some tell us that, in a way, they saw this escalation coming, not just because this 2 p.m. deadline came and went yesterday, and it became clear to students that it didn't seem like the administration was going to do much about the encampment yesterday, but also just because of the history of activism here at Columbia. This hall, Hamilton Hall, has been a center of protests, and students have taken it over in the 60s, in the 80s, and in the 90s. And in a way, people who've been paying attention to this group and the way that they've modeled themselves on past anti-war protests, like the anti-Vietnam War protests, they say that, in a way, they saw this coming, Kate. And so the question now is, will the NYPD be called in to clear this building out? What actual action does this administration take? We don't quite have that information yet.
And Antonia, I know you spoke with the mother of a Columbia student about the occupation. What did she tell you?
Yeah, our team got to speak with a mom of a freshman who is here on campus, and she came back here to the campus to pick her child up today because she saw this as really the final straw. Take a listen to some of our conversation.
Uneasy and uncertain are probably the 2 best ways to explain it. They're not scared. I mean, the kids that aren't part of the protest, she doesn't seem to be scared. Breaking into Hamilton last night is a step in the wrong direction, so that's why we're going to grab our stuff and get out of here.
For people on all sides of this issue now, the question is, what does the university do as the semester comes to an end and commencement preparations are supposed to be underway? The school says they plan to hold commencement, but we still don't really have the details on how all this is going to work, Kate.
Yeah, and you think about students trying to take finals right now, too. Antonia, thank you. Let me turn to Guad. So, Guad, this is the second time in less than a week that we've seen police in riot gear arrest demonstrators where you are at UT Austin. What are you seeing? What are you hearing on campus?
The county jail today protesting in favor of the people that were detained. They're asking for those individuals to be released. So it's changed every day here. We have not had an encampment. This all started last week on Wednesday with that first walkout. That's when local police and state troopers arrived. And because the university had asked them to end that protest, disperse the protesters, the university saying they did not want the protesters to eventually take over part of the school. So it seems like the university is trying to avoid any tents or any individuals from staying here and taking over the area. What we have seen is daily protests last week and now this week where students arrive. The protests have been different. One day it was very quiet here in the quad, and it was more of a day for them to teach and exchange ideas. Another day they went up closer to the buildings and they did protest loudly. But this was the second time yesterday when we saw the state troopers arrive and detain individuals. So it's changing every day. We have another protest scheduled for tomorrow as well. But for now, it has been quiet today on campus.
All right, Guad Venegas for us and Antonia Hilton. Thanks to you both. Appreciate it. Former President Donald Trump has removed a series of social media posts as he was ordered to do by the judge presiding over his hush money trial in New York. The judge in this case held Mr. Trump in criminal contempt over those online posts, which the judge says were attacking jurors and witnesses. The former president is also facing $9,000 in fines. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is with us in New York City. Rahema, let's start with the gag order and what the former president is supposed to not talk about. He's facing a financial penalty now. Could he also be jailed for future violations?
It's a possibility, according to the judge. Let me talk about that financial penalty. The judge said in this case it is only $1,000 per violation. And the judge noted that he is bound by the statutory limits of $1,000. He mentioned in his comments that this is in part difficult when you have a defendant who has financial means higher than that, but he can't impose a higher penalty. So the judge said in his order that the court will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders, and that if necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, it will impose an incarceratory punishment. He is warning Donald Trump that if he does not stop, jail could be on the table as a possible punishment.
And Rahema, today's testimony, I know, has featured a number of witnesses, including the lawyer for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. Can you walk us through what was said in court and what is the prosecution seeming to want from these particular witnesses?
From the witness that's been on the stand and will be on the stand in just a few minutes when court goes back into session, it's Keith Davidson. He was a lawyer and, if you will, a talent agent for Karen McDougal as well as Stormy Daniels. What he talked about before lunch, and that was about the deal he was trying to negotiate for Karen McDougal with the National Enquirer and AMI, saying he let them know that he had what he thought would be a blockbuster deal regarding Donald Trump and Karen McDougal. And he let it be known, he said, the prosecution says, is it safe to say if you close the deal, it would somehow benefit Donald Trump? And the attorney says, yes, it would. Kate?
All right, Rahema Ellis following all that for us. Rahema, thank you. We are learning more about the 4 officers killed during a shootout in Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was attempting to serve a warrant when the suspect opened fire, the local police chief describing the arsenal his officers faced.
Probably well over 100 rounds of gunfire, or of projectiles and casings that will be collected. We did recover so far on the scene an AR-15 rifle, a 40 caliber handgun, and also additional magazines and ammo that goes both with the AR-14 and the 40 caliber handgun.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Charlotte for us. Tremaine, I know police have been working to release the identities of the officers who were killed. What can you tell us about them?
I'll tell you what, Kate, any violent loss of life is tragic, even more so when you're running towards that violence, and maybe double or triply so when you're leaving loved ones behind. And we're learning more about these officers. Thomas Weeks, 48, who's a deputy U.S. Marshal. He had a wife and 4 children. Sam Peloche, a 14-year veteran of the State Department of Corrections, had a wife and 2 adult children. Elliot, 14-year veteran who also had a wife and a child. Joshua Iyer, who was a police officer with the Charlotte and Mecklenburg Police Department, a 6-year veteran, a wife and a 3-year-old, and as recently as last month, he was named Officer of the Month. So their superiors, their leaders, and their colleagues are all mourning what has really been a very tragic moment, not just for this community, but the entire country reeling in the wake of such violence, Kate.
And the gunman appears to have a long criminal history. Tremaine, what are we learning about him? And what about the 2 people who were inside the house during the whole thing?
That's right, a long criminal history, and had apparently been on the run for some time for being a felon in possession of a firearm. I spoke with a woman earlier who said she's known him for about a dozen years, and that in recent weeks he's become a little more agitated. And he admitted to her that he was on the run and said that she'll find out about, his well-being from the news. And so the story continues to unfold. Also, police are also looking to see if the 2 other women in this house were involved at all, a 17-year-old and an adult woman. They're trying to find out when exactly the suspect was immobilized and if any shots came after that. But they said one thing is clear. Any possible suspects in this case, everyone involved in this shooting was at the house at this time, and they know exactly who that was, Kate.
All right, Tremaine Lee, thank you so much. It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. The FCC is fining wireless companies for sharing your location, and Paramount has not 1, but 3 new leaders. Christina Partsinevelos joins me now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate. Well, you talked about the FCC. They're fining AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Verizon nearly $200 million for allegedly sharing customers' location data legally with other companies without their consent. The fines were first proposed back in 2020. What they did find, the commission found that the mobile providers sold the data to, quote, aggregators, who then resold it to third-party service providers. AT&T and Verizon say they plan to appeal those fines. Paramount said yesterday its CEO Bob Bakish would step down as merger negotiations with Skydance Media continue. He's also leaving the company's board of directors. Bakish will be replaced by what the company called an Office of the CEO, which is made up of 3 senior executives from Paramount's ranks. And big changes are happening at Walmart. The company announced it's closing all of its healthcare clinics across the country and shuttering its telehealth provider. The retailer said it just couldn't make this spinoff profitable. At the same time, though, Walmart today unveiling a new private label grocery brand called Better Goods, which it says will be a line of trend and chef-driven food price, mostly below $5. So again, trying to capitalize on those that are concerned about inflation and constrained budgets.
Yeah, and foodies, maybe. Christina.
Oh, yeah, and foodies, yeah, with the chef-driven stuff. Thanks.
Thanks, Christina. Nice to see you. Coming up, new recommendations about when women should be screened for breast cancer. We'll tell you all about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Abortion providers in Florida have less than 10 hours to offer their services for any woman seeking the procedure more than 6 weeks into their pregnancy. That's because the state's new abortion law, which bans abortions after that time, will take effect tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins me now. She's outside an abortion clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. Marissa, I know you've been speaking to volunteers there. What have you been hearing from them, and what have you been hearing from advocates for this new law?
Hey, Kate. Well, I'll start with what we've been seeing on the ground here. We've visited an abortion care clinic in Fort Pierce, Florida. We're outside of one in Jacksonville. And one thing that I've noticed through talking to abortion care clinics across the state, they've been talking about that last-minute rush to make all of the appointments that they can ahead of what we're going to see tomorrow, which is this 6-week ban. And something that those outside of the state may not realize is that today actually begins the process where abortion care clinics have to turn patients away. And even though the ban goes into effect tomorrow, this is because in Florida, the law is such that you have to have a 2-day visit, if you will, minimum. So first there's a consultation, then a 24-hour waiting period, and then the next day you get the medication or the procedure, which means if you are 6 weeks or further, or even if you are 1 day short of 6 weeks, if you go to get your consultation at abortion care clinic today, you would not be able to do so tomorrow, simply because of the ban goes into effect. And so we spoke to, of course, clinic directors. We've spoken to employees and volunteers, and they've all described some variation of frustration and sadness ahead of what we're going to see this week.
When I was young, women had to seek abortions in very unsafe situations. And then how delighted I was when Roe v. Wade passed. And I was just so relieved because I knew what young women went through, and women died seeking the unsafe abortions. And so to think it's been recalled that women no longer have that right to make that safe decision is, I think, heartbreaking.
And of course, advocates for the law, the co-sponsors are, of course, very much in support of what we're going to see tomorrow, Kate.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you. King Charles resumed his royal public duties today for the first time since beginning treatment for an undisclosed kind of cancer. The king and his wife, Queen Camilla, visited a cancer treatment center in London where they met with patients and doctors. It's the first of several events that Charles has planned for the next coming weeks as he continues to receive treatment himself. His doctors say they are very encouraged by his progress. Let's check in with NBC News International correspondent Josh Letterman. He's in London for us. So, Josh, the king's return to public life, carefully thought out. Why did he visit this particular treatment center today, and what's next on his agenda? Also, I know Prince Harry is expected to be in the UK next week, right?
That's right, Kate. I think the king wanted to use his public return to public life, not just to sort of be seen in an official capacity doing stately kind of business, but also really to be able to relate to people about the question that everybody has had for the last several months. How is he doing with his cancer treatment? How has this affected the royal family? And so this was really an opportunity for King Charles to be able to relate to fellow cancer patients at this specialist hospital here in London, where he talked about his own shock at getting the diagnosis of cancer. He heard from patients about the symptoms that they're experiencing as they are going through treatment. We don't know exactly what his schedule is going to look like in the coming weeks, including whether he'll see Prince Harry when the prince is in town for the anniversary of his Invictus Games. The palace says that he is really going to take it day by day as he returns to public life to determine how much he's able to take on right now, Kate.
All right, Josh Letterman following that for us. Josh, thank you. Coming up, would you take advantage of artificial intelligence to help plan your wedding? A lot of people are doing it, but are they getting good advice? You're watching NBC News Daily.
comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
So there's a new trend. Some insurance companies are using aerial images of your home taken without your knowledge, and it could threaten your policy. Consumer reporter Susan Hogan from our Washington, D.C. station has the details.
High above your neighborhood, all along main streets and back roads, nearly every building in the United States is being photographed, either by satellite or drones. Aerial imagery used by some insurance companies to keep an eye on their policyholders.
So it felt kind of icky, and it felt just kind of like somebody's watching you.
Someone was watching and taking pictures of Elizabeth's roof. Turns out it was her insurance company, Nationwide. She found this out after getting an email from them alerting her that they utilized a third party that obtains imagery data. And based on this image, they had concerns that may increase the chance for a loss on the property, noticing natural discoloration and streaking. And the remedy? Repair or replace the roof in order to retain Nationwide.
I had a panic attack.
Elizabeth says she was floored to know her policy could be revoked because of a grainy image she didn't even know was being taken.
And when we moved in, we knew that we were going to have to replace the roof within, a few years. Was it something that I planned on doing in the next 3 months? No.
I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, we've really seen the use of drones and aerial photography and satellite imagery come into the insurance space.
Sean Kevlin with the Insurance Information Institute and Industry Association says aerial imagery was originally used during catastrophic events when humans were unable to reach certain areas destroyed by severe weather. It was not only safer, but faster to pay claims. Today, he says, drones and satellites are being used for normal maintenance of policies by many insurance companies. Insurers looking for underwriting hazards like yard debris, damaged roofs, undeclared trampolines, or swimming pools.
I would say the technology, as much as it might be jarring to a consumer to understand that the insurer is monitoring a house, to have a safer roof, to make sure that that first line of defense of your home is better protected, I'd say that's a win-win for the consumer.
Max altitude reached. The use of drone or satellite imagery is legal to a point. We contacted the insurance divisions in both Maryland and Virginia, and they tell us that drones can be used to collect information on our property. But how insurance companies actually use this information, well, that is up for debate. However, the Maryland Insurance Administration says there can be issues if drone imaging relies on technology such as artificial intelligence instead of human eyes to make decisions on potential risks. That's why most states say insurers should rely on more than one source of information to determine risk. Drones aren't allowed in D.C. United Policyholders, a nonprofit that provides resources to consumers, says it's seen a dramatic increase in reports from consumers who've been dropped by their insurers on the basis of an aerial image, which they say could be out of date or inaccurate. Elizabeth says this image of her roof is over a year old. She knows this because it doesn't show the trampoline in her backyard, which they installed a year ago. News 4 reached out to Nationwide about Elizabeth's case. They didn't respond. Elizabeth ended up hiring a company to inspect her roof, and luckily, they found only a broken shingle and some bolts that needed to be sealed. She's hoping her insurance company will accept it.
I'll be sending the letter off to them and hoping that they approve that because I'm not paying for those repairs if I still need to get a new roof.
Now, Elizabeth ended up paying for those repairs after she says she got the initial approval from the insurance company, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Nationwide still wants her to address the discoloration on her roof that was seen in the picture, so she's just trying to figure out her next step. In the meantime, there are a couple of things you can do if your insurance company is using an aerial picture of your property to alert you to issues. You have every right to ask them to send you the picture so you can see it for yourself. They also have to give you time to fix the problem or to dispute the photograph. For NBC News, I'm Susan Hogan.
Wow, so eye-opening. Susan, thank you. It is spring cleaning season, but what about spring cleaning your fitness routine? The simple steps that you can take to spring forward with your health. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. In London, police say a man used a sword to kill a 13-year-old boy and injure 4 others. Among the injured, 2 police officers. The 36-year-old suspect was arrested at the scene. Police say they are not considering the incident to be terror-related or a targeted attack. A former National Security Agency employee in the U.S. will spend the next 22 years in prison for selling classified information to an undercover FBI agent. According to documents, Jared Dalkey believed that undercover agent was a Russian official. Dalkey is an Army veteran and was working at the National Security Agency for about a month when this happened. During sentencing, the judge called the exchange a, quote, deliberate betrayal. It's unclear what kind of information Dalkey was sharing. A federal appeals court has ruled that state insurance plans must cover gender-affirming care in North Carolina and West Virginia. The court called the state's refusal of that coverage discriminatory. The case looked at North Carolina's state employee health care plan and West Virginia's Medicaid plan. This is the first U.S. Court of Appeals ruling against government-sponsored health care plans that exclude gender-affirming care. Officials from both states say they plan to take this case to the Supreme Court in an attempt to get that ruling overturned. Parts of the plains and the Midwest are still recovering from extreme weather damage over the weekend, and now they are once again in the path of more severe storms. The small town of Marietta, Oklahoma, right on the Texas border, was one of the hardest hit over the weekend. The National Weather Service says the tornado that hit that town was the strongest of the year so far, and you can see it in those pictures. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all the storm systems for us. But first, we're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Maggie Maggie Vespa in Elkhorn, Nebraska. Maggie, I can just see it behind you. I know you just got there a short time ago. What are you seeing on the ground?
I mean, Kate, when we got here, again, this is a suburb of Omaha, our jaws just dropped. I'll start to my right, and you can see this like 20-foot tall pile of debris. And then you come to the house next door across the driveway. We have this sweet message. Thank you, everybody. People already thanking the volunteers, people who stacked up these like appliances and mangled metal. And then we'll come down to the end of the driveway. You can see crews here, again, piling in pieces of trees and debris. And then we're going to go all the way down to the end. I'll have Dana push past me here. This entire block looks like this, like massive chunks of this neighborhood completely mowed down. The National Weather Service of Omaha says 5 EF3 tornadoes touched down in this area basically over the weekend. This one hitting, residents tell me, Friday afternoon. I know we're talking about more severe weather coming through. People here can't even begin to wrap their heads around what happened here over the weekend. They're not thinking about the forecast at this point, but it is in the back of their minds. It is looming overhead, and we know this was broad, right? This entire system swept across the heartland. Our team right now saying that we've had 130 plus reported tornadoes, more than 100 of those confirmed. And again, the worst of sort of the damage and of course the casualties confined mostly to Oklahoma. We had 4 deaths there, including that 4-year-old baby girl, and then, or excuse me, 4-year-old, month-old baby, excuse me, and then also 1 death as well in Iowa. So again, we have areas like this that look, I mean, there's complete and utter destruction and devastation. In the next few hours, they could be in the line of fire again. But of course, Kate, they're just beginning to wrap their minds around what happened here.
Yeah, and you're just thankful for no loss of life where you're standing, Maggie. But this is just really extreme. Bill, let me bring you in. So do those folks in Nebraska have to pay attention to what's happening today and tomorrow?
Yeah, just in the last few seconds, a tornado watch was just issued from the Omaha area to Des Moines down to Kansas City. That's going to be the focus if we get tornadoes today, isolated strong storms in other areas. You can see the pink box here. That's when the new tornado watch was just issued. We'll probably have additional ones issued later on today. Now, as far as the timing, typical, late afternoon, early evening, that's when the storms will fire up. This enhanced risk here, which does include the Des Moines area, much of the section here of western Iowa, all the way down through St. Joseph and Kansas City. That's where we're going to have the greatest concentration and the greatest risk of widespread severe storms, wind damage, large hail, and possibility of tornadoes. We do not expect 100 plus like what we just got done with, but we will get some destruction out of these storms, and hail will be a big threat. And unfortunately, Kate, tomorrow we do it again, more to the south, though, Oklahoma and Texas in the line of fire.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Bill Cairns, Maggie Vespa, stay safe out there. Thank you. Right now, House Speaker Mike Johnson is unveiling what he calls a crackdown on anti-Semitism on college campuses. Speaker Johnson and House Republicans are calling the issue a, quote, virus. The announcement comes days after Speaker Johnson visited Columbia University in New York, the hotbed of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins me now. So, Ryan, what are we hearing from the speaker exactly this afternoon?
Well, Kate, this is the speaker's best opportunity to have an impact on what he sees as a growing problem on college campuses across the country, and that's to put a pressure campaign on the leaders there to try and rein in what they view as a serious problem. And it's not just these protests that we've seen pop up on all these college campuses around the country, but it's also a general feeling, a tone that some of these college campuses have displayed in the speaker's mind that would be less than welcoming to Jewish students. And the way that the House Republican caucus is going after this is this week they intend to put on the floor a piece of legislation that's designed to redefine what it means to be anti-Semitic, according to the federal government, that essentially would follow in line with the definition from the Holocaust Remembrance Society. And so that's one step, but they're also pressuring the administration and the Department of Education to enforce Title VI, which would open the door to withholding federal funds to some of these institutions if they don't do more to try and curb this kind of language on their campuses, Kate.
So, but just practically speaking, Ryan, what happens next? Will there be hearings? Will there be I don't know if it's even legislation. What happens?
Yeah, in many respects, Kate, the only thing that the House Republican caucus can do on their own is complain about this and draw attention to it and put pressure on these college leaders, and then also put pressure on the administration in their oversight capacity. They can go after the Secretary of Education. They can call on the president to try and do more. But there probably isn't a legislative vehicle that they can push through both the House and the Senate that would achieve the goal that they are looking for. So more than anything, this is a pressure campaign, but it is one that the Speaker said they are not going to give up on too easily.
All right, Ryan Nobles for us on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thank you. In today's Daily Health, there are new recommendations for when women should start getting screened for breast cancer. A panel of independent medical experts now says that women should get screened every other year, starting at age 40. Joining us now is Dr. Roshni Rao. She is the Chief of Breast Surgery Program at Columbia University. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. The previous recommendation advised women to start getting screenings at 50, right? When they're 50 years old. It also suggested that women in their 40s could talk to their doctor about getting screened. So what does this change mean, this suggestion that anybody over 40 should get a mammogram every other year?
Yeah, so for those of us who take care of breast cancer patients, this is really great news and certainly a step in the right direction. There has been some confusion about what age should the screening start. And a lot of the societies, including the American College of Radiology and the American Society of Breast Surgeons, have advocated for 40 to start with. And it's really good to see the task force now come to the conclusion that this mammography starting at the age of 40, given the new techniques that we use with 3D mammogram, is really the way to go.
So remind us of the warning signs just for every woman out there. What should we be aware of if there are, I don't know, symptoms, but also family history?
So certainly if you have a family history, particularly if you have 2 first-degree relatives with breast cancer, you are at high risk and you should undergo some sort of what we call enhanced surveillance. If you see any masses in your breast or feel any masses in your breast or skin dimpling or changes or nipple discharge, then those are things that you should seek medical evaluation for. But ideally, we should be finding cancer before women have symptoms.
This whole issue does get a little confusing, right, for women, because there's been so much back and forth on what to do. So just what's your big picture, best advice? How do we lower our risk of breast cancer?
So as far as lowering the risk, there's some things that you can control, like you can decrease the amount of alcohol you consume to less than 3 drinks per week. None is better, but certainly reduce it to 3 drinks per week. You can exercise, which is very important. You can maintain a normal body weight. The other things you may not have control over, as far as if you have children after the age of 30, you're not at lower risk.
Dr. Roshni Rao, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your perspective. Appreciate it. Artificial intelligence being used for just about everything now, right? From translating a language to shopping to planning a trip. How about planning your wedding with AI? NBC's Elwyn Lopez spoke with a woman who saved thousands, she says, in wedding planning services just by using an AI bot.
DIY weddings are all the rage, but now some couples are diving into AI for their big day.
I'm having it be like airy, almost like a flowy summer.
Maria Cortese and her fiance planning a beautiful Riverview ceremony in Poughkeepsie, New York. Hundreds of guests ready to celebrate the couple in August on a day that's come together thanks to ChatGPT.
I said, you know what? I'm just going to take a gander at this and I'm going to type in something for a wedding.
The program listing out detailed options for bridal bouquets, centerpieces, decorations, and so much more, eliminating the need and cost for a wedding planner.
Google's so generalized, right? When you're typing into ChatGPT, it's very specific as to what you're asking.
So we gave it a shot.
Tell me, what is the best spot to get married in the United States?
The best spot to get married in the United States depends on personal preferences, but destinations like Hawaii, Napa Valley, and New York City are popular choices for their stunning scenery, romantic ambiance, and variety of venues.
What's the most hated song for weddings?
One song that is often disliked or considered overplayed at weddings is YMCA by Village People. While it's a catchy tune, some guests may find it cheesy or repetitive, leading to it being labeled as one of the most hated wedding songs by some.
Okay, good to know. We're not going to play that.
And those save the dates, they came from AI too. Everything from the wording to the formatting. It even helps out with haggling prices with those vendors.
I ended up finding a photographer that did engagements, then bridal shower and photography for almost half of the price of what it would have just costed me to get a photographer to do the wedding on its own.
Maria says they're saving $5,000 to $10,000 by skipping out on a traditional planning service. According to bridal planning site Zola, in 2024, the average cost for a wedding is more than $30,000.
Who are you?
I'm the wedding planner. Even traditional wedding planners have started incorporating AI into their businesses.
I've actually used it to explain a few things, to be honest with you, to clients that don't understand necessarily what attrition is when you're working with a hotel room block. And it is a weird thing. So I used AI to help me explain it to people.
Katie Martin has been in the wedding business for decades. She still feels that there's no replacement for the real deal, especially on the big day.
It's the manpower, setting up the tables, making sure the table numbers are right, making sure the chair counts are right. And honestly, we're peace of mind a lot of times where we know the person so well by the time they get to their wedding that if I see them nervous about anything, I can fix it.
Even still, AI-planned weddings are taking off. More than half of couples who are engaged are now eyeing tools like ChatGPT to help them tie the knot. To dampen a bit of that wedding planning stress, a little help from AI could help them get to the altar and ultimately to those I do's.
So it really does everything except walk you down the aisle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe not the toast. Elwyn Lopez, thanks. Coming up, an important conversation about getting therapy for your kids. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
In today's Modern Parenting, a study from the University of Michigan Medical School says about 1 in 7 children and teens have at least one treatable mental health disorder, but less than half of kids actually get any kind of treatment. Experts say one reason could be because some parents don't know how to tell if their kid needs help. Joining us now is author and psychologist Eileen Kennedy Moore, hopefully going to help us understand what to look for and when to make that decision. Good to have you here, Doctor. Thank you. So what are the signs that parents could be looking for to know whether they really need some outside help?
If the problem seems to be getting worse rather than better, if it's lasting a while, if it's interfering with daily functioning for the child or for the family, because like everybody's on eggshells trying to make sure the kid doesn't get upset, then it would probably be a good idea to talk with a mental health professional.
I think one of the hard parts too for parents, as a parent myself, is talking to your kids and trying to get their input, especially teenagers, right? Trying to add, do you need help? And your teen's like, no, everything's fine. How do you open up that conversation and get some honest information from your children?
So just showing up, spending time with them, non-demanding time makes it easier for them to open up, as opposed to, okay, you're home, I'm going to grill you.
Right.
So just spending time together makes it easier for them to have the space to open up. With younger kids, there's one method that I use, which I call feelings cards.
Oh.
And I'll have the parent and the child list as many feelings as possible. And then we have the child use the cards to describe how they're feeling right now by sorting them into 3 piles. Yes, no, maybe a little bit. And then the parents can go through the yes pile and say, so what is making you feel nervous? And what is making you feel annoyed? It slows the parents down to just listen. It makes it a recognition task for the child instead of naming these big feelings kind of situation.
That's really good. It's also very practical, right? I could see parents making the cards and doing that with your children. So there are a lot of different kinds of therapy out there, a lot of different places to turn to. How can parents feel more comfortable about the process of finding that help?
So start by talking to your pediatrician, because the pediatricians always know who's good in your area. And then most therapists will do a phone call. What I tell parents is to trust your gut. You want somebody who's going to be a good fit for your child and your family. And the therapist is an expert on psychology in general, but you are the expert on your child and your family. Nobody has logged more hours with your kid than you have. So ask questions like, what percentage of the person's practice deals with your child's age? What role do they see for parents? Because there's a big difference. Some are like, keep the parents out of it. Personally, I think that parents should be very involved, and it should be a very collaborative thing. And also you can ask, how do they generally approach situations like your child's difficulties? It should make sense to you as a parent.
We only have a few more seconds, but I'm curious if there are free or low-cost mental health resources that you might flag.
Absolutely. There are so many things out there. I have a podcast that comes out every week called Kids Ask Dr. Friendtastic. And each episode features an audio-recorded question of a kid about friendship. And then I say something practical and thought-provoking. There's also books and a lot of online resources.
A lot of online resources if you go looking for them, and local resources too. Doctor, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here.
My pleasure.
Kennedy Moore. Thanks. There's much more ahead on NBC News Daily.
It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Well, spring has sprung, right? So for many of us, the longer days and the warmer weather kick off our annual spring cleaning, our decluttering. But why stop at your home? What about your physical fitness? Might need a routine refresh as well. Joining me now, I see you laughing, Stephanie Mansour, about our spring refresh concept. But I think it's real, right? It's like the time of year when everybody wants to make changes and clean out the clutter. So how do we clean out the clutter on our fitness routines?
Yeah, I love this topic, Kate, because I like to look at what's going on in our lives, what's going on in our health, in our workouts, in our food, in our refrigerators. You know, what can we spring clean? And really, when we talk about fitness, what I want to drive home is we need to reflect on what hasn't been working. Like maybe you've set too lofty of goals for yourself, or maybe you've thought, oh, I'm going to have so much time to do this over the weekend, and you never get to it. Right. And then you start feeling bad. I know. I know, but then, you know, you start feeling bad, you start to feel guilty, you start to feel like, oh gosh, I said I was going to do this, but I can't trust myself to follow through. So I really encourage people to reflect on what hasn't worked. And I mean, even for myself, my goal was to go walk outside every morning before my workout. Well, guess what? It's dreary outside. It hasn't been the best weather. So
don't you live in Chicago?
I do, yes. And you know, it's windy, and I just don't want to deal with it at the beginning of the day. So that's a goal for my own spring cleaning, my own spring refresh, where I'm just going to walk during the day at some point, not necessarily first thing in the morning.
Yeah, so reflect on what's working or not, and then reset the goals. So after we've done all that, how do we choose the best routine, the best workout routine?
Yeah, so I encourage people to look at, you know, your workout first. So do you enjoy the thing that you're doing for exercise? Do you enjoy the walk? Do you enjoy the run? Do you enjoy the strength training? Do you enjoy the yoga class at your local studio or gym? You know, pick something that you enjoy doing and really stick to that and focus on one thing. And then secondly, you can also look at your bedtime and morning routines. So what's happening at night and what's happening in the morning to really set you up for a good night's sleep, set you up for an energizing morning, and look at how you can spring clean those areas too.
Yeah, that's me. Going to bed at a reasonable hour would probably help. Okay, hypothetically, what if you have a really crazy job?
Yeah.
And you have a crazy schedule, or people who are busy parents out there.
Right.
Are there some simple things we could do maybe at home?
Yes, I love getting yourself to train your brain to exercise. So this could be as simple as squats in the kitchen while you are waiting for something in the microwave. This could be calf raises while you're stirring something on the stove. This could be brushing your teeth and doing side lunges or leg lifts. You know, even when you're in the shower, you could do a stretch. You know, little things like this that you can put in throughout your day just to get movement on the forefront of your mind so that you begin to see, oh, it's really not that big of a deal, and it actually feels really good to move my body.
How do we follow through? Like once we've decided what we're going to do, how do we get the follow through?
Yes, I like to have, you know, instant gratification. So if there's something that I was looking forward to, like maybe calling back a friend, or maybe I want to, you know, buy something online or watch a show, I'll say, okay, as soon as I finish my workout, then I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do that thing first.
It's a reward.
It's my reward. Yes. I also like to coordinate with different groups or friends, you know, if there's classes you like, and also have that mantra that makes you feel good about yourself. Like, I want to feel strong. That's my mantra. I'm going to feel strong by doing this workout.
The groups, the friends helps me a ton. Like running with somebody else where I can't, they're coming to meet me and I can't say no.
Right.
It's definitely incentive for me. So how do you motivate if you've kind of had a sedentary winter?
Yes.
Right? Like we're at that time of year where people, I'm speaking for a friend.
Yeah.
Maybe we like ate too many cookies and watched a lot of TV.
Right. Yeah. I like to focus on just 5 minutes. So we have in our Start Today community, we have like 750,000 people They get our daily newsletter every morning.
Say that again. Start today.
Start today. If you go to today.com/start today, I'm the trainer and coach, and I encourage all of our viewers to just start with 5 minutes. Go walk around your block or walk in place in your house. You know, do something that's getting you moving for just 5 minutes, because a lot of our problem is that we think we have that all or nothing mentality, which means we're either all in exercising 5 days a week for 30 minutes a pop, or we're not exercising at all and we're sedentary. So start small, start with a finite amount of time that you know you can commit to every day, and that's going to build your confidence in yourself too.
It doesn't have to be the all or nothing, right? It can be in between.
Yes.
I say this as we were talking during the break. I'm trying to think about maybe running a little longer, so wish me luck.
Yes, good luck. You can do it, Kate.
Stephanie Mansour, thank you. You're watching Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zinklea Asamoah off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, tensions on campus. Columbia University partially shuts down after student protesters take over an academic building. We're spread out across the country as demonstrations escalate at universities from coast to coast. In contempt, the judge in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial says he did violate a gag order. How much money the former president must pay in fines, and why the judge is also threatening jail time. A whole new why some people who are taking the popular weight loss drug Ozempic are now saying that it's changing more than just their body. How the drug maker is responding to what's being dubbed Ozempic personality. And a different tune.
Dancing in the front yard night and day, and the neighbors walk by and this is what they say.
Are these Christmas jammies?
They are Christmas jammies.
You might recognize that couple from their viral videos, but you might not know the whole story. Penn Holderness will tell me why he thinks his ADHD helped him win one of the most popular reality shows out there. We're going to have an interesting conversation about the new book that they have out. We begin this hour, though, with an escalation in the ongoing protests on college campuses. Protesters are occupying a building at Columbia University. That's video of protesters breaking windows and doors to get into the building. Columbia is now threatening to expel any students occupying that building. The White House releasing a statement today saying, in part, President Biden respects the right to free expression, but protests must be peaceful and lawful. Forcibly taking over buildings is not peaceful. It is wrong. The education secretary telling Congress this morning that federal dollars could be at stake if schools don't take action. More than 1,100 people have been arrested nationwide during these protests. Police and protesters faced off at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. That ended with 13 arrests. Police also arresting several demonstrators at UNC Chapel Hill this morning. And nearly 80 people were arrested during protests on Monday at the University of Texas at Austin. We have a team of correspondents for you now from California to Capitol Hill. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton at Columbia. Antonia, I know you spoke with a Columbia student who saw everything play out in those overnight hours. What did he say about the occupation of that building? And what is the school doing now, if anything, to try to move students out?
Hey, Kate. Well, that's right. We spoke with this student who was in his dorm, which is right next to Hamilton Hall, the building behind me here that has now for hours been occupied by dozens of students inside. He watched all this transpire. He walked outside and he saw students grabbing items like gates and furniture and zip ties to barricade themselves inside. He also says that he saw a physical altercation between counter protesters who tried to stop those students from blocking one of the entrances into Hamilton Hall. Take a listen to some of my conversation with him of what he describes as a very chaotic scene.
I think it's a little surreal. I mean, that's my mood, at least, just sort of in shock that this is happening, that it's been allowed to get this far. People that aren't living on campus no longer have access to it. I mean, I got several calls from my parents this morning asking for me to come home. I think I might be obliging them. It's unbelievable.
On the school's part, Kate, we know that they're threatening expulsion for students. They've sent that notice out to the community, to faculty and staff and the students themselves. But the piece we really still don't know is how are they actually going to get students out? How do they bring this to an end? They haven't been clear on that part yet, Kate.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. Let's go over to NBC News correspondent David Noriega. He's at UCLA in Los Angeles. David, the university, I know, says it's evaluating campus events on a case-by-case basis. What are you hearing from the school and from the protesters there?
Yeah, hey, Kate, the situation here is still, for the most part, pretty calm compared to what we're seeing in New York and in Austin, but it's tense, and it seems to have certainly the potential to escalate. There have been some viral videos online of protesters allegedly blocking students from getting to class. You know, interestingly, what I've seen is that certain walkways have been blocked, not by the protesters, but by private security contracted by the university to manage access into and out of the encampment, which students have very tightly controlled. They're only letting people in who have someone already inside the encampment who can vouch for them. There's a system of wristbands. Generally speaking, they're actually quite organized in how they're managing all of this. Just in the last few minutes, someone from the university circulated this statement, which just came from Mary Osako, Vice Chancellor for UCLA Strategic Communications. She said, in reference to these allegations of protesters blocking students' access to class, that they have taken several immediate actions. The one that jumps out to me is our student conduct process has been initiated, which could lead to severe disciplinary action, including expulsion or suspension. That hasn't happened yet. They're just, you know, it's more of a threat than anything. Earlier today, we saw this moment where a protester climbed up some scaffolding to plant a Palestinian flag. That led to a police response, which in turn led to a pretty substantial response by the protesters in the encampment, who mobilized to, from what I could tell, block the police from taking this protester away from the camp. You know, they were using homemade shields that they made out of trash cans that they cut in half, or big pieces of plywood. To me, what that showed is, again, these protesters have been training and preparing for a significant escalation with law enforcement. Both the protesters and the universities here are facing pretty strategically and tactically difficult decisions in terms of whether and how to escalate. Again, what we've seen here is nothing compared to New York and Austin, but it certainly has the potential to heat up quite a bit. Kate?
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Speaking of the University of Texas at Austin, that's where he is. So, Guad, have we seen police? I know we've seen them in the past days in riot gear, even arresting demonstrators. But what's happening on campus today?
Kate, that's right. So we saw state troopers arrive for a second time since the protests started last week. That was yesterday when they came in. So today we have protesters gathered once again in that same area behind me. They're speaking to each other. They have a professor leading the conversation to exchange ideas. So things have changed every day since we had that first walkout last Wednesday. That's when the state police arrived, and we had that standoff between the state police, local police on one side, and of course the students on the other side. We saw the first arrest, and then we saw a Thursday and Friday that had protesters without police stepping in. But what happened on Monday that was slightly different is that some of the protesters came in with tents in the area behind me. They also set up a wall with tables, and that seems to be what triggered authorities here. That's what triggered officials who then called in the state troopers for a second time, and chaos erupted. About 79 individuals have been arrested. At one point, the state troopers also pushed some of those remaining protesters out of this area. So it was quite violent yesterday. Today, again, these protesters are back. And we also have protesters outside of the local jail where the individuals were taken. Many of them had been outside with blankets protesting for those individuals to be released. We know that the first group that was arrested on Wednesday, most of them have been released and the charges have been dropped. So we'll have to wait and see what happens to the individuals that have been arrested, the ones that were arrested yesterday, and also how authorities or officials at the university are going to handle the protesters here.
Guad Venegas in Texas, David Noriega out in Los Angeles, and Antonia Hilton was with us in New York. Thank you to all of you. As we watch these protests grow across the country, House Speaker Mike Johnson is unveiling what he's calling a crackdown on anti-Semitism on college campuses. Speaker Johnson announcing the move on Capitol Hill earlier today with House Republican leaders around him. It comes after he visited Columbia University last week. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins me now. Ryan, it's interesting the speaker sort of getting really involved in this issue. What did he say about what he wants to see?
Well, you saw him there, Kate. He was flanked by 10 different committee chairs, and he's tasked each one of these individual committee chairs with looking into this issue from their respective committees to try and see if there's anything the House Republican Conference and the House of Representatives at large can do to try and rein in anti-Semitism on college campuses. Among the ideas he floated, putting pressure on the State Department, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Alejandro Mayorkas at the Department of Homeland Security to try and look into the visas of some of these college students who may be protesting, and even suggesting perhaps those visas be revoked and they be sent back to their home countries. Listen to a little bit of what Johnson had to say just a few minutes ago.
Anti-Semitism is a virus, and because the administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in, we're seeing it spread. We have to act. We will not allow anti-Semitism to thrive on campus, and we will hold these universities accountable for their failure to protect Jewish students on campus.
So it's clear that this is an issue that Republicans believe is important, and one, Kate, that they are going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on the Biden administration and these college presidents to do something about.
Ryan, I just wonder, practically speaking, what Congress could do in this vein, because Republicans are in charge in the House just barely, and the Senate's controlled by Democrats. So what happens?
Yeah, physically passing some sort of legislation that would achieve the goal they're looking for is likely elusive. So what you're going to see them do is use the power of the bully pulpit and a pressure campaign to try and convince those who do have authority in these cases to try and rein this in. For instance, they could put pressure on the Department of Education to open Title VI investigations. That's something the Secretary Miguel Cardona said earlier today during a Senate hearing. Kate?
All right, Ryan Nobles watching it all on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thank you. It is time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Today is the last day that you can apply for a government student loan forgiveness program. And would you bet on someone playing an arcade game? Julia Borston joins us now with more. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kate. Well, a key student loan forgiveness deadline ends tonight. Some borrowers have just hours to apply for loan consolidation that combines their federal student loans into one that could help them get their debt forgiven sooner under a temporary policy from the Biden administration, under which borrowers will get payment credit on all of their loans based on the longest paid loan. And nearly 100,000 pounds of prosciutto made in Germany have been recalled for not being inspected properly before being shipped to the U.S. While there have been no confirmed reports of reactions to the product, the USDA is urging retailers and consumers to throw the packages of prosciutto out. The recall affects Stockmeyer prosciutto, sold nationwide, with Best Buy dates from April to October of 2024. And Dave & Buster's will allow customers to bet on its arcade games. Loyalty members age 18 and older will be able to make real money wagers on games with friends through the Dave & Buster's app. This is expected to launch in a few months. Not one for me, but I'm sure it'll be very popular.
I don't know how I feel about kids gambling, or young people anyway. Julia Borston, thank you. Coming up, planning a wedding is stressful enough, but what if artificial intelligence could help you out and save you thousands of dollars? We'll show you how it works.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know, and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Former President Donald Trump has removed a series of social media posts as ordered by the judge presiding over his hush money trial in New York. Mr. Trump was held in criminal contempt over those online posts, which the judge said attacked jurors and witnesses. The former president is also facing $9,000 in fines. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is in New York City following all of it. Rahema, let's start with the gag order. The former president not only facing a financial penalty, but the judge suggested that he could be jailed for future violations?
Yeah, he did. The judge said because of the statute, he's only allowed to fine him $1,000 per violation. He said with some witnesses or defendants, I'm sorry, who are of greater financial means, this may not be a sufficient deterrent. And so he said if it turns out that it might be necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, it will impose an incarceratory punishment if Donald Trump violates this in the future. We should mention that the former president tweeted about this, saying that this is rigged. He called the judge violating his freedom of speech and called him a conflicted judge. Kate?
And Rahema, today's testimony has featured a lot of witnesses, including the lawyer for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. Can you walk us through what we've heard in court?
Yeah, one of the things we heard in court was that the lawyer for Karen McDougal, Keith Davison, had reached out to National Enquirer and AMI saying, I have a blockbuster Trump story. Is it safe to say if you close this deal, it would somehow benefit Donald Trump? He asked of the witness, and he said yes. The prosecution seems to be trying to build a case of a narrative between Michael Cohen having some connection with these entities of catch and kill in order to prevent the story about Karen McDougal going public. And Davidson was the attorney who was acting as the agent, if you will, media agent, as well as the attorney for Karen McDougal to make this happen. When it did happen, he said that he heard from Michael Cohen. His understanding was that his client would be very pleased that this had happened. Kate?
Rahema Ellis covering that for us. Rahema, thank you. We are learning new details about the 4 officers killed during a wild shootout in Charlotte, North Carolina. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was attempting to serve a warrant when the suspect opened fire. The local police chief describing the arsenal his officers faced.
Probably well over 100 rounds of gunfire or of projectiles and casings that will be collected. We did recover so far on the scene an AR-15 rifle, a 40 caliber handgun, and also additional magazines and ammo that goes both with the AR-14 and the 40 caliber handgun.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Charlotte for us. Tremaine, good to see you. Police have been working to release the identities, I know, of the officers who were killed. What do we know about them?
Kate, you know, in times like this, it's easy to wax poetic or get hyperbolic about heroes running into danger and running into gunfire. But according to officials, that's exactly what happened here with these officers. And the account of their life and what we know about them kind of backs it up. San Pilote, 14-year veteran of the State Department of Corrections, a wife and 2 adult children. William Elliott, also a 14-year veteran of the Department of Corrections, a wife and 1 child. Joshua Iyer, who was with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department, a 6-year veteran who had a wife and a 3-year-old. And Thomas Weeks, 48, who was a deputy U.S. Marshal, had a wife and 4 children. These men have been described as heroes, certainly. And even with Iyer, just as recently as last month, was named Officer of the Month because of the way he handled his business, but also the way he dealt with the community. Now, the leader of the U.S. Marshal Service, Ronald Davis, had this to say. Check it out.
Let me tell you something about this hero. Thomas Weeks is a Deputy United States Marshal. He was 48 years old. He is survived by his wife, Kelly, and has 4 children. He's been with the agency for some 13 years. Deputy Weeks was serving on that task force, as do hundreds, if not thousands, of deputies and officers around the country every day, trying to bring to justice those that are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes in our society. This is a loss for the entire country.
The shooter, Terry Clark Hughes, has had a long record, including some gun violations. And also 2 other individuals here, a 17-year-old young lady and an older woman, were also here. Police say that they're not looking for any other suspects outside of the situation, and there's still more to come. Kate.
All right, Tremaine Lee following that. Thank you, Tremaine. Coming up, the major new changes coming to all new cars that has to do with braking.
talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So there's a new trend. Some insurance companies are using aerial images of your home taken without your knowledge, and it could threaten your policy. Consumer reporter Susan Hogan from our Washington, D.C. station has the details.
High above your neighborhood, all along main streets and back roads. Nearly every building in the United States is being photographed, either by satellite or drones. Aerial imagery used by some insurance companies to keep an eye on their policyholders.
So it felt kind of icky, and it felt just kind of like somebody's watching you.
Someone was watching and taking pictures of Elizabeth's roof. Turns out it was her insurance company, Nationwide. She found this out after getting an email from them alerting her that they utilized a third party that obtains imagery data. And based on this image, they had concerns that may increase the chance for a loss on the property, noticing natural discoloration and streaking. And the remedy? Repair or replace the roof in order to retain Nationwide.
I had a panic attack.
Elizabeth says she was floored to know her policy could be revoked because of a grainy image she didn't even know was being taken.
And when we moved in, we knew that we were going to have to replace the roof within, a few years. Was it something that I planned on doing in the next 3 months? No.
I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, we've really seen the use of drones and aerial photography and satellite imagery come into the insurance space.
Sean Kevlin with the Insurance Information Institute and Industry Association says aerial imagery was originally used during catastrophic events when humans were unable to reach certain areas destroyed by severe weather. It was not only safer, but faster to pay claims. Today, he says, drones and satellites are being used for normal maintenance of policies by many insurance companies. Insurers looking for underwriting hazards like yard debris, damaged roofs, undeclared trampolines, or swimming pools.
I would say the technology, as much as it might be jarring to a consumer to understand that the insurer is monitoring a house, to have a safer roof, to make sure that that first line of defense of your home is better protected, I'd say that's a win-win for the consumer.
Max altitude reached. The use of drone or satellite imagery is legal to a point. We contacted the insurance divisions in both Maryland and Virginia, and they tell us that drones can be used to collect information on our property. But how insurance companies actually use this information, well, that is up for debate. However, the Maryland Insurance Administration says there can be issues if drone imaging relies on technology such as artificial intelligence instead of human eyes to make decisions on potential risks. That's why most states say insurers should rely on more than one source of information to determine risk. Drones aren't allowed in D.C. United Policyholders, a nonprofit that provides resources to consumers, says it's seen a dramatic increase in reports from consumers who've been dropped by their insurers on the basis of an aerial image, which they say could be out of date or inaccurate. Elizabeth says this image of her roof is over a year old. She knows this because it doesn't show the trampoline in her backyard, which they installed a year ago. News 4 reached out to Nationwide about Elizabeth's case. They didn't respond. Elizabeth ended up hiring a company to inspect her roof, and luckily, they found only a broken shingle and some bolts that needed to be sealed. She's hoping her insurance company will accept it.
I'll be sending the letter off to them and hoping that they approve that because I'm not paying for those repairs if I still need to get a new roof.
Now, Elizabeth ended up paying for those repairs after she says she got the initial approval from the insurance company, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Nationwide still wants her to address the discoloration on her roof that was seen in the picture, so she's just trying to figure out her next step. In the meantime, there are a couple of things you can do if your insurance company is using an aerial picture of your property to alert you to issues. You have every right to ask them to send you the picture so you can see it for yourself. They also have to give you time to fix the problem or to dispute the photograph. For NBC News, I'm Susan Hogan.
Wow, so eye-opening, Susan, thank you. It is spring cleaning season, but what about spring cleaning your fitness routine? The simple steps that you can take to spring forward with your health. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Breaking news, the Biden administration is planning to reclassify cannabis, which will ease federal regulations on that drug. 4 sources with knowledge of the decision shared the plan with NBC News. Since 1971, cannabis has been a Schedule I drug, the same category as heroin and LSD. It will now be changed to a Schedule III drug, which includes substances with accepted medical uses like Tylenol and testosterone. The decision will not legalize cannabis outright for recreational use. There are new federal workplace guidelines when it comes to gender identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission now says it would be considered workplace harassment if employers repeatedly misgender employees or deny them access to a bathroom matching their gender identity. This is the first change to the guidance in 25 years. The guidance is not legally binding, but it will be a standard for how federal officials enforce anti-bias laws. In Oregon, we now know one of the winners of the $1.3 billion jackpot. Chang Charlie Saifan immigrated to the U.S. from Laos in 1994. He's been battling cancer for the last 8 years. He received his latest chemotherapy treatment just last week. The 46-year-old, who has 2 children, explained that what this win means for him and his family.
And I'm grateful for a lottery, and my life has been changed. Now I can rest my family and find a good doctor for myself.
The winning Powerball ticket was sold in early April in Portland. Saifan plans to split the lump sum payment of $422 million with his wife and a friend who chipped in to buy the tickets. Wow. King Charles resumed his royal public duties today for the first time since beginning treatment for an undisclosed form of cancer. The king and his wife, Queen Camilla, visited a cancer treatment center in London where they met with doctors and patients. It's the first of several events Charles has planned for the coming weeks as he continues to receive treatment. His doctors say they are very encouraged by his progress. For more, let's bring in NBC News International correspondent Josh Letterman. He's in London for us. So, Josh, the king's return to public life, I know, is carefully thought out. Why did he visit that particular treatment center today, and what's next on the agenda? Also, Prince Harry's expected to travel to the UK next week.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. It was so striking that King Charles, in his first public duty event since being diagnosed with cancer, rather than trying to project an image of everything's fine, it's business as usual, make people forget about the cancer, really leaned into it. He really used this moment to try to do what he's been doing for some time now, which is raise awareness and really relate to people as someone who is struggling with an illness that so many of our friends and family have had to deal with. There was some really emotional moments where the king held hands with some of these cancer patients. He was able to hear from them about some of the side effects from the treatment that they are undergoing. He relayed to them that he, in fact, had his most recent treatment for his cancer as recently as today. But as we go forward, it's really unclear how much more we're going to see of King Charles. Although his doctors have said they're optimistic and he can go back into a regular schedule, they're taking it day by day, not even, in fact, confirming whether he'll pay a visit to his son when Prince Harry is in town for the Invictus Games anniversary in the coming days, Kate.
All right, Josh Letterman in London. Josh, thank you. Weight loss drugs like Ozempic or Mounjaro can change a lot about your body, but some patients now say the drugs are affecting their mental health too. NBC News Daily anchor Vicky Nguyen shows us what's been dubbed Ozempic personality.
My anxiety is through the freaking roof.
It's the latest side effect that's giving some patients pause.
I absolutely, for months now, have been feeling depressed.
They say popular diabetes drugs, which are also used for weight loss, such as Ozempic and Mounjaro, are leading to mood changes and depression in what's been dubbed Ozempic personality. Some users complain they don't feel like themselves, their joy dulled.
I used to be a really positive, bubbly, like sunshine person, and over the last year and a half, I've kind of lost that.
Since being prescribed Ozempic, Sydney Foster has lost 90 pounds. She says it's her mental health that's now weighing her down.
Is this making you rethink your relationship with this drug that you're using for weight loss?
It has been. I know I don't want to have this same mindset forever. If it just means staying skinny, that's not what I want.
These injections include the ingredient semaglutide, which regulates hunger and makes you feel full. But experts say its effect on mood needs more research.
There has not been any link directly with the drug and any known personality disorder or any known psychiatric condition, but it would not be impossible to see a range of responses, including a change in personality.
After receiving 175 reports from Ozempic and Wegovy patients experiencing suicidal thoughts, an FDA study found no link between the drugs and suicide, though the administration added it could not rule out that a small risk may exist, and it's continuing to study the issue. What's more, while Wegovy, which is approved for chronic weight management, lists depression as a possible side effect, Ozempic, which is used to treat type 2 diabetes, does not. Novo Nordisk, the company behind both drugs, says it collaborates closely with the FDA to monitor the safety of all its medicines. This latest complaint adding to a growing list from some patients.
My biggest side effect was nausea.
Health and wellness store GNC announcing its locations will now have a dedicated section of items that may help address more common side effects, like products that support GI health, muscle mass and bone density, and nutrition. And while doctors say the relationship between mood changes and the drugs needs to be studied, they're hopeful their benefits outweigh potential hazards.
I am not worried about it when I weigh the risk of obesity, diabetes, and all the other health conditions against the use of this drug.
Vicki Wynn, thank you. Lily, the maker of Mounjaro, told us patient safety is their top priority and that users should contact a healthcare provider if they have any side effects. The Biden administration is launching new regulations to improve safety on the road. Starting in 2029, all new American cars will be required to include an emergency braking system. Here's NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello.
The video is hard to watch. 9-year-old Landon McKay thrown in the air after being hit in the crosswalk by what police say was an unlicensed driver.
I feel like it really could have been avoided if she was paying attention.
In the ER, Landon's injuries proved minor. In Washington, D.C., you have to look closely to see a woman in the crosswalk hit by a delivery van. She suffered serious injuries.
One of the big challenges we have right now is pedestrian fatalities.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing new automatic emergency brake or AEB standards for all cars and light trucks within 5 years to reduce the 43,000 people who die on Americans' roads each year. AEB works by using radar, video, or infrared sensors to scan for potential collisions. Most new cars already come with automatic braking, but the government is telling car makers they need to make the technology even better. A AAA study found current AEB prevents 85% of rear-end crashes under 30 miles per hour, but just 30% of crashes at 40 miles per hour. The new standards will require cars to avoid collisions at up to 62 miles per hour, automatically applying the brakes at up to 45 miles per hour for pedestrians, and able to see pedestrians in both daylight and darkness.
It's especially important because the data are showing us that about 75% of pedestrian and bicycle fatalities happen after dark.
The auto industry says automakers voluntarily committed to install AEB in new vehicles and have already met that commitment. The DOT hoping to save at least 360 lives and prevent 24,000 injuries a year.
We want to set a high standard for what it should be like for the future and have it be something that's in every car, not just one of the bells and whistles.
Hitting the accelerator on braking. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Artificial intelligence is being used for just about everything, right? But what about planning your wedding? NBC's Elwyn Lopez spoke with a woman who saved thousands in wedding planning services just by using an AI bot.
DIY weddings are all the rage, but now some couples are diving into AI for their big day.
I'm having it be like airy, almost like a flowy summer.
Maria Cortese and her fiance planning a beautiful Riverview ceremony in Poughkeepsie, New York. Hundreds of guests ready to celebrate the couple in August on a day that's come together thanks to ChatGPT.
I said, you know what? I'm just going to take a gander at this and I'm going to type in something for a wedding.
The program listing out detailed options for bridal bouquets, centerpieces, decorations, and so much more, eliminating the need and cost for a wedding planner.
Google's so generalized, right? When you're typing into ChatGPT, it's very specific as to what you're asking.
So we gave it a shot.
Tell me what is the best spot to get married in the United States?
The best spot to get married in the United States depends on personal preferences, but destinations like Hawaii, Napa Valley, and New York City are popular choices for their stunning scenery, romantic ambiance, and variety of venues.
What's the most hated song for weddings?
One song that is often disliked or considered overplayed at weddings is YMCA by Village People. While it's a catchy tune, some guests may find it cheesy or repetitive, leading to it being labeled as one of the most hated wedding songs by some.
Okay, good to know. We're not going to play that.
And those save the dates, they came from AI too. Everything from the wording to the formatting. It even helps out with haggling prices with those vendors.
I ended up finding a photographer that did engagements, then bridal shower and photography for almost half of the price of what it would have just costed me to get a photographer to do the wedding on its own.
Maria says they're saving $5,000 to $10,000 by skipping out on a traditional planning service. According to bridal planning site Zola, in 2024, the average cost for a wedding is more than $30,000.
Who are you?
I'm the wedding planner. Even traditional wedding planners have started incorporating AI into their businesses.
I've actually used it
to explain a few things, to be honest with you, to clients that don't understand necessarily what attrition is when you're working with a hotel room block. And it is a weird thing. So I used AI and to help me explain it to people.
Katie Martin has been in the wedding business for decades. She still feels that there's no replacement for the real deal, especially on the big day.
It's the manpower, setting up the tables, making sure the table numbers are right, making sure the chair counts are right. And honestly, we're peace of mind a lot of times where we know the person so well by the time they get to their wedding that if I see them nervous about anything, I can fix it.
Even still, AI-planned weddings are taking off. More than half of couples who are engaged are now eyeing tools like ChatGPT to help them tie the knot. To dampen a bit of that wedding planning stress, a little help from AI could help them get to the altar and ultimately to those I do's.
So it really does everything except walk you down the aisle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Elwyn Lopez, thank you for that. Coming up, living with ADHD. One viral video star talks about his mental health journey and his advice for others.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Dancing in the front yard night and day, and the neighbors walk by and this is what they say.
Are those Christmas jammies?
They are Christmas jammies.
You might remember that video. It's from, well, a bunch of Christmases ago. Penn Holderness and his family are known for their viral videos, and he and his wife, Kim, also won The Amazing Race. You might know that. But today he's here talking about a new personal project. He's opening up about his journey with ADHD in a new book that he co-authored with his wife. It's called ADHD is Awesome: A Guide to Mostly Thriving with ADHD. It's good to see you. You were wincing at that video.
Well, it was so long ago. I had more hair and it was a different color and, you know.
With us is also Dr. Marcy Caldwell. She's a clinical psychologist and the owner and director of the Center for ADHD. Didn't mean to leave you out there. Thank you both for being here. So let's talk about the book. You credit ADHD with helping you win the amazing race. How so?
Well,
one part of ADHD, look, there's bad stuff, like I leave the toilet seat up, I leave my keys in the car, I leave the stove on, but there's a facet to it called hyperfocus, where if there's something you really care about that's difficult and challenging, you can really block out everything else and knock that task out of the park. And that's all the race was. It was $1 million at the end. That's interesting, right? And then it was a series of individual tasks. They took your phones away. You had no internet. You had one thing to worry about. And when we have that sort of condition, we can be great. We don't really live in that world normally, though, do we?
Well, unfortunately, I guess not.
Yeah.
But Dr. Caldwell, let's talk about that. There are a lot of misperceptions, misconceptions about ADHD. How do you define ADHD, and how do we know if someone in our life might have that?
So there's a formal definition with a long list of symptoms, but I really like to think about what ADHD is really a difference in the controls of the brain. So most brains operate kind of like a dimmer switch, and ADHD brains operate more like an on-off switch, which creates this kind of extremes like hyperfocus or a wandering attention or distractibility. Those extremes are the ADHD default.
Yeah, I remember a doctor saying to me, because we have someone in my life with this, that they said that it's hard to modulate the attention. It's sort of all or nothing.
Yeah.
Why did you write this book? I know you say you want to really reach people who have ADHD out there.
I want them to know that they're not alone, and that their brain's not broken, and that there's an explanation for it. You know, like we have this mixing board on the book it's there for that reason. You can't modulate. Things go on or off. And if you can understand your brain better, it makes it easier for you to work hard to get better at it, right? Rather than working on something you don't understand. I wanted people to understand that this is the type of brain we got. And honestly, if you work on the stuff that you have a deficit of, you can be great in a lot of other ways. You can be innovative, spontaneous, outside the box thinking, all of that.
Yeah, it can actually benefit you. It can be something positive. Doctor, about 10 million people in the U.S. are living with ADHD, is that right? And 9 million of them, I think, are untreated. Why do you think that is?
Well, particularly for adult ADHD, we're only starting to understand it and starting to understand how it looks in different groups. So the rates of diagnosis are increasing pretty dramatically in the past 10 to 15 years, but it's definitely still a new thing that we're still trying to figure out.
And sometimes it's confused with other ailments, right?
Yes, exactly. So most commonly confused with depression, anxiety, sleep disturbances. They can present a lot like ADHD, and so it's really important that you speak with a specialist who fully understands ADHD and all the different ways that it can show up.
To both of you, how can all the rest of us who don't have that diagnosis support and relate to folks with ADHD maybe in a better way?
By asking the questions that you just did, by knowing that when we do something, we're not trying to make things difficult for you. The world is just a little bit difficult for us.
Yeah. And, you know, exactly. I think the world isn't well built for ADHD brains. And so we need to partner with the ADHD brains in our lives and to really build external structures to help bring out their strengths, because there are a lot of them, and shore up the vulnerabilities.
It's a really fascinating topic and fascinating book. Thank you guys so much for being with us today. I look forward to reading the whole thing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Thank you. Dr. Marcy Caldwell, Penn Holderness. Thanks, guys. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, Top Story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, spring has sprung, right? So for many of us, the longer days and the warmer weather kick off our annual spring cleaning, our decluttering. But why stop at your home? What about your physical fitness? Might need a routine refresh as well. Joining me now, I see you laughing, Stephanie Mansour, about our spring refresh concept. But I think it's real, right? It's like the time of year when everybody wants to make changes and clean out the clutter. So how do we clean out the clutter on our fitness routines?
Yeah, I love this topic, Kate, because I like to look at what's going on in our lives, what's going on in our health, in our workouts, in our food, in our refrigerators. You know, what can we spring clean? And really, when we talk about fitness, what I want to drive home is we need to reflect on what hasn't been working. Like maybe you've set too lofty of goals for yourself, or maybe you've thought, oh, I'm going to have so much time to do this over the weekend, and you never get to it. Right. And then you start feeling bad. I know. I know, but then, you know, you start feeling bad, you start to feel guilty, you start to feel like, oh gosh, I said I was going to do this, but I can't trust myself to follow through. So I really encourage people to reflect on what hasn't worked. And I mean, even for myself, my goal was to go walk outside every morning before my workout. Well, guess what? It's dreary outside. It hasn't been the best weather. So
don't you live in Chicago?
I do, yes. And you know, it's windy, and I just don't want to deal with it at the beginning of the day. So that's a goal for my own spring cleaning, my own spring refresh, where I'm just going to walk during the day at some point, not necessarily first thing in the morning.
Yeah, so reflect on what's working or not, and then reset the goals. So after we've done all that, how do we choose the best routine, the best workout routine?
Yeah, so I encourage people to look at, you know, your workout first. So do you enjoy the thing that you're doing for exercise? Do you enjoy the walk? Do you enjoy the run? Do you enjoy the strength training? Do you enjoy the yoga class at your local studio or gym? You know, pick something that you enjoy doing and really stick to that and focus on one thing. And then secondly, you can also look at your bedtime and morning routines. So what's happening at night and what's happening in the morning to really set you up for a good night's sleep, set you up for an energizing morning, and look at how you can spring clean those areas too.
Yeah, that's me. Going to bed at a reasonable hour would probably help. Okay, hypothetically, what if you have a really crazy job?
Yeah.
And you have a crazy schedule, or people who are busy parents out there.
Right.
Are there some simple things we could do maybe at home?
Yes, I love getting yourself to train your brain to exercise. So this could be as simple as squats in the kitchen while you are waiting for something in the microwave. This could be calf raises while you're stirring something on the stove. This could be brushing your teeth and doing side lunges or leg lifts. You know, even when you're in the shower, you could do a stretch. You know, little things like this that you can put in throughout your day just to get movement on the forefront of your mind so that you begin to see, oh, it's really not that big of a deal. And it actually feels really good to move my body.
How do we follow through? Like once we've decided what we're going to do, how do we get the follow through?
Yes, I like to have, you know, instant gratification. So if there's something that I was looking forward to, like maybe calling back a friend, or maybe I want to, you know, buy something online or watch a show, I'll say, okay, as soon as I finish my workout, then I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do that thing first.
It's a reward.
It's my reward. Yes. I also like to coordinate with different groups or friends, you know, if there's classes you like, and also have that mantra that makes you feel good about yourself. Like, I want to feel strong. That's my mantra. I'm going to feel strong by doing this workout.
The groups, the friends helps me a ton. Like running with somebody else where I can't, they're coming to meet me and I can't say no.
Right.
It's definitely incentive for me. So how do you motivate if you've kind of had a sedentary winter?
Yes.
Right? Like we're at that time of year where people, I'm speaking for a friend.
Yeah.
Maybe we like ate too many cookies and watched a lot of TV.
Right. Yeah. I like to focus on just 5 minutes. So we have in our Start Today community, we have like 750,000 people They get our daily newsletter every morning.
Say that again. Start today.
Start today. If you go to today.com/start today, I'm the trainer and coach, and I encourage all of our viewers to just start with 5 minutes. Go walk around your block or walk in place in your house. You know, do something that's getting you moving for just 5 minutes, because a lot of our problem is that we think we have that all or nothing mentality, which means we're either all in exercising 5 days a week for 30 minutes a pop, or we're not exercising at all and we're sedentary. So start small, start with a finite amount of time that you know you can commit to every day, and that's going to build your confidence in yourself too.
It doesn't have to be the all or nothing, right? It can be in between.
Yes.
I say this as we were talking during the break. I'm trying to think about maybe running a little longer, so wish me luck.
Yes, good luck. You can do it, Kate.
Stephanie Mansour, thank you. You're watching Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
If it's Tuesday, the White House denounces violence and hate speech on college campuses. House Speaker Johnson vows action in Congress to combat anti-Semitism, and pro-Palestinian demonstrators occupy a building at Columbia University. Plus, the judge presiding over former President Trump's historic hush money trial holds him in criminal contempt and threatens him with jail time for violating a gag order as 4 witnesses take the stand. And Florida's 6-week abortion ban is set to take effect just hours from now, forcing patients to travel hundreds of miles for the procedure, as former President Trump tries to deflect questions on the abortion issue in a new interview. And welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in Washington, where congressional leaders and President Biden are condemning hate speech from the pro-Palestinian protesters at Columbia University. That as demonstrations spurred by the Israel-Hamas war are roiling college campuses across the country. The protests at Columbia University escalated last night, with students storming and occupying a building on the main campus. Protesters can be seen in video here smashing windows as they entered the building and flying banners from the windows, unfurling one banner with what the White House is calling, quote, dangerous hate speech. President Biden rebuked the demonstrators, saying protests must be, quote, peaceful and lawful. Testifying on Capitol Hill today, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona, he called the hateful rhetoric from some of the protests unacceptable.
I think what's happening on our campuses is abhorrent. Hate has no place on our campuses, and I'm very concerned with the reports of anti-Semitism. I've spoken to Jewish students who have feared going to class as a result of some of the harassment that they're facing on campuses. It's unacceptable, and we're committed as a Department of Education to adhering to Title VI enforcement.
Now, this comes as across the country, protesters at roughly 4 colleges and universities have set up encampments on their campuses. More than 1,200 people have been arrested since protests began, including at least 200 just since yesterday. At Columbia, the New York City police saying the university has not asked for officers to enter the campus. And even as university officials threaten students with expulsion, protesters say they will not leave the building until their demands are met. Meanwhile, the politics of the campus protests are reverberating throughout Washington. This afternoon, the Speaker of the House tried to accuse college officials and the Biden administration of not protecting Jewish students.
Columbia's choice to ignore the safety of their Jewish students and appease anti-Semites has inspired even more hate-filled protests to pop up across the country. Anti-Semitism is a virus, and because the administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in, we're seeing it spread. And that's why today we're here to announce a house-wide effort to crack down on anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Now, Republicans appear to have keyed in on the protests as a way to distract from divisions within their own party and focus on an issue, the Israel-Hamas war, that highlights divisions among Democrats, as more than half of Democrats and 3/4 of Americans overall disapprove of President Biden's handling of the war. Joining me now, our team of reporters, George Solis outside the Columbia campus, Guad Venegas at UT Austin in Texas, and Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. George, I'll start with you in New York City. The protests at Columbia really seem to escalate overnight. Talk to us about the scene there now, the mood on campus today.
Yeah, Aaron, it's very tense out here. What you've seen over the last several hours is more protesters, more demonstrators outside of the gates of Columbia here. Mind you, this is now the only entry point and exit point since those demonstrators took over historic Hamilton Hall. Not long ago, we actually saw one of those pro-Palestinian demonstrators on the roof of Hamilton Hall here, waving a Palestinian flag, rallying more people here to the scene. So what you've also seen is more NYPD presence out here outside of Columbia, we should stress, because really, in short, and as you touched on, the NYPD is going to not interfere unless Columbia picks up the phone and says, come in here, which is obviously making things a lot more tense here because many are wondering whether or not the NYPD will make their presence known at this point, especially since you do have those students that are holed up inside of Hamilton Hall. So what does this all mean? Well, we've been talking to a lot of students here on campus, many of them of the Jewish faith, who of course say they feel unsafe. They are still wondering if commencement will happen here at Columbia. I spoke with one student from Barnard College, a liberal college here, who really just put it up and summed it up in this manner. Take a listen.
I was really shocked to see things escalate this way. I mean, the encampments themselves, I was surprised to see, and the amount of time that they've stayed on campus also surprised me. But to see administration not really do anything as everything escalates to get to this point is shocking and a bit disappointing.
In August in Chicago. Yeah, Aaron, we can't forget the historical context in all of this. This is the same building that was occupied by student protesters during the Vietnam era. Many of the organizers issuing a statement, if you will, of sorts earlier this morning, warning, really an ominous warning to university officials and law enforcement, saying that if you bring police officers or soldiers into this hall right now and anything happens, any blood spilled will be on your hands. So they're using some very stern language. Meanwhile, everyone wondering how will this all unfold in the next several hours. Aaron?
Well, George, given that warning, we know the university now has an encampment outside. It's got an occupied building as well. What's the reaction? Does the university have a next move we know about?
So really, as you mentioned, right now they're just threatening that disciplinary action. They've already suspended those students who did not flee that encampment yesterday under that 2 p.m. deadline. They're now saying those students here at Hamilton face expulsion, but really it's a question of whether or not their campus security or their own internal teams will be able to convince these students to leave this hall and to try to find a resolution to this to be all amicable. But at this point, again, many are wondering if it's going to take a much stronger presence. I mean, we've seen some of these protests across the country from coast to coast where they have called in police to take down some of these encampments. The University of Florida, another example, who used really strong language today, saying that this is really simple. They're not babysitting these encampments. So again, right now things very tense here as more people descend outside of the gates here. You hear those chants. It seems to be growing just larger by the minute, Aaron.
All right, George Solis for us in New York City. George, thank you. Let's turn to Texas now, and Guad Venegas on the ground there for us. Guad, UT Austin is taking a bit of a different approach to these protests compared to what we're seeing in New York City. Set the scene for us there today and talk about next steps.
Aaron, the protests here started last week when organizers called for a walkout in support of Palestine. That day, the university called in local police and state troopers. Now, the university has released statements indicating that they saw clear patterns that those organizers were following what has happened in other parts of the country, that they were attempting to interrupt the functions of the university, and that's why they called in the state troopers. They were highly criticized. The following day, members of the faculty joined more protesters in the same place, arguing that there was no clear explanation as to why the officials had called in the state troopers. There were also protesters at the local jail where dozens of individuals had been taken after they were arrested here during that first walkout. What we saw for the next 2 days were protests in this area without police intervention. Then on Monday, yesterday, we saw another group of protesters, a large group that arrived right here. Now, the difference is that this time they brought tents. They set up the tents. They also set up a barrier. And it seems like that's what triggered police and state troopers to return into the area and to go into this grass part where they had those tents. They picked them up. They detained about 79 individuals, and they pushed some of the remaining protesters out of the area. So it seems like it was that triggered authorities here. But we have had protesters every day. What we have today is another group returning for what they call is a teach-in, where they're just having conversations about how they should be protesting. So every day has been slightly different, and we've seen the authorities step in whenever they see an indication that an encampment is going to be set up. Aaron?
George, Guad, I do want to ask you very quickly about Governor Abbott there in Texas. How much of this response, this tougher response, is being directed from the top, from Governor Abbott's office?
So I've been speaking to students and members of the faculty, and almost all of them have that question. They would like to know if the governor has been involved in the decisions made by university officials. Now, Austin is the state capital. In fact, the governor's mansion is not too far from here. And when the first walkout happened on Wednesday, the governor shared a message on X saying that he wanted students to be expelled if they were protesting. And then yesterday, once again, the governor shared another message saying encampments will not be allowed. Instead, students will be arrested. So it seems like he's been paying close attention to what's happened here. And every time we see the state troopers come in, the governor shares a message. Aaron?
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Austin, Texas today. Guad, thank you. Let's turn to Capitol Hill now here in Washington. Ryan Nobles at his post for us now. So, Ryan, Speaker Johnson, we know, is sort of taking advantage of this moment to put anti-Semitism at the top of the legislative agenda this week. I know he just spoke about some moves he's going to be taking. There's this vote that we think could be happening later this week as well on some legislation. Set the table for us.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. There's no doubt that Speaker Johnson views this as an opening for House Republicans to take a stand as to what they see as a virus that is spreading across college campuses, specifically as it relates to anti-Semitism and that sort of rhetoric. And he's using the bully pulpit as Speaker of the House to try and make that case. Today, he held a press conference with 10 different Republican chairs of different House committees, and he's has tasked each one of those committee chairs with working on specific aspects, to specific planks, if you will, of trying to deal with anti-Semitism on college campuses. There's a long list of things that they want to do, but as an example, in their oversight capacity, they want the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to investigate the visa status of some of these protesters on these campuses, and even suggested that if they are on foreign student visas, that those visas be called into question, which would be a pretty dramatic move if the administration were to fall in line behind it. But, you know, for the most part, Aaron, you have to really recognize that a lot of this is just a public pressure campaign. The chances that they actually pass legislation that goes through both the House and Senate that has a tangible consequence for these college campuses and their presidents is very unlikely, Aaron.
I do want to ask you, I mean, there's some lawmakers who've raised the idea of cutting off federal funding that goes to some universities around this country. Where does that stand? What sort of impact could that even have?
Yeah, so there's a process that's connected to that, Aaron, and it's not a process that Congress has direct control over. They are working this week toward passing a new bill that would redefine anti-Semitic practices according to the federal government. Essentially, it would include a definition of anyone who denies Jewish people to the right to their own independent state, which is somewhat controversial. There are progressive Democrats that oppose that legislation. But if you redefine what it means to be anti-Semitic at the federal level, then that would give the administration more power to enact some sort of effort to prevent funding from going to these college campuses. But the Secretary of Education today, Miguel Cardona, he testified before a Senate committee, and he said the process is simply a Title VI investigation, as it's called, and he's willing to open those up if it's warranted and look into whether or not these college campuses are doing enough. The issue, though, Aaron, is that there's not one specific magic bullet that can be fired by Congress to eliminate all these problems. Each individual campus is dealing with unique and a specific set of circumstances. Each one of these students may or may not venture into that area of anti-Semitism, which is, by its definition, a very subjective definition. So it's not an easy process. So what you see here from Congress is a public pressure campaign to try and see change.
All right, we're all learning about the complexities involved in these issues. Ryan Nobles for us on the Hill. Ryan, thank you. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken now in Israel as part of the latest diplomatic push for a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. Blinken met earlier today with Jordanian King Abdullah, and the State Department says he once again emphasized that Hamas should accept the latest proposal on the table. Complicating Blinken's efforts, though, are new comments from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said today that the Israeli military will go into Rafah with or without a deal on hostages. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has more now from Tel Aviv.
Secretary Blinken today crisscrossing the Middle East, trying to secure an agreement that would pause the fighting in Gaza and bring the hostages home. His day started in Saudi Arabia. From there, he went to Jordan and on here to Israel. Now, this is a delicate diplomatic task, and it was made more complicated today by Israeli threats to move ahead with an offensive on the city of Rafah, with or without a hostage deal. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel has no choice but to go into that city because Hamas's remaining battalions are hiding there. Secretary Blinken, speaking in Jordan earlier, says the United States opposes any Israeli attack without a credible plan to get those million-plus Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But he did also say that Israel has shown flexibility in these negotiations to try to get a deal, and that right now the ball is in Hamas's court, that there could be an immediate ceasefire if Hamas would agree to the offer on the table. That offer calls for Hamas to release 33 hostages, that is women, children, the elderly, people with severe medical conditions. In return, Israel would agree to a ceasefire of around 40 days and the release of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, potentially. Now, Hamas says its leaders are studying that proposal. Their mediators were in Cairo yesterday. It can sometimes take a few days for Hamas as an organization to respond because it needs to get messages to its ultimate leader, Yahya Sinwar, who is in Gaza, believed to be in the tunnels underneath of Rafah right now. It can take a couple of days to get messages to him, to get messages back. But there are many, many families, both in Israel and in Gaza, who are hoping that diplomacy will work and that this ceasefire agreement will come into effect. Back to you.
That reporting from Tel Aviv. I want to turn to one of my teammates from the White House team here, Mike Memoli, joining us to talk a little bit more about a couple of different things here, Mike. As you're traveling today with the president making his way to Wilmington, we know, for a campaign event. Talk a little bit about how the Biden administration is reacting to these latest comments by the prime minister about Rafah.
Well, Aaron, they're not reacting to Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments. When we heard from John Kirby of the National Security Council today, he said he's not going to speak for Netanyahu or comment on what he had to say. But he also did note that this ceasefire deal on the table is one that has the support at the moment of the Israeli government. The ball is in Hamas's court at this point. And what Kirby is hinting at here is that what the highest priority for the Biden administration is getting this ceasefire, not just because they, of course, want to see those hostages released, especially those American hostages, but they believe that once a ceasefire is in place, despite what Netanyahu is saying, is that they're prepared to go into Rafah, a deal or no deal, it's incredibly hard to break a ceasefire to do that. We know that the White House has made it clear, both in the most formal setting, the conversation that took place a couple weeks ago in a formal setting between the U.S. and the Israeli delegation, the call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu this weekend. They've been as clear as they can be that they don't think a ground invasion is in Israel's best interest here. They continue to press that privately and publicly as well. But this is also something where they hope if they get to that ceasefire, it'll hold and box out the Israeli options here.
So, Mike, let's talk about the protests we've been seeing here at home. The White House put out another statement today after the building at Columbia University was taken over in the overnight hours. We've heard it from the administration, right? Demonstrations, speaking out publicly, that's a good thing. But violence and hate speech, that's a bad thing. Is there actual action the administration is considering or even has the authority to physically take on these issues?
Well, one of those authorities might be bringing in the National Guard, and that was another thing that the White House ruled out clearly today, saying that's a prerogative for the governors, but also it's not clear that there is a violation of civil law here. It's campus rules in most of these situations. But the White House is obviously walking a very fine line, especially as we are seeing the president here holding a campaign event in a campaign year. The youth support is so important. This is obviously an issue that is animating some people on college campuses. The White House, of course, pointing out it's the minority. It's not even the highest priority of young voters in every poll that we've seen here. But the White House is really making it clear, as they did 4 years ago when we were seeing protests across the country in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, that yes, we support some of the aims of these protests, in this case a ceasefire, but not the means in which some of these demonstrators are trying to show that. And so they specifically called out in the most recent White House statement the use of the term intifada, but also the taking of that building, saying it's just flat out wrong, Aaron.
All right, Mike Memoli for us today, traveling with the president. Mike, thank you. Well, coming up, we are headed to the courthouse after Donald Trump is held in criminal contempt and threatened with jail time for violating a gag order. Plus, House Democratic leadership publicly vowing to protect Republican Speaker Mike Johnson as he faces a motion to oust him potentially any minute now. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
And welcome back. It's been another historic day in an already historic hush money trial of Donald Trump. Today, Judge Juan Merchan held the former president and presumptive Republican nominee in contempt of court for violating a gag order 9 times. The judge imposed a $9,000 fine and issued a stern warning: continue to violate the gag order and wind up in jail. His ruling came just before jurors heard additional testimony from 4 witnesses today, among them Keith Davidson, the former attorney for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. He testified about negotiating with the National Enquirer for the women's stories of alleged affairs with Mr. Trump in the lead up to the 2016 election. I'm joined now by NBC's Rahema Ellis outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Also with us, Catherine Christian, former assistant district attorney in Manhattan and now an NBC News legal analyst. Rahema, I'll start with you here. Talk to us about who testified today and their relevance to this case that the prosecution is building.
There are a lot of witnesses on the stand today versus what happened last week and the days before, when we heard mostly from David Pecker. Today we started out finishing up the testimony of a banker, a person who testified that he was the one who helped set up the account that Michael Cohen wanted to have together, and the prosecution is alleging that Michael Cohen used the money in that bank account to pay Stormy Daniels. Also, who testified today was the archivist for C-SPAN, and he testified about the fact that everything you see on C-SPAN is exactly the way that it transpired. There was no doctoring of the tapes, etc. That testimony seems to be important because it was pointed out that during one of the campaign rallies, Donald Trump said he didn't know who Karen McDougal and who Stormy Daniels were. He didn't know these women. But as was mentioned last week, his former executive assistant was testifying that she was in the room, if you will, when Stormy Daniels was invited to his Trump Tower office on the 27th floor of Fifth Avenue, and she went into a meeting with Donald Trump, and it was because there was belief that Stormy Daniels might be of help to The Apprentice. So these were 3 or 4 people who got on the stand, including Keith David, who is testifying right now. He was the talent agent and attorney for Karen McDougal, and also attorney for Stormy Daniels. Aaron?
I understand, too, that Eric Trump was in the courtroom for at least part of the proceedings today. Rahema, can you talk to us about his role, why he was there today, if we know?
We don't know exactly, but you can only presume that there's been a lot of talk about Donald Trump being in the courtroom alone without any family members. Well, today, one of his sons showed up and has spent the day in the courtroom with his father. We can only presume that it is a show of support to show not only the people in the courtroom, but people everywhere, that his father does not stand alone. Aaron?
All right, Rahema Ellis for us in New York. Rahema, thank you. And Catherine, I want to turn to you now to sort of analyze what we've seen today. Rahema just went through what we saw on the stand as far as witnesses go. What's the end game for prosecutors at this point in what they're trying to do? What's today all about?
Well, they're connecting all the dots. So the banker, Michael Cohen's banker, corroborates Michael Cohen when he said he took out a $130,000 line of credit from the bank. The banker confirmed that he opened up a shell company, and that he wired that $130,000 from that bank to Stormy Daniels' lawyer, Mr. Davidson. So when the prosecutors give their summation, they'll probably say, members of the jury, Michael Cohen told you X, Y, and Z, and that was corroborated by the testimony of Mr. Farrow, by Mr. Pecker. So that's very important. The bringing people to authenticate the C-SPAN tape and the transcript. Anytime a prosecutor or a defense attorney, for that matter, wants to put in an audio or a video recording, they have to prove that it hasn't been altered with, it hasn't been tampered with, it's authentic. That also shows me that the jury is going to hear from Donald Trump, not maybe from him sitting at the witness stand, but the prosecutors intend to put audio and videotape of him talking, and so which is allowed. So they are going to hear from him that way. And Mr. Davidson is very important. He represented Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. So we have the doorman getting $30,000 from AMI. You have Karen McDougal getting $150,000. And then, of course, the payment, which is why we're here on trial, is the $130,000 to Stormy Daniels. So they're all interconnected as part of what the prosecutors hope to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, this conspiracy to promote Donald Trump's election by unlawful means.
So let's talk about this gag order now. Obviously, that's been something at the center of attention for several days now. We got a decision from the judge on this violation of the gag order. How unprecedented is it for a defendant to be held accountable for violating a gag order 9 times at least?
It's unprecedented, as with everything that's going on in this trial and everything involving Donald Trump and his criminal cases. So this was a very strong order by the judge. Under New York state law, the maximum amount of fine that the judge could give is $1,000 for each. So people think $9,000 is too little. That's the most that the judge could do for each violation. And the judge even explained that. He said if he could under law, he would have, in light of how wealthy Mr. Trump is, given a $150,000 fine. But he couldn't do that. He also threatened, he gave himself some wiggle room, the judge. He said if it's necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, if there's a willful violation of the gag order, again, there may be incarceration. So that's something that's over Mr. Trump's head. I'm sure his lawyers are taking that very seriously. I don't know whether Mr. Trump is. So, and according to this judge, reposting is an endorsement. You always hear people say retweeting doesn't mean I'm endorsing it. The judge said in this case, yes, Donald Trump reposting other people's attacking witnesses or jurors is his way of attacking witnesses or jurors.
So just one more question for you. You talk about this jail time and the size of the fine, what the law says. Judge Marchand acknowledged that the small fine would probably not do much to silence President Trump. He said, while $1,000 may suffice in most instances to protect the dignity of the judicial system, to compel respect for its mandates, and to punish the offender for disobeying a court order, it unfortunately will not achieve the desired result in those instances where the contemptor can easily afford such a fine. So as you mentioned, the law says that's the ceiling, that $1,000, right? Does a New York judge have any other devices that they can use to compel compliance short of jail? And how much teeth does that threat really have in this instance?
It's a reprimand, or it's the $1,000 fine, or it's 30 days of incarceration. And I don't see that happening, the 30 days of incarceration. And the judge, as I said, gave himself wiggle room. If it's necessary, if it's appropriate, under the circumstances, it might happen. And it's because, you know, the elephant in the room is the former president of the United States has Secret Service.
Right.
So that's a logistical nightmare. But we'll see how Donald Trump behaves. Will he say, I don't care, and just willfully violate it? And I think the judge is going to have to, you know, put up or shut up if that happens.
All right. It is that simple. We'll have to put up or shut up. Well, I'll be watching to see exactly what goes down here. Catherine Christian, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, just ahead, I'll speak to the Republican Congressman Kelly Armstrong about what's next for an unruly House Republican conference and why he is among the long list of Republicans choosing not to come back to Congress. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back as we turn to Capitol Hill, where later today we could see movement on the motion to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is critical of Johnson for work with the Democratic minority, threatened again today to bring her motion to vacate the chair to the floor. Her latest threat came after House Democratic leadership said they would table any motion to oust Johnson, a virtual guarantee that Johnson's job is safe. And joining me now is North Dakota Republican Congressman Kelly Armstrong. Congressman Armstrong, we appreciate you making some time today. I do want to ask you first about Marjorie Taylor Greene. She posted today, and we'll put it up on the screen for our viewers, Mike Johnson is officially the Democrat Speaker of the House. If Democrats want to elect him Speaker and some Republicans want to support the Democrats' chosen Speaker, I'll give the chance to it. I'll give them the chance to do it. She appears to still be threatening a motion to vacate here, Congressman, even as Democrats say that they would table such a motion. Where do you stand on this? What's your reaction?
Well, I think the overwhelming number of Republicans support Mike Johnson. Disagreeing on a particular policy issue with him is no reason to vacate the speakership. I've had a great relationship with him, a personal friendship with him since I served on judiciary with him. He's got the toughest job in politics, and I think he's doing it admirably and deserves to keep his job.
Well, given the support that you just talked about, there's still this cloud hanging over his head, this threat of potentially this motion being made. If Representative Greene goes forward with a motion to vacate, should there be some consequences there inside the conference?
Well, I just think when you're down to a 2-vote majority and possibly a 1-vote majority, the idea that one person can trigger the motion to vacate, particularly in this time where people are very much more interested in getting media attention than solving problems, I think it's just a math issue. It's a silly math issue, and yeah, we should figure something out.
So you'd advocate for changing the rule, for getting rid of the one-person ability to call for this motion?
Yeah, I just don't know if you need a majority on the floor. I just think when you have a 1-vote majority and one member can do it, it's the definition of the tyranny of the absolute minority of the majority. It doesn't make any sense, and most people don't agree with it. It's not good for our members running for re-election. It's not good for President Trump running for re-election. It's not good for anybody who understands that even as dysfunctional as Congress is, it still has to be able to function at its basic core.
Well, you talk about functionality here. I mean, the Speaker may have to rely on votes from the other party to stay in power. Do Republicans really have a functioning majority at this point?
Well, I think it's more, more than that. I think our last rule vote prior to last week, we lost with 18. I think we had 55 members vote against the rule. There's nobody that controls my voting card, and I don't expect anybody in Congress to vote how leadership tells them to do, at least not on our side of the aisle. But if you can't pass procedural votes, then you take away the ability to amend bills and all of those things. So that has been frustrating for me.
You were also a part of the majority of House Republicans who voted against the Ukraine aid bill that was drawn up by your conference. What's your explanation? Why that vote?
Yeah, and I think this is a perfect example. There's $20 billion in non-lethal aid out of the $60 billion that goes to things as administrative function, diplomacy, with absolutely no real oversight in it. There's a lot of members, I think, that would have liked to have seen a lethal aid bill that gives them exactly what they need and deal with that. But there's already been a history of that non-lethal aid having severe problems with oversight. And when a full third of the bill is going to that, it's just impossible for me to support it after the history of that.
But there was oversight. This package had $26 million earmarked for oversight, right? That was enough for Speaker Johnson. Why was that not enough for you?
Because I think the history of it, well, one, I think the $20 billion wasn't necessary. I think if you're talking about the fight and the war effort and all of those things going on, providing the lethal aid is what Ukraine needs. We have plenty of allies can do all of that. So it's not just the oversight. Although we went through that bill, and the oversight in that bill is not nearly sufficient for what I think is needed for that amount of money.
So You couldn't support what the speaker wanted to do there. You do support the speaker staying in the job that he's in currently. Help me to understand, given your vote on Ukraine, for example, how you still support Speaker Johnson.
Because I'm a grown-up, and because policy disagreements don't warrant vacating the speaker. If I only voted for a speaker I agreed with 100% of the time, I'm not even sure I could support myself. This is silly. It's the hardest job in politics. He got thrown into it in the middle of a Congress. He's doing an admirable job working forward on these issues when he had a divided conference on the issue of Ukraine. I don't support the piece of the legislation for the Ukraine, but I support Mike Johnson, and I think he's doing a good job.
So you're going to be leaving Congress at the end of this term. We know as you run for governor of your state of North Dakota, there are 24 of your House Republican colleagues, including some pretty powerful committee chairs, who are also opting to retire while you're in the majority. Help me square that. Do you think that there's just this growing frustration about serving in the House of Representatives right now?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people frustrated here. For me, I thought I had the best job in politics. Turns out the best job in politics opened. When you're an at-large member and you get to go be governor, I would have loved to continue serving here. I actually really enjoy it, think it's important work. But when you have the opportunity to be the governor of the greatest state in the country, you just have to take that opportunity. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people frustrated, schedules, all of those different things. There are people here that really want to get work done. And, you know, particularly people who've been around a long time. And, you know, the other answer, though, is you have to deal with what's coming in front of you. And I think for the most part, people are working hard to do what they do best, and that's help their constituents.
Well, let me ask you about what a Governor Armstrong would do. There's an EPA directive that came down this month that would force coal-fired power plants to capture smokestack emissions, or they would have to shut down, right? You're running for governor of North Dakota. If you were in office, what would your response to that be? Would you be looking to sue the government to stop this?
Not only sue, but try and get an immediate injunction. We've dealt with these issues for my entire time, and it's actually uniquely existential for North Dakota because it goes after mercury, which is particularly prevalent in lignite. We don't blend our lignite, but it's more than just an EPA-regulated mandate. My hometown saw temperatures of 70 degrees below wind chill in February of this year, and if you don't have the ability to have your heat come on, this is a real problem for places like us. We do it better and cleaner than everybody else, and we should allow North Dakotans to regulate that as much as possible and keep the EPA out of it. Because without coal-fired electricity in North Dakota, we have real problems.
Before I let you go, Congressman, I do want to ask you, last month you told my colleague Kristen Welker that you did not have enough votes to impeach President Biden in the House, and that there was no smoking gun in the investigation that's been going on there. It's been a few weeks now without really any real action by this committee. What's your understanding of why this inquiry is still open?
Well, first of all, I think we should be pushing the DOJ as hard as we can to get the audio tapes of the president's interview with his ghostwriter. Long before I got into politics, I practiced in federal court, and the last thing I'm ever going to do is listen to a prosecutor tell me what is the best evidence. By any stretch of the imagination, if those things exist, we should go get them. But, I mean, eventually, Chairman Jordan and Chairman Comer are going to have to make a decision whether it makes sense to continue down the investigative road or to write the report, because we do have the election timeline that you don't typically have in these investigations.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Congressman Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, sir, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And after the break, we are live in Florida, where patients are racing to receive last-minute care before the state's new 6-week abortion ban takes effect tomorrow. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. With Florida's 6-week abortion ban set to take effect tomorrow, clinics are rushing to provide services before time runs out. Florida's current law allows the procedure up to 15 weeks. The stricter ban will not just cut off access for Floridians, but also access for millions of women across the South and the Caribbean. Florida resident and presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump has taken credit for overturning Roe v. Wade, which paved the way for Florida's laws that we're seeing now. In a newly published interview, Mr. Trump repeated his position that the issue is now left to the states, saying even if some states want to monitor women's pregnancies or prosecute women for having abortions, that's up to them. President Biden slammed the former president's comments, calling them, quote, reprehensible. Joining me now from Jacksonville, Florida, is NBC's Marissa Parra. Marissa, how are clinics there in Florida now preparing for this new law to take effect tomorrow?
Well, in short, they've been working double time, Aaron. We have seen abortion clinics showing us exactly that and talking about exactly that. And so what's interesting and that people outside of the state of Florida may not realize is that abortion care clinics today already began the process of turning patients away. And that is simply because the way the law stands as it is today, where there's a current 15-week abortion ban, it requires 2 visits minimum. So you have a consultation one day, and then you have to wait 24 hours minimum before you either get the medication or have that procedure. So what that means is if somebody came in today who was 6 weeks, even if it was 5 weeks, even if it was just 1 day short of 6 weeks, if they came in today for that consultation, they would have been turned away, simply because that 6-week ban, with a couple of exceptions, goes into effect tomorrow. And so we had a chance to speak to a variety of people, whether they were volunteers, employees, or like the clinic director we spoke to in Fort Pierce, Florida, just yesterday.
We've warned everybody who's called that it's changing, and nobody knew. A lot of girls don't know that this is happening.
You were getting phone calls from people that had no idea.
No idea. No idea.
What did they say when you told them?
Are you kidding me? That's what they're saying. Are you kidding me? And patients who are already, 10 or 12 weeks, and we couldn't get them in on Saturday for the first part to come back today, they have to go out of state.
So something that I thought was striking, Aaron, is she mentioned the people who had no idea that this ban was going into effect tomorrow. Something else that we've also found that people don't know about, particularly women seeking abortion care before they go to have their consultation, they often don't know how far along they are. They will think that they're 4 weeks along, and it isn't until they get that ultrasound, that first consultation, they find out that they are, in fact, 6 weeks or further. And so this is part of that last-minute rush here that abortion clinics across the state are telling me they've seen. We're talking about double, even triple sometimes, the amount of appointments they would normally have, trying to get every person they possibly could in before this law goes into effect tomorrow. Aaron?
Yeah, Marissa, a second ago we showed a map that shows Florida and other southern states that have different restrictions. It's on the screen there again now on abortion access. What does what we're seeing in Florida now mean for the rest of the region and the question of where people can go if they're seeking this sort of reproductive health care?
And that's such a great point. It's something I hear often, and I want to keep that map on the screen because you can see just how strict the laws are in the surrounding states. We're seeing either a full or near total ban in those states surrounding the state of Florida. And so up until tomorrow, we had people coming in from out of state to seek abortion care. We have clinic directors calling this now soon to be an abortion care desert. And I'll point one thing out. The reason we chose Jacksonville, Aaron, is because we're close to the state border. When we spoke to the clinic director, she said 1 in 3 women who come to this clinic are from out of state, and now they're preparing to tell everyone to go to other states to seek abortion care. Aaron?
Marissa Parra for us in Jacksonville, Florida. Marissa, thank you. Well, still to come, how far would Donald Trump go if reelected? The former president talks about his future plans for migrants, January 6th rioters, women seeking abortion, and more. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
And welcome back. Let's get right to our panel now. Betsy Woodruff Swan, national correspondent for Politico. Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, and Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and an NBC News contributor. Betsy, I'll start with you. Obviously, we're watching the former President Trump, his trial wrapping up for the day today so far. We know that there were efforts by the campaign to start fundraising on this gag order almost immediately after we learned what the judge's ruling was here. It almost seems as though this was a part of the strategy, like that email was waiting to go out.
He's definitely going to recoup the $9,000 that he had to pay to take care of that contempt problem. It's going to be the best $9,000 he's spent in a long time. Trump and his team have been incredibly effective at taking any possible legal issue that ever arises in relation to him and using it for his political advantage. And it's just this very strange dance that Trump and the Trump campaign have to deal with, where on the one hand, there's extraordinary legal jeopardy, but at the same time, the politics overall, in a way that's truly mind-bending, have been really helpful to him. Way back when the Mar-a-Lago raid happened, and Mark would probably know this with an extreme level of detail, that was a key political moment for Trump in the Republican primary and very much made it much harder for anyone who wanted to run against him as a Republican to get any sort of leverage.
Mark, say what you will about the charges, right? This was a violation of a judge's order, regardless of where you stand on politically. So how does something like this sit with the law and order voters that were supporters of President Trump and are supporters of the Republican Party?
Well, Aaron, I think you can be a law and order conservative and still have concerns about these first two trials that have been brought against the former president. I think for many people, they believe they are politically charged prosecutions. I do think as well, to Betsy's point, there's no doubt that the president does an amazing job of playing victim and rallying support. I do think it's certainly benefited him a lot more in the primary than potentially it will in the general election. But he's masterful at finding ways to benefit perhaps on the fundraising side in the meantime.
I mean, he's maybe feels they're politicized, Mark, but you're running for president, you're an executor of the nation's laws. That's really the job. Literally, president of the United States, executor of the nation's laws. And there's a disregard for laws. There's a disregard for a system of checks and balances. That's his attitude. That's his belief. He just doesn't believe in the rule of law.
At the same time, we have now this threat, if you want to call it that, of jail time that the judge has included in his order today, saying that, you know, he didn't think that the $9,000 was going to have much of an impact, and so there's the potential for jail time. How do you think that plays into the general election and the potential for a former president and a nominee for president potentially being put in jail?
For a normal person, I think we all fear jail time. We don't want to go there. That's not a place that would be conducive to running for office. I think Donald Trump likes it and enjoys it. It's a different ethos, not one that I can relate to, but I think he thinks that would be beneficial in his warped world.
I want to talk a little bit, too, about the Time magazine piece that we've been looking at over the last several hours since it came out. There was a piece of this that sort of begs the question, how much should we take Trump's comments to Time magazine as campaign promises, and how much should we look at it as sort of just campaign talk?
I think it's safe to take it seriously as campaign promises. He's been consistent about wanting to erode any sort of separation between the White House and the Justice Department. That was something he tried really hard to do when he was president. And the only reason it wasn't successful was because he was surrounded by, quote unquote, team normal, as his former campaign manager called it, lawyers at the top of the Justice Department and in the White House who said, we're not doing this, no, no, no. If he gets reelected, none of those people will be back, zero. And instead, he'll be surrounded by folks like Jeff Clark, who's under indictment for his role in trying to help Trump reverse the results of the 2020 election. So it'll be much easier for him to take steps to just obliterate those norms than it would have been last time he was president.
Mark, is that the plan? I mean, is the plan to surround himself with yes men, and that is the platform, that's the policy of a next Trump administration?
Well, I concur with Betsy, but I think my concern is actually the way the media's framed it is he feels like he didn't go far enough and he wants to go farther. And my sense is the exact reverse. In many ways, he's retreating back from the conservative principles of the 4 years he governed with, whether or not it's on international affairs, whether or not it's walking away from his commitment to life, whether or not it's backtracking on TikTok, where he once proposed a ban and now opposes the ban. I think for many conservatives, it's actually the rhetoric might be sounding stronger, but the reality is the policies advancing are not in line with the conservative principles of the 4 years he governed, and in many ways retreating from those.
I mean, in an interview with the Time magazine today, he indicated to me, at least, he said he was comfortable with monitoring women's pregnancies. He would not be for medical abortion. He was very anti-choice from my perspective, Mark. So, I mean, at least on that score, I thought he was very clear about right-wing views on choice. I also seem to indicate that he was like, wait and see on how he might react to losing a presidential election. You know, this is a person who my view is unfit for office.
One thing
Again,
that
that's
people
not on
should
a conservative liberal spectrum, though.
One thing people should absolutely take seriously as a campaign promise is his comment about pardoning the January 6th defendants. That's something that he's spoken about for months now, if not longer. The fact that he reiterated it in this very formal setting to a reporter who was asking him about what he was doing, people should certainly bank on him issuing lots of pardons if he's elected.
So, Mark, then how do you see that? If that is the case, he were to come into office and start pardoning people who've been convicted of these crimes that were essentially against your former boss.
Well, I think it was broader than against a former boss. I think that there were a lot of police who were injured in those events, and I think that would be a far bigger concern to law and order conservatives than prosecuting somebody for paying off all the loans in the first trial there in New York. So I think from a law and order perspective, I'd have a lot more concerns about providing full absolution to those who I think hurt and injured police than these trials going on in New York.
Would you serve in another Trump administration?
Oh, I don't think he'd ask me to serve another Trump administration, Aaron.
He should. Would you do it?
I have no belief that he would have any interest in that, but thanks, Foz.
Mark's an upstanding individual. He'd need more people like him.
Well, we'll leave it there. I won't put you on the spot too much with that. But, Foz, I do want to ask you, the Biden campaign has really leaned into the former president's response about abortion, as you just noted there. Is that something that you think is the right tact for the campaign, the Biden campaign, to take? We've seen several emails come from them already today. They're prepping additional response specifically to what the former president said. Is that a winning track, or should there be another direction that the campaign should be pursuing more aggressively?
It's a very winning track. Yeah. So yes, they should continue to make hay of this. And in fact, in the Time interview, you know, the president was asked about his position on mifepristone and indicated, I don't know what my position is. I'll have to tell you later. So there's going to be many more chapters of this to come, because the president is seemingly putting his finger in the wind and trying to figure out where he stands on a fundamental moral choice of choice. So I think the Biden campaign is is right to make a very clear campaign argument that Roe v. Wade served this nation quite well for a long period of time. We should return to it.
And then the Republicans, Betsy, have a response, don't have a response? How does President Trump stand up against that coming from the Biden campaign?
It's very uncomfortable for Trump because so much of the party is still staunchly opposed to abortion being broadly accessible. That's a definitional part of what it meant to be a Republican for decades. And now the fact that the party's standard bearer is to your point, putting his finger in the wind to figure out where he should come down now, that creates significant discomfort on Capitol Hill.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Betsy, Mark, Faz, we appreciate you being here today. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
As the former president's criminal trial wraps up for the day in New York. We are hearing directly now from the lawyer for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, the women at the heart of this trial. And prosecutors, they brought receipts. Look at this. This is Mr. Trump. He is leaving court today, not too long ago. More on what he's saying in just a second. But let's start with what today's key witness is saying. Keith Davidson. He's the guy who represented Daniels and McDougal when their allegations came out, and he negotiated these six-figure so-called hush money payments for both women with both the National Enquirer and Mr. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. One of those negotiations captured in a text to this top tabloid executive named Dylan Howard. You see it here. Davidson writing, "I have a blockbuster Trump story." Howard saying, "I will get you more than anyone for it. You know why." Davidson confirming that story was the alleged affair Mr. Trump had with Karen McDougal, that she ended up receiving $150,000 not to talk about, allegedly. That testimony coming after a really fiery morning where the judge directly threatened the former president with jail time. He fined him $9,000 for what Mr. Trump said on a social media platform, and that the judge says violated the gag order meant to stop him from attacking people involved in the trial. Now, the judge kind of seemed to wish he could give a bigger fine to Mr. Trump, one more in line with his earnings. But since he can't, the judge says jail may be a necessary punishment if the former president keeps crossing the line. For his part, Mr. Trump denies all the allegations made against him, showing up in court today with not just his top political advisors, but with his son, Eric Trump, the first family member to attend the trial with him. Happened today. For the next 20 minutes, we're going to take you inside all the rooms cameras couldn't be in. So if you were not glued to every note, every word coming out of court, if you had other things to do, we didn't. We got you. And this report is all you need, with our team of reporters, legal analysts, political experts ready to break down everything you need to know in this special look inside the Trump trial. Let's start outside court in Manhattan. Again, things just wrapping up for the day. Rahema Ellis is there to help us set the table for what we'll hear tomorrow, too. And Rahema, in so many ways, Keith Davidson is a critical person in this whole alleged scheme, right? He's a focal point, the go-between for those working for Mr. Trump and the people essentially getting paid off allegedly for their silence. Tell us more.
He is indeed, Hallie. And one of the things that happened on the stand today with Keith Davidson is he sets the stage for how the Stormy Daniels information and her story would be important, particularly after the Access Hollywood tape comes out. Take a look at this full screen we have of the exchange here that was going on in court today. And this is between, the prosecution is showing a text that Keith Davidson sent to Dylan Howard. Dylan Howard was the former editor-in-chief of the National Enquirer. And again, after that Access Hollywood tape comes out, Keith Davidson sends a message saying Trump is effed, if you will. Dylan Howard responding, wave the white flag. It's over, people. Does that mean he's more interested in the story than ever? Does it mean that that is something that they would really like to hush, they would catch and kill? More from these two at that point. Keith Davidson is on the stand because one of the things that the prosecution is trying to do is to show that there is a connection here between Donald Trump and the money that was paid. But the prosecution may be struggling a little bit to prove it directly. But here's what's happened in one exchange on the stand. The Steinglass, who is the prosecutor, he says on whether or not Davidson believed Cohen would be the ultimate source of the money for Stormy Daniels' hush money deal. Davidson says never, never prior to funding. Steinglass, the prosecution, asked, where do you understand the money would be coming from? And then Davidson says, from Donald Trump or some corporate affiliation thereof. So he doesn't say he knows it's coming directly because of a conversation he had with Donald Trump, but his belief is that's where it's going to come from. Hallie?
The other big news driving today, right, as we're looking ahead to what's to come later in the week, is this gag order, right? If you go online, if you look at Truth Social, all the posts that Mr. Trump was fined for, they are gone. The judge had set a deadline. He said, I want them off. They appear to be off. But it's also not the last we're going to talk about this gag order because of this other hearing coming up Thursday.
Yeah, the hearing coming up Thursday is about 4 other allegations of violating the gag order, and this happened even after the prosecution had gone to the court and said that they wanted the court to hold Donald Trump responsible for allegations of violating the gag order. Take a look at this full screen. This is in reference to Mr. Trump tweeting, and you see that it's every single day from the 15th and talking about a serial perjurer. Maybe in reference to Michael Cohen. One of the things the gag order says that he is prevented from saying negative things about potential witnesses. Everybody expects that Michael Cohen is going to be a witness in this. And it goes on, including there is a tweet on the 17th talking about they are catching undercover liberal activists lying to the judge in order to get on the Trump jury. This was a retweet, but the prosecution alleged that what Donald Trump did was he didn't just post it as it was written, but he manipulated it and expanded on it. This was one of those posts, again, that the judge said today was in violation and that this has to stop, that it had to come down this afternoon. And indeed, the Trump Organization took those posts down, Hallie, this afternoon.
Rahima, before I let you go, give us a kind of bring us inside court with you, right, with our team there, because Eric Trump was also there. I think we have some video of him walking in with his father there. I'm looking, seeing if we can see Eric Trump in one of those shots. There he is. You see him there, tall, blonde there in the blue. He's walking in right at the end. Did you notice any difference in demeanor? Did our team notice any difference from the former president with his people, his political team, his family in the room?
Well, not a difference necessarily, but it might have been a comfort to the former president, as there's been a lot of talk about him being in the courtroom alone, without any relatives, without his support. Of course, he has the support of his legal team, but not his family. Today, Eric Trump showed up in court, one of his sons, and definitely there today, we can assume, to support his father.
Rahima Ellis live for us there in downtown Manhattan. Rahima, good to see you. Thank you so much for being there. Let me bring in our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, because there is a business nexus here, obviously. Because to even get to Keith Davidson as a witness, you had to get through a lot of people to talk about process, kind of the nitty-gritty stuff, some might call it boring, that has to happen to check some boxes for the prosecution, to verify documents, to verify video. 3 of them, right? The guy who helps run the C-SPAN archives. Somebody who worked for the company that transcribed Mr. Trump's civil trial. And then there's somebody named Gary Farrow, Michael Cohen's former banker, who apparently helped set up a company that let Cohen make those hush money payments. Why does that make a difference here? Why does that matter?
So what legal analysts will tell you is that you have to have the records custodian, and that's what this banker is in terms of this testimony. This is the guy who was Michael Cohen's banker. He was the guy at the nexus of the transfer of money. He worked there for 15 years. He was the 3rd witness we heard from Friday, and then again today. And he walked through what his relationship was with Michael Cohen and what was exactly happening there around October 16th, October 17th. In the year 2016. And this is about the account that was established to administer those payments to Stormy Daniels. We know, I have in front of me the limited liability company that Michael Cohen very hastily put together called Essential Consultants. That was the entity that took the money from Michael Cohen's own HELOC and then transferred it on. So this is all about the custodian of the records here.
It didn't seem like Farrow was necessarily super psyched to be there, and I want to read directly from what he was talking about, because he was fairly critical of Michael Cohen. He said he would not have opened the account if he knew it was a shell company, and that if Cohen had said the payment was for Stormy Daniels, who we've talked about, then maybe we wouldn't have worked together. He says, it is an industry we do not work with here. Does a banker have much choice? And it's kind of like, what is somebody supposed to do if they find themselves caught in something like this?
Well, look, it's so interesting because clearly he didn't know what that payment was for. He also said that Michael Cohen was a challenging client to work with because he wanted things done very, very quickly. Let me just set the stage for what First Republic, this is the bank First Republic, doesn't exist anymore. It was basically gobbled up by JP Morgan Chase last year. This is a company bank that appealed to a very wealthy clientele, a lot of second home mortgages, a lot of second home HELOCs, home equity lines of credit. And so this was also a very hands-on bank where, for example, if you were going to have a big payment come through and maybe you didn't have the funds, they'd call you. You know, this isn't like a regular person's bank. This is a rich person's bank. And so that relationship that those two had, you could see that Michael Cohen was trying to get the money, according to all of this testimony, get the money, find a way to get it into a new account and get it on to where its destination was. So I'm not surprised that they were talking back and forth and having this kind of a communication, because that's what a bank for wealthy people does.
Christine Romans, thank you very much for breaking that down for us. Let's bring in now our NBC News legal analysts, Danny Savalos and Catherine Christian. And there is a lot to digest today, right? Let's, Danny, start with you, because as Christine was just talking about Michael Cohen here. Davidson was also talking about Michael Cohen, and also not in the most flattering of terms, right? It didn't exactly have a ton of good things to say. At one point, he said nobody wanted to talk to Cohen. At another, referring to him with an expletive. We won't say it here on this show. But it starts with an A, as you see. How hard do Mr. Trump's attorneys really need to go after Davidson here?
They need to go after him hard, not nearly as hard as they'll go after Michael Cohen. But you really bring up a good point. Throughout this trial, there have been little snippets of Michael Cohen getting hit by testimonial shrapnel. It started probably with Gary Farrow saying that Michael Cohen was a difficult client, or he was assigned to him because he had an affinity for difficult clients, even though he said Michael Cohen wasn't that difficult. But Davidson repeatedly had some testimony that was not flattering to Michael Cohen. But you have to think about the motive here, too. Davidson at this point is probably none too pleased with Cohen for dragging him into this vortex and having to testify now in a criminal case. This is somewhere nobody wants to be. And so the defense is going to go after Davidson hard, but not nearly as hard as Cohen. They're going to point out, number one, you didn't see Trump around. He wasn't involved. Pretty standard. And then they're going to probably challenge his ability to remember. But those are going to be the two main thrusts.
Kathy, let me go to you, because our team inside the courtroom, as it came to Davidson's testimony, again, such a focal point here today, you know, maybe didn't have the same kind of juice as David Pecker did. And by that, I mean David Pecker seemed to be very engaged with the people who were talking with him. Davidson, by contrast, spoke mostly kind of in a monotone here. Between the former president appearing to close his eyes for long stretches during court, we don't know if he technically fell asleep or not, but if you were prosecuting this case, reports even that the jury at points were yawning, how do you keep the jury engaged? How do you make sure that they're paying attention and focused when you're getting into the weeds of things, as we did today?
It happens all the time. Jurors, sometimes you wonder, are they asleep? Defendants, Donald Trump is not the first defendant who has sort of nodded off. It happens. Either the courtroom is going to be too hot or too cold. So here, these are necessary witnesses, the weeds, the documents, and they will, in summations, the prosecution will put them all together and will encourage the jury to get readback from the transcript for things that they can't remember when they're in the jury room. So Davidson is very important. What he provides is that line between paying off McDougal, paying off Daniels. Why? To keep that negative information from the public, because it would hurt Donald Trump's campaign. So this whole theory of a conspiracy to promote his election by unlawful means. So he's very, very important. What he didn't do, and what Mr. Farrow didn't do, was place Trump in as a participant in any of these conversations. It's been Cohen and Farrow. It's been Cohen and Davidson and Dylan Howard, but not Mr. Trump. But what he has done is important. He talked about how the Access Hollywood tape caused a tornado. And now Stormy Daniels also caused concern, which is the rationale for paying her off to keep this information away from the public to influence the election.
Okay, so we've talked about this alleged scheme here the prosecutors are working to lay out meticulously as they're bringing forward these witnesses. As that is all happening, there is kind of subtext, maybe more than subtext, that's underneath all of this, which is this gag order ruling, Danny, right? That the judge coming down pretty hard, $9,000 fine against former President Trump for breaking the terms of that partial gag order. In other words, that Mr. Trump, in the judge's view, went after people he should not have gone after who are involved in this trial. Let me play for you what the former president had to say on his way out of court just in the last couple of minutes.
This gag order is not only unique, it's totally unconstitutional. I'm the Republican candidate for President of the United States.
Danny, he called it both unique and unconstitutional. One of those things is true, right?
It is unique. I mean, gag orders are relatively rare. What's even more rare is once there is a gag order, usually the defendant will get the hint if he gets in trouble and just not come close to violating it. So that's what's exceedingly unusual here, is that you have a defendant who's really pushing the limits. But look, on the one hand, you have to concede that the all gag orders are arguably constitutionally suspect. Obviously, the ruling right now is that this gag order is appropriate, but I mean, they all implicate First Amendment freedom of speech, and that runs crashing into the Sixth Amendment right of the public to a fair trial and the judge's need to control the courtroom. So gag orders are complicated things. Donald Trump just doesn't particularly like this gag order.
Could he really face jail time, Danny, in your view?
Yes, I think that's the first. We're at the first rung of the ladder. Yes.
Well, how many more rungs, though, right? I mean, do you really think that the next rung is the judge saying, former President Trump, you go behind bars for what you posted online?
So I don't think it's like a fire engine ladder. I don't think it's that long, but I also don't think it's like a step ladder. But I think it's going to be, I think the next one's going to be more financial penalties, a couple more rungs after that, then yes, jail. But no judge presiding over any Trump case wants to try to send Donald Trump to jail. It's a game of chicken. Neither one wants to do it. Trump doesn't want to go to jail, and no judge wants to try the administrative headache of sending a former president and Secret Service members into jail to punish him for contempt.
Catherine, so much of the focus of the gag order is obviously on the former president for the obvious reasons we just laid out, but the judge is also seeming to fire this kind of warning shot at Michael Cohen, saying that it's important the former president, quote, be able to respond and defend himself against political attacks, and that this order should not be used as a sword instead of a shield by potential witnesses. It seemed to be aimed at Michael Cohen, who has been chatty about the whole thing.
Yeah, I would say about time. The defense has not asked for a gag order for Michael Cohen, but I think, and the prosecution clearly has no control over him. So it's good that the judge on his own, sua sponte, have said, you know, people, you have this main witness out there who's represented by counsel, who the jury has, they're here. The trial has started. He really can't be saying things publicly to prejudice this trial either. Now, he has said, Michael Cohen, that he's no longer going to tweet until after he testifies. We'll see about that. But I'm glad the judge did that because, you know, Donald Trump, the defendant, forget he's Donald Trump, any defendant deserves a right to a fair trial. If one of the main prosecution's witnesses is out there saying prejudicial things, that could hurt his right to a fair trial.
Catherine Christian, Danny Savalas, we're so glad to have you both as we continue our special coverage, of course, of this historic trial right here on NBC News Now. Thank you. It is not just the legal analysts that we need. It is the political analysts as well, including our senior political editor, Mark Murray, here to talk us through all of it. Mark, good to see you on set. Thanks for being here. Let's pick up where Catherine and Danny left off on the gag order for former President Trump. There's a risk involved for him if he continues to attack people involved in the trial who he's not supposed to attack. Sometimes it seems as though he just cannot help himself.
He hasn't helped himself all the way. You know, even you look back at the E. Jean Carroll case, for example, Hallie, and no one has been able to restrain him, no matter the size of the penalties that he ends up having to pay. It will be interesting kind of going forward if he ends up getting the hint or if he continues those Truth Social posts.
Hard to see it as a hint when it's a judge's order written in black and white.
Hard to see it as a hint, but the $9,000 was a lot different than some of the penalties he ended up having to pay in the E.G. Carroll case.
Yeah, that's true, which is why you heard the judge seem to suggest that he would have liked to have fined Mr. Trump even more in commensuration with what he actually earns. Let me ask you about this. We talk a lot about how the political campaign trail has collided with the courtroom, right? How the court is the campaign in so many ways for former President Trump. And if you needed a visual on that today, just look at who is actually in court with Donald Trump. Not just Eric Trump, his son, but his top political advisors, Susie Wiles, Dan Scavino, Jason Miller. I mean, Wiles and Miller in particular are front and center in the 2024 campaign. The Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton was in there too. This is all part of that broader narrative from the Trump campaign, but also the bigger reality that for the former president, what happens when he is sitting in downtown Manhattan resonates in swing states across the country, potentially.
Well, it is the reality that right now that's the campaign trail for Donald Trump, at least for the the most part. And, Hallie, I don't know if some of these people who are very close to the campaign and close to the former president personally are there for moral support. Is it the access that, hey, if I actually need to ask him a question, it's better that I'm in New York than at the campaign headquarters? And so we haven't been able to nail down precisely why some of those top campaign officials are with him in the courtroom and that area. But clearly, it really is the situation that right now Donald Trump's time is at trial rather than on the trail.
But it's also not like he's muzzled, right? Look at this very lengthy interview that he gave to Time magazine. He's got opportunities after court, before court, to speak to cameras, and he's doing this long interview with Time, with this sort of laying out of what he'd do in his second term. And I want to go through some of the headlines here because it's important, right? So some examples: that he would deploy the military to help deport migrants if he had to. He's considering pardons for convicted January 6th rioters. He may fire prosecutors who refuse his orders to prosecute somebody. And he's talking about abortion rights being up to the states, even if it were to come to prosecuting women for having an abortion. He said to this interviewer, well, wait a second, that's a state's issue. Like, that we would leave it in state hands now. The Biden campaign, in particular, on that last point we just showed, the abortion access point, they are hammering now, I think, 3 statements in the course of the last 10 hours about that issue. They see a weakness.
Yeah, and it was the first one on the abortion front. And Hallie, when you end up reading the transcript of that Time interview, really the former president kind of hems and haws and says, they tried to pin him down on, hey, would you sign a federal ban? No, this is all the states.
He said I wouldn't need to because it's up to the states now.
And that has been clear for all of his rhetoric over the last several months when it comes to abortion. He really doesn't want to pin himself down. But the points that you did raise to me were actually the more interesting parts of that interview were on the deportations, where he's calling for a massive deportation, willing to use the National Guard, the military, pardons for January 6 convicts. And to me, the things that he ended up saying, I will do on day one, or I will do as president, were a lot more revealing than the ones in which he kind of tried to dance around the interviews. And you see the ones that are actually, giving him problems, like on abortion. But to me, if you're talking about what a Donald Trump return to the White House would mean, those deportations, January 6 pardons, really, really struck me.
I just have to get in this because it was so interesting that one of the folks, the journalist involved with this Time piece, said so many people think of this as just a rehash of 2020, the same old thing, but there are some potential real differences for 2024, specifically how Donald Trump might govern.
It's how he might govern. And do remember, Hallie, you covered that presidency, you covered the campaign really well. His first couple of years, Donald Trump had a hard time kind of learning how to exercise power. If he is able to win, this will be someone on day one who will actually be more comfortable using power than he was in his first 2 years in office. So I do think that that's really important to kind of realize. And the other things on this is not necessarily a replay of 2020, because there will be some voters who did not participate. We might have a different third-party vote. So a lot of unanswered questions.
Mark Murray, glad to have you. Thank you for joining us here on set in Washington. Appreciate it. So many other big headlines tonight, too. We're going to catch up on all of it when we pick up our regular programming right after a quick break.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news for hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Tonight, a boiling point at Columbia University as the school threatens to remove protesters, even expel them out of one of the school's buildings. What everybody, from administrators to police, are bracing for tonight when we take you live to campus. We're also live in North Carolina with new details in a shooting that left 4 law enforcement officers dead. How the serving of an arrest warrant turned into a bloodbath, and what the police chief is saying tonight. Then what some see as messy mammogram guidance. So our medical experts here to break down when and how often you should be getting one. Plus, could the GOAT end up goating somewhere else where LeBron James may take his talents next? That's later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with a dramatic moment at Columbia tonight. The new warning from the school on what they call an untenable situation in just the last hour as we look ahead to a news conference in just about an hour from now. This is after protesters occupied a building on campus. We expect more to come throughout the night, but let me give you a look at where it happened, right? Columbia's Hamilton Hall. This is where that so-called student occupation is. It's just steps away from the lawn. This is where that main encampment was. You saw all those tents for the protesters, people who were demonstrating against the war in Gaza. Ultimately, early this morning, you had protesters smashing windows, blocking others from going into Hamilton early this morning, and now they're facing expulsion. The White House saying today forcibly taking over buildings is not peaceful, it is wrong. As the escalation happened just hours after Columbia said it started suspending students who hadn't left this encampment after a 2 o'clock deadline that the school put in place passed. Now there's another encampment up here on this lawn that you see. One student there telling our team this whole situation is just adding more stress for students and their parents.
I mean, people that aren't living on campus no longer have access to it. I mean, I got several calls from my parents this morning asking for me to come home. I think I might be obliging them. It's unbelievable.
Now, Columbia is the epicenter of these tensions, but it is not the only place where they're happening. You've got protests everywhere you see on this map, each one of these yellow dots, basically. Schools coast to coast worried about the same thing on their campus. In just the last hour, UNC Chapel Hill announced it will call off classes for the rest of the day. You're looking at Chapel Hill there. Over at Cal Poly Humboldt in Northern California, 24 people were arrested early this morning after police cleared protesters from campus buildings. Antonia Hilton is at Columbia. Guad Venegas is at the University of Texas. Antonia, we'll start with you here. We are anticipating now the mayor, others speaking just about 35 minutes from now, very soon. What do we expect to hear? What are we hearing from school administrators? And importantly, what are we hearing from the folks who are still at Hamilton?
Well, Hallie, we just heard from the school administration. They spoke just at around 5:10 p.m. and their statements were a bit vague, suggesting that they are looking at a way to resolve this, that there are conversations that are ongoing. We didn't hear a firm plan for how they expect to get the students out of a Hamilton Hall. There are still about 60 students inside, and there are a whole lot of other students, faculty members, and people who live in this neighborhood protesting right outside Hamilton Hall behind me here. The question on everyone's minds is the NYPD going to re-enter? That's really the question. What I can tell you is we are seeing a growing police presence here, including supervisors, captains, drone operators with the NYPD, and community affairs members. You can probably hear helicopters and drones flying overhead going toward Hamilton Hall right now. And so that is the feeling here on campus. It's been unsettling all day for people on all sides of this issue. In fact, I spoke with a mom who came here to pick up her freshman child because for her, this was the breaking point. Take a listen.
Uneasy and uncertain are probably the two best ways to explain it. They're not scared. I mean, the kids that aren't part of the protest, she doesn't seem to be scared. Breaking into Hamilton last night is a step in the wrong direction, so that's why we're going to grab our stuff and get out of here.
The question right now in everyone's mind, Hallie, is what happens at this presser at 6 p.m.? Is this an announcement from the mayor, from the NYPD,
That's
that
right.
they have an agreement with Columbia and that they plan to re-enter campus?
31 minutes away, Antonio. We're going to ask you to stand close to your camera, stand by for us, because we expect developments there. Let me just ask you this, though, because there has been, at least at one school, we've seen a bit of an off-ramp, a kind of exit strategy, with Brown saying that it came to an agreement with students. Protesters have agreed to end their encampment there after the school said it would hear arguments for Brown to divest from companies that may be, in its words, profiting from the war in Gaza. Do you get the sense from having conversation with students, with demonstrators at Columbia, that this could maybe be a blueprint? Does it go far enough for the folks you're talking to?
I think it's a possible blueprint, and certainly that is something that was raised during all the ongoing negotiations that have happened in recent days. But the challenge, at least from the student side, is seeing a way out of this at this point, because the administration released a statement to the entire Columbia community, including alums, saying that they would by no means divest from Israel. So for them, that was the end of the conversation. That meant there was no more negotiation, that the school didn't seem willing to offer something. The administration felt that it was the students' fault that those conversations fell apart. But are they back at the table now? Could they be inspired by Brown? Would that avoid, say, an NYPD entrance in the coming minutes or hours this evening? That's the major question, Hallie.
Antonia Hilton, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Guad Venegas at UT Austin there, where nearly 80 people were booked into a nearby jail because of protests. Even outside that jail, more demonstrations today. Give us a sense of what you're seeing.
Hallie, we have another group that joined today for what they called a teach-in. These protesters are smaller than the group that we saw yesterday. So here's what changed yesterday compared to what we saw at the end of last week. The protesters came in and set up tents. They also used tables to create a barrier around those tents, and it appears to be that triggered authorities. That's when we saw the state troopers come in and detain a lot of these individuals. About 79 were taken to the local jail. Now, we know that the university initially, when the protest began here last week, said that the organizers were showing patterns that appeared they were following the actions that they had seen in other parts of the country. The university has said they don't want encampments. They don't want the organizers to take over any part of the campus and disrupt the campus functions or activities. So after a few days last week of more protests without police or state troopers intervention, yesterday the state troopers came in and they took these individuals, and of course they took a lot of those tents away. Now today the protesters that came in, they did not bring tents. They did not bring any big objects like the ones we have seen the last few days. In fact, just minutes ago, Hallie, I saw a group of students come in with food, and they had tables. Right away, a group of men that have been policing the area in regular clothes, they walked out to them and they said no tables. The students took the tables away, but were able to come in with the food. So that's the one thing they've been very careful with. Now the key thing here is that organizers are calling for a large protest again tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow and how university officials react.
Guad Venegas live for us there in Austin. Thank you. To North Carolina now, and new details tonight in a deadly shooting that left 4 police officers dead, 4 others hurt there, in what is now the deadliest incident for law enforcement in nearly a decade. You saw it unfold as breaking news on this show last night, but tonight we're learning the officers were trying to serve a warrant at that house in a neighborhood in Charlotte. That's when officials say the suspect attacked them. He's being identified as convicted felon Terry Hughes. You see him there. Police say the officers were trying to arrest him for having a gun illegally when he opened fire. You see the victims here, the officers who were killed: Joshua Iyer, Samuel Pollock, William Alden Elliott, and Thomas Weeks. Both President Biden and the North Carolina governor calling them heroes today. Sam Brock has made his way to the scene. He's on the ground for us now live in Charlotte, where he had an opportunity, I know, to go one-on-one with the police chief, right? The question had been all along, what in the world happened that led up to this horrific and violent moment?
So certainly, Hallie, good evening. The chief told me that he believes that the suspect in this case, Terry Hughes, was lying in wait, essentially, for officers to arrive and then tried to kill as many police officers as possible. Now, from the beginning, investigators have been very clear. They're still piecing the facts together. But I got to tell you, Hallie, we just arrived in front of this house where this all unfolded less than a day ago. It is stunning because you're seeing not just bullet holes on the side of this house, right, but smashed glass, cinder block that is crumpled in front there. You have the side of a railing that's been detached in been pulled off. Our understanding, having communicated with police departments and law enforcement here, is that they were only using weapons, right? That there was gunfire that was exchanged, but that the SWAT cars and armored vehicles were only there to try to help the fallen officers and to rescue them. But look at the side of this house. Just look at this visual, right? So everyone right now is trying to kind of create a cognitive dissonance in a way to figure out what might have transpired. The reality, as you mentioned as well, is that this was the deadliest attack on law enforcement, at least as you look at gunfire, not counting COVID in terms of the number of people that died in a given day, since Dallas in 2016, when there were 4 police officers who were ambushed and killed, and also a transit worker. So this community right now is processing the depth of that. And we are also learning about the fact that you have 4 law enforcement officers who died who were all husbands, all had children, and suddenly now this entire community is grieving at a depth that few could possibly understand. As far as the investigation and some of the details, what else has changed? We spoke with Chief Jennings earlier today. He outlined the fact that you had a situation where they believe the suspect was on both sides of the house, both floors, top and bottom. It might have created an impression that there were potentially other shooters involved. Here's a snippet of our conversation.
Originally, we thought that after the original suspect was down and deceased in the yard, that we still had additional shots fired at the officers. As we clear through that, we're trying to make a possibility that the individual originally was shooting from both sides of the house, both upstairs and downstairs, and it just gave the appearance of multiple shooters.
After the suspect was killed, Hallie, a 17-year-old woman and an older woman were both cleared from the house. They have not been charged. Police said they have no intentions of doing so at this point, but it's not clear what exactly their role was, just that police don't right now believe that they were actually firing weapons from this house. Hallie?
Sam, we've talked about how this is the deadliest incident for law enforcement in 8 years. And from your conversations there today, it sounds like police are just acutely aware of the danger they face anytime they walk into something unknown.
It certainly raises the conversation about how difficult it is to execute search warrants, right, in this day and age. But I also would like to point you to some previous examples just several days ago, one day before this happened here in Charlotte, in Kenner, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. You had 3 police officers shot sniper style when they were trying to execute a search warrant. And that comes on top of an episode in Syracuse after a traffic violation where several officers were killed. What we heard today from the chief of police is that their armor is not strong enough to withstand an AR-15. So as we have a larger macro conversation about what's happening in society right now, beyond just, domestic violence and or someone who might have a criminal history and has possession of a firearm, how about the fact that people can access weapons that can penetrate police body armor? That's also what we learned today.
Sam Brock, live for us there in Charlotte. Sam, thank you for your reporting, for being there on the scene. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, take a look at King Charles visiting a cancer treatment charity today. His first formal public engagement since February. Remember, that's when Buckingham Palace announced he'd be taking a break to focus on treatment for his own cancer. They haven't said yet which kind. Number 2, huge move for the Biden administration tonight, looking to reclassify cannabis, meaning instead of marijuana being considered as dangerous as heroin, it would now be in a category with drugs like Tylenol. It would also be the first time the government would acknowledge cannabis can have medical benefits. This is not a done deal yet. We're going to be watching it. Number 3, Walmart says it's shutting down all of its health clinics because of more competition and things getting more expensive. It's a big shift. Just last month, Walmart said it would expand its U.S. clinics by the end of the year. Now, this is not going to affect Walmart pharmacies and vision centers. Number 4, 8 U.S. papers, the publishers of them at least, filing a lawsuit today against Microsoft and OpenAI. They say those companies are using millions of their articles without paying them, without getting permission to develop their own AI models. Reps from Microsoft and OpenAI did not immediately respond to our request for comment. Number 5, some bizarro dash cam video. Look at this. A brown bear attacking a truck. This is in Japan. This is the front of the truck. You see it just broke the windshield, broke the wiper, I guess, right off, pounced onto the windshield. The driver speeds off, but says the bear was chasing him for a while. Experts say it looked like the bear may have been the mother and was attacking the truck to protect her cub. Oof. Later on in the show. Millions across this country bracing for a ton of hail, hurricane-strength winds, and possibly deadly tornadoes. We're going to talk about when and where. Plus, down south, we are just hours away from Florida's new, very strict abortion ban going into effect. You'll meet patients scrambling for care ahead of that deadline in a minute.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, states in the South and Midwest are facing this really new intense storm threat, even as they're barely recovering from some of the strongest tornadoes they've seen in a decade. You've got 8 million people at risk today for those storms, which could bring hail the size of golf balls, wind gusts of more than 70 miles an hour. And yes, the possibility of even more tornadoes as you're looking at some of the damage from the last round of storms. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now. 280 tornadoes confirmed this month, 100 just in the 72 hours between like Friday and Sunday. What is happening? What do we expect? And why is it happening now?
Yeah, we do not expect today and tomorrow to what happened this past weekend. I mean, that was exceptional. Not only did we have all those tornadoes, but a lot of them were big, strong tornadoes. Today is more typical of what you'd expect in April. We're going to have isolated tornadoes. We're going to have some large hail and some wind damage. There will be some destruction done, but it should not be the widespread magnitude of this past weekend. And the problem is that it's in the same areas where it occurred. So, you know, you feel for all the people going through the cleanups and everything else and looking up in the sky and seeing the lightning and the thunderstorms and getting the warnings on their phones and having to go to shelters all over again. So we have tornado watches in areas from Des Moines to Omaha, then Manhattan, Kansas, not quite in Kansas City, but St. Joseph and Poirier to Wichita. So those are the areas under tornado watches for the rest of this evening. We do have some active storms we're dealing with. Here's the Des Moines area. These are severe thunderstorms. Large hail is possible with these storms. We also have 2 tornado warnings. So here's St. Joseph. Here is Kansas City. This is Topeka, Kansas here. And you can see these 2 possible storms with tornadoes. So we'll keep you posted if we get any information on those or any damage that's done in the next hour or two. But right now, these are just tornado warnings. They haven't been observed on the ground. And there's that big storm here with the possibility of 1-inch hail that could be drifting up here towards Des Moines. So that's kind of the areas of concern right now. As we go throughout the rest of tonight, these storms will head towards Des Moines, Kansas City, northern portions of Kansas, and eventually some isolated strong storms in Wichita. It looks like Oklahoma City mostly unscathed today. The greatest threat of those tornadoes is right in that area I just showed you. Right here's those tornado warnings, and then those strong storms as they drift towards Ames and towards Des Moines. Tomorrow, unfortunately, Hallie, we do it again. Once again, Kansas. This time we're going to include North Texas and western Oklahoma. It looks like the storms should be weakening as they approach Dallas, Fort Worth, and Oklahoma City. So a very active weather pattern once again the next 2 days. And isolated tornadoes, hopefully nothing that's devastating like we just got done with. But as you know, just takes one.
I know. It's scary stuff. Bill Cairns, thank you for keeping an eye on all of it. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, one basketball game in California had taken a scary turn when a player collapsed on court. Fortunately, 2 off-duty nurses were there. You can see them performing chest compressions. They eventually had to shock him using the gym's defibrillator, which woke him up. The man was then taken to the hospital and fortunately is expected to be okay. Out of our Southern Bureau, police say at least 1 person is dead after an SUV crashed into a store in New Mexico today. 14 other people are hurt. Police think the driver accidentally hit the accelerator instead of the brake. And out of our Northeast Bureau, nominations are out for this year's Tonys, with the shows Hell's Kitchen and Stereophonic bringing in the most nominations, 13 each. The awards are set to be held just a couple months in June in New York. Still ahead, a mammogram could save your life, but how often should you get one? Our medical expert tries to clear up some confusion after new guidance just out today. Next. Some medical groups not happy with some new guidelines from health experts about when and how often women should get mammograms because it's creating some confusion about what folks should be doing. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force says women should get screened for breast cancer every other year once they turn 40. That's a big deal because it's a big change from the guidance before, which was screenings every 2 years, starting when you turn 50. Now, in an earlier draft of its guidance, the task force said the change comes in response to rising cancer rates among women, specifically in their 40s, which went up a couple percent, 2% per year, from 2015 to 2019. They say these new recommendations could prevent at least one breast cancer death for every 1,000 women. But you also have groups like the American Cancer Society, the American College of Radiology, saying the guidance doesn't go far enough, that you should actually get screenings every year. Dr. Kavita Patel is joining us now. Okay, so here's the deal. A mammogram is not, take a little skin check. Like it's not like a super comfortable thing. It's like uncomfortable. Right. It doesn't feel amazing. I've not had a mammogram yet, but this is what you hear, right? Like it's not a comfortable thing. So doctors are thinking about that. They're also thinking, how do we save lives, right? How do we make sure that we're not over-screening women, but that we're making sure to put women in the best position possible? So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, Hallie, the best test is really where you can find disease when it really exists and minimize any of those false positives, right? So that's, I think, what people have brought up in the past. If you get a mammogram every year, there's a higher rate of false positives. But as you point out, I know as a doctor that a lot of women can't remember the every other year thing. And so even moving to an annual exam, it just helps with compliance, but it can also reduce the chances of having cancer because, as you point out, we're getting cancer earlier in our 40s. We have ignored large populations like Black women who have also had cancer earlier on and tend to get more aggressive forms of this. 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer. So we all know somebody, could be one of us. So having a really efficient screening tool at the age of 40, which is the recommendation, all the way up to the age of 74, every other year is what came out today. I just want to say this, keep in mind, if you have a family history, personal history, or a history of a high-risk breast lesion, you are not in that category. You might need to get screened earlier, and you should talk to your doctor about that.
There's also been some pushback from some medical groups who say there's still a lot that's not addressed here. Explain that.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Number one, we just have insufficient research to understand higher density breasts. For example, we know that there are women, a large number of women that have higher density breasts, and a mammogram alone might not be enough. You might need an ultrasound or some additional guidance. The recommendations remain silent on that. And then I pointed out already that many groups have pushed for kind of an annual recommendation. And then I think third and final have been special populations. It's only now in the last years that people have been vocal about Black women, women of color that are at a higher risk, and should they be doing something sooner, earlier, more frequent? Those are questions that still remain to be answered. Hopefully, though, starting today, every woman that you know at the age of 40 and above, you should be talking to them about making sure that they have their screening mammogram.
Yeah. Dr. Patel, thank you very much for helping to break that down. Really appreciate it. To Florida now, where some women are racing to get abortion care before a new and very strict law takes effect tomorrow, with one clinic in that state saying they're seeing twice as many patients before the law moves the ban on abortions from 15 weeks of pregnancy to 6. Florida, of course, is just one of the latest states to crack down on abortion since the overturning of Roe versus Wade a couple years ago. You have some critics concerned that the whole South is on the brink of becoming an abortion care desert, especially if you look at this map, right? You can see that banned chunk in red. Marissa Parra is in Jacksonville, Florida with more. You've been at a clinic there for most of the day. Give us a sense of what you've been seeing and hearing.
Hey, Hallie. So we've actually had a chance to visit 2 different abortion care clinics, one in Fort Pierce, Florida. That was yesterday, and now we're here in Jacksonville. And I can tell you, after not just visiting those 2 clinics, but talking to way more than that. I mean, we're talking about double digits. I've talked to clinics around the state to kind of get a sense of how they were feeling ahead of tomorrow's deadline. And I think the consensus is there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of frustration. And I think that the woman that we spoke to today, she's the director here at this clinic outside. We're outside of a Woman's Choice in Jacksonville. She got very emotional describing what she was saying. She's not prepared to have to turn away patients for the first time that she's been the clinical director here. Take a listen.
Tomorrow is going to look very different. We're not going to have as many on the patients on the schedule. A lot of patients will come in for their consult and be told that we can't see them. We are not going to close. We are going to stay open, and we're going to fight our way through this.
So I will point out that every single clinic director that I've spoken to for abortion care clinics has gotten very emotional describing the moment that they would have to turn patients away. It's just not something that they say that they're used to doing. And Hallie, something that I want to point out here. So we talk about the 6-week abortion ban going into effect tomorrow, but today actually began the process of turning patients away. Because here in Florida, there's a 2-visit rule. So you have a consultation one day, then you have to wait at least 24 hours. The next day, at soonest, you can get the medication or the procedure that you need, which means if you were 6 weeks along for your consultation today, they would have turned you away and recommended you go to a different state. And Hallie, final thing I'll point out, all of them talking about how they have many women coming in who don't even realize they are 6 weeks along.
Marissa, you said something that I think is important, like a thread we got to pull on here. You said they're recommending that in certain instances, some women go to a different state. Let me pull that map back up, because we were talking about it right as we were coming to you here in the show. If you look at where Florida is, and you look at some of those bans, and I'll have our control room pull this up, where some of those bans are now since Roe versus Wade has been overturned here, you can see it, right? Florida there, the current, of course, rule, 15 to 18 weeks, but after May 1st, you can see that, and it's that 6-week ban. You look at Alabama, you look at Georgia, you look at South Carolina, you look at Mississippi, you even go to Louisiana or up to Tennessee or even to North Carolina. It is the idea, the recommendation of going to a different state, Marissa, it's not as simple as simply crossing the border.
And Hallie, I couldn't hear the last part of your question just now, but I believe you were saying that it's not a simple process, and it's not. I will point out that even here in Jacksonville, we heard that there were women that they were trying to get in the last second from Mississippi, from Louisiana, which you can look at that map, have far stricter laws. And so now these clinics are talking about having to recommend women go to places like North Carolina, like Virginia, which have looser abortion laws. I'll also point out we did speak to one of the co-sponsors of the 6-week ban. And he was saying, of course, anyone that is supporting the 6-week ban is going to be happy about the fact that tomorrow this 6-week ban goes into effect. But he had said something that I thought was really interesting. He said that tomorrow ends the, quote, abortion tourism industry. So for them, many of the Florida conservative legislators were very frustrated by the fact that people were crossing state lines to get abortion care procedures here in the state of Florida, saying tomorrow that ends. Hallie.
Marissa Parr, live for us there in Jacksonville. Marissa, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting, as always. Still to come here on the show, LeBron James' days as a Laker could be numbered. The decision he says he's not planning to make just yet, but when it could come, in a sec. So have you heard about these big questions lingering tonight over what LeBron James wants to do next season? That's after the Lakers got knocked out of the playoffs last night. LeBron has what you might consider not terrible options. He could stay with the Lakers for something like $50 million a year, or decide to be like, let me see what the other teams have to say. Here he is in his post-game news conference.
Tonight, was there any thought at all that, this could have been your last game with the Lakers?
I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
Ooh, a little cagey there from LeBron. Now, remember, he's also said that family would be a big part of his decision. His son, Bronny, who played a year at USC, has declared for this year's draft. James has talked about playing with Bronny before he retires. One thing he did make clear, his next big basketball focus is going to be on the Olympics. We know for sure he'll be taking his talents to Paris. Question is, what does he do after that? Steve Patterson is following this for us from Lakerstown, California. What are the options on the table for LeBron?
I'm making this post, Hallie, to ask for forgiveness because I'm going to say one of the most tired cliches in all of sports reporting, which is that the ball is entirely in LeBron's court, right? He has the final to make. Yeah, just walk away. He's making the final decision here. And I think a lot of analysts and sports reporters are breaking it down as something that's binary, right? Two decisions. One, do you want to be comfortable? Or two, do you want to really win? One being comfortable, which would be remaining in Los Angeles playing for the Lakers, right? His whole family is here, as you pointed out. Not only Bronny, but his other son, who also plays basketball, his daughter, his wife. He's comfortable in LA. But is that the team that is really going to win the championship? It doesn't really feel likely. The other option is to try to win the championship, which would likely mean to move somewhere else that has a better shot. So you look at the options, right? Oklahoma City is one such team. They are torching the league, and they're doing it under the salary cap, which means they would have room for LeBron's salary, potentially. Unfortunately, is a guy like LeBron James really going to play in Oklahoma City? Probably not. So another team that people are looking at are the Clippers. If you're not a sports fan, the Clippers are the other Los Angeles basketball team. Less talked about, certainly less cool. But as far as I checked, last checked, they have one of the richest owners in all of team sports in the world. They are building a new arena. They could maybe put pieces around LeBron, keep him in LA, and potentially draft his son Bronny to get him to play with LeBron. And make no mistake about it, that is one of his bucket list items, to play in the NBA on the same team with his son. It's his objective, but is another objective to win another championship. He said that. Now it's really, again, the ball is in his court to make up his mind on which decision he wants to choose.
It's drama, Steve. We're going to be talking about it, I know, until he does make